Chapter 001. Transformed into Frieza. Pain. A searing pain. Dazed, Wang Jie slowly opened his eyes to behold a verdant, unidentifiable liquid surrounding him, while numerous tubes were affixed to his body. An oxygen mask was placed over his mouth as he found himself enclosed in a medical pod. Through the glass of the pod, he observed a flurry of figures clad in white coats bustling about. What is this? What has happened? Before Wang Jie could ponder further, a cacophony of cheers suddenly resonated around him. Several figures in white coats approached, seemingly attempting to communicate. Lord Frieza! Lord Frieza! The indistinct sounds coalesced into those few words. Yet, Frieza? Wang Jie's eyes widened in shock as he glanced down at his form. Short limbs, distinctly visible veins, and a chitinous covering enveloping his upper body caused him to tremble. Ultimately, he directed his gaze towards the glass of the medical pod, where a profoundly familiar visage was reflected back at him. Frieza! I have transformed into Frieza. A whirlwind of disbelief swirled within Wang Jie as he recalled the conversation he had with that enigmatic, mysterious orb of light before his transmigration. If you could traverse realms, into whom would you wish to transform? Is there any need for deliberation? It would undoubtedly be an emperor. I can fulfill your wish, but he is not an emperor of China. Do you accept? Who cares what kind of emperor he is? As long as I wield great power and live long, I have no preferences. Thus, Wang Jie sighed in exasperation. This system is quite something, delivering me straight into the realm of a cosmic sovereign. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed within Wang Jie's mind. Host has completed the transmigration. The Superpower Simulation Training Ground is now initiated. Superpower Simulation Training Ground? What is this? As Wang Jie pondered in confusion, a torrent of data surged into his consciousness, elucidating everything about this training ground. With his eyes closed, Wang Jie delved into the system's guidance within his mind, clearly perceiving the entirety of the system. In the pitch-black realm of his thoughts, he noticed 10 blank humanoid interfaces to his left, accompanied by various options below. Having comprehended the manual, Wang Jie nodded in understanding. These 10 blank interfaces represented potential combatants for simulation in the future. However, there was a limitation of 10. The system could only read the combat data of individuals whom he had witnessed in person. Should the number exceed this limit, the earliest scan target among the 10 would be discarded to make room for a new one. Among the various categorical options presented, there exists a venue that allows for the selection of diverse special environments. There is the capability to adjust the strength of both opponents and oneself. There is intelligent control over whether the combatants retaliate, and so forth. Undoubtedly, the aspect that elated Wang Jie the most was the final option. Gravity adjustment. Gravity adjustment. What does this signify? It is well known that in the world of Dragon Ball, the most effective and swiftest means of enhancing one's strength is through gravity training. This training ground, straddling the line between the ethereal and the tangible, not only protects oneself from harm, but also enables all training achievements within its confines to be directly transferred to one's physical form. In the realm of Dragon Ball, this is an astonishingly remarkable boon. Wang Jie envisioned a near future where he would ascend to the pinnacle of the universe, gazing down upon all living beings. At that moment, the inquiries from the doctors outside the healing chamber interrupted Wang Jie's mental reverie. Lord Frieza, do you feel any better? Being new to this situation, Wang Jie hesitated to speak freely and could only feign indifference with a nod. Seeing that Frieza appeared to be unharmed, the peculiar doctors collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They pressed a switch beside the healing chamber, opening the glass door, and respectfully stood aside, bowing as they said, "It is truly wonderful that you are well, Lord Frieza." As the healing chamber opened, the green nutrient solution spilled forth, and the treatment tubes entwined around Wang Jie automatically detached. Wang Jie looked upon all this with a complex expression, his heart swirling with unknown emotions. Well, since fate has deemed me Frieza, I shall henceforth be Frieza. With this thought in mind, Frieza regained his composure, moved his powerful body a little, and curiously inquired of the doctors, "How did I sustain my injuries? They seem rather severe." Initially, Frieza had not anticipated receiving an answer from these doctors, yet upon asking, the moment the question left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All the doctors fell silent. Their chatter abruptly ceased. Only in a corner stood a relatively young doctor, appearing as though he wished to speak, but held back. Frieza sensed the unusual atmosphere, paused in confusion, and queried, "What is the matter?" "No, it's nothing." The doctor of apparent standing rubbed his hands awkwardly and smiled. "Lord Frieza, King Cold has requested that if you awaken, you should see him immediately." "King Cold?" Frisia's father. Frisia nodded and gestured to the young doctor. You. Take me to see my father. The young physician was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Frisia had taken notice of him. Nevertheless, he promptly dashed to Frisia's side, bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation. Lord Frisia, please follow me this way. Frisia nodded and followed the young doctor out of the medical room. The moment he stepped through the doorway, a palpable sigh of relief echoed behind him from the gathered physicians in the corridor. Seizing the opportunity in the absence of others, Frisia inquired of the young doctor, "What is your name, young man?" The young physician glanced around cautiously before kneeling before Frisia and whispering, "My name is Chiderman." Lord Frisia. Frisia crouched down, lifting Chiderman gently, and asked softly, "What transpired just now? Why did they all fall silent when I inquired about my injuries?" Chiderman was taken aback and replied hesitantly, "Lord Frisia, do you not remember? A month ago, King Crude commanded you to assault planet Atla. Not only did your entire army suffer annihilation, but you yourself were grievously injured. King Crude was exceedingly furious about this, so do exercise caution during your audience with him. Annihilation of the entire army?" Frisia could not suppress his exclamation. "How is that possible? Am I not formidable enough that no one can inflict such severe wounds upon me?" Chiderman spoke cautiously. "It is said that your brother, Kveler, informed planet Atla of your approach, allowing them to prepare. They launched their full offensive before you had the chance to transform. Hence, Kveler?" Frisia's heart raced with alarm. Is he not a character from the film? Am I not within the canonical timeline of Dragon Ball? Chiderman, observing the fluctuating emotions on Frisia's face, was uncertain of his thoughts. A hint of anxiety crept into his voice. "Please, Lord Frisia, do not disclose this to anyone. It is a secret I share with you." It was clear that he feared Kveler might seek retribution. Frisia nodded, yet his heart was tumultuous, and he murmured, "Is it possible that my father is unaware of Kveler's interference?" Chiderman replied softly, "He may know or may not, but if I may be so bold, your father has always favored King Kveler. Even if he were aware, he would not defend you, but rather perceive you as lacking capability, merely complaining like a child to a parent after suffering a setback." Infuriating, Frisia clenched his fists, a surge of wrath brewing within him. "Damn Kveler! I have yet to provoke you, yet you have already chosen to make an enemy of me." "Very well." With a couple of hurried breaths, Frisia gradually calmed his restless heart and said solemnly to Kaitamon, "Enough. I understand your loyalty, and I shall remember it. Now, lead me to see my father." Kaitamon nodded, refraining from further words, as he guided Frisia through several checkpoints until they finally arrived at the door of the most opulent chamber. At the entrance stood extraterrestrial guards equipped with detectors and laser guns. Upon seeing Frisia, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. "King Frisia." Kaitamon turned back, quietly informing Frisia, "Your Majesty, this is the chamber of King Krud. I can take you no further." Frisia nodded, gesturing for Kaitamon to withdraw. Taking a deep breath, he signaled to the two guards at the door, "Open the door." "Yes, Your Majesty." The extraterrestrials complied and swiftly opened the grand door. Before him lay a vast expanse of space, shielded by immense transparent tempered glass. A formidable figure stood at the edge of the spaceship, holding a glass of red wine. Admiring the celestial beauty, "I is it Frisia who has arrived." The imposing figure turned, revealing himself to be Frisia's father, the cosmic emperor, Krud. King Krud was a towering figure, his features somewhat fierce, with sharp, knife-like angles on either side of his forehead and a regal cape draped over his shoulders, exuding an aura of aggression. As this momentous meeting between King Krud and Frisia unfolded, a mysterious thought flickered through Frisia's mind, and an ethereal voice echoed within his consciousness. "Target for recording identified. King Krud. Shall scanning commence?" Frisia silently affirmed, "Yes." Immediately, a red light flashed from Frisia's eyes, and the progress bar in his mind surged to 100%. The topmost image on the 10 blank screens to his left transformed to that of King Krud. Frisia nodded subtly and bowed respectfully, saying, "I have arrived, father." King Krud swirled the red wine in his glass, his tone tinged with amusement. "Frisia, what has become of the 3,000 elite soldiers entrusted to you? Where are they now?" Frisia was momentarily taken aback before realization struck. King Krud referred to the troops he had led, who had met with total annihilation. Frisia hastily knelt on one knee. Lowering his head, "I apologize, father, it was my negligence." King Krud casually set aside his wine glass and approached Frisia, his voice cold and commanding, "Raise your head." "Frisia." Frisia nervously lifted his gaze, the imposing stature and formidable presence of King Krud weighing heavily upon him. Frieza, look behind me and tell me, what do you see? That is the universe. Indeed, you speak the truth. King Krud suddenly roared, seizing Frieza by the throat and lifting him as one would a mere chick, coldly stating, our lineage is destined to rule the cosmos. Failure is simply intolerable. And you, our disappointing son, have brought me nothing but dismay. Frieza struggled valiantly, yet the chasm between his power and that of King Krud was insurmountable. All his efforts proved futile. Fortunately, King Krud merely intended to impart a lesson to Frieza, rather than to extinguish his life. Moments later, he forcefully cast Frieza to the ground and turned away, refusing to cast another glance in his direction. Though King Krud had not inflicted any lasting harm upon Frieza, the latter felt an incessant burning pain on his face. Seizing the opportunity while King Krud's attention waned, Frieza cast a venomous glance at the king's unadorned lower half, inwardly cursing, what a fool, lacking even the most basic of endowments, yet possessing such a temper. Of course, in uttering this, Frieza unconsciously overlooked the fact that he was, in many ways, no different from his father. Yet, to Frieza's utter astonishment, King Krud seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Sensing Frieza's fleeting gaze, King Krud felt a sudden chill in his nether regions, and in a fit of rage and embarrassment, he whirled around and struck Frieza down with a powerful blow, bellowing, Frieza, your disrespect grows ever more intolerable. Is my manhood something you are permitted to behold? Though struck, Frieza found himself inexplicably amused. However, after his moment of fury, King Krud quickly regained his composure and resumed his regal seat, rhythmically tapping the armrests, cryptically stating, Frieza, it seems your temperament has shifted somewhat, but this may be a fortuitous change, sparing me further tribulations in the future. Before Frieza could decipher the meaning behind King Krud's words, the grand door of the chamber swung open once more. A robust figure, remarkably similar to King Krud, strode in. Upon noticing Frieza sprawled on the ground, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. The newcomer was none other than Frieza's brother, King Krud's eldest son, Kvila. Father! Kvila first bowed to King Krud, then turned his gaze toward Frieza, tauntingly remarking, isn't this my dear brother Frieza? I initially mistook him for a stray dog lying here. Frieza retorted, Kvila, who? At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed, once more within Frieza's mind. Target identified for recording. Kvila. Shall scanning commence? Frieza was momentarily taken aback, but upon confirming the scan once more, the second blank image in his mind immediately transformed into that of Kvila. Enough! King Krud slammed his armrest, expressing his displeasure. Kvila, he is your brother after all, it would do you well to say a little less. With the king's intervention, Kvila dared not continue to provoke Frieza, merely huffing disdainfully in his direction before turning away, not sparing Frieza a glance. Frieza, for his part, was equally disinclined to engage in further quarrels with Kvila. Observing the subtle rivalry between his two sons, King Krud, though personally disapproving, recognized that competition within a clan fosters progress. Thus, despite being aware of their incessant skirmishes, he never intervened. With his eyes closed, he pondered his words carefully before lifting his glass of red wine and addressing the two before the throne with a measured tone. My sons, Kvila and Frieza, you have both reached adulthood and possess remarkable strength. I believe it is time for me to step back and take a more reserved role. What? A single stone has stirred up 1,000 ripples. There is no need to elaborate on Kvera. He has employed every conceivable strategy to undermine Frieza, all in pursuit of inheriting the throne of King Krud. Although Frieza was merely an ordinary individual in his past life, he had not been deprived of the opportunity to watch numerous court dramas, thus comprehending the implications of King Krud's declaration to step back from the forefront in the presence of both of them. King Krud seeks to identify a formidable successor among his two sons, one capable of inheriting the esteemed title of Cosmic Emperor. Before King Krud could finish his thought, Kvera, brimming with eagerness, pounded his chest and boasted, Father, since you wish to withdraw from the limelight, permit me, Kvera, to oversee your dominion. Upon hearing this, Frieza was instantly agitated. If Kvera were to ascend to power, where would that leave him? His grand ambitions and dreams would be utterly thwarted. Thus, Frieza would not yield an inch. He promptly rose to his feet and implored, Father, my brother is arrogant and overweening. Allow me to oversee matters instead. Kvera retorted with a scoff, you, who can only maintain your base form and barely escaped being vanquished by a horde of wild monkeys. What right do you have to contend with me? Frieza initially intended to retort but found himself at a loss for words, his teeth clenched in frustration as he exclaimed, "What a fine deed you've done!" At that moment, King Crude observed the impending conflict between his two sons and rapped the armrest of his chair, expressing his displeasure. "If you must fight, do so outside. Do not forget, this is my chamber." At last, both Kvila and Frieza fell silent, exchanging disdainful huffs and turning their heads away. King Crude, rubbing his aching temples, spoke gravely, "I, your father, King Crude, command over 70% of the territories in the eastern and western galaxies. Yet my influence has yet to penetrate the more remote southern and northern galaxies. Frieza, Kvila, you are both my sons. And the time has come for us to expand our dominion." Chapter 003. Destined Encounter Contribute Our Strength? Kvila and Frieza, both astute individuals, fully comprehended the implications of King Crude's words. Thus, Kvila hastily interjected before Frieza, volunteering, "Father, please trust in me. If you entrust the legions to my command, I shall conquer the southern and northern galaxies within 30 years. Frieza, unwilling to back down, retorted to Kvara, "Father, I will require merely 25 years. King Crude, with an air of composure, extended his right index finger and gently shook it, proclaiming, "You truly underestimate the formidable beings within this universe. Even I took nearly 2 centuries to conquer the eastern and western galaxies, and an additional 3 centuries to ensure their obedience. Although the southern and northern galaxies are comparatively weaker, a moment's negligence could easily lead to your demise at the hands of others." Kvara cast a disdainful glance at Frieza, scoffing, "Only a fool would fall into such a trap. I, Kvara, am no useless wretch." Frieza, unable to endure any longer, let out a furious roar and instantaneously transformed into his ultimate fourth form. An inexhaustible torrent of formidable energy surged wildly, causing even the deck to tremble in awe of Frieza's astonishing combat prowess. Frieza's eyes narrowed dangerously as he suddenly lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed at Kvila. In response, Kvila let out a cold chuckle, transforming into his ultimate form to engage Frieza in close combat. The immense energy emanating from both of them clashed violently, causing the entire spaceship to creak ominously, as if it were on the verge of being overwhelmed. In that fleeting moment, King Crude appeared between the two, forcefully pinning Frieza and Kvila to the ground with one hand each. Yet, both Frieza and Kvila continued to writhe restlessly, exerting every ounce of strength to strike at one another. King Crude's expression darkened as he abruptly lifted them up and hurled them into the air, unleashing a ki blast on each of them. The once seemingly invincible duo was sent crashing to the ground, defeated. Frieza struggled to rise to his feet, and only then did he comprehend the sheer terror of King Crude's power. "Kvara, Frieza, you have grown increasingly audacious," King Crude remarked darkly, pacing back and forth. "This is my spaceship. Do you wish to bring destruction upon it?" Faced with the overwhelming situation, Frieza reluctantly offered an apology. "I'm sorry, father." Meanwhile, Kvara merely scoffed. It was Frieza who struck first. King Crude fell into contemplative silence for a moment before speaking again. "Kvara, it seems I can no longer keep you two together." He turned his gaze to Kvara and continued, "You are my eldest son. I have never doubted your prowess, and you have consistently met my expectations." Then, he pivoted to Frieza. "Frieza, although your innate talent surpasses that of Kvara, your arrogance has led to many blunders. I believe I need not enumerate them all. 50 years. King Crude declared, casting off the crimson cloak draped over his shoulders with an air of authority. "You shall each select one of the 2 galaxies, north or south, as your battleground for expansion. For 50 years, you are forbidden from waging war against one another. Should you violate this decree, you will forfeit your claim to inheritance. After 50 years, whoever has conquered more territory shall inherit the title of Cosmic Emperor from me." Yet, an unspoken rule lingered in the air, known to the 3 present but unarticulated by King Crude. After 50 years, even if one amassed vast lands, if the other's combat strength eclipsed their own, then all efforts would merely serve to adorn another's triumph. Kvara coldly remarked to Frieza, "Frieza, it is said that the North Galaxy is notoriously weak, a perfect match for you." Frieza remained silent, instead meticulously recalling the narrative of Dragon Ball in his mind. If memory serves correctly, both Earth and Namek seemed to lie within the Northern Galaxy. Kvara, noticing that Frieza appeared momentarily speechless, let out a triumphant laugh, stepping forward to boast, "Father, it appears that Frieza wishes to take advantage by selecting the Northern Galaxy. However, it matters not, given Frieza's feeble strength. It is only fitting that I, as his elder brother, extend some leniency. Haha. King Clud expressed a hint of disappointment at Frieza's demeanor before snapping his fingers. Shortly thereafter, the grand door swung open, revealing 3 elite warriors clad in battle attire standing outside. With a smile, King Clud introduced them to Kvira. These are my most capable subordinates, Shaviza, Nez, and Drizu. Each possesses exceptional skills, with combat power exceeding 160,000. I present them to you as a parting gift, hoping they will lend you their strength. Upon hearing this, the 3 stood at attention and bowed to Kvira, exclaiming, "We greet you, King Kvira." Kvira nodded in satisfaction, provocatively flicking his tail towards Frieza as he exited with the 3 warriors in a flamboyant display. Meanwhile, Frieza observed with a cool demeanor. Having watched every film in the Dragon Ball series, he knew that these 3 elite warriors would ultimately become part of Kvira's mechanized army, all of whom would eventually be vanquished by Piccolo. Yet, it must be acknowledged that at this moment, these 3 indeed represented a formidable force. King Clud turned to Frieza, regarding him with an indifferent gaze, and remarked, "As for you, Frieza." Frieza has almost discerned whom King Cold intends to appoint as his aide. "Come in, Dodoria." "Zarbon, what? Is it not the elite force?" Frieza was taken aback as he turned to gaze at the now open doorway, where 2 familiar figures emerged. One was a corpulent figure with crimson skin, bearing wounds upon his head. The other was an effeminate individual capable of transforming into a frog. Frieza was taken aback. "So, it turns out that you 2 imbeciles are the culprits." Frieza had momentarily entertained the hope of acquiring a configuration as formidable as that of the elite forces. King Krud, seemingly indifferent, returned to his throne and casually remarked, "They are recent recruits of the Legion, each possessing combat power around 10,000. Sufficient for you to dominate the northern galaxy." Despite the evident preferential treatment shown by King Krud, Frieza felt no significant indignation. Firstly, this world operates on a principle where one must first possess strength to earn respect. Furthermore, these 2 individuals seemed destined to accompany him. After all, familiar faces are far more comforting than strangers. Frieza approached the 2 individuals, scrutinizing them with great care. Presently, Sabo and Dodoria appeared somewhat inexperienced, their youthful faces tinged with a hint of anxiety, contrasting sharply with the fierce demeanor they exhibited during their initial appearances in the Dragon Ball manga. In that fleeting moment, Frieza felt as though he had traversed time, and with a benevolent smile, he addressed them, saying, "Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria, let us proceed." Both Sabo and Dodoria were momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that the notoriously capricious Frieza could exhibit such amiability. It was only after Frieza had taken a few steps away that they regained their composure and promptly followed him, responding with a hint of excitement, "Yes, Lord Frieza." Chapter 004. The weakling with a power level of 5 upon returning to his chamber and dismissing Sabo and Dodoria. Frieza finally had the opportunity to delve deeper into the fascinating system residing in his mind. Closing his eyes, he once again entered his cerebral space. Gazing at the 2 silhouettes on the left side, King Cold and Kvila, which prompted him to ponder deeply. After a while, Frieza selected the silhouette of Kvila, proceeding to configure the arena and adjust the parameters of combat strength. Simulation target, Kvila form, ultimate form power level assessment, 300,000. 000 weakness, unknown fortune, the intelligent counterattack, no power level adjustment, maximum weakening, power level, 300,000,0005, gravity adjustment, normal arena. Desert. Is the above information confirmed? Frieza smiled sinisterly and promptly clicked to confirm without hesitation. In an instant, the boundless darkness before him transformed, sunlight dazzlingly illuminating the space above, while an endless expanse of yellow sand surged beneath his feet. Directly opposite Frieza, a beam of light descended from the heavens, summoning the intended target before him. As the light dissipated, the simulated figure of Kvila stood there, bewildered and seemingly unable to comprehend why he had suddenly found himself in this place. Frieza gazed at the enormous inscription of a battle power level of 5 above Kvila's head and could not help but burst into laughter. Upon hearing Frieza's mirth, the virtual Kvila simultaneously became aware of him. In a fit of rage, Kvila bellowed, "Frieza, are you the one behind this mischief?" Frieza let out 3 hearty laughs before suddenly sneezing towards Kvira, striking him directly. Kvira was hit hard, and, as if dealt a crushing blow, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, utterly lifeless. Frieza approached, placing his foot upon Cooler's head, and coldly remarked, "So, now you comprehend the might of Lord Frieza, do you? Should I be displeased, even a mere sneeze could cause your 7 orifices to bleed." Yet, the lifeless cooler could no longer hear Frieza's arrogant pronouncement, as his form transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the simulated arena. Although fully aware of the illusion, Frieza's spirits lifted considerably. Taking a deep breath, he cast a resolute glance at the figures of King Cold and Cooler displayed on the options, silently vowing, "Though I can only express my dissatisfaction in this manner for now, mark my words. One day, I, Frieza, will trample you all beneath my feet." Despite harboring such grand ambitions, there remained a matter of greater significance that required his attention. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Frieza snapped back to reality from the training ground within his mind and calmly said, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing none other than Chipman, the first subordinate to pledge allegiance to him upon his awakening. Frieza appeared unfazed by the emergence of Chipman, and instead, he straightforwardly inquired, "Have you discovered who has leaked the information?" Chipman nodded, approached Frieza's side, and whispered, "It is the confidant of King Cuvala, the most formidable general of the Cuvala Legion. General Bell." "Excellent." In Frieza's eyes, a fierce glint surged as he clenched his fists tightly. "Mr. Kaitman, you are to arrange for the spaceship at once. Have Dodoria and Zarbon await me aboard, prepared for immediate departure. We require only an adequate number of scientists and a capable pilot to navigate the vessel. I have no need for any warriors. Do you understand?" Though Kaitman did not comprehend Frieza's aversion to having even a single soldier, he nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes, Lord Frieza." With that, Kaitman turned to leave, but Frieza suddenly inquired, "Mr. Kaitman, where is that Bu at present?" Startled, Kaitman grasped Frieza's intentions, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He replied with a hint of unease, "It is said he remains on planet Attila, preparing to coordinate with the Cruller Legion for their next offensive." Frieza smirked ominously. "I understand. Please arrange for the spaceship promptly. After our departure, we shall make a brief detour to planet Attila. I intend to present my dear brother with a grand gift." Chipman nodded vigorously, hastening out of the room as if fleeing. While Frieza seized this opportunity to thoroughly familiarize himself with the immense power residing within his being. Simultaneously, Frieza discovered an intriguing feature of the simulated training ground within his mind. It could scan his form and generate a mirror image to engage in combat with him. Upon confirming the scan, Frieza swiftly acquired the data regarding his own physique, simulation target, Frieza form, ultimate form combat power assessment, 110,000,000 weakness, unknown luck, E. Upon reviewing his statistics, Frieza felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was one thing to have a combat power several billion lower than that of Kakarot. But what on earth was this luck, E? However, Frieza quickly recalled something and hastily checked the data on King Cold. This time, he bypassed all other information and focused solely on the luck attribute, and indeed, as he suspected, a glaring capital E was prominently displayed. These three were truly of the same lineage. Their luck was astonishing. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it made some sense. They had once ruled the cosmos with great aplomb, only to have their fortunes reversed by the unintentional release of Kakarot, leading to the annihilation of their entire family, particularly Frieza, who had only just been revived. Only to be slain once more by Trunks, and in a most gruesome manner. The mere thought of Frieza conjured a wave of discomfort throughout his being. Shaking his head, he managed to dispel this peculiar sensation and began to familiarize himself with his various skills in the training arena. Naturally, the first technique to master was the flight technique. In his previous life as an ordinary Earthling, what was his greatest aspiration? Undoubtedly, it was to attract the affections of women. And what was his second greatest desire? Surely, it was to own a home. However, there was a time in Frieza's childhood when he was consumed by dreams, longing to soar through the skies. Now, having arrived in this new world, how could Frieza resist the allure of experiencing the exhilarating sensation of flying freely? As he endeavored to harness the energy surrounding him, Frieza gradually ascended from the ground, lifting off into the air. This was a skill he had previously acquired, and the process of reacquainting himself with it proved less challenging than he had anticipated. Before long, Frieza had executed all the techniques his new body possessed within the simulated training ground, finally living up to the title of Frieza the Great. Feeling the potent energy coursing through him, he confidently clenched his fist and sneered, "Beal, just prepare yourself." Chapter 005. Planet Atrala, having departed from planet King Cold 7 and relinquished all warriors except for Zarbon and Dodoria, Frieza took with him only 3 colossal spaceships and several spherical capsule spacecraft. As he sat aboard the vessel, gazing through the reinforced glass of the spaceship at the vast universe, Zarbin, Dodoria, and Chilled stood behind him. Countless galaxies whizzed by in a blur, and memories of all the events from the Dragon Ball saga flooded his mind. The current era was still in its infancy, according to the original narrative. From this moment until the time he would encounter Son Goku on planet Namek, Frieza's combat prowess held an unparalleled status, even in his first form. Boasting a formidable power level of 530,000, he could easily dominate the entirety of the North Galaxy. This was in stark contrast to the later developments where cyborgs, Majin, biohumans, and the treacherous Dragon Balls emerged one after another, with power levels soaring to explosive heights beyond imagination. Of course, due to the early point in time Frieza had traversed to, the Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods film had yet to be released in the mainland, leaving him unaware of the even more formidable deities like Beerus and Zeno that would later arise. Although King Cold had alluded to this previously, it was evident that the self-important traveler Frieza had paid little heed to such warnings. "Your Majesty Frieza," Zarbin's voice interrupted Frieza's reverie. Frieza raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it, Mr. Zarbin?" Zarbin hesitated slightly. "Your Majesty Frieza, I do not quite understand why you chose to abandon all the warriors." Frieza blinked and glanced at Dodoria and Kairatsu, then chuckled in his distinctive voice, "Ho ho, it appears that both Mr. Dodoria and Mr. Kairatsu harbor some doubts as well." The two exchanged surprised looks but eventually nodded in agreement. Frieza ascended gradually in his spacecraft, his voice calm and unhurried as he spoke. "Since you wish to understand my motives, allow me to elucidate. I, Frieza, aspire to become the true sovereign of the cosmos. Not merely an invader, a self-satisfied tyrant who revels in the possession of countless colonies. A true emperor should evoke a sense of greatness in the hearts of the people, rather than instilling fear. Though my soldiers are adept killers, each having served my father for over a decade, they are merely proficient in murder and plunder. Tell me, why should I bring them along?" As Frieza spoke, a dangerous glimmer flickered in his eyes. "Do you truly believe that someone as formidable as I am requires the protection of those worthless fools?" The three were taken aback, hastily dropping to one knee. Trembling as they replied, "We dare not." Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Frieza's demeanor shifted dramatically. He adopted a surprisingly amiable tone, saying, "Oh, there's no need for such alarm. Once you become more familiar with me, you will find that I am, in fact, quite easy to get along with." The three exchanged uncertain glances, left pondering whether Frieza's words were sincere or mere deception. With the realization that he had successfully hoodwinked them, Frieza felt a slight relief. Although his previous statements seemed to possess a veneer of logic, they were, in truth, nothing more than empty rhetoric. The crux of the matter was that Frieza had no desire to be the infamous villain of the North Galaxy as depicted in the original narrative. Nor did he wish to cultivate enmity with Son Goku. This sentiment stemmed not solely from Goku's status as the protagonist of this realm, but also from a profound admiration for his untainted heart. Just then, the intercom in Frieza's command center crackled to life. "Attention, Lord Frieza. In 3 minutes, the spaceship will arrive at planet Atala. Please prepare yourself." How swiftly time passes. Frieza activated the display screen on the wall behind him, revealing a small red dot representing the spaceship steadily approaching the target planet. Comparing it to the map, Frieza swiftly discerned through the reinforced glass the destination of his journey, the planet Atrax. Simultaneously, the continuously scrolling data about the planet filled Frieza's vision. Atrax. Frieza's gaze sharpened as he meticulously perused the entirety of the document. Beyond the fundamental introduction of the planets, one intriguing detail captured his attention: the Atra aliens. Despite their individually feeble combat prowess, possess an array of extraordinary abilities, such as instantaneous teleportation and the suspension of time. Furthermore, their technology is remarkably advanced, particularly their latest invention, the planetary orbital cannon, which is capable of inflicting significant damage even on formidable adversaries. Caution is imperative. Instantaneous teleportation. Suddenly, Frieza recalled that in the original Dragon Ball, after Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated him, he boarded the elite army spaceship to reach planet Namek, where he learned the instantaneous movement technique. With this thought, a surge of excitement coursed through Frieza. Both instantaneous movement and time manipulation were extraordinary skills. Mastering instantaneous movement meant that as long as one had the will, no one could catch up. As for time manipulation, well, surely any man would yearn for such a power. However, In this moment, Frieza subconsciously overlooked the fact that he no longer possessed his former minions. Had it been the old Frieza, he would have dispatched his army to capture the Namekians, compelling them to teach him these skills, perhaps even lacking the interest to learn, as his arrogance and pride left little that could entice him beyond immortality. Yet the current Frieza was different. He fervently desired to acquire those marvelous abilities. However, he had just been gravely injured as an invader by the weapons of planet Namek, and if he were to ask them to teach him superpowers now, it seemed rather unrealistic. But soon, Frieza's eyes glinted with a cunning idea. He clenched his fist and covered his mouth, letting out a sinister chuckle. The bewildered Sabin and his companions exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. It was Chi-Term, being the more astute, who quickly stepped forward and declared, "Lord Frieza, please provide me with a spaceship. I will go to planet Namek and bring Bell back to you." Chi-Term's words were pleasing to the ear. Yet as the strongest force under Frieza, Bell's combat power exceeded 200,000, while Chi-Term's strength was barely 5,000. Such a method of seeking death was hardly sensible. Chi-Term was well aware he was no match for Bell. He merely sought to demonstrate his loyalty to Frieza. It was only then that Sabin and Dodoria realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly knelt, imploring to join Chi-Term in the battle. However, Frieza did not acquiesce to his loyal subordinates' pleas. Instead, he responded with his distinctive laughter, saying, "Haha, there's no need. I do not have the time to waste on a mere rat." Chapter 006. The Death of Bell. Chi-Term. Immediately activate the top-level protective barrier. Chi-Term was taken aback, but promptly approached the control panel. After a series of operations, the top of the spaceship responded with a sound. The super-reinforced glass barrier slowly opened, and the air within the spacecraft surged into the vacuum of space, the powerful suction even causing Sabin and Dodoria to struggle to maintain their footing. Yet Frieza remained unfazed. He swiftly grabbed Chi-Term, who was nearly pulled into the cosmos, and tossed him to Sabin and Dodoria before taking control of the craft. Departing from the spaceship and soaring into the depths of space, gazing at the azure orb before him, Frieza slowly extended his right index finger, raising it high with a sinister grin. Planet Destruction Ball. Prepare. As Frieza's energy coalesced around his finger, a pulsating crimson sphere of energy abruptly manifested at his fingertip, expanding rapidly in size. The frenzied Planet Destruction Ball voraciously consumed nearby small asteroids, generating immense gravitational pull, even drawing in neighboring celestial bodies into this colossal sphere of energy. Meanwhile, Bell, who was still masquerading as the savior of planet Artra, remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, indulging himself in the myriad gifts presented by the inhabitants of Artra in gratitude. Until, suddenly, a child's innocent exclamation broke the tranquility. "Look! Why are there two suns in the sky?" This utterance ignited Bell's alertness. After all, his current mission was to act as an inside informant until Kefera arrived with the army to conquer, coordinating seamlessly with Kefera's legion to swiftly quash any resistance from the Archer people. Every slight disturbance warranted his attention. Thus, Bell approached the window, looked up, and was met with the sight of the Planet Destruction Ball. This sight nearly sent him into a panic. This was Frieza's signature technique for annihilating planets and civilizations. How could he not recognize it? The destructive sphere grew larger, nearing its critical launch point. Without hesitation, Bell decided to abandon everything, rushing to the backyard and boarding the makeshift spacecraft. In a flurry, he pressed the launch button, initiating an immediate takeoff. Soon, Bell's spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, while Frieza's Planet Destruction Ball appeared to still be in preparation. At that moment, feeling he had escaped danger, Bell let out a sigh of relief. He quickly pondered the reason for Frieza's presence here. Given Frieza's vindictive nature, it would indeed be peculiar if he did not return for revenge. Gritting his teeth, Bell activated the communicator within the spacecraft, ready to contact Kefera and report everything that transpired. This time, Frieza had made the first move. Even if Kefera managed to eliminate Frieza, King Clud would have nothing to say. Reflecting on this, Bell even chuckled, realizing how fortunate it was that Frieza had come to seek his own demise. The communicator connected, and Kefera's voice, tinged with a sense of triumph, resonated on the other end. "Bell, I was just about to contact you. I have some good news to share." "Ah, what a coincidence, King Kefera, for I too have an even better piece of news to share with you." "Oh, how can you be so certain that your news surpasses mine?" "Well, that is because," before Bell could finish his sentence, a blinding red light streaked across the spacecraft's door. In a state of sheer terror, Bell let out a desperate scream. "Frieza, With that final utterance, his body, along with the spacecraft, was instantaneously engulfed and obliterated by an energy blast the size of a planet, reduced to cosmic dust. Meanwhile, from a distance, Frieza sat aboard his vessel, slowly retracting his still smoldering right hand. Gazing at Bell, who had been utterly annihilated by his planet-destroying attack, Frieza let out a cold chuckle. Ho ho, Kfira. This is merely a small interest payment. When I have amassed sufficient power, it shall be your turn to be shattered. Ha. Upon returning to his own spaceship, Frieza predictably received a communication request from Kfira. Humph. Frieza nodded towards Dodoria, who stood before the communication screen. Let us accept the communication. I am quite curious to hear what Kfira wishes to convey. With a decisive press of the answer button, Dodoria agreed to Kfira's video call. Instantly, the large screen illuminated with Kfira's anxious visage. No longer the composed figure from their initial encounter, his eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed into the camera. Frieza, what have you done to Bell? If you dare to harm him, I shall immediately rally my legions and obliterate you. Not even your father's pleas will save you. In stark contrast to Kfira's frantic outburst, Frieza appeared remarkably composed and elegant. Nonchalantly lifting a glass of red wine, he replied with a slow, deliberate tone. Oh? Who is this Bell? I have not heard of him. On the other end of the video, Kfira smashed his fist against the armrest of the console, roaring. Bell is my most capable subordinate. Do not feign ignorance, Frieza. Frieza comprehended. So he is indeed one of your agents from Kfila. Thus, it was you who instructed him to infiltrate the planet Atra, awaiting your assault on the Atrians to coordinate your actions at the opportune moment? Kfila's eyes narrowed as he replied in a tone imbued with peril. Indeed, you are correct, Frieza. It seems you have indeed taken action against Bell, have you not? Frieza smiled insidiously, shaking his head and declaring, No, I know nothing at all. Kfila was on the brink of losing control, suddenly roaring, You lie. Frieza, with an unmistakable gesture, waved his hand and chuckled in his usual tone, But you lack evidence. Kfira straightened her posture and took a deep breath, declaring resolutely, Frieza, I shall immediately mobilize my Kfira Legion. You will come to regret your actions. Frieza, undeterred by Quira's intimidation, casually swirled the red wine in his glass and took a delicate sip, proclaiming, I shall not regret this, Quira. And you are utterly incapable of achieving anything. You possess no evidence. If you have nothing, yet dare to assault my vessel, have you forgotten what father once said? In doing so, you shall lose everything. Quira, refusing to yield, retorted sharply, if you were to perish, father would be left with but one son, me, leaving him with no alternative. Yet, you lack the courage to attempt it, do you not? Frieza let out a booming laugh. Kefla, you are perpetually this way, arrogant yet as humble as a jester. Audacious yet timid as a mouse. Your entire existence is nothing short of a monumental failure. You, enraged, Kefla delivered a final, scathing remark before abruptly severing the video communication. Frieza, in 50 years, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Frieza let out a cold smirk, silently vowing that within 20 years, long before the span of 50, he would eliminate both you and King Crud. He intended to impart a crucial lesson. What is given by others is ultimately unstable. Only that which one strives for is truly one's own. Chapter 007. A wave of light. This conversation could hardly be deemed pleasant, and the relationship between Frieza and Kfira had deteriorated to an irreparable state. However, Frieza remained unfazed by Kfira's threats, instead displaying a triumphant sneer. Mr. Dodoria, did you record that video call just now? Dodoria immediately stood at attention, his demeanor rigid and glowing with enthusiasm. Yes, Lord Frieza, I have recorded the entire video, ensuring that every word is crystal clear. Frieza erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Foolish Kfila. Not only has he lost his most crucial subordinate, but he has also unwittingly delivered to me the most significant evidence to gain the trust of the Atlans. Truly, he is my beloved brother. A chorus of sycophants surrounding Frieza joined in the merriment, showering him with flattery and extolling his cunning. Frieza reveled in their adulation, even if their praise lacked sincerity. The sensation of being esteemed by all was undeniably delightful. However, the jubilant atmosphere was abruptly shattered by an announcement from the main control room. Lord Frieza, it appears the Atlans have discovered our presence. They are in the process of setting up a planetary orbital cannon. A planetary orbital cannon? Frieza murmured to himself, and suddenly, a blinding white light flashed in his mind. Immediately thereafter, an unanticipated wave of excruciating pain coursed through his head, clutching his temples. He gasped for breath a couple of times, gradually finding some semblance of relief. Frieza had already come to a realization. The white light in his mind was the very culprit that had previously vanquished him before he could even transform. Dodoria, Sabo, and Kaiatsu. Frieza suddenly bellowed. Immediately alter the spaceship's course and activate the jamming system to prevent them from locking on. The trio complied without hesitation, swiftly approaching the control panel to initiate the systems and relay commands to the navigation room. Frieza, exhibiting no trace of doubt, promptly shattered his protective combat suit and leaped from the spacecraft, instantly radiating an overwhelming aura. As Frieza's combat power surged, his form began to undergo a remarkable transformation, culminating in a dramatic reveal of his ultimate form once the dust settled. Dodoria, he commanded, lower the protective barrier. I must venture out once more. The formidable aura emanating from Frieza's transformation instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure upon the three individuals. Dodoria, drenched in sweat, activated the protective barrier as Frieza instantly transformed into a violet flash, swiftly departing from the spaceship and hurtling towards planet Attila. Suddenly, a flicker of starlight appeared on Attila, followed by an explosive surge of energy, a violent shockwave measuring several thousand meters in width, which surged towards Frieza with relentless force. Yet, Frieza stood his ground, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he boldly advanced towards the oncoming barrage of the orbital cannon. As he transformed into a whirlwind of purple light, Frieza deftly navigated through the destructive torrent of energy, impervious to its effects. The slightest twinge of pain only served to fortify his resolve. Haha. Frieza successfully penetrated an impact wave potent enough to obliterate several planets. With exhilaration, he exclaimed, Bathing in light waves is truly exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, Frieza, transformed into a radiant purple light, surged into the atmosphere of planet Attila. Countless missiles and laser weapons poured down upon Frieza's form like a torrential rain. Yet they could not even slightly disturb the fully unleashed power of his fourth form. He shattered numerous tightly sealed barriers, as no weapon could impede this future emperor of the universe. With a resounding boom, Frieza descended heavily before the palace of planet Attila, his formidable pressure transforming the surface into sand and creating a vast crater. Countless guards, unwavering in their resolve, stood aligned before the palace, brandishing laser guns and steadfastly pointing towards Frieza, displaying commendable courage. Frieza slowly raised his arm, suddenly slicing through the air with a beam of light. This radiant beam darted forth with the swiftness of a lightning strike, instantaneously cleaving numerous palace guards in two, their bodies severed asunder. Observing the energy fluid oozing from the wounds and the multitude of circuit boards within their anthropomorphic forms, Frieza let out a chilling laugh. No wonder they dared to defy me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. It appears they are merely marionettes, devoid of true will. The sole surviving palace commander trembled in abject terror, stammering as he retreated. Who are you? Why have you invaded our homeland? Oh. Frieza displayed his trademark smile once more, exclaiming, so there still exists a living soul here. But do you not recognize me? Just days ago, I was caught off guard by your orbital cannon. The commander, suddenly recalling the fiend who had led an army to assault planet Attila just a few days prior, was engulfed in fear. You are Frieza? He stammered, struggling to comprehend the impossible sight before him. This cannot be true. You look nothing like the Frieza we had vanquished. Frieza instantly comprehended the situation. Indeed, they had never encountered his fourth form. No wonder they failed to recognize him. With this thought, Frieza felt no inclination to further torment a mere minion. He clasped his hands behind his back and, with a nonchalant smile, inquired, Where is your king? Bring him forth to meet me. Inform him that the Cosmic Emperor Frieza has come bearing a grand gift. Unexpectedly, the commander grew defiant, abruptly extending his hands and aiming at Frieza, bellowing, Intruder. You shall not pass. Time halt. Frieza's body stiffened, and he suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy, instantly propelling the commander into the sky. Consequently, his supernatural abilities were effortlessly dismantled. With a resounding thud, the palace commander finally plummeted back to the ground, convulsing and gravely injured, rendered incapable of movement. Frieza gently caressed his nose, a sneer curling upon his lips. Your superpowers are utterly pathetic. You cannot even manage to halt me for a mere second. He then cleared his throat softly and called out loudly towards the palace. King Atler, I have come here today with no intention of war. But should you continue to show disrespect, I shall no longer extend my courtesy. After a prolonged silence, the grand doors of the palace slowly creaked open, and an official resembling a servant emerged, bowing deeply to Frieza. Great King Frieza, please follow me. Frieza smiled faintly, his hands once again clasped behind his back. Please, lead the way, he requested. The official, devoid of further words, turned expressionlessly and walked back into the palace. Frieza, audacious and unperturbed by the potential traps or schemes they might have laid, followed him inside without hesitation. As he passed by the ailing palace leader, Frieza leaned down and whispered a cryptic remark in his ear. I truly envy you. Ho ho ho. Chapter 008. The transaction. The bizarre and fantastical Atla Palace stood in stark contrast to the palace of King Krud. Rather than being merely a royal residence, it was more aptly described as a temple. Despite the advanced technology surrounding it, the interior of this palace was constructed entirely from colossal stone blocks, adorned with unknown totems intricately carved upon the surrounding load-bearing columns. Perhaps these symbols represented the ancestors of the Atla people, or perhaps they embodied some peculiar belief from their culture. Frieza, filled with a plethora of doubts, trailed behind the officials while surveying the surrounding environment and the compelling allure of its unique culture. Indeed, Frieza was captivated by the enigmatic culture depicted in the intricate reliefs. An insatiable yearning blossomed within him, although he himself could not quite comprehend what it was that he longed for. Navigating through the myriad of suspended corridors, Frieza finally arrived before a magnificent floating throne. This throne bore no distinct difference in material from the surrounding palace architecture, yet it hovered effortlessly in the air, as steadfast as a mountain. What astonished Frieza the most was the revelation that the ruler of this realm, the King Atla, was, in fact, a woman. Indeed, it was not King Atla, but rather Queen Atla that stood before him. Queen Atla possessed a complexion that was both normal and healthy. Frieza had always stubbornly believed that flamboyant skin tones were not particularly healthy. Although her hairstyle was somewhat peculiar, it did not detract from her poise and grace. Clutching a scepter and adorned in a specific style of attire, she gracefully descended from her throne and glided towards Frieza. In her beautiful eyes, there seemed to reside boundless wisdom and acceptance. Greetings, Frieza. Frieza paused momentarily, then nodded and said, Greetings, madam. Queen Atla smiled faintly before inquiring, Who might you be? Frieza furrowed his brow in perplexity. Are you not aware? Queen Atla gently shook her head. No, I am not aware. Frieza sensed that something was amiss. With his hands crossed over his chest, he regarded her warily and inquired, What do you mean? Queen Atla, seemingly oblivious to Frieza's hostility, maintained a gentle and accommodating smile as she replied, I possess a remarkable ability to perceive the essence beyond appearances. It is precisely this gift that has enabled me to ascend to the throne of this planet. However, why not take a guess, Great King? What do you think I have discerned beyond your facade? Frieza feigned humor, raising his head proudly. My innards? Queen Atala slowly shook her head, gently tapping her scepter. It is a vessel named Frieza and a soul that eludes my understanding. Frieza's habitual smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming increasingly cold and filled with murderous intent. You were courting death. Yet, Queen Atla displayed no hint of fear upon her countenance. She maintained her ever-present smile, seemingly unshaken by the impending doom. No, you will not kill me, for I understand that you are not like Frieza. Rest assured, if I wished you harm, I would not be foolish enough to divulge all of this to you. This secret shall remain with me until my dying breath. In Frieza's hand flickered a perilous crimson light, an orb of malevolent energy poised and ready. Alternatively, I could render you eternally oblivious to this secret. Queen Atla chuckled softly, shaking her head. If you choose not to kill me, then as recompense, I shall impart a piece of information that is vital to your very existence. Frieza's eyes were filled with a mocking glint as he scoffed, Super Saiyan? No, it is Frieza. What? Queen Atla, though still wearing a smile, spoke with a sincerity and gravity that was profoundly persuasive. Be cautious, Frieza. He still resides within you, never having dissipated. Frieza, taken aback, swiftly dispersed the energy sphere in his grasp, his expression grave as he questioned, What on earth is happening? Explain it to me clearly. While it may be difficult for you to perceive, I urge you to reflect carefully. Have your every action and movement truly escaped the influence of external wills? Consider, for instance, your daily habits, your manner of speech, and even the very patterns of your thoughts. Frieza fell into a profound silence, his mind drifting through the myriad scenes that had unfolded since his transcendence. Unprovoked ferocity, boisterous laughter, a faintly morbid arrogance. So much, too much indeed. Suddenly, he was jolted awake. The sheen of cold sweat has already begun to manifest on Frieza's forehead. I comprehend now. Frieza took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions. and sincerely nodded in gratitude towards Queen Atla, saying, "Thank you, my lady." Queen Atla smiled and shook her head, replying, "No need for thanks. I too wish for the malevolent Frieza to never return and disrupt the harmony of the cosmos." As she spoke, Queen Atla gazed at the still trembling Frieza and tilted her head with a smile, adding, "You need not worry excessively. Consider joyful thoughts, such as the fact that you are on the verge of mastering many wondrous abilities. Might this not help lift you from the shadows?" Frieza was taken aback and inquired with curiosity, "Are you willing to teach me?" Queen Atra nodded. "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I understood your intentions. I shall summon the most adept masters of various superpowers to assist you, but I also hope you will grant me a favor in return." Frieza did not nod directly, but rather responded with a hint of reservation, saying, "Do enlighten me." Queen Atla lightly tapped her scepter, and the surroundings instantly transformed into a cosmic vista, with the primordial Atla planet beneath their feet. From the dawn of the Stone Age to the present era of hypercivilization, we have extracted far too much from our mother planet due to the excesses of our early developmental phase. Now, the parched lands struggle to yield crops, and this planet's lifespan is drawing to a close. At this juncture, Queen Atla suddenly turned towards Frieza and inquired, "You intend to venture to the northern galaxy, do you not?" Frieza instinctively nodded, not questioning how she possessed such profound knowledge. In his mind, Queen Atla had become akin to a prophetic sage. The influence of King Krud had nearly permeated the cosmos, and the southern galaxy was on the brink of engulfment and warfare. Despite our possession of numerous extraordinary abilities, we remain vulnerable to collateral damage. Therefore, I implore our kin to journey with you to the remote northern galaxy to escape the entanglements of the universe. Can you provide us with a desolate planet where we can thrive?" Gazing into the hopeful eyes of Queen Atla, it was only then that Frieza seemed to grasp that she was a woman, not merely a sage. Frieza paused for a moment in silence before nodding. "This is a fair exchange. I acquiesce." Chapter 009, Spaceship. I extend my gratitude for your generosity, Emperor of the Cosmos. And I also thank you for your kindness, Lady Prophet. Frieza and Queen Atla exchanged a knowing smile, although they were meeting for the first time. There seemed to be an extraordinary rapport between them. Frieza paused momentarily, as if struck by a sudden realization. "Indeed. Since you possess the ability to discern the essence of others," Queen Bellatrat smiled knowingly. "I, too, can see through it. His treachery is far from benign." Frieza finally comprehended the situation. "I see now, you feigned ignorance to maintain Kvila's confidence, allowing him to believe his scheme was successful, while you meticulously prepared for the migration. Correct?" Queen Atla nodded in affirmation. "King Frieza, you are indeed most astute." Frieza habitually placed one hand behind his back, while the other formed a loose fist, resting near his lips as he chuckled. "Oh, you truly flatter me, my lady." However, before Queen Atra could respond, Frieza himself was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he remarked, "Had you not mentioned it, I would not have realized the extent of his influence over me." Queen Atra lightly tapped her staff, sighing, "There is no need for you to be overly concerned. The habits of life do not encroach upon your spirit. I shall find a solution for you." Frieza nodded appreciatively, taking a step back and performing a gentlemanly gesture, inquiring, "My lady, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" Queen Atrala hesitated slightly before nodding and replied, "You may call me Qianrui." "Qianrui?" Frieza paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback, for he had not anticipated that this gentle and graceful sage would possess such a delightful name. Qianrui nodded, a hint of awkwardness in her smile. Qianrui is merely a transliteration, if translated into the universal language of the cosmos using the language of Atla. It would mean cherry puppy egg. Frieza could not contain himself and let out a hearty laugh. A sage, indeed, named Dog Egg. Truly, the vastness of the universe is filled with wonders. The scene momentarily fell into an enigmatic silence. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Frieza awkwardly shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, you mentioned accompanying me to the northern galaxy. When shall we set forth? My subordinates are currently lingering in the cosmos, and should this delay persist, I hope you can arrange a place for them to rest." Qianrui lightly tapped her staff and smiled now. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the base of the staff, and a clear, transparent water orb slowly emerged from the ground. With a gentle touch of her index finger, the orb transformed into a smooth, crystalline water mirror, reflecting every city of the planet Altara. Qianrui brought the tip of her staff to her lips and proclaimed loudly, "My subjects." Immediately, a resounding echo reverberated across the sky above the palace, carrying her voice to every corner of the land. The migration plan is officially underway. We shall journey to the northern galaxy with the great cosmic emperor to establish our new home. Soon, the palace's spacecraft shall embark. My compatriots, my brothers and sisters, heed my call and follow me to forge a new future. Such a passionate and stirring speech, such exhilarating words. Frieza, slightly on guard, remarked in a low voice. Though you exalt me as the emperor of the universe, I believe you bear a closer resemblance to a sovereign than I do. Qianrui responded with a smile. I shall merely lead my people. Once we discover a new homeland, I will remain, as I have always done, in the palace in quietude for a millennium, causing you no inconvenience. Rest assured, your majesty, that is for the best. Frieza nodded and said, let us proceed to your spaceship and commence our journey. Where is your vessel? Please follow me. Qianrui replied, turning and soaring back to her magnificent throne, with Frieza closely trailing behind. It was only at that moment that Frieza truly beheld the grandeur of the throne in its entirety. Essential mysterious totems adorned the space, and each stone brick was intricately engraved with peculiar runes. Before her lay a recess that perfectly matched the form of the scepter she held. Is this an altar? No. This is indeed my spacecraft. Qianrui stepped forward and inserted her scepter into the recess. In an instant, 4 immense floating screens materialized around the throne. The images reflected upon the screens showcased the breathtaking scenery outside the palace. Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. Is this your entire palace aboard the spaceship? Indeed, replied Qianrui. Her palms turned upward as she gradually lifted her arms. With the movement of her limbs, the palace began to tremble and quake. The runes activated the propulsion system. The Atrahis is about to embark. In an instant, every rune upon the stone bricks began to shimmer, illuminating the entire palace. The palace, radiating an inexplicable and divine light, suddenly unleashed a formidable thrust, breaking free from the gravitational pull of the earth and soaring skyward. Swiftly, exceedingly swiftly, in the blink of an eye, the spacecraft breached the atmosphere, entering the boundless cosmos of the stars. Through the display screen behind, Frieza beheld countless lights twinkling on Atrahis. At least thousands of spacecraft closely pursued the majestic palace. This is the essence of royalty. This is the true embodiment of a sovereign. Countless subjects willingly followed their emperor, undeterred by the prospect of leaving their homeland or the uncertainty of their future. A surge of fervor ignited within Frieza's heart. Just wait. A day will come when the entirety of the universe will willingly raise their voices in resounding acclaim for their sovereign's name. Frieza, my lord, is that your spaceship? A gentle exclamation from Qianrui roused Frieza, who was lost in his grand ambitions. Frieza gazed in the direction she indicated, and there lay his 3 spacecraft. Confronted by thousands of vessels, they appeared somewhat flustered. Frieza's expression darkened as he nodded and said, Indeed, that is my spaceship. I believe it is time for me to return. Please, remain. Qianrui gently tapped the top of her staff, and shortly thereafter, the official who had previously guided Frieza was summoned once more. Qianrui gestured towards the official and introduced him to Frieza, saying, This is Suking, my attendant, my assistant, my priest, and also my family. He is the most renowned master of superpowers on planet Atlara, and from this moment forth, he shall accompany you and impart all the super abilities you wish to learn. Suking paused momentarily, yet without hesitation, he bowed to Frieza and said, Your Majesty Frieza. Frieza gazed at Su Yuqing with a satisfied expression, chuckling lightly as he remarked, Ah, the Queen, you truly are a paragon of virtue and commitment, are you not? As long as you diligently impart to me those wondrous skills, I shall bestow upon you numerous privileges. Chapter 010. Vital Energy Returning to his Spaceship. Frieza settled into the elevated throne, casting his gaze upon his 3 rather uneasy subordinates, Zarbin, Dodoria, and Kaiatsu. Frieza gently tapped the armrest and gestured towards the figure standing beside him, the newcomer Suking, and remarked without displaying any discernible preference, This is Mr. Suking, who has recently joined our ranks. I trust you will all become acquainted, as you shall be working together henceforth. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by Frieza's uncharacteristic restraint in not expressing fury over their earlier disarray. Consequently, they all exhaled in relief and approached Suking, extending their hands in greeting. Hello, I am Dodoria. Greetings, I am Sabo. Chiteman, it is a pleasure to meet you. After shaking hands with each of them, Suking introduced himself. I am Suking, hailing from planet Atla. I look forward to your guidance and support in the times to come. Frieza cast a fleeting glance at Su, and upon comparing him to his other 3 subordinates, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. When it came to social grace, his three subordinates were indeed miles behind. Frieza waved his hand and said, "All right, Mr. Sabo, Mr. Doria, Mr. Chitman, you may withdraw. I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Suching." What? The three, Sabo and the others, were taken aback. Frieza unexpectedly sought counsel from someone who appeared to possess little combat prowess. What a curious turn of events. However, despite their astonishment, the three individuals dutifully suppressed their curiosity and respectfully withdrew. Now, within the vast control room, only Frieza and Sui remained. Frieza descended from his throne and approached Mr. Suyo. Remarking with a calm demeanor, "Mr. Suyo, it is said that you possess mastery over all the supernatural arts of planet Atrala. Is that true?" Suyo nodded slightly and bowed, replying, "Indeed, Lord Frieza. May I inquire as to what supernatural arts you wish to learn?" Frieza's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he declared, "I wish to master instant transmission." Suyo momentarily faltered before responding, "My Lord Frieza, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but instant transmission demands an extraordinary level of innate talent. Only those who can maintain unwavering focus may have a chance to learn it. Furthermore, this particular technique is exceedingly challenging. Even the most brilliant genius requires no less than 6 months of rigorous study to potentially master it completely." Frieza was taken aback, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball series, the ability of instant transmission was predominantly mastered only by Goku and Cell, aside from the inherent talent of the Kaishin. Goku, of course, needs no further elaboration. His pure and transparent heart, simultaneously combative, yet deeply appreciative of peace, perfectly aligns with the prerequisites for mastering instant transmission. As for Cell, it is likely that his acquisition of this skill can be attributed to the influence of Goku's genetic cells within him. No wonder, upon careful reflection, Frieza comprehended the reason why Sun Wukong did not impart this technique to his son or to Vegeta in the original work. It was not due to a reluctance to teach, but rather because they were incapable of mastering it. Frieza furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The technique of instant transmission could indeed be deemed a divine skill, as it allowed one to traverse the vast expanse between Earth and New Namek in the blink of an eye. With but a moment's focus, Son Goku could arrive at his destination. This ability not only facilitated both escape and pursuit, but it also saved an immense amount of time. No, I must endeavor to learn this technique. To have the fortune of traversing into this world, yet not master instant transmission, would be an immense regret. Thus, Frieza solidified his resolve and earnestly gazed at Suking, declaring, "I am determined to learn." Observing the unwavering determination in Frieza's eyes, Suking refrained from further words, merely nodding before inquiring, "Lord Frieza, if you close your eyes, can you sense my ki?" Frieza suddenly recalled that although the ability to sense energy was merely a trivial skill, it was one that virtually every martial artist born on Earth possessed. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor, whose battle power exceeded 100 million, remained utterly ignorant of it. To verify this, Frieza deliberately closed his eyes. However, no matter how he attempted to perceive, the void before him remained an impenetrable darkness, revealing nothing but the obscurity that enveloped him. Frieza could only shake his head and said, "I cannot perceive it. Please teach me from the beginning, Mr. Shuqing." Shuqing nodded, crouched down, seated himself cross-legged, and extended a hand towards Frieza, gesturing for him to proceed. With a flick of his tail, Frieza folded his legs and sat cross-legged opposite Suking. Suking placed his hands against Frieza's and spoke in a deep tone. "To master instant transmission, you must first be able to sense the presence of energy. Lord Frieza, please close your eyes and allow yourself to feel deeply." Frieza nodded, closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, he felt a warm surge of energy flowing from the point where his palm met that of Suking. Frieza immediately comprehended that this was energy, an energy devoid of any aggression. Frieza had never imagined that energy could be utilized in such a manner. As he sensed the flow of energy, he instinctively began to imitate and harmonize with it. Suddenly, a wondrous feeling surged within him. It was as if he could perceive that this essence resembled a child of the universe, the beloved of all creation. It was omnipresent, brimming with vitality and life. Is this what energy truly is? A flicker of emotion stirred within Frieza as this vibrant aura danced joyfully around him, reminiscent of a playful little monkey. At that moment, however, Su, who was in direct contact with Frieza's palm, suddenly sensed a shift in his consciousness and gently opened his eyes. But upon seeing what lay before him, he nearly gasped in astonishment. Seated upon the ground, Frieza was enveloped in a surging energy reminiscent of an ethereal essence, which turned out to be the primordial vitality lost within this universe. Every entity possesses a spirit. Be it mountains or the earth itself, each harbors its own life force. Although their forms and appearances may differ, they undeniably exist in a state of being. The source of their life is none other than this energy known as the primordial essence. Frieza, having yet to master the utilization of Qi, has already transcended to command the vital energy that only deities can manipulate. What extraordinary talent is this? Yet, just at the moment when Xiu expressed this astonishment, suddenly, Frieza's expression darkened. A surge of dark energy erupted from the depths of Frieza's mind, swiftly engulfing the vital energy that lingered around him. Frieza, who had been in a meditative state, appeared as though he had been struck a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath in a weakened state. "Are you all right, Lord Frieza?" Xiu hurriedly approached, assisting Frieza to his feet, and employing his unique psychic abilities to repel the malevolent aura enveloping Frieza. Frieza's complexion improved slightly. Suyu inquired with concern, "Lord Frieza, what has happened to you? Just a moment ago, you were on the verge of mastering your energy. But why?" Frieza's countenance darkened like a tempest, and he clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "It is he. The energy I have amassed has awakened the dormant soul of Mr. Suking. I fear our training may soon reach an impasse." Chapter 011. Distress Signal He? Who is he? Although Suking was perplexed regarding Frieza's reference, he was inherently an astute individual. In an instant, he surmised that Frieza might be harboring some dark essence or malevolent spirit within his being. Regrettably, within the repertoire of divine arts at Suking's disposal, there existed no remedy for such a predicament. Thus, Suking could only nod in acquiescence and suggest, "Very well, King Frieza. Let us bypass this phase and instead delve into some less stringent techniques for mastering energy, such as telekinesis, shall we?" Frieza took a deep breath, reluctantly consenting, "Very well. You shall be in charge, Mr. Suching. Now, please, Frieza, imitate my movements." Day after day, Frieza dedicated his daytime hours to learning various psychic techniques from Suching, while spending approximately 3 hours each night battling Kvira in the training arena within his mind. It must be said that Suching was an exceptional instructor. He possessed patience and a mastery of teaching techniques, effortlessly guiding Frieza through every challenge he faced on his path to mastery. Unfortunately, due to the presence of another soul lurking within Frieza's body, he was unable to learn the more practical psychic abilities. Techniques such as teleportation or telepathy required a level of mastery over energy that he had yet to attain. Having already mastered telekinesis and the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, Frieza was not content with merely these skills. He sought tirelessly for a means to eradicate the original Frieza's soul and made numerous private attempts, yet all yielded little success. Reluctantly, Frieza had to temporarily abandon his pursuit of psychic arts, turning instead to devote more time in the training arena to enhancing his physical prowess. After a month of traversing the cosmos, Frieza's spacecraft, alongside the fleet of the Atlans, continued its voyage toward the northern galaxy without pause. Aside from occasional resupply stops on other planets, thanks to Frieza's diligence, he had significantly improved his strength, rising from barely matching Kvira at 50% power to being capable of defeating Kvira at full strength. If one were to measure his combat power, Frieza now boasted an astonishing 400 million. Moreover, he could maintain his fourth form indefinitely, making it his new norm. Although this rapid enhancement of strength was indeed remarkable, surpassing even Frieza's own expectations regarding the potential within this body, it was still far from sufficient. Setting aside the monstrous beings with fearsome power levels that he would later encounter, even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who met an untimely demise, would pose a formidable challenge that Frieza might not be able to overcome. Thus, every time Frieza emerged from the lounge, drenched in sweat and confronted by the perplexed expressions of Dodoria and Zarbon, he remained unwavering. "Lord Frieza, you are already invincible in the universe. Why do you continue to train so diligently? Indeed, Lord Frieza, with just a flick of your finger, you could obliterate a planet. Such immense power, why do you still burden yourself so?" Frieza cast a disdainful glance at Dodoria and Sabo, sneeringly remarking, "My efforts are aimed at confronting the terrifying threats of the future that you are utterly oblivious to. 100 million for 100 million, what do they amount to? They are pathetically insignificant, far too feeble." Dodoria, Sabo. Frieza's icy gaze fixated upon the two individuals before him. Chipman is a medical personnel, and I do not impose strict demands upon him. However, as warriors, you must not allow even a single day of complacency. I demand that you both become stronger. A chill ran down their spines, and they promptly stood at attention, expressing their commitment. Frieza's expression softened considerably. However, in light of the relaxation exhibited by the two, Frieza realized that it was indeed unwise to remain so composed. If warriors were to remain distant from the battlefield for too long, they would inevitably lose their valiant and fearless spirit. At this juncture, Frieza's forces were in dire need of a war. Yet, before any conflict could ensue, there was a crucial matter that Frieza needed to contemplate: the scarcity of combat personnel. Frieza flicked his tail, lost in contemplation. It seemed that the time had come to assemble a cadre of warriors. Just as he pondered where to seek these fighters and what qualities they should possess, an urgent voice crackled through the intercom above him. It was the anxious tone of Chi-Tom. Lord Frieza, our spaceship has received a distress signal from cosmic castaways. Shall we proceed to their rescue? Frieza had yet to utter a word when Dodoria, standing nearby, scoffed and shouted into the loudspeaker, "Have you lost your mind, Kaiatsu? We are the illustrious Frieza Force, not some cosmic rescue team. Let us disregard them and depart at once." However, Kaiatsu hesitated for a moment before offering an explanation. Lord Frieza, within the emitted radio signals lies a peculiar distress code. I consulted Mr. Susuk, who informed me that it is an ancient and enigmatic code, comprehensible to very few, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Could it be that we are dealing with ancient codes? Extraordinary abilities? This implies that the individual transmitting the distress signal may possess the means to resolve the conflict within their own soul. Frieza's eyes flickered open, clinging to a glimmer of hope that it was better to err on the side of caution. He raised his voice towards the communicator, "Mr. Chipman, I hereby approve your request for assistance. Let us promptly proceed to the source of the distress signal." "Understood, Lord Frieza," Chipman responded, immediately directing the crew to alter their course towards the planet from which the distress signal emanated. However, not long after the ship had adjusted its trajectory, Frieza suddenly heard the voice of Qianrui echoing in his mind. "My lord, your course appears to be slightly askew. Have you encountered a cosmic interference field, necessitating a detour?" Frieza paused, a frown creasing his brow as he narrowed his eyes, exuding a menacing aura. "Are you capable of eavesdropping on my innermost thoughts?" He articulated slowly and deliberately. "Please do not misunderstand. This is merely a means of communication, a way to convey our voices to one another, akin to an indestructible communicator." Frieza remained silent for a moment before divulging the information he had just acquired to Chihui. "This is the situation. I believe they may possess a means to eradicate the malevolent soul within me, hence my desire to investigate. You may proceed without me. My spacecraft will catch up to you at any moment." Upon hearing this, Chihui shook her head and replied, "I have also heard whispers of the ancient arcane codes. Yet those who wield them are often nefarious sorcerers, among whom Babidi is the most infamous. Your journey may entail peril. Therefore, I shall accompany you." No sooner had Chihui spoken than she vanished from her palace, reappearing abruptly aboard Frieza's ship, facing him directly. "Let us depart, King Frieza." Chapter 012. Babidi simultaneously. Not far from Frieza's vessel, three shadows lurked on a desolate, dark planet. This celestial body was devoid of any stars, enveloped in impenetrable darkness. Without a beam of light illuminating the area, other ships would have flown past without ever noticing its presence. The three hidden figures comprised a creature resembling a mantis, a grotesque humanoid warrior, and a diminutive, caterpillar-like sorcerer. Of the trio, save for the small one, the other two monsters bore a distinctive emblem resembling them on their foreheads, a mark of malevolence. Judging by their stature and presence, the mantis-like creature undoubtedly possessed the greatest strength, followed closely by the repugnant warrior. Strangely, the seemingly powerless little figure stood at their center, exuding an air of authority. Nearby, a spacecraft was incessantly transmitting distress signals to the surrounding planets, while a massive spotlight illuminated the cosmos, waiting for a hapless soul to approach. However, after a prolonged wait, no sign of any vessels emerged. Finally, the diminutive figure, unable to contain his frustration, began to stomp his feet, directing his ire at the towering mantis creature. "Yakin, this is all your fault. You ruined my spacecraft. Otherwise, how could we be stranded on this forsaken planet, waiting for an unwitting victim to arrive?" The mantis creature, known as Yakin, took a couple of hesitant steps back, seemingly intimidated by the little one. With an air of contrition, he lowered his head and apologized. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Babidi. Ah, what a day of misfortune this has turned out to be." Babidi waved his diminutive arms, furiously kicking at Yakon, exclaiming, I must be out of my mind to have ventured to this accursed dark star in search of warriors. I hadn't even located you before your foolishness led to our ship being ambushed, damaging the power furnace. You wretched Yakon. Faced with the utterly harmless Kix, Yakon displayed extreme anguish, kneeling in tears and pleading for Babiti's forgiveness. Yet, Babiti remained unperturbed, relentlessly clutching Yakon as he vented his pent-up rage. At that moment, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, catching the attention of a nearby humanoid creature, who squinted and promptly alerted Babiti. Lord Babiti, it appears someone has taken the bait. Oh, Babiti glanced upward, witnessing a luminous streak, reminiscent of a meteor, traversing the darkened expanse of the planet, strikingly conspicuous. Huh, well done. Pei. We shall conceal ourselves at once. Once they disembark from their ship, you are to launch a surprise attack. With that, Babiti shot a menacing glare at the somewhat timid Yakon, asserting, remember, do not damage their spacecraft. Is that understood? Seemingly intimidated by Babiti's wrath, Yakon nodded vigorously. Yes. Of course, Lord Babiti. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Frieza, accompanied by Chilled, Dodoria, and Zabon, pierced through the atmosphere in their miniature spaceship, igniting brilliant sparks as they descended with a thunderous crash upon the darkened soil of this planet, producing a resounding noise. Frieza, along with Kaiatsu, Dodoria, and Sabo, opened the hatch of their spacecraft and stepped outside. However, a wave of confusion washed over them. What is happening? I cannot see anything. Frieza exclaimed. Lord Frieza, are you there? Dodoria called out, his voice tinged with anxiety. It is I, Sabo. I too can see nothing. Lord Frieza, are you present? In contrast to the panic exhibited by Dodoria and Sabo, Frieza and Kaiatsu maintained a notable composure. Frieza, having already witnessed the distant blaze of light, remains unfazed, while Chinrue, endowed with the ability to perceive all things through her inner eye, is certainly not blinded by this mere veil of darkness. Fear not, Doria and Sabo, Frieza calmly remarked. The universe is vast. Planets such as this are not uncommon. Do you see the distant column of light? Let us make our way towards it. With that, Frieza suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, a formidable force enveloping his entire being and radiating a dazzling purple glow. Having regained their sight, Dodoria and Zarbon caught sight of Frieza, and their anxious hearts were somewhat assuaged. If they could see him, then there was nothing to fear, or so they thought. However, Frieza understood that on a planet shrouded in perpetual night, there were either no signs of life or the creatures inhabiting it were the most perilous of predators. To emit light on such a planet and attract the attention of nocturnal beings was exceedingly perilous. Yet, Frieza remained undaunted. He was confident that, with his current strength, there were few creatures in the universe that could pose a threat to him. The four of them advanced step by step toward the beam of light, unaware that their image had already been observed by Babiti, who was hidden aboard the spaceship, peering through a crystal ball. Although Babiti lacked combat prowess, he possessed keen insight. With a mere glance, he discerned Frieza's extraordinary aura, indicating that he would be a formidable adversary. Ah, fortune smiles upon me today, he chuckled. Though the damage to my spaceship vexes me, fate has blessed me with 3 warriors, particularly that diminutive one in the center. He is indeed the most suitable servant for me, Babiti, the sorcerer. Babiti's attention was fixated on Frieza, whose body shimmered with radiant purple light. He certainly does not appear virtuous. This is splendid. I can almost feel the malevolence emanating from him. It is astonishing. As Babiti muttered to himself, he began to gesticulate excitedly, exclaiming, Barbara, heed my call and become my strongest warrior. At that moment, Frieza, while traversing the terrain, was suddenly struck by a searing pain in his mind. The malevolent spirit, previously suppressed by Su's influence, erupted with fury, and a torrent of dark energy surged to the forefront of his consciousness. In an instant, Frieza was engulfed by an excruciating pain, as though his very soul were being twisted, unleashing a maddened roar. Ah, what is happening? Caught off guard by the sudden turmoil, Dodoria and Zabon gazed in astonishment at the frenzied Frieza, their concern evident as they inquired, Lord Frieza, are you all right? Yet, Frieza remained oblivious to their words, unleashing energy blasts that sent both of them crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, he writhed in agony upon the earth. In this critical moment, Kaiatsu hastily stepped forward, his hands radiating a gentle divine light, pressing firmly against the sides of Frieza's temples. A miraculous event unfolded. An array of dark energy seemed to recoil in fear from Kaiatsu's divine illumination, retreating back into Frieza's being, and Babiti's magical connection was abruptly severed. Through the crystal ball, Babidi gazed in disbelief at the calming visage of Frieza, exclaiming in astonishment, "How is this possible?" The malevolent energy had clearly overrun his soul. Yet how could he suddenly break free from the magnificent magic of Lord Babidi? Chapter 013. Incompetent allies. Babidi's queries went unanswered, and meanwhile, Frieza had begun to regain his composure. Enduring the lingering throbbing pain in his forehead, he felt dizzy and disoriented. Yet, these agonies paled in comparison to the fury that surged within him. He was infuriated. That despicable rat dared to launch a surprise attack on me. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Frieza's gaze darkened with an ominous intensity, and he suddenly erupted into a frenzied roar. "You audacious fools." In an instant, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire land. Frieza's energy surged exponentially. Transforming into a brilliant violet beam, he soared into the sky, a cold smile gracing his lips as he raised his right hand high. Laughing maniacally, despicable rodents, become mere dust in this universe. In that moment, a blinding dark red energy sphere materialized atop Frieza's outstretched fingertip, beginning to swell with terrifying force. From a distance, Babidi, observing Frieza through a crystal ball, possessed keen insight, instantly discerning the catastrophic power contained within that energy sphere. In a state of panic, Babidi urgently shouted, "Yakon, Pui Pui, go stop him immediately. Hurry." Yakon and Pui Pui, clearly comprehending the gravity of the situation, abandoned their ambush and swiftly revealed themselves. Racing towards Frieza, however, Frieza awaited this very moment. Feigning madness, he acted without hesitation, relishing the chance to strike down these self-proclaimed hunters, these weaklings. Frieza's expression abruptly shifted from a contorted grimace to a serene calmness, as a sinister chuckle escaped his lips. "Ah, so you have finally decided to emerge, little mice. Now, prepare to receive the heartfelt greetings from the Emperor of the Universe." Haha. Frieza ceased his energy gathering and suddenly hurled the planet-destroying orb towards Akin and Pei-Pei. Although Pei-Pei had never heard of Frieza's infamous reputation, the terrifying energy contained within that sphere filled him with dread. Consequently, he swiftly evaded to the side. However, Akin, having reigned as the supreme overlord of this dark planet for centuries, had only ever known the act of taking lives, never having experienced harm himself. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he charged headlong into Frieza's planet-destroying orb, eager to indulge in the sensation of this luminous wave. What a fool! In the anguished and desperate screams of Babidi from outside the crystal ball, Akin was instantly engulfed by Frieza's devastating attack, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that left no trace behind. With a mere flick of his hand, Frieza had obliterated a formidable creature. A turn of events he had not anticipated. After all, in these times, deceivers abound, while true fools are a rarity. Little did he expect to encounter someone so fearless today. Frieza gently flicked his robust tail, a sardonic smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "This so-called martyr is indeed magnificent." He then cast a cursory glance at Pei-Pei, who was frozen in mid-air, paralyzed by fear, and, with a courteous bow, inquired, "So, brave warrior, do you wish to exchange a few blows with me?" Pei-Pei, thoroughly intimidated by Frieza's overwhelming presence, dared not charge forward into certain demise. Just as he swayed nervously, contemplating an escape, his gaze fell upon Qianrui, standing a short distance away. This woman had accompanied him, seemingly devoid of any combat prowess. A plan began to formulate in Pei-Pei's mind. He hastily descended to the ground and pleaded for mercy before Frieza, crying out, "Please, spare my life. Do not kill me." Before he could finish his desperate entreaty, Pei-Pei's legs suddenly bent, propelling him with all his might towards Qianrui. If he could seize this woman, perhaps his mission would not end in total failure. As the distance between him and the woman shrank, a triumphant smile began to emerge on Pei-Pei's face. "Yet, Pei-Pei, do you dare to flee? Cursed scoundrel!" Outside the crystal sphere, Babidi could not discern Qianrui's figure, only witnessing Pei-Pei retreating without a backward glance. The first thought that surged through Babidi's mind was, "He has betrayed me. He seeks to abandon me and escape alone. You shall not escape unscathed, Bababa." In an instant, Babidi activated his control magic, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that severely injured Pei-Pei from within. Pei-Pei coughed up a mouthful of blood, his right hand reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp something, anything. Yet, the excruciating pain rendered him powerless to take another step, and he collapsed to the ground. Burdened by anguish and despair, Frieza approached Pei-Pei, ensnaring him with his tail and lifting him effortlessly. Coldly, he inquired, "Speak. Who sent you?" That distress signal was a trap. was it not? Pepe, with a feeble smile, raised his right hand with great effort and suddenly unleashed the last vestige of his energy in a powerful ki blast aimed directly at Frieza. Caught off guard due to the proximity, Frieza was momentarily struck by the unexpected attack, leaving half of his body scorched by the explosion. Pepe, swaying unsteadily, summoned his remaining strength and laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! You expect me to betray Lord Babidi? What a delusion!" Frieza, in a fit of rage, let out a chilling laugh, an inexplicable fury surging within him. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "Your skills are quite impressive. Even I, the formidable cosmic Emperor Frieza, have felt pain at your hands. You are truly remarkable." Frieza slowly raised his hands and roared with ferocity. Such audacity! With this thunderous bellow, an innumerable array of energy blasts erupted from his palms, cascading like rain upon the battered body of Pepe, shattering him into fragments. Yet, the rage within Frieza intensified, leaving no mercy even for the remnants of Pepe's form, as he relentlessly unleashed a torrent of energy blasts until nothing but ashes remained. The oblivious Babidi, witnessing the demise of his longtime follower Pepe through the crystal ball, felt no sorrow. Instead, he erupted into a triumphant tirade, exclaiming, "Excellent. Well deserved. All traitors to me deserve their fate." His invective rendered Pepe's unwavering loyalty tragically poignant. Finally, as Frieza's fury began to subside, he seemed to grasp the situation and turned to Qianrui, inquiring, "What did he just say? He would never betray anyone?" Qianrui, her expression grave, articulated each word with clarity. "Babidi. Babidi." Frieza furrowed his brow, as if he faintly recalled the name, yet upon deeper reflection, he could not ascertain where he had previously encountered it. "Indeed, Babidi," Qianrui reiterated, elucidating for Frieza. "My lord Frieza, do you remember the most nefarious sorcerer I mentioned to you, Babidi?" Frieza nodded. "I still remember." Qianrui's eyes gleamed with inexplicable hatred as she clenched her silver teeth and exclaimed in indignation, "Babidi, he is the son of the sorcerer Bibidi, the continuation of that wicked bloodline." Chapter 014, Escape. Is it him? Frieza suddenly recalled that the final antagonist in the original Dragon Ball series, Majin Buu, was indeed the creature created by the sorcerer Bibidi. However, due to his overwhelming power, even Bibidi himself feared Majin Buu and chose to seal him away, which ultimately provided the Supreme Kai with the opportunity to eliminate Bibidi. This led to the subsequent narrative in which Bibidi's son, Babidi, endeavored to gather energy to resurrect Majin Buu. How intriguing it is to uncover this connection. Frieza recalled the identity of Babidi and subsequently the two expendable minions he had just vanquished. Were they not the very guardians encountered by Sun Wukong and his companions aboard the spaceship? No wonder there was an odd sense of familiarity. However, in an instant, a rather ominous thought struck Frieza. If his memory served him correctly, the protector of the first layer was none other than the now obliterated Pepe, while the guardian of the second layer was that mantis creature which had just faced the planet-destroying blast. As for the third layer, it was the fearsome Majin Dabura. According to Vegeta's assessment from the original narrative, there had once been a formidable entity named Cell, who was likely on par with him. Cell. That was a monster with a combat power soaring to 400 billion, 1,000 times stronger than Frieza in his current form. If Dabura was already under Babidi's command, it would be prudent to retreat. "Lord Frieza, I have located Babidi." A shout from Chi Hui shattered Frieza's reverie and contemplation. "I have scoured the entire planet with my psychic energy. He is not far from the light column ahead, aboard a spaceship. Let us hasten and eradicate him completely." Frieza was taken aback and swiftly grasped the already preparing to take flight Qianrui, his expression grave as he inquired, "Qianrui, if there exists a creature of immeasurable power that wishes to conceal itself, would your divine sense be able to detect it?" "My lord." Qianrui paused momentarily, yet nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, Frieza, my divine sense scanning transcends the ordinary realm of abilities. As long as it is a mortal being, no matter how formidable its strength may be, it cannot elude my search. Not even Dabra? Not even Dabra?" Qianrui slightly parted her lips, astonished as she exclaimed, "Frieza, how do you know of the demon realm king Dabra?" Frieza was utterly disinclined to elucidate. If Dabra truly existed, they had now found themselves in an exceedingly perilous predicament. "Do not concern yourself with that. Hurry and answer me." Qianrui nodded earnestly. "Please trust in my psychic abilities, Lord Frieza. I assure you, even the demon realm King Dabra cannot evade my mental search." "Very well. Let us proceed at once. Since Dabra is absent, What fear could a mere weakling like Babidi possibly invoke? Frieza erupted with fury, poised to take action. Yet, without warning, Qianrui suddenly grasped Frieza's hand and nodded towards him, saying, "Let us proceed at once." Instant transmission. In an instant, both Frieza and Qianrui vanished from their original location. Meanwhile, Babidi, who had been secretly observing Frieza from beside the crystal ball, was suddenly struck by a wave of trepidation. Whipping around, he was met with the startling sight of Frieza and Qianrui materializing within his spacecraft. Instant transmission. Babidi, being astute, quickly comprehended the trickery employed by Frieza and could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "Cursed! How did you discover me? Who are you?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback, while Qianrui had already released his hand and stepped forward, her eyes blazing with hatred. "Indeed, it is I." Babidi seemed to cower before her. Retreating in trepidation, stammering in panic, "How can it be you? Why are you still alive?" Qianrui laughed with fury, gritting her teeth. "Yes, I am still alive. But you shall soon meet your demise." Frieza looked on in astonishment at Qianrui, who today was no longer the sage he once knew. She appeared different, as if everything was within her grasp. Today, she radiated humanity, resembling an ordinary girl burdened with national grievances and personal vengeance. Meanwhile, countless small doubts accumulated in Frieza's mind, coalescing into a single pressing question. Who is she, truly? This time, however, Frieza need not ponder the answer, for Babidi had already revealed her true identity. "So it is you, the West Supreme Kai. It is you who sabotaged my attempts to control that dark warrior beside you. You also discovered my spaceship. No wonder I found everything peculiar, why he always muttered to himself, and why, despite Pei Pei being completely under my command, he still sought to flee. The West Supreme Kai, master of all magic and divine arts, would certainly not be exposed by my crystal ball. Curse you. So it was all because of you. West Supreme Kai. Layla." The West Supreme Kai formed a seal with her hands, divine light emanating from her palms as she forcefully propelled it towards Babidi, shouting, "Indeed, prepare to meet your end." Babidi. Yet Babidi was clearly not one to sit idly by. Not so easily. In an instant, he activated a protective shield, blocking the divine light of the West Supreme Kai. He then pivoted, gesturing with both hands to tear open an abyss of unfathomable darkness. "Aha! West Supreme Kai, if you dare, come chase after me. Should I escape, I shall one day return with Majin Buu to truly end you." With that, Babidi leaped into the void. Frieza, now fully aware of Babidi's true identity, would never allow him to escape so easily. With a forceful shove, he propelled the West Supreme Kai aside and, in a sudden motion, unleashed a swift strike. A flash of electricity surged forth, and in an instant, Babidi was cleaved in two by Frieza's energy. After emitting a piercing scream, he plummeted into the black hole, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, the black hole sealed itself, leaving no remnants behind. Frieza furrowed his brow and inquired of West Kaioshin, "Is he dead?" With a sigh, West Kaioshin shook his head and replied, "It is not so simple. His vitality is exceedingly robust. Even if his head were severed, he could survive for another 10 days. Now that you have merely bisected him, with his formidable power, it is only a matter of time before he heals his wounds and returns once more." Frieza nodded, clearly sharing the same sentiment. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly spoke, his tone dark. "Qianrui, should I continue to address you as Qianrui, or ought I to refer to you as the King of the West?" Chapter 015. The King of the West. Qianrui opened her mouth, meeting the gloom on Frieza's face with a smile. "My lord, please continue to call me Qianrui. This name is the most precious gift bestowed upon me by my people, imbued with their sincerest emotions. Since the former King of the West has passed, let the name Layla drift away with the wind." This time, Frieza did not easily allow Qianrui to pass. Instead, he let out a cold laugh, extending his right hand to press against Qianrui's forehead, and spoke in a deep voice. "The god of creation, who brings forth all beings, has surprisingly disguised himself and infiltrated my side. Should I consider this an honor?" Suddenly, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, and, in a fit of agitation, he demanded, "Speak. You have followed me all this way. What is your true purpose?" Unfazed, Qianrui pointed her index finger, which was already emanating a faint purple light, at her own forehead and calmly replied, "I admit, I have concealed certain truths from you. However, I was once a deity and have never spoken falsehoods. My sole objective is as I stated. I wish to find a new home for my people. Please, believe me, King Frieza." Gazing into Qianrui's profoundly sincere eyes, And recalling how she had saved him from the brink of being controlled by Babidi, Frieza ultimately could not bring himself to eradicate her entirely, wary of potential repercussions. Slowly withdrawing his hand from her forehead and clasping it behind his back, he coldly remarked, "Though I still require your strength to confront the other within me. I do not wish for you to harbor any more secrets, madam." Qianrui nodded slightly, her expression grave, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Frieza scrutinized Qianrui with keen interest. In his previous life, he had only perused the manga of Dragon Ball, where the Supreme Kai of the West did not make an appearance. Thus, Frieza harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding this legendary deity of the cosmos. However, Frieza suddenly recalled the words spoken by Babidi and raised his gaze to inquire of Qianrui. "Babidi mentioned that you are already deceased. What is the meaning of this?" Upon hearing this, Qianrui was momentarily taken aback, her gaze momentarily lost as if she were ensnared in the web of memories. However, she quickly regained her composure and, with a hint of bittersweetness, smiled at Frieza, saying, "Great Lord Frieza, have you ever heard of the divine hierarchy of this universe?" Frieza nodded and remarked, "On certain planets, there exist celestial beings. Above the celestial beings are the kings of the realms, and above the kings of the realms is the Grand King, culminating in the legendary and exalted position of the King of Kings." Qianrui nodded in agreement and sighed. "Indeed, since you, esteemed king, are aware of these matters, I shall express myself more succinctly. In the distant divine realm, inaccessible to humanity, there stands a divine tree, which bears fruit once every 100,000 years. When the fruit falls, it transforms into a king of the realm, while the four largest among them ascend to become the fabled kings of kings. Each of the four kings of kings possesses distinct responsibilities and talents. The first is a commander, benevolent and gentle. The second is a warrior, valiant and undaunted. The third is a diplomat, eloquent and persuasive. And the fourth is a master of divine arts, possessing omnipotent abilities." Frieza comprehended. "You are indeed the sorceress deity from the previous generation of Supreme Kais?" Qianrui nodded and replied, "Indeed, the previous generation of Supreme Kais suffered almost complete annihilation, with the chief culprit being the monstrous Majin Buu, created by the dark sorcerer Babidi. Majin Buu was born from pure evil, possessing boundless magical power. Even the South Supreme Kai, the most adept in combat among the Kais, could not withstand him and ultimately fell. As for me, I was the first Supreme Kai to be ambushed and sacrificed in that catastrophic battle." Frieza exclaimed in astonishment, "You are dead?" "I am indeed dead," replied Qi Hui with unwavering certainty. "At that time, I could not bring myself to slay the young Babidi. Consequently, I fell victim to his ambush and was gravely wounded, ultimately meeting my demise at the hands of Majin Buu. However, they could never have anticipated that as a deity of the divine arts, I am bestowed with the universe's favor. Every century, I am granted the opportunity to resurrect, provided that my physical injuries do not exceed 50%. Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. "So you have been resurrected, and have taken up residence on planet Attila, imparting the wondrous techniques of the Supreme Kai?" Qianrui nodded with a sigh. "Although Majin Buu is currently sealed, the loosening of that seal poses a constant threat, as that fearsome creature may yet escape and wreak havoc upon the universe once more. Thus, I have spent these years in seclusion on planet Attila, researching divine techniques capable of utterly vanquishing Majin Buu. However, the strength of one alone is ultimately insufficient. Given that Majin Buu could revive at any moment, I have chosen to share all the divine arts I have mastered with the locals, hoping to harness our collective strength to devise a solution. Rest assured, my divine consciousness extends across the planet. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, I shall be aware immediately and take appropriate action." Frieza raised his eyebrows, remarking, "Yet in the end, you have gained nothing, and nearly faced annihilation of the entire planet at my hands." After a moment of silence, Qianrui responded, "Indeed. Well, I believe I have grasped the essence of it all." Frieza flicked his tail and twisted his neck, stating, "Now, for the final inquiry, where has Babidi fled? The Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, intends to put an end to him once and for all." Qianrui's expression turned grave as she shook her head and replied, "I advise against your pursuit. Although you have become immensely powerful, should you find yourself ensnared in the demon realm, even your formidable strength would offer no guarantee of escape." The demon realm? Frieza momentarily stood frozen, his mouth agape, as tumultuous waves of emotion surged within him, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. The demon realm, the demon king Dubra. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by fate? It was predestined that Babidi would seize control of Dubra. It was foretold that Majin Buu would soon be resurrected. Was it also destined that he would meet his demise at the hands of a Super Saiyan? No. This was utterly inconceivable. He would never allow history to repeat itself. In that instant, Frieza's resolve solidified with unprecedented intensity. The conviction to grow stronger had never burned so fiercely as it did at that very moment. Frieza's fighting spirit resembled a blazing inferno, enveloping him in its fervent embrace. That formidable aura was so overwhelming that even Qianrui found it somewhat unbearable. I must become stronger. Frieza gazed intently at Qianrui, articulating each word with utmost seriousness. Find a way to eliminate Frieza's soul, no matter the peril involved. After a brief pause, Qianrui finally nodded. In truth, there is a method to eradicate the other soul within you, but the conditions are exceedingly stringent. Frieza resolutely declared, no matter the difficulty, I shall overcome it. I must prevail. With a sigh, Qianrui responded, the divine art of soul transference, though I have dabbled in it, requires first the discovery of a corporeal vessel that aligns with the essence of the soul, as well as sufficient chi to sustain the weight of that soul. Chapter 016. Returned. Frieza furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you mean? The implication is that I must locate another Frieza in order to transfer the malevolent soul residing within you into its vessel. Frieza's expression darkened as he inquired, are you mocking me? How could there possibly be another Frieza in this world? Qianrui shook her head and replied, rest assured, King Frieza, since I have proposed this method, there must be a viable solution. Years ago, I heard tales of a distant planet deep within the northern galaxy. Known as Boiling Fire, it is inhabited by a group of remarkably intelligent humans, devoid of any physical power. In order to defend themselves against external threats, they devised a weapon of warfare called superhuman water. This extraordinary substance has the capability to absorb all of the enemy's energy, generating endless new entities. However, over time, due to the absorption of excessive energy from malevolent beings, the superhuman water developed a sinister consciousness of its own, initiating an invasion of other planets. Insatiably consuming the powers of all humanity, it ensnared. Although the peace-loving inhabitants of Boiling Fire managed to seal the superhuman water, I firmly believe that if it is you, my lord, you would be able to locate it once more. Frieza seemed to grasp the essence of Qianrui's words, anxiously flicking his tail and furrowing his brow. Are you suggesting that I willingly bestow my power upon that so-called Superman water for absorption, thereby giving rise to my offspring, into which you will then transfer Frieza's soul, ultimately eradicating him? Qianrui sighed. If all goes as planned, indeed. Frieza, discerning the hesitation in Qianrui's words, narrowed his eyes and inquired, what if the outcome is unfavorable? Shall I lose all my power? Qianrui continued, furthermore, you will vanish from this world forever after 1 hour, leaving behind only that cold-blooded villain. And the universe will no longer know the reign of the mighty Emperor Frieza. Frieza's pupils constricted, his heart filled with uncertainty. In the original Dragon Ball manga, he had never encountered such a place. If what Qianrui claimed was true, and this so-called Superman water possessed such extraordinary power, then it ought to serve as a formidable antagonist within the narrative of Dragon Ball. Could he truly manage to confront such a troublesome creature? Moreover, Frieza cast a grim glance at Qianrui. This woman may not share his intentions. It was uncertain whether she might seize the opportunity to bring about his demise. Taking a deep breath, Frieza nodded, proclaiming, once I arrive at the North Galaxy, I shall dispatch my subordinates to seek out the super water. I will know how to proceed when the time comes. Now let us return. Qianrui nodded softly, gently grasping Frieza's hand, her beautiful eyes widening as she declared, instant transmission. In an instant, their figures vanished from Babidi's spacecraft, reappearing at the very spot where they had first arrived on this planet. Meanwhile, Sabin and Dodoria, who had remained steadfast at their location, were gradually encircled by countless hunters from the Dark Star. Unable to see in the darkness, the two stood back to back, tensed in an aggressive stance, unleashing a formidable aura and haphazardly emitting energy blasts to intimidate the monstrous beings of the Dark Star. However, as the number of encroaching monsters increased, including a colossal creature with power surpassing that of the two warriors, the relentless hunters could no longer contain themselves and surged violently towards Sabin and Dodoria. Sensing their impending doom, the two unleashed their full potential, recklessly charging into the throngs of monsters before them. As countless monster corpses soared into the sky, Sabin and Dodoria accumulated numerous wounds, until, with a blood-curdling scream, a centipede-like hunter tore off Sabin's arm with its massive fangs, greedily devouring it. severed from his limb, Sabin could no longer fend off the swarm of approaching monsters. In the moment of despair, as he gazed into the gaping maws of countless beasts poised to shred him to pieces, a flash of purple light erupted. Countless monsters were sent soaring into the sky. Frieza. The timely appearance of the purple figure was none other than Frieza and Qianrui. With a subtle withdrawal of his still smoking right hand, Frieza's expression darkened as if it could weep. He glanced down at the armless Sabin and then at Dodoria, who continued to fight valiantly nearby. Extending his hands, he swiftly drew both warriors into his grasp, placing them behind him. Facing the overwhelming horde of monsters, Frieza felt no fear. Clenching his fists and crossing them before his forehead, he laughed with fury. Ha! How dare these loathsome insects show disrespect to the Cosmic Emperor? You possess an audacious spirit. Frieza's arms swung down with tremendous force. An overwhelming aura instantaneously shattered the ground beneath him into fragments. A surging wave of energy swept through like a tempest, propelling countless dark hunters into the sky in an instant. Frieza extended his arms skyward, hands clasped together. As the purple radiance enveloping him intensified, perish, monsters! Cosmic destruction wave. In an instant, a colossal and ferocious torrent of energy erupted. The violet shockwave illuminated the entire sky. Countless creatures were instantaneously engulfed by this wave, obliterated to mere fragments. As the tumult subsided, tranquility reigned once more. Save for the immense scar etched into the earth before Frieza. Let us proceed, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, your arm requires urgent treatment. Both Sabo and Dodoria, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to find their words. Tears of survival streaming down their faces as they alternated between laughter and cries, calling out Frieza's name. Frieza smiled nonchalantly, casting a glance at Qianrui, and said with an air of indifference, Madam Qianrui, I inadvertently destroyed our spacecraft. Would you be so kind as to escort us back aboard? Qianrui nodded and beckoned the still excited Sabo and Dodoria, instructing, You two, place your palms against my back. The pair hesitated, glancing at their bloodied hands, uncertain whether to comply. It was only when Frieza expressed a hint of impatience that they hurriedly pressed their hands against Qianrui's back. Subsequently, Qianrui grasped Frieza's hand and gently snapped her fingers, declaring, Instantaneous movement. When they regained their senses, the four had already returned to Frieza's spaceship, pretending to be oblivious to the connection between Qianrui and Frieza. Sabo and Dodoria exchanged knowing glances and nodded to each other, convinced that they ought to show greater respect towards this Queen of Atla in the future. Chapter 017. The Northern Galaxy. Following the minor interlude at Dark Star, Frieza and Qianrui's fleet finally entered the realm of the Northern Galaxy the next day. Chipman diligently operated the main control panel, and the display screen showcased all the planets within a radius of millions of miles. The small red dot representing Frieza's spaceship was at the center, radiating ripples of energy. Frieza paced impatiently beside Chitaman, exclaiming, Mr. Chitaman, have you yet discovered a planet inhabited by intelligent life? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chitaman nervously shook his head, responding, I deeply apologize, Lord Frieza. We are at the edge of the Northern Galaxy, which appears to be exceedingly desolate. The probe has yet to return any information regarding intelligent life. Suddenly, a marked point caught Chitaman's eye on the screen, and the probe's alert tone resonated melodically. Haha, at last, we have found it, Chitaman exclaimed, rising excitedly from his chair. He turned to Frieza to report, Lord Frieza, we have discovered a planet with intelligent life, located 10 million kilometers away. However, before he could finish, the large screen erupted with numerous marked red dots. These dots formed a perfect circle as if drawn with a compass. While the probe's alert tone grew increasingly urgent, Frieza furrowed his brow and inquired, What does this mean, Chiteman? Chiteman turned around, glanced at the large screen, and hesitantly responded, Such an excessively regular orbital pattern of planets is highly improbable to have formed naturally. Those celestial bodies should indeed be artificial constructs. Artificial celestial bodies? Frieza clasped his hands behind his back, his tail flicking gently twice as he pondered. The fact that we can detect signs of life on these planets implies that they are inhabited. Furthermore, since these celestial bodies are artificial, it indicates that the humans residing within this planetary cluster possess a remarkably advanced and sophisticated technological prowess. Haha. Frieza gently touched his nose and remarked with a sinister smile, This is truly splendid. Noticing Frieza's apparent fondness for this cluster of planets, Chitaman promptly inquired, Lord Frieza, shall we choose to land on this group of planets? Frieza nodded in agreement. Indeed, The life planet can be rather elusive, since we've encountered it. There is no reason not to pay a visit or two. We may also inquire about other intelligent planets that share connections with them. With a hearty chuckle, Chidaman promptly recalibrated the course, setting a swift trajectory towards the cluster of planets. After completing this task, Chidaman turned back, a sheepish grin on his face as he rubbed his hands together in approval, exclaiming, "Oh, great Lord Frieza, your wisdom shines brightly. Moreover, their technological foundation will undoubtedly save us considerable effort." Haha. We are approximately an hour away from our destination, great Lord Frieza. Would you like to rest for a while? Upon our arrival, I shall inform you immediately. Frieza nodded and turned to leave, but just as he was about to exit, it seemed that a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He addressed Chiderman, saying, "Mr. Chiderman, please remember to inform Lady Qianrui as well. Understood?" Chiderman promptly stood at attention and saluted, replying, "Yes, I shall certainly keep it in mind." Frieza nodded in satisfaction before turning to depart. Meanwhile, in the control room, Chiderman cautiously peered outside, waiting until he confirmed that Frieza had truly left before exhaling a sigh of relief. His mind, however, was filled with malicious speculation regarding the relationship between Frieza and Qianrui. It was perplexing that, despite having known each other for less than a month, he exhibited such concern for her. Could it be that what Sabo and Dodoria suggested was indeed true? Unbeknownst to the distant Frieza, his three subordinates audaciously engaged in conjecturing about their leader's private affairs behind his back. He could never have anticipated that his need to eliminate another Frieza within himself, which necessitated both reliance on and wariness towards Qianrui, would lead his subordinates to develop such profound misunderstandings. However, even if Frieza were to learn of this, he was far too preoccupied to address these issues at present. In truth, such rumors held no significance for him at all. Frieza is currently preoccupied with the matter of the super water that Qianrui mentioned. This super water possesses the terrifying ability to absorb the essence of its host, creating a mere illusion of its true self. Should one fail to eliminate the replica produced by the super water within an hour, they would face utter obliteration from existence. Such a weapon is indeed fearsome. What troubles Frieza the most, however, is the inherent nature of this super water, which stands in stark contrast to his insatiable desire for strength. If he were to become excessively powerful, the doppelganger created by the super water would become invincible. Yet, if he were to cease his training, he would be easily vanquished not only by formidable foes like Majin Buu and Cell, but even by King Cold. The notion of a powerless cosmic emperor is nothing short of absurd. What, then, should he do? Must he truly cultivate a warrior capable of easily defeating him? How infuriating! Frieza found himself in a quandary, to the extent that he had not even engaged in his customary training battles. Instead, he had spent nearly an hour in his relaxation chamber, with his eyes closed in contemplation, until, "Lord Frieza, we are on the verge of entering the atmosphere of the target planet. Please prepare yourself." The voice of Cheetah echoed through the intercom in Frieza's chamber. Frieza took a deep breath, boarded his spacecraft, and traversed the corridor to the control room. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Dodoria and Chilled were fully prepared, while Sabo was unable to join them as he was still undergoing repairs on his arm within the medical apparatus. However, this was of little consequence, given Sabo's current capabilities. His presence or absence made little difference. Moreover, it was indeed necessary to have someone with a modicum of combat prowess remain aboard the ship. Through the control room's display screen, Frieza beheld the target planet after passing through the atmosphere. Yet, all that greeted him was an impenetrable haze. Frieza furrowed his brow and turned to address Mr. Chidaman, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this?" Chidaman, feeling a surge of anxiety, hurriedly approached the control panel and activated the ship's levitation mode. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Frieza. It appears that the surveillance probe may be malfunctioning. I will investigate the issue immediately." However, after a prolonged examination, Chidaman remained perplexed, exclaiming, "Strange, there seems to be no apparent problem, so why?" At that moment, the ship's communicator within the control room abruptly sprang to life, transmitting distress signals from two other vessels. Alarmingly, the issues they reported mirrored the very predicament faced by their own ship: complete loss of visibility, rendering them unable to see anything at all. Dodoria expressed his astonishment. "Could it be that we have only just arrived and already faced an assault from the indigenous inhabitants of this planet?" Chapter 018. Arrival. Frieza shook his head. If this were truly a surprise attack, then by now, they should have already begun to concentrate their fire on bringing down our spaceship. Frieza waved his hand, signaling to Chitaman, Mr. Chitaman, immediately open the hatch of the spaceship. Dodoria, step outside and investigate the situation. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria replied promptly. Chitaman pressed the button to open the hatch, and Dodoria swiftly exited, racing towards the ship's exit. However, it wasn't long before hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, accompanied by Dodoria's muffled shouts. Chitaman, close the hatch quickly. Hurry. Uncertain of what was transpiring, Chitaman did not dare to delay and promptly initiated the procedure to seal the spaceship's entrance once more. At that moment, a disheveled Dodoria returned to the control room, covered in filth. With an astonished gaze directed at the grimy Dodoria, Frieza inquired, Mr. Dodoria, what has happened to you? You appear as if you have just returned from a coal mine. Dodoria wiped his face with a hand, clearing away the dust before responding in a flustered manner. Lord Frieza, I have discerned the cause. Ahem. The spaceship is functioning well. The issue lies within the atmosphere here. Ugh, ugh. The atmosphere? Frieza inquired with curiosity. What has happened to the atmosphere of this planet? Dodoria inhaled deeply the fresh air within the spacecraft, feeling a lingering unease. He reported, Your Majesty Frieza, I had just stepped outside moments ago, and before I could traverse the corridor, a foul and acrid wind swept in, carrying with it an array of unsightly debris. It is utterly filthy. I suspect this planet is a heavily industrialized artificial world, and we are still enveloped within its atmosphere. At that moment, the screen in the main control room suddenly illuminated, revealing the figure of Suching, amidst a flurry of frantic researchers behind him. Suching inclined his head slightly towards Frieza and reported, Your Majesty Frieza. A sudden surge of black smoke erupted within the spacecraft, severely contaminating numerous instruments. Do you have any insight into this matter? Standing beside, Dodoria approached the display screen and gestured to himself, Mr. Suching. It was I who opened the door to investigate the situation, but the atmosphere of this planet is gravely polluted, obstructing the spacecraft's visibility. Do you possess any solutions? Suching pondered briefly, his brow furrowing. So that is the case. However, a planet of such extreme pollution should be utterly inhospitable to life. Why then do our sensors detect such a plethora of life signals? Yet he soon shook his head, opting to set aside that inquiry for the moment. I understand. Your Majesty Frieza, rest assured, all of our spacecraft from Planet Atla are equipped with protective shielding systems. Although they consume considerable energy, these shields should effectively isolate us from this dire environment. With that, Suching slightly bowed to Frieza. Please hold for a moment. I shall contact the Queen to arrange for a protective escort vessel for you. Frieza nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall await your good news, Mr. Suching. The video call concluded. Shortly thereafter, the dark screen began to clarify, revealing the outside world to the control room in vivid detail. Approximately 50 spacecraft encircled Frieza's vessel, purging it with powerful jets. The escort ships shimmered with protective white halos, enveloping Frieza's ship completely within a shield, leaving no chance for the swirling dust outside to penetrate. Through the protective membrane, Frieza beheld an impenetrable, pitch-black haze of smoke and fumes. In every direction, darkness reigned supreme. The environment was utterly abominable, akin to a loathsome inferno on Earth. Accompanied by the countless escort ships, Frieza's 3 colossal starships successfully traversed the atmosphere, landing upon a desolate expanse. Following closely behind, numerous smaller vessels descended, aligning in neat rows behind Frieza's ship. Frieza activated the energy barrier of the spacecraft and descended, gazing upon the desolate expanse of polluted land that lay before him. Following closely behind were Chitaman and Dodoria, clad in protective suits, who were equally taken aback by the apocalyptic scenery. Filthy and tainted, the very air was thick with a plethora of particulate matter. The heavily polluted planet appeared even more decrepit under the cloak of night. Dodoria kicked at the sludge beneath his feet, expressing his disdain. How dreadful. Our first stop in the North Galaxy is nothing short of a catastrophe. Beside him, Chitaman, feeling repulsed, shook off an unsightly insect that had crawled up his pant leg and crushed it beneath his foot, exclaiming, Lord Frieza, let us obliterate this revolting planet. There are plenty of life-bearing worlds to choose from. Frieza nodded slightly, poised to turn and depart. However, at that moment, 2 beams of laser struck his spacecraft. 2 soldiers clad in protective gear rushed towards him, brandishing their weapons and uttering indistinct curses. The expression on Frieza's face darkened instantly. Although the energy shield protected the spacecraft from the laser guns, the fact that his imperial dignity as the ruler of the universe was challenged and insulted by 2 mere underlings infuriated Frieza immensely. Dodoria, Mr. and Zarbin, Mr. Frieza slowly rose from the spacecraft, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. I have changed my mind. Frieza's tone was as frigid as ice. In an instant, it felt as though a chilling wind swept through, leaving behind a trail of horrified cold sweat on the backs of Dodoria and Chilled. They understood. Frieza was truly enraged. Meanwhile, the two gun-wielding warriors, oblivious to the imminent peril they faced, had already rushed to Frieza's front. Their movements faltered slightly, as they seemingly did not anticipate the presence of thousands of spacecraft docked in this desolate expanse. A hint of hesitation flickered within them. Yet Frieza would not permit them to leave alive after daring to provoke him. Behind him, Dodoria activated the detector before him. A look of pity crossing his face as he remarked, a power level of 10, what pitiful creatures they are. Whoosh. Frieza raised his hand slightly, and a crimson laser shot forth, instantly claiming the life of a soldier. Chapter 019. Industrial Complex. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of his comrade, another soldier, terrified, hastily discarded his laser gun onto the ground, falling to his knees before Frieza, repeatedly bowing his head in a plea for mercy. However, Frieza coldly replied, "Die, pest." A crimson light flickered once more at Frieza's fingertips, and in an instant, the warrior who had knelt in supplication met his demise. Yet, the fury within Frieza remained unabated as he ominously declared, "Dodoria, Zarbon, ascertain who governs this realm. Inform him that the Galactic Emperor Frieza has arrived." Dodoria and Zarbon promptly stood at attention, saluting, and assured, "Rest assured, Lord Frieza, we shall accomplish the task." With that, the duo turned and swiftly took flight into the distance. Meanwhile, thousands of Atrian spacecraft activated an expansive protective shield, isolating the tainted air from the surroundings. Numerous Atrians disembarked from their vessels, initiating efforts for wastewater purification and food cultivation. Qianrui descended from her royal spacecraft, gracefully approaching Frieza from behind, and inquired softly, "My lord, what captures your gaze?" Frieza flicked his tail dismissively, not bothering to look back, and remarked, "I wonder if all the planets in the North Galaxy are as ravaged as this one." Qianrui, her expression somber, shook her head gently and replied, "Though that is not entirely the case, such tragic planets are indeed not uncommon." Frieza turned his head in perplexity and inquired with curiosity, "Have you ever encountered a planet of this nature?" Qianrui nodded, her expression heavy with sorrow as she became lost in reminiscence. During the darkest days of humanity, when 100 suffered, one thrived. Conversely, during humanity's brightest moments, even if 100 basked in prosperity, inevitably one would endure suffering. The advancement of human civilization and technology has always been intertwined with the exploitative nature of capital-driven enterprises, especially when capitalists have seized control of the state and the very lifeblood of the planet. Frieza exclaimed in realization, "Are you implying that this cluster of planets serves as the laborious factory of the entire northern galaxy, its purpose being to supply manufactured goods to more advanced worlds?" Qianrui nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps its trade network does not encompass the entirety of the northern galaxy, yet the capitalists who control this planetary cluster undoubtedly wield immense power. "My lord, you must exercise utmost caution." Frieza chuckled nonchalantly. "Even if their power were to surpass all, could it ever eclipse the devastation wrought by my planet-destroying bomb?" Qianrui did not directly address Frieza's inquiry but offered a faint, bitter smile, remarking, "The Supreme Kais never anticipated that creatures forged by mortals could obliterate the divine." Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the formidable foe, Cell, who emerged immediately after his own downfall in the original Dragon Ball series. Cell and the androids possessed power that far surpassed Frieza's own, and yet they were merely the creations of a destitute warlord scientist on Earth. Perhaps Qianrui was indeed correct. He should not underestimate the situation. Frieza nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin in contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu stood quietly by his side, both of them aimlessly gazing at the desolate and monotonous expanse of industrial wasteland. At long last, after approximately an hour had elapsed, the voice of Dodoria emanated from Frieza's spacecraft. "Lord Frieza, we have apprehended one of the local officials and extracted the address of their employer. However, it is said that their employer has never made an appearance on this planet. What course of action should we take now?" "I see. I understand," replied Frieza. Frieza leisurely tapped his fingers and said, "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Dodoria and Mr. Kaiatsu. Please bring him back. I have a few questions to ask him. Send your coordinates to my ship, and I shall come to find you myself." "Yes, Lord Frieza." Frieza activated the display screen on the spacecraft, and shortly thereafter, 2 red dots appeared on the screen, indicating the signals emitted by Dodoria and Kairatsu. Frieza turned around and inquired of Qianrui, "Madam Qianrui, would you care to join us?" Qianrui smiled and shook her head, replying, "There is no need, Lord Frieza. It is essential to leave someone here capable of managing certain matters." She had initially intended to wish him a pleasant journey, but recalling his formidable strength, she settled for a more fitting farewell. "I can only wish you a delightful life." Frieza, however, remained unmoved by the compliment, delivering a scornful chuckle as he retorted, "Ah, but don't the Supreme Kais possess the power to vanquish me in a single blow? Your flattery, dear Miss Qianrui, is rather grating to my ears." Momentarily at a loss for words, Qianrui recognized the truth in Frieza's statement. Aside from her own complete lack of combat prowess, even the youngest of the East Supreme Kais undoubtedly surpassed Frieza by a considerable margin. Ultimately, Qianrui could only manage an awkward smile, saying, "I meant no offense. Among mortals, you are truly exceptional." Frieza, with a cryptic smirk, remarked, "Indeed, at least for now." With that, he abruptly activated his flight apparatus, soaring through the protective barrier of the Artralian people, ascending into the heavens, and heading towards the destination marked by a crimson dot. The location of Dodoria and Cheatham was an industrial complex not far from Frieza's position. Thus, it was not long before he reached the skies above this industrial enclave. The entrance to the complex was heavily fortified, with soldiers clad in protective suits patrolling the streets in pairs. Above, an electric grid spanned the sky, and massive searchlights swept the area relentlessly. It was indeed impressive how Dodoria and Cheatham managed to locate the leader here without alerting anyone. Frieza discerned a narrow opening and gracefully descended amidst a cluster of rudimentary structures. This locale resembled a residential area, albeit in a state of stark simplicity. The entrance was merely a sheet of iron secured with a rusty lock, while the windows were barren, featuring only a few bars to deter escape. Surrounding the area was an intricate web of electric fencing, and a guard post stood at the entrance, where a soldier, weapon cradled in his arms, snored thunderously. However, to a being of Frieza's caliber, all these obstacles were utterly trivial. A single beam of laser could effortlessly reduce this place to rubble. Yet, Frieza harbored a scheme to uncover the mastermind behind this industrial planetary cluster, thus he refrained from brazenly exercising his power. With his resolve firmly established, Frieza prepared to embark on his journey, when suddenly, a faint glimmer caught the corner of his eye. Frieza furrowed his brow in concern. If he were to be discovered by the patrolling guards, his meticulously crafted plan would be irrevocably thwarted. With this thought in mind, Frieza's gaze sharpened, and he deftly maneuvered his flying device towards the alley where a flicker of light had momentarily appeared. At the same time, a faint purple luminescence began to coalesce at his fingertips. Chapter 020. Firmly guiding the flying device, Frieza slowly approached the corner of the wall, pressing his back against it as he awaited the arrival of the patrolling personnel. However, after an agonizing wait, his impatience began to grow, for no one emerged from the alley. Frieza tentatively turned the aircraft, tilting his head slightly as he gazed into the alleyway. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a dead end. Yet, that beam of light. Frieza, utterly perplexed, maneuvered the spacecraft into the alley, continuously scanning the windows of the adjacent residences. At last, Frieza stood before the final window, beholding an individual nestled within a disheveled quilt, densely adorned with an array of spheres. The quilt emanated faint glimmers of light, shifting occasionally. In such a grim sweatshop, it was indeed peculiar to encounter such an oddity. Frieza's curiosity was piqued at that moment, and he extended a finger, beckoning towards the bed shrouded in a blanket. Suddenly, as if responding to Frieza's gesture, the bed floated effortlessly to the window. Remarkably, the figure concealed beneath the covers appeared oblivious, continuing to tinker with some unknown objects. At last, Frieza's patience wore thin. He reached through the window's bars and decisively pulled back the blanket. A disheveled little child came into view. The child had fashioned a tiny homemade lamp on the bed, its faint glow emanating from the light it produced, while she remained engrossed in her play, seemingly unaware that Frieza had unveiled her. How intriguing! It was utterly fascinating. Frieza, with a playful intent, extended his hand and beckoned towards the toy gun in the child's grasp. In an instant, the toy gun slipped from her control, soaring into Frieza's hand with a swift whoosh. It was only at that moment that the child realized what had transpired. She lifted her gaze, bewildered, only to behold Frieza's somewhat eerie and sinister visage beneath the overcast sky. Just as the child was about to let out a scream, She instinctively clamped her hand over her mouth, glancing nervously at the other slumbering figures around her. Once she confirmed that no one had been roused by her startled reaction, she finally exhaled in relief. Frieza, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Little one, you appear quite apprehensive about waking them." Upon hearing Frieza's voice raised so loudly, the child momentarily forgot the terror associated with him and, placing a finger to his lips, whispered anxiously, "Lower your voice. We mustn't alert the guards." Frieza once again donned his signature smile, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, young one, for I have encased us within an energy shield. Even if your head were to explode at this very moment, they would remain blissfully unaware, wouldn't they? How splendid that is. But wait, why must you phrase it so ominously?" The child, visibly annoyed, extended a hand toward Frieza and exclaimed, "Moreover, do return my energy gun promptly." Frieza casually tossed the toy gun in his hand with a disdainful smile and remarked, "Little brat, what is so remarkable about this toy gun you possess? I dare say it couldn't even take down a mere mosquito." The child, unable to endure Frieza's scorn, felt his cheeks flush crimson with anger and retorted, "If you don't believe me, feel free to test it yourself by taking a bullet." Frieza was aware that the child was merely speaking out of anger. Nevertheless, he grasped the toy gun with one hand, pressing it firmly against his other palm, and scoffed, "Little brat. Now widen your eyes and behold the true power of the toy gun you've crafted." With that, Frieza suddenly pulled the trigger. A fierce, spiraling energy pulse erupted from the barrel in an instant. A sharp pain surged through his left palm. Frieza's pupils constricted, though his countenance remained impassive. A tempest of emotions surged within him. How formidable his corporeal form had become. Even in the event of a planetary explosion, he believed it would scarcely inflict a scratch upon him. Yet, this seemingly rudimentary toy gun could evoke a profound and piercing pain within him. Frieza gazed upon the slightly anxious child before him, who persistently sought to ascertain the condition of his own palm. A profound yearning stirred within Frieza's heart. To witness such a young prodigy, capable of crafting a laser gun of such formidable power under the harsh conditions of enslavement, is nothing short of extraordinary genius. The Frieza force must obtain him. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Frieza returned the laser gun to the child, then slowly raised his left hand, palm facing the boy, and gently opened it. Although charred, Frieza merely brushed it lightly, and his hand returned to its original state, seemingly untouched by any harm. The child gazed at Frieza's unscathed hand, initially breaking into a joyful smile. "It's such a relief that you're okay. I almost caused you harm." However, in an instant, the child's voice grew increasingly somber, a hint of melancholy as he wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. He tucked the laser gun beneath his pillow, his small frame filled with sorrow and helplessness. Frieza called out to the boy, "Hey, little one, what is your name?" The boy turned around, his eyes slightly swollen and red, and replied, "My name is Furman." "Furman." Frieza nodded and turned to Furman, inquiring, "Mr. Furman, I have a few questions for you. It would be best if you answered honestly. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Furman muttered softly, burying his head as he quietly sniffed. Perhaps still ensnared in the sorrow of realizing that the weapon he had painstakingly forged was rendered utterly useless, Furman remained oblivious to the shift in Frieza's tone. Frieza, instead of displaying anger, responded with a remarkably affable smile and said, "Oh, splendid. Miss Furman, I would like to inquire, what is the name of this planet? And who is its sovereign?" Vermin, lost in thought, remarked, "This planet possesses no name. It is commonly referred to as Industrial Planet 1. There are 9 other industrial planets akin to this one, orbiting around an artificial sun. The factory's director is named Toli, while the enigmatic owner is known as Most." At this juncture, Vermin seemed to suddenly recall why Frieza could visit him at his window in the dead of night, and why he had never encountered him before. Furman swiftly lifted her head, directing her gaze toward Frieza's neck. Upon realizing that there was nothing upon Frieza's neck, she uttered in disbelief, You have come from the outside." Chapter 021. The Blood and Sweat Factory. Following Furman's gaze, Frieza glanced at her own neck and then at Furman's neck. Finally uncovering a clue, "Miss Furman, what is it that adorns your neck?" Furman touched the collar around his neck and lamented, "This is the shackle that deprives us of our freedom, as well as the demon that can extinguish our lives at any moment." Frieza glanced at the other slumbering inhabitants of the dormitory and observed the remarkable diversity in their skin tones, physiques, and even physical traits. Thus, Frieza conjectured, "Are you all mere captives brought here to toil as laborers?" Furman sorrowfully nodded, reflecting on the countless kind souls who had lost their homes on these 10 industrial planets. Some had been enslaved due to the plundering of their worlds, while others had been sold into this fate by cosmic marauders. Frieza raised an eyebrow. For instance, you? Furman gave a slight nod, remaining silent. Frieza finally understood. No wonder, despite her tender age, she spoke with such poise and displayed remarkable refinement, even capable of independently creating laser weaponry. It turns out she had been abducted by cosmic marauders and brought here. It appears that her previous family must have been extraordinarily privileged. Her parents were undoubtedly genius scientists from some distant planet, with a hint of encouragement in his smile. Frieza remarked, "Ah, Miss Furman, do you wish to venture outside? Escape this place and attain true freedom?" Furman nodded with an air of certainty, exclaiming, "Of course I desire it. Yet, here we are, surrounded by so many suffering brothers and sisters. We are all born equal, and they too deserve the gift of freedom." Thus, I endeavored to secretly craft a ray gun, but alas, I have failed. Upon uttering these words, a trace of disappointment crossed Furman's grimy visage as he gestured towards Frieza, saying, "Little one, you should make haste and depart, lest you be discovered and find yourself imprisoned here, toiling alongside us." Frieza raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback, and inquired, "And what about you?" Furman reclined on the bed, pulling the blanket, which had been tossed aside by Frieza, back over himself. He murmured, "I must sleep now. In 3 hours, I shall rise to work. I am utterly exhausted." Frieza blinked and gazed up at the sky, but alas, the atmospheric pollution was so severe that all he could see was a dismal gray. Narrowing his eyes against the danger, Frieza boarded his spacecraft and swiftly turned away, propelling himself towards the crimson dot on his coordinates. Guided by the automatic navigation of the vessel, Frieza quickly arrived at the luxurious residence of the factory chief within this industrial complex. In stark contrast to the hellscape outside, everything here exuded opulence. A colossal energy shield enveloped this residential area, sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters, where an artificial sun floated in the sky on one side, and an array of artificial stars sparkled on the other, allowing him to bask in sunlight or relish the tranquility of night at will. Channels carved into the ground flowed with crystal-clear water, where even some unknown fish swam joyfully. There were artificial mountains, swimming pools, racetracks, and even private amusement parks. It seemed as though all the resources of this planet were monopolized here, gleaming with a pale splendor. Not a single guard was in sight, and following the marker-S guidance, Frieza seamlessly entered the grand mansion at the heart of this residential enclave. Upon opening the door, he found Dodoria and Chilled pacing in the hall. Beside them was a portly, bald old man, bound and resembling a corpulent pig. "Lord Frieza," Dodoria and Chilled exclaimed, rushing towards him. Yet, midway through his approach, Dodoria suddenly recalled something and dashed back, dragging the bald old man along as they sped towards Frieza. Noticing the corpses piled in a corner of the room, Frieza chuckled softly. "Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Chilled, it's no wonder I encountered no obstacles along the way. It seems you have already dealt with them. How laborious it must have been for you." Dodoria and Chilled immediately stood at attention, their faces alight with excitement. "Thank you for your praise, Lord Frieza." Chilled kicked the bound old man lying on the ground and laughed. "In truth, we were rather fortunate. This old bastard actually spotted us on the monitors, yet he had the audacity to personally lead 20 pathetic weaklings to intercept us." Haha. Dodoria yanked the bald man up from the ground and ripped away the rag that gagged him, growling, "Listen well, old man. Before you stands our magnificent cosmic emperor. Lord Frieza, you must answer our questions honestly. Do you understand?" The bald man, having feasted on the blood of countless slaves, had never witnessed such a scene. Terrified, he lost control, wetting himself as he cried out for mercy before Frieza. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly and coldly inquired, "What is your name?" "Ah, yes. You are called Toli, are you not?" Toli wiped away his tears, nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes. Great Emperor of the universe, Toli is at your service with utmost dedication." Frieza retorted with disdain, "I have no need for such a coward." Frieza unabashedly uttered these words, disregarding the palpable embarrassment etched on Tori's face. He then inquired, "You mentioned that your elusive boss is constantly on the move. Can you establish contact with him?" Tori nodded repeatedly, a sycophantic smile adorning his visage as he replied, Of course. I can reach my boss, but he is exceedingly cautious. A mere underling like myself cannot communicate with him directly. Even if I were to request his presence, he may be reluctant to come here. After all, this planet is rather unimpressive." At that moment, Dodoria delivered a swift kick, sending Tori sprawling to the ground, and exclaimed furiously, "You consider yourself an underling? The dwelling you inhabit surpasses even that of King Cold. Do not attempt to deceive us." Terrified, Tori hurriedly clung to Dodoria's leg, pleading, "I swear, I am not lying. My boss has trade relations with nearly every prominent merchant and cosmic thief in the North Galaxy. In his eyes, I am merely a small pawn." Dodoria, however, was not convinced. With a swift motion, he kicked Tori a full 10 meters away. "Enough, Mr. Dodoria, please cease." Frieza cast a cold glance at the writhing Tori on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, and remarked indifferently, "He is not lying." Despite Frieza's assertion, Dodoria remained incredulous and replied, "But, Lord Frieza." Frieza waved his hand, recalling the words that Qian Rui had spoken to him before his arrival. This is the essence of capitalism. Chapter 022. Most. All right, I understand. Frieza strolled leisurely to Taori's side, bending down personally to assist him in rising. And with a gentle smile remarked, "Such trivial matters may not concern your employer. However, what if the issue pertains to rebellion?" Taori, trembling slightly, shook his head and replied, "I fear that my employer shall still remain absent for such minor affairs, as they are matters that I ought to manage myself." Frieza raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Even if those slaves possess weapons capable of annihilating this planet?" "What?" Toru, utterly astonished, widened his mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, "How is this even possible?" Frieza gently flicked his tail and replied nonchalantly, "Why is it impossible? This is what I witnessed with my own eyes." Tori took a deep breath, filled with uncertainty, and inquired, "Who is it?" Frieza, with an impassive expression, neither joyful nor sorrowful, remarked, "There is a little girl named Furman. If you wish to witness the potency of her weapon-making firsthand, I can escort you for another visit." "I understand." Tali gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. "I will report this matter. However, if the boss remains indifferent and fails to come personally, I hope you will spare me. Otherwise, I would rather face total annihilation." Chiteman's gaze sharpened as he stepped closer to Tali, extending his hand to conjure a pulsating orb of crimson energy, coldly inquiring, "What do you mean by total annihilation?" Tali roared in indignation, "Though I do not comprehend your motives against the boss, without my assistance, you would never be able to capture him. Never." Frieza waved his hand towards Chiterman with a smile and remarked, "Mr. Tali, you are indeed no ordinary minion. Very well. In my capacity as the Emperor of the Universe, I pledge to you that as long as you wholeheartedly assist us, I shall spare your life, regardless of whether you can entice your master to join us." "What do you say?" Tali's considerable belly shook thrice as he murmured, "I hope you are a man of your word." The following day, although it was morning, the air was thick and devoid of freshness, and the gray sky offered no hint of dawn. Countless oppressed laborers rose from their slumber, except for those in special positions. They had no time even for basic hygiene. After consuming a meager portion of compressed rations and a cup of murky water, they were unceremoniously thrust into the production line without any protective measures. "Good morning, Uncle Benny." Furman warmly greeted the frail middle-aged man seated beside him. Yet, the man named Benny appeared oblivious to the salutation, remaining in a daze, staring blankly ahead, his murky eyes reflecting not a glimmer of hope. Furman did not lose heart and greeted a slightly younger girl on the other side, saying, "Hello, Sister Sharian." However, her reaction was even worse than Benny's. She rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the machine, never to awaken again. Nearby, two soldiers tasked with maintaining order witnessed the scene, approached her, and dragged her away, issuing a stern warning to Furman, "You brat, if you dare to make another sound, be wary that I might just end your life right now." Furman quickly fell silent. Yet his resolve remained unwavering. "I must lead everyone to escape this hell on earth. I shall ensure their liberation. I will not falter. I shall strive relentlessly. I intend to forge even more formidable weapons. I cannot succumb to despair." With such conviction in his heart, Furman cautiously glanced around, surreptitiously grasping a piece of energy crystal from beside the assembly line and stealthily concealing it within his trousers. At that moment, Frieza, standing behind the one-way glass of the observation room on the second floor, observed everything unfold. So, this was her method for acquiring materials to manufacture weapons. What a clever little rascal. However, with a resounding crash, countless soldiers stormed in. Armed to the teeth, mercenaries surged into the room, instantly seizing control of the entire area. Naturally, the observation room where Frieza was stationed was no exception. The door behind her was kicked open. Two mercenaries, weapons drawn, rushed inside. "Doria, following closely behind Frieza, leaped to the side of the two mercenaries, swiftly snapping their necks with a firm grip. Then, as if discarding refuse, he carelessly tossed them into a corner and returned to stand behind Frieza, disdainfully scoffing. These provincial landowners certainly know how to make a grand show. Frieza shook his head, remaining silent as he continued to observe the unfolding events below. On the first floor of the factory, amidst a throng of bodyguards, a middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored suit strode in with great swagger. Adorned in opulence, he wore a total of 12 extravagant rings, each set with different gemstones, 6 on each hand. He radiated an air of grandeur, and his presence was imposing. Without any protective gear, he was shielded by the 4 bulliest bodyguards, who had formed a mobile protective barrier around him, safeguarding the health of this sweatshop owner. Before the man could utter a word, a foreman hurriedly approached, bowing and simpering. "Boss, what brings you here personally? Had I known, I would have organized a welcoming ceremony to honor your presence." The newcomer was none other than the magnate of this industrial star system, Most. With an arrogant tilt of his head, scoffed. "Notify you? Huh. Someone dispose of him." Before the foreman could process the command, a black-clad bodyguard stepped forward and shot him dead, splattering brain matter across the floor. The foreman's unyielding gaze seemed to implore Most, asking, "Why must you take my life?" Most disdainfully stamped his foot, prompting others to swiftly remove the foreman's corpse and clean the blood and brain matter from the ground. "Honestly, I had no desire to visit this wretched planet, even though it is part of my empire." Most toyed with the rings on his fingers, holding his head high. "However, I received a confidential report from someone who insisted that there are individuals plotting a rebellion, even constructing a weapon capable of annihilating this planet." As he spoke, he gestured to one of his black-clad bodyguards. The bodyguard, understanding the cue, produced a crude toy gun from his pocket and tossed it contemptuously to the ground. "I never anticipated that this so-called weapon of planetary destruction would be such a pitiful object," Most remarked, chuckling. "Surely, today cannot be a day for jest, can it?" Suddenly, Most's expression darkened, his face clouded with fury as he seethed. "I am furious. Infuriated. I will not let the one who misreported this situation escape unscathed. But first, I must capture the creator of this pathetic weapon to relieve my anger." Chapter 024. My territory re-kick, with a hint of disdain, pushed Most aside, coldly stating, "I am an assassin. As long as you pay, I will certainly do my utmost to complete the task. Now step aside." Most felt a surge of indignation. His face flushed crimson, yet he found himself compelled to rely on others. With a reluctant sigh, he retreated to the side, suppressing his anger. Meanwhile, Dodoria contemptuously flexed his arms and scoffed. "In this remote northern galaxy, I never imagined there would be a warrior of your modest caliber. Yet, how unfortunate for you to cross paths with me, Lord Dodoria." Re-kick maintained an impassive demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Dodoria's disdain. Instead, he pointed to the device affixed to Dodoria's ear and inquired, "Oh, self-proclaimed powerful extraterrestrial. That contraption adorning your face must be the combat power detector developed by the Crude Legion, correct?" Dodoria paused momentarily, then sneered, "Indeed. I am surprised that even in this isolated northern galaxy, someone has heard of the illustrious name of King Crude. Ha! But if you think to plead for mercy based on this, you are gravely mistaken." Shaking his head, Re-kick replied coolly, "I am an assassin, paid for my services. I would never beg for mercy. I merely wish for you to activate your detector and accurately gauge my combat power." With a light press, Dodoria switched on the detector, revealing Re-kick's combat power as 5,000. "Merely 5,000. My combat power exceeds 10,000. He boasted with laughter. Hearing this, Re-kick calmly assumed a fighting stance and retorted, "It seems your might is great, yet you lack the understanding of how to harness and control your energy. How disappointing." In an instant, Re-kick vanished from sight. When he reappeared, his fist was poised dangerously close to Dodoria's nose. Yet, despite all his strength, he could not advance any further. For it was Frieza who suddenly materialized before Dodoria, seizing Re-kick's fist in a flash. Cold sweat broke out on Dodoria's brow as he, in a fit of rage and embarrassment, struck Re-kick squarely in the face. Meanwhile, Frieza held Re-kick's wrist with an iron grip, akin to an ant ensnared by a giant, utterly powerless. No matter how fiercely the ant struggled, it was futile. Reluctantly, Re-kick braced himself to endure Dodoria's punch. Frieza gazed upon the terrified and infuriated visage of Re-kick, a faint smile curling upon his lips. With a tone steeped in mockery, he remarked, "Ah, Mr. Assassin, or rather, the most formidable assassin of the North Galaxy, Mr. Rekik. You have shown a remarkable lack of courtesy towards my subordinates." Slap. Frieza flicked his tail, striking Rejik's face with a sudden force. Rejik's teeth were sent flying, and his jaw was dislocated by the brutal blow of Frieza's tail. Tremors coursed through his body, and the pain of the physical assault paled in comparison to the shattering of his pride and confidence. He found it almost inconceivable that such a terrifying creature existed in the universe. "Lord Frieza, I sincerely apologize for my oversight." "Ah, no need to fret, Mr. Dodoria." Frieza slowly extended his left hand towards Rekik's face, a crimson orb of energy shimmering within his grasp. With a narrowed gaze and a sly smile, he remarked, "I believe this esteemed strongest assassin of the North Galaxy possesses a battle power exceeding 150,000. You are no match for him. This is not a matter of shame. On the contrary, your earlier display of valor was quite commendable, and I am thoroughly impressed." In the midst of this banter, the energy orb in Frieza's hand detonated instantaneously, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful wave of energy that obliterated Rekik's head into mere dust. As Frieza made his move, an instantaneous aura of intimidation enveloped the entire venue. Both mercenaries and enslaved laborers recoiled in terror, desperately attempting to distance themselves from Frieza. Frieza paid no heed to these matters. Instead, he reveled in the exquisite pleasure of being both feared and revered. "Ah, it seems as though a mouse is attempting to flee." Frieza turned his head and caught sight of the terrified Most attempting to sneak away. Upon hearing Frieza's terrifying voice, Most let out a series of panicked cries and fled without daring to look back. However, it was already too late. Frieza extended his hand, grasping at the air towards Most, and then slowly lifted it. Suddenly, Most, who was frantically fleeing, felt an inexplicable tightening around his body, and his footing gave way beneath him. He hurriedly looked down, only to find himself inexplicably seized by an immense force, lifting him skyward. From a distance, Most could feel an overwhelming sensation of pressure bearing down on his chest. Standing within the factory, Frieza wore a sinister smile, his palm tightening abruptly. Before he could even utter a cry, he was crushed into mere fragments by that tremendous pressure, transforming into a crimson rain that fell upon the factory's ground. Most was dead. His demise was utterly tragic. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. They were not only astonished by Frieza's might, but also elated by Most's death. "Most is dead? We are free. Haha." In an instant, the factory erupted with a cacophony of laughter and cries. Countless enslaved laborers wept and celebrated, reveling in the prospect of regaining their freedom. However, though Frieza's voice was not loud, the moment he spoke, it seemed as if everyone present was instantaneously silenced. From an overwhelming clamor to an utter stillness, one could hear a pin drop within the span of a mere second. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" An elderly figure appeared to grasp Frieza's intent, trembling as he inquired, "Are you not here to save us?" "Save you?" Frieza chuckled. Frieza clutched his abdomen, feigning a pained smile, and remarked, "You desire my assistance for your salvation. Yet why did you hesitate to rescue Furman just moments ago?" The elder, trembling with trepidation, replied, We are powerless." Frieza pondered briefly, nodding in agreement, and remarked, "Indeed, you speak with great wisdom." Thus, now confronted with a being 1,000,000 times more powerful than Most, you find yourselves equally powerless. Frieza suddenly turned hostile, his expression darkening as he bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Get back to work, you wild monkeys. From this moment on, this territory belongs to me, King Frieza. You will toil here until your last breath." Chapter 023. Torment. At the instant the light gun was tossed aside, young Furman, seated in the corner, turned pale with fright. In that moment, her mind went blank. She understood that all hope was lost. Indeed, Most raised his head arrogantly and called out to the thousands of enslaved workers, "Who is Furman? Step forward now." Instantly, countless gazes converged upon the young Furman. Those expressions, usually devoid of emotion, now shimmered with a desperate yearning, a yearning to deliver a young girl who was striving to save them into the jaws of danger to preserve their own lives. How vile and grotesque! Furman was oblivious to how she had emerged, dazed, before the multitude, and she remained unaware of the expression that adorned her face. All she comprehended was the grim reality of her impending demise. It was only when Furman regained her senses that she found herself standing before Most, who was suffused with the stench of copper. Most, seemingly taken aback, had not anticipated that such a diminutive figure would dare to defy him. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. It is often the youth who possess an audacity that renders them unafraid of death. With a swift kick, Most sent Furman sprawling, disdainfully flinging his shoe at her face. In an instant, an attendant presented him with a pristine replacement, identical in every respect. Most strutted confidently towards Furman, who lay on the ground clutching her stomach, and placed his foot upon her head, producing a muffled thud. "You wish to resist me?" Most bellowed with laughter. "What can you, with your toy gun, possibly hope to achieve against Most, the affluent magnate? Do you not fear for your life?" The final sentence was delivered with a tone of chilling authority. Furman gasped in agony, yet this suffering only fortified her resolve. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming strength suddenly welled up within Furman's heart. That strength is known as courage. Furman exerted herself to twist her small head, unwaveringly meeting Most's gaze, and through gritted teeth declared, "You filthy vampire. I am already living a fate worse than death. Your threats only serve to amuse me." For a moment, Most was taken aback by Furman's audacity, feeling an unexpected hesitation to continue locking eyes with this seemingly fragile girl. "Very well," Most exclaimed in a fit of rage, gesturing violently to the nearby bodyguards clad in black, pointing at the prostrate Furman and bellowing, "Strike. Torture her mercilessly. I want everyone to witness what becomes of those who dare to defy me, Lord Most." 4 cold-blooded bodyguards obeyed without hesitation, each seizing Furman's limbs and slowly lifting her into the air. Crack, 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 crack. The crisp sounds echoed through the air as Furman's limbs were horrifically shattered by their bare hands. A heart-wrenching wail, innocent yet piercing, reverberated above the blood-soaked factory. Lingering in the atmosphere, the bodyguards simultaneously released their grip, and Furman fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, collapsing with a thud. Her limbs twisted grotesquely, broken bones piercing through her crimson flesh, exposed to the open air. She wished to cry, yet the pain rendered her voice mute. Silence enveloped the scene as thousands of slaves bore witness to this living tragedy, yet none dared to intervene. They stood apathetically, merely watching. "Ha ha," Most cackled maniacally, approaching with fervor, seizing a steel blade from one of the bodyguards and plunging it violently into Furman's abdomen. With a swift motion, she hooked the blade, extracting Furman's intestines. "Do you see this? Do you see, you wretched commoners?" Most brandished the dagger triumphantly, declaring, "Any insect that dares to oppose me, Lord Most, will meet this same fate." Lying in a pool of her own blood, Furman's eyes gradually dulled, and in an instant, her mind flashed through a myriad of memories. Ultimately, the images coalesced into a single scene, a family dinner with her father, mother, and younger brother. "Furman, how I long for you all. Mr. Doria, Mr. Chapman. Do you see this girl? She is exerting every effort within her means to liberate this group of enslaved souls. Yet, these wretched beings, mere flesh devoid of spirit, are unwilling to risk their lives for her cause. It is truly lamentable." Beside them, Doria could no longer tolerate Most despicable behavior. "King Frieza, I can no longer bear this. Allow me to descend and rid us of this detestable scum." Frieza nodded and said, "Doria, you are tasked with clearing away the debris. Chapman, you must protect that young girl and immediately take her back to the spaceship for treatment. Ensure that she suffers no further harm." "Yes, Lord Frieza." In an instant, Doria and Chapman shattered the one-way glass of the observation room and leapt from the second floor. Chapman swiftly positioned himself before the ailing Furman, resembling an impenetrable fortress. He scooped her up and unleashed a shockwave that blasted a gaping hole in the factory wall, propelling himself outward without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Doria let out a fearsome roar, obliterating the skulls of the 4 black-clad bodyguards with a single punch each, like a harbinger of death from the underworld. "You scoundrels! Today, allow me to demonstrate the might of Doria." With a battle power exceeding 10,000, Doria surged toward Most. Countless bodyguards and mercenaries were sent flying as Doria barreled through like an unstoppable tank, carving a path through a sea of blood. Most stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling beneath him. Just as Doria closed in, his hand nearly grasping Most, a blinding red energy wave suddenly shot toward his eyes. Doria swiftly sidestepped, but it was too late. A long gash was carved along the side of his face, blood spilling forth. "Who dares to ambush the mighty Doria?" he roared in fury. As his words echoed, a blue-skinned alien clad in a red jacket and black tights sauntered in from outside the factory, speaking leisurely, "It is I, the foremost assassin of the North Galaxy, Rechik. Haha, Rechik. At last, you have arrived. Most, seeing his savior, scrambled behind Rechik, panting and pointing an accusatory finger at Doria, exclaiming, "Quick, help me kill him. Rechik, I will pay you any amount you ask." Chapter 025. The Watcher. Given that this territory now belongs to me, I must leave a trustworthy individual to guard this, my first domain in the North Galaxy. Frieza instinctively cast a glance at the burly Dodoria. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. While his combat prowess was somewhat acceptable, his intelligence certainly left much to be desired. Entrusting him with the governance of this star system seemed rather unsuitable. So, who would be a more fitting candidate to remain? Just as Frieza was deep in thought, the detector by Dodoria's ears suddenly chimed, and the voice of Chilled resonated through it. "Dodoria, Dodoria, can you hear me? Is Lord Frieza present?" Frieza's hearing was exceptionally keen. He immediately extended his hand towards Dodoria's detector, which then flew effortlessly into his grasp. "I am listening, Mr. Chipman." "Ah, Lord Frieza. I have successfully returned the young girl to the spacecraft. She is currently placed in the treatment chamber, under the personal care of Mr. Su. Please rest assured." "Oh, well done, Mr. Chipman." Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, "While this praise is certainly well-deserved, you did not return the communication merely to check in on me, did you?" The detector emitted a voice filled with excitement from Chipman, who replied, "Of course not, Lord Frieza. Yesterday, we planted a tracking capsule on that scoundrel Toli, and today, he has indeed seized the opportunity to escape in a small spacecraft, while we were preoccupied with dealing with Most. Truly, your foresight is remarkable, Lord Frieza." Upon hearing this, Frieza let out a faint, disdainful chuckle. Indeed, the factory director is not a man who appreciates kindness. It is rare for me, the mighty emperor of the universe, to spare his life, yet he still chooses to tread the path of destruction. However, it may serve well, for had he not fled, I would remain unaware of the additional obstacles I must eliminate to conquer the Northern Galaxy. Shall we pursue him at once, Lord Frieza? Frieza gently shook his head and remarked, "Although the environment of this planet is harsh, it possesses a considerable degree of industrial foundation. Moreover, most of the trade conducted with this industrial star system involves the affluent magnates of the fringes of the Northern Galaxy. Therefore, we cannot hastily relinquish our hold on this territory. Our business must continue, at least until our manpower is sufficiently bolstered. Thus, Mr. Chitamo, as my foremost confidant and the subordinate I trust the most, would you be willing to remain on this planet and oversee our domain for the time being?" From the other end of the microphone, a voice filled with hesitation responded, "Lord Frieza, I." Frieza smiled amiably and said, "Ho ho, if Mr. Chipman is unwilling, then so be it." Yet, this exceedingly cordial tone, emanating from Frieza's lips, concealed an unfathomable terror. The chilling sensation that crept down one's spine was undeniably maddening. Chipman's heart jolted in alarm, and he hastily assured, "Rest assured, Lord Frieza, I shall steadfastly guard this territory. Chipman is ever willing to devote all that I have for you." "Ho ho." Frieza chuckled with delight, "Mr. Chipman, I do not require much from you. Given the current shortage of personnel across the remaining 9 planets, you may temporarily neglect them. Your sole responsibility is to manage this planet and ensure that the news of Most's demise does not reach the other planets, thereby preventing chaos. I have left behind a portion of scientists to develop the industrial products we require. As for the future, I shall arrange for a contingent of warriors to assist you in managing this galaxy. It will not be long. Rest assured." Chipman smiled, albeit with a hint of reluctance. "Yes, yes." Frieza pressed the button on the detector's communication device, interrupting the transmission, and tossed the device back to Dodoria. He then beckoned to a figure who appeared to be a supervisor. As the man timidly approached, Frieza smiled and spoke, "Greetings, I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza." The supervisor, trembling, nodded and replied, "Hello, I am the supervisor here. My name is Turl." "Ah, Mr. Turl." Frieza chuckled as he flicked his tail, amiably stating, "Please wait a moment. One of my subordinates will soon arrive to take control of this place and everything on this planet. Kindly inform your colleagues and ensure they comply. Will you?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, the more congenial Frieza appeared, the more terrified Trell became. With a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, Trell replied, "I shall, Your Majesty." "Ah, you are far more astute than your foreman." Frieza turned around and gradually ascended into the air, addressing Dodoria, "Mr. Dodoria, it is time for us to return. Let Mr. Chipman handle the aftermath here." Dodoria swiftly took flight, following closely behind Frieza. "Indeed, Lord Frieza." Frieza nodded slightly. And alongside Dodoria, they transformed into a beam of purple light, vanishing without a trace. All that remained were thousands of enslaved laborers and a few surviving mercenaries. Exchanging bewildered glances, suddenly, the overseers recalled Frieza's parting words and hastily slapped their faces to regain their former arrogance. They unsheathed their whips and relentlessly lashed at the idle slaves. "Hurry back to work, you wretches. Did you not hear the command of Lord Frieza?" Frieza was not mistaken. To effectively manage this group of slaves, he must rely on the overseers who had long since instilled shadows in their hearts. He had already alleviated some of the burdens from Chipman, and now it was entirely up to him. Swift as the wind and thunder, Frieza and Dodoria soon returned to the location where their spaceship had landed. However, to Frieza's astonishment, the once desolate and filthy wasteland had been thoroughly restored. The water was purified, the earth revitalized, and a small artificial sun hung in the sky, while green shoots had even begun to sprout from the soil. Achieving such transformation on a planet riddled with deep metal pollution was nothing short of miraculous. Observing the scene before him, Frieza felt an undeniable premonition. Indeed, from a distance, Qianrui spotted Frieza and gracefully approached him, smiling as she said, "My king, my people wish to settle here for a time. They can no longer accompany you on your journey." Chapter 26, Kid. Frieza turned sideways to observe the thousands of Atlarans laboring tirelessly to improve their dismal surroundings. He then glanced at Qianrui and inquired, "What about you? Will you stay as well?" Qianrui shook her head, turning back to gaze upon her people. And with a gentle smile, she replied, "Though they long for my presence to remain, I believe, my lord, that in your future endeavors, there may come moments when my assistance will prove beneficial. May I continue to accompany you, the illustrious sovereign of the cosmos?" Frieza, however, was not deceived by Qianrui's sweet words. He merely chuckled coldly, remarking, "As expected of the king of worlds, you truly excel in the art of persuasion." Qianrui maintained her composure and responded with a faint smile, "I merely wish to put your mind at ease, my lord." After a moment of contemplation, Frieza nodded and said, "Very well. Since your people are willing to remain and transform this dreadful environment, it could not be better. Moreover, Chipman indeed requires some trustworthy subordinates. I acknowledge your intentions, but do not expect me to express gratitude." Qianrui smiled faintly. "No one can bear the burden of an emperor's gratitude, and I do not wish for you to feel indebted to me in any way. Your cleverness is almost vexatious." Frieza turned around and flew back to his spaceship. A clear voice emanating from within, "Please, come in, Ms. Qianrui." Qianrui blinked and gestured towards Dodoria with a smile, saying, "After you, Mr. Dodoria." At that moment, Dodoria was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he nervously nodded and bowed to Qianrui, exclaiming, "How could I dare? You truly humble me, Miss Qianrui. Please, you go first. I would consider it a great honor just to close the door behind you." Observing Dodoria's comical antics, Qianrui couldn't help but chuckle softly. She understood well why Dodoria held her in such high regard, yet she had no intention of elucidating the reasons. In her heart, she had her own calculations. With that thought, she declined further insistence and stepped into Frieza's spaceship, with Dodoria following closely behind, resembling a guardian deity. Once everything was prepared, Frieza's 3 spaceships gradually took off, embarking on their journey of cosmic conquest alongside their master. Through the tempered glass, the figure of Chipman could be seen below, fervently waving and shouting, "King Frieza, please return swiftly. Chipman wished to remain by your side until old age." Thankfully, the soundproofing of Frieza's spaceship was quite effective. So Chipman's heartfelt declaration fortunately went unheard by Frieza. Otherwise, Chipman might have been destined to toil here for a lifetime. Now, let us shift our perspective. Here lies the spaceship Wealth Plunderer number 3, belonging to the illustrious Mackin conglomerate of the Northern Galaxy. The Mackin Consortium is a significant collaborator with the notorious Most Blood Factory. The Mackin conglomerate instigates wars throughout the Northern Galaxy, wholesale distributing cheap, substandard weapons from most to various planetary factions or government forces at inflated prices. For the right payment, Mackin will conduct business with anyone. Additionally, they engage in the mass purchase of slaves at remarkably low prices from war-torn planets. Quality slaves are sold to nobles and emperors across various planets as playthings, while inferior ones are resold to the Most Blood Factory to offset some of their weapon costs. Their operations span the Northern Galaxy. Although they may not match the Clud King in power, in terms of nefariousness, Even 10 Clud Kings could not rival a single faction of theirs. Today, the Mackin Consortium received a business deal. Though the transaction volume was modest, the counterpart was unexpectedly agreeable. Whatever price they proposed, the other party readily accepted. This left Kid, the second son of the Mackin family, aboard the Wealth Plunderer No. 3, in a foul mood. Had he known that he was dealing with such an easy mark, he should have quoted a much harsher price from the outset. A mere broken gun ought to be sold for 1,000 energy crystals. However, while the young master sulked in his chamber, a sudden knock resonated at the door. The aged voice of the steward emerged from outside. "Young master, the spaceship carrying Tally requests to dock with our vessel. Do you approve?" "Tally? Who is that?" Kid exclaimed impatiently. "Absolutely not. I'm in no mood for this. We are capitalists, not philanthropists. What do those cosmic castaways have to do with us?" "Old man, you seem to be regressing." Outside, the steward waved his hands repeatedly. "Young master, Tally is not one of those cosmic castaways. Don't you recall? Last year at the Northern Galaxy Business Summit, Most brought him along and introduced him as his most capable assistant, the overseer of his 10 industrial planets." "Oh, I suppose that rings a bell," Kid replied, still somewhat irritable. He approached the door and opened it. He asked most subordinate, "What concern is he of mine? Why does he wish to see me?" The steward smiled mysteriously and discreetly activated the communication watch on his wrist, retrieving a message sent by Tally. Kid opened it and began to read, his expression unwavering at first. Gradually, however, a grave look took shape on his face, soon followed by a glimmer of schadenfreude. "Most is finished? Ha! This is splendid news." Kid rubbed his hands together, pacing as he muttered to himself, "Let me think. We should immediately dispatch troops to seize his territory, eliminate that fool named Frieza, and then claim all of Most's assets for ourselves. I've long found him insufferable. That old rogue has no right to monopolize such a substantial slice of the pie from the sweatshop." At this juncture, the steward timely inquired, "Young master, what about Tally?" Kid laughed heartily. "He has brought me such a grand gift. He is my most esteemed guest. What kind of host would turn away a guest? Hurry and approve his docking request. Bring him here. I have questions for him." "Yes." The old steward promptly turned to leave, leaving Kid to continue his excited pacing, his mind swirling with untold schemes. Yet perhaps Kid never anticipated that his moment of greed today would eventually bring calamity upon all the capitalists of the Northern Galaxy. Chapter 027, Pursuit. Tally, my old friend. Greetings, young Master Kid. Kid opened his arms wide, feigning a warm embrace for the rotund Tally. However, after a moment's hesitation, he found Tally's corpulence too distasteful to approach. With a casual wave of his hand, he smiled. "Please, take a seat, my old friend. Today, it is indeed a rare occasion for you to visit my spaceship, haha." Tally glanced around and noticed that there were no chairs available for him to sit. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he forced a smile and said, No. I came to see young Master Kid today because I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Kid nodded, casually popping a throat lozenge into his mouth, and replied, "I understand. It's Frieza, I assent it." Seeing that Kid had taken the initiative to mention the matter, Tally felt a slight sense of relief from his earlier worries and joyfully affirmed, "Yes, young Master Kid. My boss, Mr. Most, was ambushed by that villain named Frieza, and he is likely either kidnapped or even dead. You are our boss's best friend and the leader of all merchants in the North Galaxy. I implore you to help save our boss." No. Kid leisurely shook his finger. "Feelings aside, business is business. We are all capitalists. There is no reason to assist someone for the sake of such a ridiculous relationship. In fact, if this Frieza fellow is willing to continue business with us, it does not matter who the trading partner is." Tally grew anxious and stepped forward to grasp Kid's hand, but was immediately restrained by Kid's bodyguard, rendered immobile. Tally's complexion, slightly unhealthy, turned pale, and he urged, "But, young Master Kid." Kid's expression turned cold as he kicked Tally aside, gripping his greasy chin, and coldly remarked, "Hey, listen here, buddy. The current situation is that he may very well become our business partner, while you are a traitor he detests. If it weren't for our long-standing friendship, I would have you bound and returned to him to secure my friendship and trust with him." Tally cried out in despair, "No, you can't do this, young Master Kid." "Why not?" Kid replied with a chilling smile, turning away. Taking a few steps before looking back, squatting down to face Tally with a more amiable demeanor. "You see, we are all businessmen. Everything can be negotiated. You wish to leverage my influence to deal with that self-proclaimed cosmic emperor. This matter is not unnegotiable. Tally seemed to grasp Kid's intention. Stammering, what do you want, young master kid? If I know, I will certainly give it to you. Haha. Relax, old friend. I want to let you suffer any loss. Quite the opposite. You could even profit immensely from this. Kid chuckled as he patted Tally's shoulder, leaning in conspiratorially to whisper, I have heard that on the fringes of the North Galaxy, Tally has discovered a rare mineral planet. That planet's worth could equate to half a year's revenue for our family. Do you know where that planet is? Tally gulped heavily, staring at the beaming kid, and stiffly nodded. I know where that planet is. Boom. At that very moment, the Wealth Plunderer 3 was suddenly struck with a violent blow. The entire vessel shuddered violently, and the alarm systems blared incessantly within the ship. Darn it. Just as I was about to voice my inquiry, such an unforeseen calamity occurred. Young Master Kid was infuriated, roaring into the communicator of the cockpit. What the hell is going on? Did I not instruct you to refrain from indulging in substances while piloting the ship? Report, young master. Came the fragmented signal from the communicator. The ship is under attack. What? Kid's eyes widened in disbelief. In the entirety of the Northern Galaxy, who did not know that this ship belonged to the esteemed Moken family? Whether it be cosmic thieves or interstellar marauders, who would dare to disrespect the Moken family? Yet today, you dare inform me that we are under siege. Before Kid could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, the ship trembled once more with a resounding jolt. A succession of increasingly thunderous explosions echoed through the air. It was at this moment that Kid finally grasped the severity of their predicament. They were truly in deep trouble. Meanwhile, not far from the cosmic vessel, three figures loomed ominously, the very architects of this assault: Frieza, Dodoria, and the fully recovered Sabo. Frieza sat languidly in his spacecraft, propping his head up with the back of his hand, exclaiming, the reactions of these individuals are exceedingly sluggish. Time has elapsed, yet they have failed to muster an effective resistance against the capitalists of the Northern Galaxy. Their weakness is truly astounding. Meanwhile, Sabo, relentlessly launching energy blasts towards the Plunderer 3, disdainfully scoffed, these ignorant nouveau riche are no match for me. With but a single hand, I could annihilate them all. Frieza, might I obliterate this bothersome spaceship? No, let us be patient, Frieza replied. We have traversed great distances, not merely to indulge in the slaughter of a few insignificant rodents. Suddenly, Frieza's brow arched, and he smiled at Sabo, saying, Mr. Sabo, behold, they approach. Upon hearing this, Sabo and Dodoria looked up. Indeed, dozens of warriors clad in spacesuits, wielding laser guns, emerged from the opposite side of the spaceship, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Frieza and his companions. The courage of these warriors is truly commendable. Frieza, with a curious demeanor, tapped his fingers. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Cyberman. The two immediately responded, positioning themselves protectively in front of Frieza, lifting their arms high and effortlessly dispersing countless energy projectiles. To the vermin of the North Galaxy, experience the might of your Lord Dodoria. Capital parasites. This is a greeting from the Frieza force. Dodoria and Cyberman transformed into fleeting shadows, rapidly closing the distance to the warriors of the Moken family. Before those warriors could react, 7 or 8 of their comrades had already fallen to the merciless assault of Dodoria and Cyberman. The toll of death continued to rise. Kid, hidden within the confines of the spaceship, was struck with a profound sense of horror. The meticulously selected warriors of his family were being decimated by these two monsters without the slightest chance of retaliation. What manner of beast had he provoked? Chapter 28. Grant him a quick, and just as the number of fallen warriors approached total annihilation at the hands of Dodoria and Cyberman, Kid could no longer contain his fury and activated the external communication. He shouted angrily at the two, stop this at once. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Cyberman, gripping the last surviving warrior, cast a cold glance towards Kid, then suddenly swung his hand, ruthlessly severing the warrior's head with a swift motion. You. Kid's rage threatened to erupt. As the second son of the esteemed Moken family, he had lowered himself to plead for mercy. Yet this monster had shown him no regard whatsoever. How audacious! How arrogant! Kid's eyes nearly brimmed with blood. He glared fiercely at Cyberman, vowing to etch that face into his memory. One day, he would ensure that this creature paid dearly for his actions today. Well done, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Cyberman. Frieza clapped his hands and, seated in his spacecraft, glided to the control room on the opposite side of the Wealth Raider 3. With a gentle push, he instantly created a vast gaping void in the ship's cabin. Frieza descended from the spacecraft, advancing step by step towards the console where Kid awaited him. Behind him, Sabo and Dodoria swiftly followed, still bearing the pungent scent of the remnants of Kid's subordinates. Frieza, with a smile, introduced himself to the bewildered Kid, saying, "Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Frieza, the sovereign of this boundless universe." "Frieza? Is it truly you?" "Oh, Frieza." Following Kid's gaze, drifted to the corner of the control room, where a pitiful figure trembled in fear. Alas, it was Mr. Tori. A sight not seen in quite some time. Tori forced a smile that was more painful than sorrowful, and with a dry voice, he uttered, "Frieza, my lord." Frieza responded with a smile, slowly extending his right index finger, aiming at Tali's heart, conjuring a sphere of purple energy. "So, Mr. Tali, what will you offer this time in exchange for another chance at my mercy?" Tali shook his head desperately, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Kid, inexplicably filled with a surge of courage, stepped forward and boldly exclaimed to Frieza, "You purple monstrosity, do you know who I am? I am the second heir of the Moken family. You have offended me today, and I vow I will not allow you to have an easy time of it in the future." "Oh, quite impressive indeed." Frieza feigned humor, chuckling as he shrugged his shoulders, while behind him, Dodoria and Sabo joined in with raucous laughter. Dodoria stepped forward, seized Kid by the head, lifting him into the air, and with a wicked grin proclaimed, "You insolent brat. How dare you act tough before Lord Frieza? Truly, you are blind. I care not whether you hail from the so-called Moken family or the Monkey family. You shall all be conquered one by Lord Frieza." Ha ha. Note, monkey is rendered in English as monkey, phonetically akin to Moken. Kid struggled to retort, but as Dodoria's grip tightened, the excruciating pain felt as if his skull were about to shatter, rendering him speechless. At last, with a dull crack, Dodoria crushed Kid's head with his bare hands, brain matter oozing from his mouth and ears. Disgusted, Dodoria cast Kid's lifeless body aside and turned his cold gaze toward Tali. Tali, nearly paralyzed with terror, had soiled himself in fright. Yet, at this critical juncture of life and death, his mind suddenly became astonishingly clear. In a moment of epiphany, Tali thought, Wait. I have information. I possess crucial news." Frieza raised his eyebrows, slowly lowering his right hand, and said with a sinister smile, "Ho ho, Mr. Tori. This is the second time you have pleaded for mercy. If you fail to present some substantial intelligence this time, I shall not be so lenient. Rest assured, Lord Frieza, you will surely be pleased with my information." Tori declared emphatically, thumping his chest as he hurried to the control console, incessantly tapping on the surface. Sabo, somewhat apprehensive of Tori's potential trickery, narrowed his eyes, ready to strike him down. However, Frieza intervened, intrigued by Tori's confident demeanor. It appeared that this rotund individual named Tori indeed possessed some valuable insights. Sure enough, before long, Tori had completed his operations, extracting a chip card from a slot beside the console. He approached Frieza with utmost reverence, presenting the card to him. Frieza received the chip and inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" Tori, with a sycophantic smile, replied, "Your Majesty Frieza, the Moken family is one of the 3 greatest capital powers in the North Galaxy. And this chip contains records of all the Moken family's business ventures and operational locations throughout the North Galaxy. Every planet with sentient life is marked within this chip. Your Majesty, given your formidable strength, surely your ambitions extend beyond mere regional dominance? This intelligence could greatly facilitate your quest for universal conquest." "Oh, this indeed appears to be a splendid gift." However, Frieza smirked as he turned around and returned to his spacecraft. "I truly despise traitors," he remarked. Tully, taken aback, panicked in an instant. "Lord Frieza, you cannot do this. I have served you loyally and guided your path. My lord, I implore you, grant me another chance." Despite Tully's heartfelt pleas, Frieza remained unmoved, not even glancing back. After a brief moment, Frieza gently opened his mouth and addressed, "Mr. Sabo." Sabo immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, Lord Frieza." Frieza let out a chilling smile, commanding, "Grant him a swift end." "Yes, Lord Frieza." In an instant, Frieza ascended into his spacecraft, while Sabo turned back, extending his right arm and placing his left palm upon it, gazing down at the despairing Tali with a condescending air. "So, Mr. Tali, we bid farewell." Boom. A tremendous shockwave erupted, piercing the entire spaceship, leaving Tali obliterated by Sabo's energy blast. With the mission accomplished, Sabo and Dodoria departed from the now-defunct vessel, heading back towards Frieza's spacecraft. However, shortly thereafter, an aged figure clad in a space suit appeared in the control room, crouching beside Kid's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed the old steward who had faithfully served alongside Kid, gazing at Kid's unblinking eyes. The steward's gaze burned with a profound hatred. Through gritted teeth, he vowed, "Frieza, mark my words, the Moken family shall return to exact vengeance upon you." Chapter 029. Taking her as a disciple, the lamentations of the defeated did not reach Frieza's ears. Back aboard his spacecraft, Frieza handed over the chip that Tali had used to bargain for his life to the diligent Mr. Suching in the research lab. "Mr. Suching, are you able to unlock this chip?" Upon hearing this, Suching raised his head to greet Frieza, then reached for the chip, examining it closely. "Lord Frieza, this appears to be a rather ordinary storage chip. Do you wish to retrieve the contents contained within?" Frieza nodded and said, "Let us open it and see." Siu turned around, activated the secondary computer in the research laboratory, extracted a card slot, and inserted the chip. He promptly commenced the reading process. However, before long, the window that had initially displayed the reading progress abruptly closed, and a prompt appeared requiring a password for access. Frieza frowned and inquired, "What is happening?" With unwavering composure, Sukuking swiftly switched to another interface and began operating a series of incomprehensible programs to Frieza. "It is evident that this chip is safeguarded by one or more layers of passwords, rendering our computer incapable of easily accessing it. However, rest assured, Lord Frieza, the configuration of this password lock and its encryption methods are rather rudimentary. All I require is 30 seconds. Before Sukuking could finish speaking, a distinct sound emanated from the computer's speaker. The password had been successfully deciphered by Sukuking. Instantly, a window brimming with files sprang up on the desktop. "My word, Mr. Sukuking, you truly are a multifaceted genius." Frieza did not hesitate to lavish praise upon Sukuking. "Were you not the attendant of the Kaishin, I would undoubtedly wish to enlist you in my Frieza force." Unfazed by the compliment, Sukuking replied with calm composure, "Lord Frieza, even though I once served as a divine attendant, I can continue to serve you in the future. I have long been a member of your Frieza force." "Have I not?" Frieza cast a perplexed glance at Sukuking, a smile dancing on his lips as he remarked, "I sincerely hope so, Mr. Sukuking. It is said that this chip contains the entirety of a certain capitalist strongholds and business plans from the Northern Galaxy. Might you assist me in discerning its authenticity?" Sukuking nodded silently, commencing his examination of the document's security. Once the scanning was complete, he meticulously opened each file to scrutinize the contents. After a considerable pause, Sukuking closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then reopened them to address Frieza. "Majesty Frieza, this document presents no logical inconsistencies nor fundamental errors. Moreover, it contains numerous unique pieces of information that cannot be fabricated. Therefore, I would surmise that there exists an 80% probability of its veracity." Frieza remained plagued by doubt. "Is there a way to verify this?" "Indeed," Suyo nodded, gesturing towards an open document. "Lord Frieza, this document indicates that today, the Wealth Marauder 3 is set to journey to the nearby planet of Fosti, where a transaction will take place with the planet's original royal family. This deal is intended to counter the ambitions of a usurping general, involving the exchange of 3,000 laser rifles, 200 handheld laser cannons, and various additional components. If one seeks to ascertain the authenticity of this document, observing the occurrence of this transaction would serve as the most effective means of verification." "Oh." Frieza raised his eyebrows slightly and remarked, "However, I suspect that this transaction may very well have been disrupted by our interference." Siu, possessing remarkable intelligence, immediately grasped the underlying implications of Frieza's words and cautiously inquired, "Lord Frieza, is this information you possess derived from intercepting the cargo ship involved in this deal?" Frieza nodded slightly, a hint of displeasure evident as he responded, "I believe so." Siu contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Then, Lord Frieza, you could certainly masquerade as the delivery party and engage with the royal family of that planet. If everything proves to be true, then this information would indeed be credible." Frieza nodded in agreement with the approach suggested by Mr. Sukuking, stating, "Very well, Mr. Sukuking, your insights are indeed valuable, and I shall give them careful consideration. Additionally, what is the current status of the young girl that I had Sabo bring back?" Sukuking casually retrieved a medical report from his side and, after a brief glance, raised his gaze to Frieza, replying, "There is no significant cause for concern. Although her injuries were quite severe, which may prolong her recovery time, her vital signs have stabilized. The only lingering issue pertains to her organs, which have been compromised due to prolonged exposure to toxic fumes. Nevertheless, these matters are not of great consequence. So please rest assured, King Frieza. Frieza narrowed his eyes into a slit and chuckled. Mr. Sayaching, I have complete faith in your capabilities. However, I would like to request one more favor. Sayaching nodded. Lord Frieza, please feel free to speak. Frieza slightly focused his mind. Furman, that is her name. Furman is a prodigy, a genius in the art of weaponry. Of course, she may possess other extraordinary abilities, but those are of little consequence. Mr. Shuqing, I implore you to regard her as your apprentice upon her awakening, and impart your vast knowledge of weapon manufacturing to her, without reservation. She will henceforth belong to your research department, yet she must not step off our spacecraft until she has crafted a weapon that meets my satisfaction. Do you understand? Shuqing nodded. Everything will be done as you command. King Frieza? Frieza smiled with satisfaction and turned to leave. However, he then feigned nonchalance and casually inquired. By the way, Mr. Cheatham, do you possess any divine technique capable of sealing enemies on a grand scale? Siu was taken aback and asked, to what extent? Frieza pondered momentarily and casually remarked, how about 10,000? With a hint of hesitation, Siu nodded, I can give it a try. However, it would be preferable if the enemy's combat power does not exceed 10,000. Rest assured, you are capable. Frieza stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing Mr. Shuqing. Mr. Shuqing, promptly transmit the cosmic coordinates of the Forsti planet to the main control room, instructing them to alter course immediately. Shuqing complied, sending the documents to the main control room and conveying Frieza's command. Before long, the spacecraft began to change direction, embarking towards the target planet. Standing beside Shuqing, Frieza gazed intently at the multitude of black dots displayed on the computer screen. These represented all the strongholds of the Moken family in the northern galaxy. Ah, the Moken family. You shall serve as the very first stepping stone in my conquest of the northern galaxy, Frieza the Great. Chapter 030. Annihilation. The destination was not far from Frieza's current position. Soon, his 3 spacecraft had arrived at Forsti planet, descending into the atmosphere at the prearranged time and location. Even before the spacecraft had fully landed, Frieza could see a throng of soldiers gathered below, awaiting his arrival. From their demeanor, it appeared they were devoid of any defensive readiness or intent to attack. Frieza nodded slightly. It appeared that Tori indeed lacked the audacity to jest with his life. That information was, without a doubt, authentic. Mr. Dodoria? Frieza cast a cursory glance over the soldiers on the ground, feeling a tinge of disappointment at their scattered postures. Yet he could not suppress a flicker of anticipation as he turned to Dodoria and inquired, could you utilize the scanner to assess their combat capabilities and determine whether they possess the qualifications to serve as competent warriors under my command in battle? Dodoria nodded, activating the scanner and switching it to group detection mode. However, after a brief moment, Dodoria responded to Frieza with a hint of disillusionment. Lord Frieza, their combat power averages around 300, and the strongest among them barely reaches a mere 500. I even harbor doubts about their ability to fly at all. Ah, I see. Frieza replied. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly, his initial intention of recruiting soldiers here dissipating. Sabo, standing nearby, discerned Frieza's disappointment and, with a knowing blink, ventured cautiously, Lord Frieza, I have heard tales that within the cosmos, there exist peculiar races capable of concealing their combat prowess, only to unleash it in its entirety during battle. Might they be of such ilk? Frieza pondered deeply, recalling that in the original narrative, both Sabo and Dodoria exhibited profound astonishment at the ability of the Namekians to conceal their combat prowess. This implies that, at least within the northern galaxy, such individuals are exceedingly rare. It is evident that the motley crew of soldiers, bearing the countenance of mere cannon fodder, could not possibly belong to this rarefied group. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered in Frieza's heart. Thus, he refrained from dismissing Sabo's notion, merely nodding slightly and suggesting, let us descend and discuss further. As the dialogue unfolded, the camera zoomed out, revealing Frieza's spacecraft gracefully descending onto the designated clearing deliberately left by the soldiers, stirring up clouds of dust. The hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Frieza, seated within the vehicle, emerged first, with Dodoria and Sabo flanking him on either side, closely trailing behind. With a measured approach, they glided toward the throng of soldiers, completely unfazed by the multitude of piercing gazes directed their way. Frieza navigated through the crowd with an air of utmost ease. While Dodoria and Sabo mirrored his composure, exuding an aura of indifference as they followed in his wake, commanding respect as if they were tigers among sheep. Particularly striking was Frieza himself. His overwhelming presence rendered some soldiers breathless with anxiety. Suddenly, the scene was punctuated by Frieza's signature laughter, heralding his entrance. Frieza nonchalantly surveyed the surroundings, raising his right hand in a mock gesture, and with a light chuckle, inquired, "Where is your king? Let him come forth to meet me." This seemingly simple question rendered the multitude of soldiers present momentarily speechless, their voices stifled by an overwhelming sense of apprehension. At last, a bold individual from the center of the crowd shouted into the void, "Who are you?" To which Frieza replied, "Me?" Frieza erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "It was your king who approached me, seeking to procure weapons, yet now you inquire about my identity? How amusing." The soldiers surrounding him visibly relaxed upon hearing his words. From behind the multitude of soldiers, a venerable man clad in royal attire and adorned with a crown stepped forward, reminiscent of a star being reverently approached. He cast a dubious glance at Frieza and tentatively queried, "Are you of the Moken family?" "Indeed." Dodoria respectfully gestured towards Frieza, declaring, "This is our King Frieza. Young Master Kid has pressing matters to attend to. Henceforth, we shall take charge of this transaction." The old king appeared perplexed, questioning why a mere capitalist would dare to refer to himself as a king. However, Frieza did not afford him the opportunity to inquire further. He merely cast a disdainful glance at the throng of thousands around him and scoffed, "Ha, Mr. King, while it would be reasonable for us to merely complete this transaction without further ado, I must assert that even if your minions were armed with the most advanced weaponry, it would be of little consequence. They are simply far too weak." This overtly arrogant provocation seemed to instill an inexplicable dread within the thousands present, for not a single soul dared to voice a rebuttal. At that moment, Frieza's disappointment deepened, as he confirmed that these soldiers were indeed nothing more than the lowly foot soldiers commonly found throughout the North Galaxy. They could scarcely be considered warriors. With a slight sigh, Frieza exchanged a knowing glance with Zabu and Dodoria. Receiving the unspoken command, both nodded in agreement. Despite their own numbers exceeding 1,000, they were rendered mute by the intimidation of merely 3 individuals. The old king's face turned pale with anger as he struggled to salvage some semblance of dignity. Directing his ire towards Frieza, "There's no need for your concern. We have already enlisted the galaxy's premier assassin to deal with Jinyu. Once my soldiers are armed, those traitorous forces will stand no chance against us." "Jinyu?" Frieza pondered. Frieza's pupils narrowed slightly, and a dangerous smile crept across his face as he spoke in a low tone. "Ah, so that is how it is. So you are the adversaries of Jinyu. How delightful." The former king, oblivious to the impending threat, after regaining his composure, curiously inquired of Frieza, "Are you acquainted with that traitor Jinyu?" Frieza nodded, his smile unwavering as he remarked, "Indeed, I am quite well acquainted with him, Mr. Dodoria." "Mr. Sabo." Frieza suddenly smirked, his expression twisted with malice. The old king finally sensed something amiss. His face contorted with terror as he attempted to merge into the crowd. "What are you planning?" Dodoria and Sabo each stepped forward, spreading their arms wide, laughing maniacally. "By the decree of Lord Frieza, we shall send you to the heavens." "Ha ha." Accompanied by their diabolical laughter, countless energy blasts surged from Sabo and Dodoria towards the throngs of people, and the sound of explosions erupted instantaneously. The cacophony was relentless. Countless cries and screams filled the air. A multitude of soldiers were left dismembered, their corpses soaring through the sky. At last, the wails diminished, and the figures of those struggling grew fewer, until, at last, silence reigned. The king's army was utterly annihilated. Chapter 031. The Jinyu force. While Dodoria and Sabo unleashed their carnage, they laid waste to an entire mountain range. Such a commotion could not escape the attention of the planet's current ruler, who was none other than Jinyu, the future captain of the elite force. As anticipated, moments later, 5 shimmering dots of various colors appeared on the horizon. 5. The unexpected delight momentarily filled Frieza with exhilaration. Could it be? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 figures of varying heights materialized before Frieza in an instant. Though he did not recognize the person in the center, the 4 flanking him were unmistakably familiar. The pineapple-headed Goldo, the blue whirlwind known as Berta, heralded as the fastest in the universe, the red magma, the handsome face of the special forces, Geese, and the one with myriad extraordinary abilities. What was his name again? Ah, Goldo. And Frieza's gaze fell upon the robust figure at the center, and with a subtle smile, he remarked, "Ah, So this is your true form, my most esteemed subordinate, Captain Jinyu. Jinyu, perplexed, cast a curious glance at Frieza before turning to survey the surroundings. Pointing an accusatory finger at Frieza and his companions, he bellowed, "Hey, it was you three who were playing with explosives here just now, wasn't it? I, Captain Jinyu, hereby formally declare your arrest. Come along with us." Sabo, with a disdainful snort, was about to step forward to provoke Jinyu, but was halted by Frieza's outstretched hand. Frieza greeted Captain Jinyu with a sly smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Captain Jinyu, it has been quite some time." Jinyu, standing across from him, appeared momentarily taken aback, scratching his head hesitantly as he responded, "You know me? Knowing me does you no good. You have maliciously wreaked havoc on my planet and must face the consequences. However, considering your recognition of me, I might contemplate sparing you the handcuffs." Frieza extended his arms, gesturing dramatically, and chuckled, "In this world, no one has ever managed to place handcuffs upon the wrists of the Cosmic Emperor." Jinyu, taken aback, inquired curiously, "Cosmic Emperor? Who might that be?" "Beside them," Zaban retorted with irritation. "Of course, it is none other than the mightiest in the universe. Our King Frieza, the mightiest in the universe." The future Jinyu Force members exchanged glances, only to erupt into hearty laughter. Jinyu guffawed, "What a joke. Blue-faced freak. The title of the strongest should belong to me, Jinyu." The other four comrades of Jinyu joined in uproarious laughter, mocking, "Ha! Blue-faced freak. Blue-faced freak." Yet, after only a couple of shouts, Jinyu and his companions fell silent. Their expressions awkward as they glanced at Buddha, who looked bewildered and sniffled. Buddha was also blue-faced. Blue-faced freak. Zaban's countenance darkened, and in an instant, he was filled with rage, ready to charge at Jinyu to deliver a severe lesson. However, Frieza was acutely aware that even if Jinyu had not yet assumed the form described in the original tale, his current status as the leader of the five indicated his combat power was undoubtedly above 40,000, far beyond what Zaban could contend with at this moment. Nevertheless, Frieza had no intention of restraining Zaban. Firstly, it was because the Jinyu force was still considered outsiders. He had no justification to prevent his subordinate from punishing an adversary who had insulted him. Secondly, Frieza had his own motives. The so-called Frieza force was currently lacking in strength, and the Jinyu force would undoubtedly be of significant use in the future. If Zaban did not learn a lesson now, it would inevitably lead to resentment between him and Dodoria later on. Allowing Zaban to experience a setback at present would ultimately serve a beneficial purpose. Indeed, just as Frieza was contemplating how to recruit Jinyu, Zaban had already been struck in the stomach by Jinyu's punch. He was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and unable to rise for quite some time. Frieza gently clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "What astonishing strength! I never expected to encounter a master of your caliber in this remote corner of the northern galaxy." The Jinyu force, however, raised their heads in disdain, in unison declaring, "Indeed, that is to be expected." Frieza chuckled with delight, "I hold you in high regard. Are you willing to follow me and join my Frieza force?" To which, Bart, standing beside Jinyu, scoffed, "On what grounds?" Frieza's smile gradually faded as he slowly emerged from the spacecraft, gently descending onto the ground, and suddenly unleashed his formidable energy. A tremendous surge of power erupted from Frieza, overwhelming the five members of the Jinyu force with an unparalleled sense of immense pressure. Frieza's formidable combat power was sufficient to rend the heavens and obliterate the earth, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. Dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. The immense waves of energy relentlessly battered the hearts of Jinyu and his comrades, leaving them in a state of quivering dread. Frieza stretched his form, concealing his emotions, and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" However, his threat failed to subdue Jinyu and his comrades. Instead, it only fortified their resolve. Jinyu roared in fury, "You shall not bend us to your will through force." "Oh, no need for force." Frieza gradually retracted his imposing aura and smiled slightly, saying, "Well then, what must you do to be willing to follow me?" The Jinyu force exchanged glances. Seemingly taken aback by Frieza's unexpected amicability, what had initially been mere bravado from them had evidently been taken seriously by him. After a moment of silence, Jinyu's suddenly lifted his head and declared, "Unless you can dance better than we do, we would rather die than follow you." "Ha! Well said, Jinyus. Indeed. Jinyus is a man of courage." Frieza looked at the five lively characters before him with a bemused expression. He never anticipated that they had already become such a comical bunch at this early stage. He truly wished to understand how the original Frieza managed to tolerate them. Dancing. Perhaps? Frieza took a deep breath, turned around, and commanded Dodoria and the recently risen Sabo. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, return to the spaceship and await my arrival immediately. Remember, disable all detection devices and ensure that no one gazes in this direction. Do you understand? Although Dodoria and Sabo were uncertain of Frieza's intentions, they obediently flew back. Before departing, Dodoria expressed his concern for his leader. Lord Frieza, please take care of yourself. If they intend to act against you, do not hesitate to call for us. Dodoria is always at your service. Chapter 032. The formation of the Ginyu Force as Sabo and Dodoria returned to the spaceship. It wasn't long before all three spaceships powered down. Frieza nodded with satisfaction. Now that no one was watching, his subordinates, the Ginyu Force, grew increasingly impatient. They shouted at Frieza, "Hey, your minions have all fled. Why haven't you left?" "Leave?" Frieza scoffed. "I have yet to show you the true essence of dance. To leave you utterly captivated. How could I possibly depart?" Suddenly, with a graceful turn, Frieza pointed one hand skyward while the other rested on his abdomen, letting out an unexpected, peculiar cry. This sudden change caught the Ginyu Force off guard, prompting them to adopt defensive stances, ready to counter any potential attack from Frieza. Yet, from an unknown source, a melodious sound filled the air. They told him, "Don't you ever come around here. Don't want to see your face, you better disappear." So beat it, just beat it. The music was none other than the iconic song Beat It by the legendary Michael Jackson from Frieza's past life. As the music played, Frieza began to move in sync. With a tilt of 45 degrees, he executed a moonwalk, followed by circular moonwalks. Each step, reminiscent of a devil's dance, left the Ginyu Force utterly astonished. Their keen eyes discerned that the seemingly forward movements were, in fact, an intricate illusion, a genuine visual spectacle that they had never anticipated. They had never imagined that dance could be performed in such a manner. Captivated by the exhilarating music and Frieza's enchanting steps, Ginyu murmured, "Though I have never heard the language of this accompanying song, for some reason, I too feel compelled to join him." The other four nodded in fervent agreement. As the final note rang out, Frieza completed his last dance step, and the music abruptly ceased. Frieza gradually withdrew his form, reverting to the visage of the cold-blooded emperor he once was. It was only then that the Ginyu Force, finally regaining their senses, erupted into fervent applause. Gudo and Jeez even vociferously cheered for Frieza. Frieza's lips involuntarily twitched. To his surprise, the ventriloquism he had learned from Suyo was being employed for the first time on this group of fools. As he observed Ginyu and the others clapping incessantly, Frieza, slightly irritated, huffed, "Enough. Will you, or will you not join my Frieza Force?" The five were momentarily taken aback, but then, without hesitation, they prostrated themselves before Frieza, exclaiming, "Lord Frieza, we willingly pledge our allegiance to you." Frieza's expression began to brighten somewhat. To be candid, he had already displayed an utter lack of shame in accommodating them. Should any of them dare to evade responsibility further, Frieza would undoubtedly be consumed by indignation, ready to strike without hesitation and utterly annihilate those who had brought him such disgrace. However, just as Frieza began to relax, Ginyu raised his head once more and made a modest request. "Your Majesty Frieza, your previous performance was truly breathtaking. We were so engrossed in our admiration that we failed to remember the details. Might you demonstrate it for us once more?" Frieza's expression turned dark with anger as he exclaimed, "Mr. Ginyu, it is only out of respect for your status that I have shown you leniency time and again. Do not overstep your bounds." Cowed by Frieza's fierce demeanor, Ginyu and his companions hesitated, refraining from uttering another word. The five of them hastily rose to their feet, standing upright before Frieza with solemn expressions. "Ginyu, Buddha, Guldo, Jeez, Berta, we pay our respects to Lord Frieza." Frieza gazed at the five familiar figures before him with a sly smile, nodding as he remarked, "Ah, I have long heard of your esteemed names. In the Northern Galaxy, you are indeed among the most formidable of warriors." The five promptly responded with humility, "Nay, it is you, Lord Frieza, who is truly more powerful." Frieza's eyes narrowed into a mere slit. "There is no need for modesty. Since you have chosen to follow me, it is only fitting that you receive a status and treatment commensurate with your abilities. From this day forth, you five shall be recognized as the elite squad of my Frieza Force, also known as the Ginyu Force. Unless I issue a direct command, you may refuse any assignments given to you." Upon hearing that they could continue to operate as a unit, The 5 members of the Jinyu force were filled with joy and promptly expressed their gratitude to Frieza. "Thank you, Lord Frieza." Jinyu cautiously raised his hand, inquiring tentatively, "When we serve as soldiers, will we still be able to dance?" Frieza casually nodded and chuckled. "Why not?" However, as soon as he finished nodding, he was taken aback. It was no wonder that, despite his evident disdain for the Jinyu force's opening dance in the original narrative, he still graciously watched it each time. It turned out that this was a small request that Jinyu had established from the very beginning. Upon this realization, one could see that the Frieza from the original tale was not without merit as a capable leader. How astonishingly whimsical fate can be. Nevertheless, despite such reflections, Frieza's gaze remained shrouded in shadows and vigilance. The path he chose diverged entirely from that of the Frieza in the original narrative, yet the outcomes remained strikingly similar. Was this merely the inertia of history, or were certain events of destiny preordained? Frieza felt a slight unease within his heart. Nevertheless, today proved to be a fortuitous day. He was in need of capable subordinates and had successfully recruited 5 adept followers, among whom Jinyu was, in fact, the current de facto ruler of the planet. This would spare Frieza a considerable amount of trouble. "Now, you 5, let us return to the spaceship. I have some inquiries to make." "Indeed, Lord Frieza." With this, Frieza led Jinyu and the others back to the spacecraft, while chaos reigned within the control room of the ship. This tumultuous situation began when Dodoria and Zabon returned to the ship, concerned that the 5 adversaries might unite against Frieza, who would be outnumbered. Dodoria had deliberately disabled the ship's operational procedures. He sought out the medical bay where Suiqing was tending to Furman and shared his apprehensions, imploring Suiqing to employ his divine powers to observe the battlefield outside. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would be prepared to offer assistance. Suiqing, recognizing the validity of Dodoria's worries should Frieza truly find himself in peril, his kin would have nowhere to reside, activated the Eye of Mind and, accompanied by Dodoria and Zabon, directed their gaze towards the external conflict. Chapter 033. The Entertainment Revolution. After witnessing Frieza's astonishingly audacious dance, the 3 were left utterly bewildered and speechless. Following a prolonged silence, it was Suiqing who broke the stillness. "What transpired today must remain a secret. Let us all act as though we have seen nothing, shall we?" Dodoria and Zabon nodded in unison, their hearts still racing. However, Zabon, unable to suppress his discontent, landed a punch on Dodoria's head, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. If you hadn't dragged me here, I would never have witnessed such a life-threatening spectacle." Dodoria retorted, "I was merely concerned for Lord Frieza's safety. Did we not agree to act as if we had seen nothing? And yet, you still complain." Zabon, momentarily silenced by Dodoria's counter, turned his head away in frustration. Suiqing sighed in exasperation. "In your current state, it would be a miracle if Lord Frieza did not notice you. Can you not maintain a sense of composure?" Both Dodoria and Zabon whined in unison. "We are not like you, Mr. Suiqing. Maintaining composure is far from easy." Suiqing, resting his chin in contemplation, suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I possess a divine technique that can enable one to bury specific memories deep within their heart. Unless triggered by a particular stimulus, they shall not resurface. Would you care to try it?" Before he could finish, Suiqing's expression shifted to one of alarm as he exclaimed, "Oh no. Lord Frieza has successfully recruited those 5 individuals and is now heading back this way." Doria and Sabo were suddenly filled with panic and urgently exclaimed, "Mr. Suiqing, please, use your extraordinary abilities quickly. It will be too late if we delay any further." Without hesitation, Suiqing pressed his hands against the foreheads of Doria and Sabo, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. Gradually, a gentle mist began to swirl above their heads before vanishing into thin air. Suiqing withdrew his hands and observed the slightly bewildered expressions on their faces, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Doria, Sabo, do you feel any better now?" The 2 snapped back to reality, nodding joyfully. Yet a hint of confusion crept in as they questioned, "We feel wonderful, but what exactly did we ask of you?" Just as Suiqing was about to respond, the spaceship automatically activated its backup power, triggering a temporary alarm. This indicated that the ship's door had been forcefully opened by someone. Suiqing was certain that the method employed was the unique red high-energy laser used by Frieza. Momentarily stunned, Suiqing shook his head and chuckled, "It's nothing. Lord Frieza has returned. You should hurry to welcome him. I will arrange for the maintenance crew to replace the door." "Oh no." The 2 quickly became alert, dashing towards the spaceship's entrance without a backward glance, eager to greet Frieza. Meanwhile, Suking watched their retreating figures, slowly closing his eyes. After a brief moment, he reopened them with a mysterious smile and made his way toward the spaceship's maintenance workshop. In the lounge, Frieza sat at the head, surrounded by the 5 members of the Ginyu Force, who stood respectfully before him in a semicircle. This is my spaceship. It may seem somewhat confined for an emperor of the universe, yet I find myself content for the time being. Frieza, with a keen interest, glanced at Ginyu and remarked, "As my most formidable subordinate, Mr. Ginyu, are you not inclined to introduce yourself?" Without a hint of hesitation, Ginyu stepped forward and declared, "Report to you, Lord Frieza. My tale may be somewhat lengthy. Should you find it tedious, please feel free to interrupt me at any time." Frieza nodded slightly and remarked, "Mr. Ginyu, you truly possess a remarkable sense of courtesy. Pray, continue." Indeed, Ginyu pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. This planet is named Fosti, which translates to dullness, and it is quite aptly named. For as long as anyone can remember, it has been a desolate world, where fear prevails and no one dares to step beyond the confines of their prescribed existence. All forms of entertainment have been utterly forbidden. I was born on this planet, and from a tender age, I harbored a singular dream, to transform this world. Yet, in my youth, I felt utterly powerless. In the face of the absolute might of the monarchy, I was mere insignificance. In pursuit of my dream, at the age of 20, I commandeered a spaceship and embarked on a voyage through the cosmos. During my wanderings, I encountered 4 like-minded companions, each hailing from different worlds, yet united by a shared aspiration for music, dance, and freedom. At this juncture, Ginyu cast a glance back at the other 4 members of the Special Forces team. It was evident that the companions he referred to were indeed them. One fateful day, I discovered my innate ability to exchange bodies, and I was overwhelmed with joy. We grew increasingly formidable. No matter how powerful the adversary, we could join forces to vanquish them. Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly. Body exchange? The Ginyu Force member nodded without hesitation. Indeed, Lord Frieza. Frieza, with a sinister smile, remarked, "Mr. Ginyu, it appears you have mastered a rather perilous skill. This ability of yours, when the enemy is caught off guard, can indeed ensnare them with ease. However, now that you have divulged this information to me, do you not fear that I, out of caution towards you, might decide to obliterate you at this very moment?" Ginyu gazed earnestly at Frieza and replied, "I trust you, Lord Frieza." Oh, Frieza, with an expressionless demeanor, tapped his fingers thoughtfully. "Your trust seems utterly unfounded," he remarked. Ginyu, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, "Must there be a reason for trust among dancers?" Although it was clearly a rather nonsensical argument, to Frieza's surprise, the other 4 behind Ginyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, is there any ulterior motive among artists? Witnessing their obstinate and stubborn expressions, Frieza found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He indeed struggled to comprehend the whimsical mindset of these individuals. Frieza, feeling a slight headache, conceded, very well, congratulations to you, Captain Ginyu. I had no such thoughts, please, continue." "Yes, Lord Frieza." Ginyu bowed once more before Frieza and continued, "I have discovered my capacity for body transformation, and my powers have been growing ever stronger. Yet, I have not forgotten the dreams of my childhood. My comrades wholeheartedly support my vision, and thus, I have returned to this planet with them. I intend to ignite a revolution that will upheave this entire world. We shall name this revolution the Entertainment Revolution." Chapter 034. Exchange. Frieza observed the 5 individuals with keen interest, noting their expressions filled with hope. "Have you succeeded?" he inquired. In a manner of speaking, Ginyu replied, "Somewhat troubled. Although we have successfully overthrown the original monarchy and seized the palace, not only has the former king vanished without a trace, but we find ourselves at a loss regarding how to dismantle the oppressive customs that have burdened the populace for millennia." Nearby, Rika nodded in agreement, adding, "Ultimately, we are merely artists and warriors. These intricate matters are indeed rather challenging for us." Frieza smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "You need not worry about the matter of the king. I have just eradicated him along with his thousands of soldiers. With that, we have no more concerns. This planet shall serve as the inaugural step in my conquest of the Northern Galaxy. In commemoration of this victory, let us name it Planet Frieza 1. Frieza was engaged in a leisurely conversation with 5 individuals. However, midway through his words, he paused slightly and, with a mysterious smile, remarked, It would typically be my turn to introduce you to your future colleague at this moment, but it seems there is a rat lurking in the shadows, intending to concoct some nefarious schemes." As Frieza's words hung in the air, the door to the lounge was suddenly burst open with tremendous force. Instantly, a torrent of smoke surged from outside. The dense fog left the Jinyu force, unable to sense their adversary, in a state of utter confusion. At that moment, a violet-hued alien figure seized the opportunity and charged in, wielding a hand blade formed from concentrated energy, aimed directly at Jinyu's heart. With his eyes closed, Frieza furrowed his brow and instinctively raised his hand, unleashing a burst of energy blasts. The assassin, taken aback, instinctively dodged to the side. However, this slight evasion caused his hand blade to veer off course, and instead of striking true to Jinyu's heart, it merely pierced his lungs. Despicable rat! Jinyu roared in fury. Deeply wounded. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Jinyu, dispersing the smoke that filled the lounge. It was only then that Frieza opened his eyes and beheld the true visage of the assassin. A pale violet body, adorned with 2 black horns atop its head, and grotesque veins bulging on its forehead. Frieza slightly parted his lips, utterly astonished. This expression was none other than that of Jinyu's initial appearance in the original narrative, was it not? Could it be? Ha ha ha. Frieza erupted into a hearty laugh, pointing at the Jinyu-like assassin and declaring, "Jinyu, it is your turn to showcase your true prowess before me. Let me witness how you vanquish foes even more formidable than yourself." Hee. Jinyu, clutching his abdomen, swayed as he chuckled. Hee, my Lord Frieza, just watch my ultimate technique. The assassin, realizing his initial strike had failed and that his smoke bomb had been dissipated, immediately turned to flee without hesitation. He was not intimidated by Jinyu's words. In fact, in a direct confrontation, the 5 elite members of the Jinyu force would likely struggle against him alone. However, that purple monstrosity seated at the pinnacle, its unfathomable terror, was not something he could afford to provoke. Thus, without a moment's thought, he summoned his swiftness to escape this perilous situation. Yet, seeking to flee, Jinyu, with eyes ablaze, suddenly roared, "Guldo!" Guldo's eyes widened in shock. He aimed his hands at the retreating assassin, his high-pitched voice bellowing, "Where do you think you're going? Behold my binding technique." In an instant, the assassin felt an immobilizing force envelop him, as if an immense power had anchored him to the spot. Damn it! The assassin struggled relentlessly, while Guldo's forehead glistened with sweat, his limbs growing numb, and veins pulsating on his temples. Finally, Jinyu was ready. Facing the assassin, he spread his arms wide and cackled maniacally. "Prepare to meet your end." Body change technique. In a flash, a brilliant white light emanated from Jinyu's form. It surged forth, directed at the immobilized assassin, who could not move an inch. Caught completely off guard, with no room for defense, the radiant beam struck true. Guldo finally relaxed his arms, collapsing onto the ground. Frieza, sitting upright with keen interest, observed the extraordinary spectacle unfold. At last, the assassin at the doorway slowly turned around, arms outstretched in exhilaration, and shouted towards Frieza, "Lord Frieza, I have become even more powerful." Ha ha ha. The assassin's body was now possessed by Jinyu. Meanwhile, the original occupant of Jinyu's body, severely wounded, crumpled to his knees, pale and filled with terror as he gazed at the very visage of himself standing before him. Frieza gently applauded and laughed. "Congratulations, Captain Jinyu. Your abilities are truly remarkable." "Not at all, Lord Frieza. You flatter me excessively." Jinyu replied with a smile as he approached the assassin whose body had been swapped. Grasping him firmly, he sneered, "Now tell me, who are you? Why did you attempt to assassinate me?" The assassin's face turned pale, yet he retained his dignity, responding with a cold laugh, "No need for idle chatter. I have failed my mission. You may kill me." Jinyu, infuriated, struck the assassin's face with a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. Without a hint of remorse for the body he once inhabited, he stomped on the assassin's head, sneering, "It would be far too easy to kill you. I never imagined your body would be so formidable. How fortunate I am today." "Ha ha." The assassin, filled with rage, retorted, "You." Cough. As he spat blood onto the ground, clearly on the brink of death, Frieza chuckled as he addressed Jinyu, saying, "Eliminate him, Mr. Jinyu. I presume he is the so-called universe's finest assassin summoned by that inept royal lineage?" Ha ha ha. "There have been countless who have claimed to be the best in the universe over the years, but you, indeed, are a man of your word, albeit somewhat unfortunate." "Oh, is that so?" Jinyu replied, glancing down at the pallid assassin. With a casual motion, he broke the assassin's neck and dragged his lifeless body to the reinforced glass beside the lounge. He pressed the control button of the glass door, causing it to open. Then, With a sudden motion, he hurled the assassin's body outside and, extending his right hand, unleashed a tremendous energy blast that engulfed the corpse, leaving nothing but obliterated remnants. Chapter 035. Preparing for departure. Bravo, Mr. Jinyu. What a splendid job. Frieza observed Jinyu's method of killing, which was executed with remarkable proficiency, his eyes unwavering. Satisfied. He nodded and remarked, I had thought that your obsession with dance would render you weak, yet it appears that you are indeed formidable warriors. Jinyu turned back, nodding earnestly, and stated, revolution, dance, freedom. Though these are our aspirations, we are equally competent fighters. Merely harboring dreams will not sustain one amidst the cosmic wanderings. This we understand all too well. Hail, Lord Frieza. Splendid. Truly splendid. Frieza burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, your personalities truly resonate with me. These are the warriors favored by me, Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. The entire Jinyu force stood at attention and replied in unison. It is our honor to receive your esteemed praise, Lord Frieza. Haha. Frieza was poised to utter more words, yet the sudden chime of the lounge doorbell interrupted him. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly as he cast his gaze towards the entrance. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Mr. Suking, his expression softened. Please, come in, Mr. Suking. The door is no longer intact, so there is no need to ring the bell. Upon hearing the name Suking, Gudo shivered involuntarily and instinctively called out. Suking turned his head, glancing at Gudo, and remarked coolly, oh, it's you. Seated at the head of the table. Frieza observed Gudo and Suking with keen interest and inquired, Mr. Suking, it appears you are acquainted with Gudo? Suking nodded and replied, many years ago, there was a spaceship owned by a cosmic capitalist that was tasked with transporting slaves. During the journey, it was unfortunate enough to be struck down by an asteroid, crashing onto planet Atla. Gudo was the sole survivor of that ill-fated vessel. At this juncture, Suking cast a meaningful glance at Gudo and continued with a faint smile. I recall that when you suddenly went missing one day, I was so concerned for your safety that I searched for you throughout the day, Gudo. I am truly sorry. Lord Suking, Gudo stammered, retreating in fright at Suking's tone. At that time, I was terrified. I feared that you, like those capitalists who enslaved me, would first treat me kindly, only to deceive me onto a ship and sell me to a sweatshop. I am sincerely sorry, Lord Suking. Suking nodded, seemingly unperturbed. It is understandable. I hold no resentment towards you. With that, Gudo exhaled a slight sigh of relief, though his 4 eyes continued to dart about, unwilling to meet Suking's gaze again. Ah, so that is how it is. Frieza snapped his fingers and exclaimed, so, it turns out that Mr. Gudo's extraordinary abilities were acquired on the planet Atla. Su nodded knowingly and remarked enigmatically, moreover, they were imparted by my own hand. Oh, then your reunion today may indeed be considered a stroke of fate. Although Frieza harbored a deep admiration for the Jinyu force, they undeniably fell short in comparison to the likes of Saius. The distinction between being a subordinate of a mere mortal and serving as an attendant to a deity is indeed a considerable chasm. Frieza had no desire to delve into the past actions of Goku on planet Attila. After all, they were now all under his command. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to gracefully bypass the subject altogether. Frieza seemed to suddenly recall something, turning to Saiusking and inquiring, Ah, Mr. Saiusking, what brings you here? Saiusking, displaying an astute awareness, nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Indeed, Lord Frieza. Concerning the matters of the planet Fireboil, the Queen has unearthed some leads, and we have made significant progress regarding the superwater. Oh, so soon? Frieza, overjoyed, quickly rose to his feet and exclaimed to Su, Hurry, bring Lady Qianrui here at once, or perhaps I shall go to fetch her myself. Let us be on our way. Frieza had scarcely taken a few steps when he abruptly halted, turning to Jinyu and addressing him. Mr. Jinyu, I currently find myself occupied with pressing matters, and thus I cannot continue to accompany you. Since you have now officially joined the ranks of my Frieza force, I kindly request that you ensure the medical and scientific personnel aboard the spacecraft are properly settled. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to consult Mr. Su, or perhaps you may have already met with Dodoria or Zarbin. I trust that you will enjoy a harmonious rapport. Jinyu and his comrades promptly responded, Yes, Lord Frieza. Frieza nodded, stating, Additionally, I may be away for a while, but there is no need for concern. I shall return post-haste. I have dealt with numerous individuals purported to be from the Moken family, and they are likely to trouble you soon. However, with the 5 of you present, I trust that no one in the North Galaxy can challenge you. Guldo, with an air of pride, assured, Lord Frieza. You can rest assured. I will ensure everything is in order, eagerly awaiting your return. With Guldo's assurance, Frieza felt a sense of relief and hurriedly made his way to Chihui's resting chamber. Upon Frieza's arrival, Chihui had already prepared everything. Greetings, Lord Frieza. Hello, Lady Chihui. I believe we should immediately address the matter at hand. Have you discovered the location of the fire-up star? Chihui nodded, responding, indeed. I utilized the authority of the Kaioshin to search the North Galaxy. Although, as this territory does not fall under my jurisdiction, the process was somewhat sluggish. Fortunately, I have finally located it. Frieza harbored no doubts, yet a flicker of concern lingered within him. However, even if we were to successfully locate the super water and create a replica of myself, what means could the powerless version of me employ to confront him? Qianrui remained silent for a moment, contemplating her words carefully. Each generation of God Technique type Kaioshin possesses a unique ability to fully unearth the latent potential within an individual. Although I am still too youthful to fully harness the might of this divine technique, I shall exert myself to the utmost to maximize your potential. If your latent abilities surpass your current combat prowess, we could effortlessly vanquish the super water. However, if your present state is already at its zenith, then you are doomed. Frieza's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, feeling the immense energy coursing through his body. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I agree to give it a try. I am convinced that my potential cannot possibly be limited to a mere 400 million battle power. Absolutely not. Chapter 036. The Star of Boiling Fire. Qianrui spoke with a hint of concern. I too believe in your boundless potential, King Frieza. However, the super water has granted us a mere hour. While I can devise some methods to extend this time to 3 days, I am uncertain how much of your potential I can truly unearth within such a brief span. Frieza's gloomy gaze wavered momentarily, but soon, his resolve became unwaveringly firm. I must make an attempt, Lady Qianrui. Ever since I harnessed my energy, particularly in these recent days, the voice within my mind has grown increasingly louder, while my own voice diminishes ever more. Yet, the most terrifying aspect of it all is that this transformation has eluded my awareness. If this continues, I fear I shall cease to be myself, and that is a torment I can scarcely endure. Therefore, regardless of the peril, I must take this risk. Lady Qianrui, let us depart immediately. Qianrui nodded in silence, grasping Frieza's hand, her staff tapping lightly as she declared, if you are resolute, then let us teleport. In an instant, the two figures vanished from the spaceship, abruptly reappearing on a remote planet in the far reaches of the northern galaxy, fire-boiling star. The sky here was a canvas of blue and white clouds, not markedly different from other planets. However, the most striking distinction was the profound desolation. As far as the eye could see, the vast plains were utterly empty, devoid not only of humans, but of any living creature whatsoever. Frieza furrowed his brow and inquired, have we arrived? Qianrui nodded and elucidated for Frieza, the planet of Fire Pot once thrived in splendor. However, due to the presence of the super water, nearly all life forms on this planet faced complete extinction, posing a threat to other celestial bodies as well. Fortunately, the inhabitants of Fire Pot possessed a profound sense of responsibility. They selflessly sealed away the super water, thus averting a catastrophe. Nevertheless, ever since, this place has transformed into its current state, desolate, expansive, and tinged with a sense of melancholy. Frieza, feeling a slight headache, remarked, is it true that all the inhabitants here have perished? In such an expansive planet, how shall we locate the super water? Qianrui responded with a gentle smile, fear not. King Frieza, for the inhabitants of the fire-boiling star have not been entirely obliterated. They have left behind a final descendant, Bodaki. Allow me to escort you to meet him. No, that will not be necessary. Lord Kaioshin, I am right beneath your feet. Frieza and Qianrui hastily lowered their heads and, to their astonishment, discovered they were standing atop an elderly man resembling a beetle. Oh dear, how utterly impolite. Both Qianrui and Frieza swiftly leaped off the back of Bodagio, with Qianrui extending a hand to assist the old man, her face betraying embarrassment as she apologized. I am truly sorry. The distance was quite considerable, and I miscalculated my landing. No, it's quite all right, Bodagio stammered, shaking himself and patting his chest. I am a robust elder. Even if struck by a meteorite, I would be just fine. Qianrui chuckled in agreement. It is indeed wonderful that you are unharmed. Now, let us return to our earlier discussion regarding the superhuman water. Bodagio dusted himself off and waggled his right index finger, saying, The term superhuman water is merely a misconception. The true name of that weapon is meat clear soup. Would you care to know the origin of this name? Frieza, growing increasingly impatient with the old man's rambling, casually unleashed several energy blasts, leveling the nearby mountains. With a darkened expression, he barked, "You old fool. If you know where the superhuman water is, speak up quickly." The Cosmic Emperor Frieza has no time for idle chatter. Yes, yes. Bodegiu, startled by Frieza's display, became considerably more docile. He respectfully approached Frieza and Shinrui, gesturing for them to follow. "Please, allow me to lead you. The superhuman water is located in the valley over there." As he spoke, Bodegiu muttered under his breath, "Were it not for the command of Lord Kaioshin, even if you were to kill me, I would never allow the superhuman water to resurface." Frieza's hearing is remarkably acute. Although Bardock spoke in a hushed tone, Frieza still caught every word. Frieza was initially poised to unleash his fury, yet, in a bid to swiftly resolve the persistent nuisance of another Frieza's soul tormenting his mind, he ultimately restrained his temper and refrained from striking. Shinrui gently tapped her staff, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped Bodegiu. With a smile, Shinrui proclaimed, "Mr. Bodegiu, the journey is long. Allow me to carry you along as we soar through the skies. Simply guide me on the way." As she spoke, the luminous circle lifted with Shinrui, seamlessly transporting Bodegiu into the heavens, accelerating rapidly towards the valley he indicated. Frieza let out a cold snort, instantly transforming into a streak of purple light, closely trailing behind Shinrui. Before long, they finally arrived at their destination, a valley, where the trio descended before what resembled a vault secured by iron chains. Shinrui dissipated the luminous aura surrounding her, while Bodegiu removed a pacifier-shaped necklace from around his neck, stepped forward to unlock the padlock, and opened the vault. He carefully retrieved a sealed container resembling a thermos and returned to Shinrui's side. With utmost seriousness, Bodegiu gazed at Shinrui and earnestly stated, "Lord Supreme Kai, it is my trust in you that compels me to lend you the super water. You must remember your promise. Do not let the sacrifice of my countless kin from 50 years ago be in vain." Shinrui nodded sincerely, accepting the sealed container with both hands and handing it to Frieza. "Great Frieza, once you open the seal, a crimson liquid will envelop you and strip you of all your powers. However, I implore you to remain calm. Trust me, I shall manage everything." Frieza, with a grave expression, nodded solemnly and slowly lifted the lid of the sealing device, peering inside. In an instant, a torrent of liquid as red as blood erupted wildly from the vessel. Frieza was taken aback, instinctively yearning to obliterate them. Yet, he soon recalled the plan he had devised with Shinrui. Frieza glanced at Shinrui, whose face was etched with boundless sincerity, and gritted his teeth, silently resolving to place his trust in this woman. Suddenly, as Frieza relaxed his guard, he was enveloped entirely by the superhuman water, which even sprayed towards Shinrui, attempting to seize the power of the Supreme Kai as well. However, Shinrui remained unperturbed. With a deft flick of her staff, she instantly activated a protective barrier, warding off the encroaching superhuman water. With both hands directed towards Frieza, now wholly surrounded by the superhuman water, she proclaimed loudly, "Soul transfer technique." In an instant, a torrent of formidable black energy surged from Frieza's head, violently escaping alongside his power, which had been absorbed completely by the superhuman water. Stripped of all his strength, Frieza was expelled like refuse from the superhuman water, which began to churn and reshape, gradually forming a semblance of Frieza's outline. This was the moment. Shinrui grasped the hand of Bodegiu, stepped forward, and embraced the weakened Frieza, exclaiming, "Instant transmission." In the blink of an eye, the three vanished from their original location, reappearing on the opposite hemisphere of the planet Fire on the Stove. Shinrui gently placed Frieza against a boulder, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. Subsequently, she drove her staff into the ground and closed her eyes, intoning a series of incantations that Frieza could not comprehend. At last, after a flash of divine light, Shinrui solemnly removed the gleaming essence from the tip of her staff and presented it before Frieza. "Lord Frieza, this is the qualification of the priest of Shuqing. Should you accept it, you will be endowed with divine attributes as my priest, thereby extending the time required for the superhuman water to seize your body to over 3 days." A flicker of malice crossed Frieza's eyes as he spoke in a low, furious voice. "Is everything you have done merely for this purpose?" Shinrui hastily shook her head, her sincerity palpable. "It is not as you imagine, Lord Frieza. I understand that the notion of you becoming my high priest is difficult for you to accept, but this is merely a temporary measure. Once you have vanquished the superhuman water, I shall relinquish this position back to Sukaking. Please, you must trust me. The position of the priest can only be appointed or dismissed by the high priest, even though I am the god of the martial realm. I am only temporarily borrowing this authority. Please believe me, Lord Frieza. You vile woman. Why speak of this now? Frieza clenched his teeth as he took the divine light. Menacingly threatening, Lady Qianrui, I implore you not to make a decision that you will regret for a lifetime. Otherwise, I shall assuredly take your life. Without fail, unfazed, Qianrui gazed sincerely into Frieza's eyes and replied, I will not harm you. King Frieza, never. Then let it be done. Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment as he suddenly embedded the divine light into his chest. In that instant, countless rays of divine light flickered through the openings of Frieza's 7 senses. His aura gradually became elusive, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of comfort that filled his heart with unparalleled exhilaration. The myriad streams of vital energy in the universe pulsated and joyfully surged towards Frieza's body, enabling his strength to recover at an astonishing pace. Furthermore, this resurgence of power was unlike any he had experienced before. It was an entirely new form of strength, a power of a completely different echelon. Frieza gently opened his eyes, and the entire world seemed to transform into a more vivid panorama before him. He perceived every subtle shift within the cosmos with astonishing clarity. He could even hear the breath of the sky and the earth, the exuberance of the wind and the rain, the rhythm of the clouds and the moon, as well as the murmurs of light and darkness. Is this the realm of divinity? The once grotesque visage of Frieza had vanished, replaced by an aura of tranquility and serenity. Yet, in an instant, this peace was shattered. Frieza sensed the power within him waning incessantly. The miraculous realm he had just comprehended slipped away alongside it. This profound sense of loss, akin to a fleeting treasure, filled Frieza with immeasurable disappointment and fury. Frieza glared at Qianrui in fury, exclaiming, Did you orchestrate this mischief? Qianrui shook her head, replying, Why would I do such a thing? Frieza, consumed by rage, paid no heed to her words and hurled an energy blast towards her. However, Frieza's power had significantly waned, and Qianrui merely raised her staff to deflect the attack, effortlessly neutralizing his energy blast. Please, remain calm, King Frieza. I assure you, I would never harm you, not now nor ever. She approached Frieza, grasping his hand and gazing into his eyes as she continued, Your body is incomplete without Frieza's soul. Yet, as it stands, his essence has been severed, making it difficult for you to harness the full potential of your form. However, rest assured that this condition is only temporary. Once your soul fully occupies the void you once inhabited, you shall become even more formidable than you are now. Frieza, filled with fury, forcefully shook off Qianrui's hand, his countenance darkening as he proclaimed, Temporarily? How much longer must I wait? Qianrui hesitated, yet ultimately sighed. You must await an opportunity. That moment may arrive in the next second, or, perhaps, it may never come at all. Frieza took a deep breath twice. Although he was indeed filled with immense anger and wrath, now that the situation was irretrievable, he found himself disinclined to utter further words. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground and snorted coldly, saying, I shall momentarily overlook other matters. Did you not claim you would unlock my potential? What are you waiting for? Frieza's tone was exceedingly impolite, yet Qianrui remained unperturbed. She seated herself opposite Frieza and unfurled a concealment barrier, enveloping the three of them entirely within its embrace. In response to Frieza's skeptical gaze, Qianrui smiled and explained, Since your original self is incapable of sensing energy, it follows that the replica of Superman water would likewise be oblivious to our presence. However, as a precaution, it is prudent for us to remain cautious. Having said this, Qianrui gently shook the staff in her hand, from which emerged an oversized parcel that she tossed in front of Bodigio. Mr. Bodigio, I am exceedingly grateful for your assistance this time. We must remain here for 3 more days, during which there may be some dangers outside. I have prepared food and water for you, so please do not hesitate to partake. Bodigio waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, Not at all. It is my honor to serve you, for the King of the Kais has granted us life. Please, do not hesitate with any requests. I assure you, I will not intrude upon your endeavors. Qianrui narrowed her eyes and smiled, replying, I truly appreciate your kindness. Turning back, she extended her hands toward Frieza and stated earnestly, Lord Frieza, during the development of your potential, I must insist that you refrain from moving, as it may disrupt the execution of my divine arts. Do you understand? In Frieza's mind, The scene from the original work where the old Kaioshin unlocks Gohan's potential resurfaced, prompting him to smirk and say, "I understand. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence, Lady Chinrue." Chapter 038, Battle Power, 5 billion. For 3 consecutive days, Chinrue and Frieza remained motionless, seated in silence. What began as tranquility gradually morphed into a sense of unease, as Frieza grew increasingly impatient. He feared that any disturbance could disrupt Chinrue's spellcasting, leading to a catastrophic failure in unlocking his potential. Yet, despite his heightened awareness, he felt no discernible increase in his internal energy. Crucially, Frieza recalled the original narrative, which revealed that even Gohan was oblivious to his energy growth during the old Kaioshin's enhancement. Thus, in a state of both worry and anxiety, Frieza endured 3 long days of waiting. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, this monotonous ritual reached its conclusion. Chinrue slowly opened her eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued as she collapsed to the ground. However, her expression radiated satisfaction as she gently roused the dozing Frieza, saying, "Lord Frieza, you may now test your true power." Frieza, standing up with a hint of skepticism, began to stretch his somewhat stiff body, attempting to gather his energy. In an instant, Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at his own hands. The remarkable power that surpassed his own capabilities from merely 3 days prior was astounding. This seemingly silent, yet profoundly surging divine strength filled him with unbridled joy. An unparalleled force left Frieza in a state of euphoric exhilaration. Ha ha ha. Frieza took a deep breath of fresh air, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of the immense power surging within him, as if it were about to overflow. He felt utterly elated. "Lady Chilai, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness 3 days ago. You were truly a sage of great wisdom." Frieza, now endowed with immense power, found his spirits lifted considerably. Time was of the essence. He resolved to eliminate that impostor and rid himself of the repugnant, foul spirit once and for all. "Ha ha." Chinrue chuckled nonchalantly. "Although you have already been drained of energy by him once, rendering the super water ineffective for a second absorption, you must still exercise caution. I can sense that his strength has surged remarkably over the past 3 days. Lord Frieza, do you require my assistance in reaching him?" Frieza shook his head and gradually ascended into the sky. "No need. I can already sense his whereabouts," he declared with a chuckle. "Without his burden, I feel considerably more at ease. So, Miss Chihui, I shall return to you in 10 minutes. With that, Frieza unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, a purple aura flickering intensely around him, exuding an aura that struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld it. With a swift motion, he vanished in a flash. Frieza transformed into a radiant purple light, swiftly encircling half the planet and leaping to the very gorge where the seal of the super water was once unraveled. The black and purple Frieza, born from the super water, stood there with closed eyes, arms crossed, gazing serenely at the horizon, awaiting Frieza's arrival. At last, as Frieza's feet touched the ground, the super water gradually opened its eyes and, with familiarity, greeted Frieza. "Ah, greetings, Mr. Thief. No, I should say, Mr. Bandit. You finally mustered the courage to meet me." Frieza remained utterly unmoved by the taunts directed at him. Instead, he scoffed, a rogue laughing at a thief. "We are but 2 of a kind, and you possess quite the audacity." Superman, unfazed, chuckled lightly while gently applauding. "Ha ha ha. Well said. Indeed, we are all villains. And regardless of our actions, we engage in deeds befitting our nature. Mr. Thief, you truly resonate with my sentiments. Were it not for your fate as my sustenance, I would genuinely consider you as an ally. Ha ha ha." Frieza let out a chilling laugh and suddenly vanished from sight. Superman Water's expression immediately hardened as he crossed his arms to shield himself. When Frieza reappeared, his fist was precisely blocked by Superman Water. With a swift motion, Superman Water forcefully thrust his hands, sending Frieza staggering back, and slowly remarked, "You should have lost all your power and vanished 3 days ago. Yet here you are. Not only still present, but even stronger. It must be that Queen Atla has intervened." Frieza nonchalantly hurled 3 energy waves at his opponent, scoffing, "You are quite informed, aren't you?" In response, Superman Water effortlessly deflected the energy blasts, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he remarked, "Ah, when we were still one, I was like a shadowy spirit, witnessing all your actions unfold before my eyes. I am fully aware of your every plan. However, it matters not. With the assistance of Queen Atla and the Kaioshin, you shall merely prolong your existence by 3 days. This all is utterly meaningless." Frieza was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. This was certainly not due to a lack of words, but rather because a target had been identified for scanning. Superman water, Frieza form. The long-absent system had unexpectedly activated. Emitting a prompt sound, Frieza nodded, resolutely choosing yes in his mind. Immediately thereafter, a dark purple visage of Frieza materialized in the fourth blank square on the left side of his consciousness. Concurrently, the system provided the combat data for Super Water Frieza. Simulation target, Super Water form. Frieza form combat power assessment. 5,000,000. True soul enhancement. Weakness. Core crystal of Super Water fortune. E5 billion. Frieza was taken aback when he was absorbed by Superman. His battle power was merely 400 million. Yet, in just 3 short days, his power had astonishingly multiplied tenfold. How could this be possible? Nevertheless, Frieza cast a fleeting glance at the luck value beneath the water of Superman. As expected, it was yet another E. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Frieza suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to laugh thrice. Frieza and his family truly have not entered the wrong door. Superman water possesses exceptional hearing. When Frieza merely uttered the number 50 billion in a hushed tone, he heard it clearly. Upon hearing this, Superman water did not rush to take action. Instead, he rubbed his nose and smiled with a sense of self-satisfaction, exclaiming, "Although I am unsure how you discern my current battle power, you must be correct. My battle power has now reached a terrifying 50 billion. This is a realm you shall never attain." Ha ha ha. Frieza cast a somewhat pitiable glance at the Superman water across from him. How could he be so elated over a mere 5 billion? One could only wonder how he would cope with the staggering figures that would inevitably arise in a few decades, potentially reaching into the thousands of billions. Superman water, pointing at Frieza, laughed maniacally. "Are you surprised? I too am astonished. I never anticipated your power could escalate so swiftly. Truly, you are worthy of being the embodiment of my cosmic sovereignty." Ha ha ha. Chapter 39. The return with a hint of curiosity, Frieza inquired, "How did you accomplish that? How did you manage it?" The Superman chuckled heartily. "Ah, what a splendid question. In the past, I never engaged in training, for I was exceedingly powerful, to the extent that I had to suppress my energy through transformation to prevent inadvertently annihilating my own planet. Although I encountered peculiar interference that hindered my ability to read your thoughts, fragments of your memories lingered in my mind. Androids, Majin Buu, Baby, and the evil dragons. It is quite astonishing that this world's future harbors such a plethora of monsters. The majesty of the Cosmic Emperor sounds almost like a jest, doesn't it? Therefore, I resolved to dedicate a brief period to training in order to surpass them. You see, it has only been 3 days, and I have already left you utterly astonished. Quite effective, wouldn't you agree?" Frieza's pupils constricted, a hint of astonishment blooming within. The world into which I have traversed seems to elevate Frieza's characterization to an extraordinary level. Cultivating for merely 3 days, transforming from 400 million to 50 billion. With such prowess, why fear the Super Saiyan at all? Yet, fortunately, I have arrived not too late. Ha ha ha. Frieza's shoulders quivered slightly as a faint chuckle gradually intensified into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, Frieza, you have not changed one bit. You are arrogant and conceited, just like your father and brother. It is utterly repugnant. What did you say? The expression on Superman's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, as he unleashed a colossal wave of energy directed at Frieza. "You impudent fool. Ha ha ha, Frieza. Do you wish to know why you are unable to access all of my memories? It is because you are simply too foolish and too weak. The ruler of the universe is I, not you." Frieza effortlessly caught the shockwave of Superman water with a single hand, braving the tremendous force as he steadily advanced towards him, step by step. "You." Superman water roared in desperation, amplifying his energy output. "This is impossible. How could you possibly contend against my current might?" Yet, no matter how fervently Superman water increased his power, Frieza continued to push the shockwave forward with empty hands, drawing ever closer. Frustrated, Superman water abruptly ceased his energy output and vanished from sight in an instant. However, Frieza remained unperturbed, effortlessly dispersing the massive shockwave before delivering a powerful punch into the air. This very blow landed squarely on the face of the stealthy Superman water, who had attempted a surprise attack. Left, right, time and again, Superman water vanished, launching rapid assaults from various angles towards Frieza. Yet, Frieza paid him no heed. Each of Superman water's ambushes transformed into an opportunity for Frieza to retaliate. After an intense skirmish, Frieza emerged unscathed, while Superman Water lay battered and bruised. The astonishment in Superman Water's eyes was unmistakable. Cough, cough. How could you possibly know from where I would strike next? Frieza smirked. Ah, that is simply because. Frieza vanished from his original position in an instant, only to reappear with his palm pressed against the crystalline core of the superhuman water. This time, however, the superhuman water was unable to perceive even a trace of Frieza, falling victim directly to his assault. I surpass you in strength by an insurmountable margin. The derisive laughter of Frieza, the victor, lingers as the final haunting image within the depths of Superwater's gaze. An energy blast, unleashed from Frieza's palm, instantaneously shattered the core of Superwater, perhaps driven by caution or the thrill of the moment. Frieza unleashed a barrage of 6 or 7 more energy blasts before finally relenting. Stripped of its energy core, Superwater began to dissolve slowly. With its gradual dissolution, the anguished wails of Frieza's tormented soul echoed in profound agony, as Superwater diminished to the point of revealing but a single eye. That eye suddenly radiated an extraordinary brilliance. From an unknown source, the frenzied laughter of Frieza's spirit resounded. The cosmic emperor, Frieza, shall never vanish. I may perish. Yet you endure, you endure. Humph, how absurd. Frieza let out a cold, disdainful laugh, casually unleashing a shockwave that obliterated the last remnants of the Super Saiyan water. In that moment, all the energy he had lost returned to his body, including the fruits of his training over the past 3 days. Casting a glance at the power level displayed beneath his avatar in his mind, Frieza's expression turned icy once more. A mere 5 billion. A triviality, really. With that thought, Frieza turned back along the path he had come. Having traversed half the planet, he swiftly returned to his starting point. Frieza, my king. Upon seeing his safe return, Qianrui's delicate face revealed a hint of joy. You have succeeded, Frieza, my king. Humph. It was merely the annihilation of a weakling with a power level of 5 billion. Hardly a noteworthy achievement, he replied dismissively. Frieza, with a cheerful smile, turned to Qianrui and inquired, Well, Ms. Qianrui, have I utilized my time wisely for 10 minutes? Qianrui returned a gentle smile, responding, Lord Frieza, with your current prowess, even the terrifying Majin Buu would stand no chance against you. Just as you have wished. You have truly become the sovereign of the universe. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within his body, Frieza nodded and stated, You are indeed correct. I fear nothing now. However, we should hasten our return. My previous uncertainties have been resolved, and it is time to commence the execution of my plan to conquer the universe. For Frieza's blatant ambition, Qianrui chose not to comment further. She nodded slightly towards Bodajiu and smiled. I truly appreciate your assistance this time, Mr. Bodajiu. Bodajiu, relieved, shook his head and replied with a smile. No, it is I who must express my gratitude to you and King Frieza. You have liberated me from the constraints of the superhuman water, allowing me to pursue endeavors I genuinely desire. Until we meet again. Qianrui grasped Frieza's hand, lightly tapped her scepter, and commanded, instant transmission. In an instant, the two vanished, returning to Frieza's spaceship. However, what lay before them was a scene of devastation. The once docking area for the spaceship was now littered with countless remnants, exuding a foul stench. The ground was strewn with corpses, as numerous scientists and medical personnel had perished on the spot, all part of Frieza's legion. Gazing upon this sudden and tragic spectacle, Frieza's expression began to contort, and the fury within him ignited beyond words. Frieza clenched his teeth and articulated each word with precision. What on earth has transpired here? Chapter 040. The Soul Commander, we have come under attack. King Frieza. A radiant barrier abruptly manifested in the vicinity, revealing Suyo, who bore the severely injured Sabo and Dodoria before Frieza. Just moments ago, our 3 spacecraft were assailed by a coalition of forces. All medical and research personnel have been slain. If my conjectures are accurate, the assailants are mercenaries operating under the auspices of the Cosmic Consortium. Suyo, supporting Dodoria and Sabo on either side, approached Frieza and knelt on one knee, bowing his head. This was an unequivocal act of retribution. They deployed no fewer than 20,000 warriors. I sincerely apologize, King Frieza, for failing to meet your expectations. Only 20,000? Frieza, consumed by rage, seized Suking by the collar, lifting him off the ground, his eyes gleaming with menace as he exclaimed, Is it truly possible that a mere 20,000 of you could be reduced to this state? How is it that my illustrious Frieza force, under the command of the Galactic Emperor, has been nearly annihilated by a pack of swine? You You dare to stand before me, still alive, with such audacity? Before he could finish his tirade, Frieza unleashed a devastating energy wave, inflicting severe wounds upon Suking and casting him harshly to the ground. Observing this, Dodoria and Zarbon hastily interjected, pleading on Suking's behalf. Lord Frieza, cough cough, it is truly unfair to lay the blame solely upon Mr. Suking. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's face as he turned to cast a chilling glance at the two, mockingly exclaiming, "Ha, you two inept fools. How dare you attempt to argue?" Dodoria and Sabo were left pale and speechless, utterly daunted by Frieza's demeanor. Yet, Shinrui seemed to grasp the situation, pondering momentarily, logically. Given your combat prowess, there should be no adversary in the North Galaxy capable of challenging you, especially not Suking, whose power level, if measured by a scouter, should exceed 200,000. There is no way he could be defeated by a mere 20,000 mercenaries. And what of the Jinyu force? With Shinrui's gentle reminder, Frieza, initially consumed by rage, regained some composure. Observing the wounds on Dodoria and Sabo, Frieza's pupils constricted as he realized, have the Jinyu force betrayed me? Cough, no. The Jinyu force, all 5 of them, are true warriors. Cough, they would rather die than betray you, Lord Frieza. Suking, gravely injured and gritting his teeth, managed to rise from the ground, gasping, indeed, if it were merely the North Galaxy, the 8 of us alone would be enough to sweep through. However, cough. Those cosmic conglomerates have not only dispatched heavy forces to encircle us, but have also contacted your brother, Kvila. What? Frieza exclaimed in disbelief. Kvera. Isn't he in the Southern Galaxy? What is he doing here? Siu, clutching his chest, replied with difficulty, it seems he has been tracking us all along until today. His sudden appearance overwhelmed us in an instant. We stand no chance against him. Fortunately, he cannot sense energy. Thus, I was able to use divine arts to conceal the 4 of us. However, the Jinyu force has all been captured by him. Lord Frieza, it is truly a relief that you have returned just in time, he coughed. So that is how it is. Frieza suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. He recalled vividly the time he had slain his most trusted subordinate, Baru, and the furious expression on his face, along with his unwilling cries and roars of anger. It turned out that his earlier proclamation of never letting him go was indeed sincere. Frieza focused his gaze on the wounds of Dodoria, Sabo, and Shu. Indeed, the injuries bore a striking resemblance to those inflicted by the formidable techniques of Kvira. With a combat power exceeding 300 million, 100 Dodorias would still be no match for Kvira. Suddenly, Frieza, having pieced everything together, erupted into laughter, filled with elation. Kvira, you have truly impressed me. You feigned desperation to lower my guard, all the while stealthily tracking me, waiting for the opportune moment to exact your revenge. Frieza's expression suddenly contorted into a ghastly visage, the fury within him surging beyond restraint. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "You are truly courting your own demise, Mr. Shu." Frieza spoke slowly. "You say that Kvila has just departed?" Sue tilted her head slightly in surprise and nodded. "Indeed, just moments ago. Do you think he would allow you to vanish right under his very nose?" Frieza raised his head, gazing intently at the sky. "Based on my understanding of Kvira, he will undoubtedly obliterate this entire planet to eliminate any future threats. This has always been a fine tradition within our family, ha ha ha." "Indeed. It is as I expected," Frieza has accurately surmised. In the distant sky, a blazing crimson sun has suddenly emerged. It is none other than the exquisite technique employed by Kvira for the annihilation of planets, the Death Sphere. Frieza's lips curled into a menacing smile as he ominously declared, "Kefla, I have found you." In an instant, Frieza vanished from his position, breaking through the atmosphere at an astonishing speed, propelling himself into the cosmos. Just at that moment, Kefla's death ball had just been unleashed. Frieza, with unwavering resolve, spread his limbs and tail wide, a manic grin plastered across his face, charging directly towards the Death Sphere aimed at Kvila. Before Kvila could even comprehend the situation, Frieza collided violently with the Death Sphere. The moment the Death Sphere made contact with Frieza, it detonated instantaneously. The frenzied energy capable of annihilating stars engulfed the entire expanse of the cosmos in an instant. Countless mercenaries and Kvila's subordinates, caught completely off guard, were obliterated by the explosion as if they were mere weeds. How infuriating! Kvila, finally regaining his senses, swiftly coiled his tail, exerting every ounce of his strength to withstand this unforeseen calamity. As the smoke cleared, everything Kvila had just possessed vanished into thin air. His legion, his ships, the representation of the cosmic consortium, all were utterly annihilated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Kvila stood dumbfounded, gazing at the desolation before him, recalling the fleeting purple silhouette. Has Frieza lost his mind? Kvila gritted his teeth, his mind a blank canvas. This bastard had the audacity to directly confront my death sphere. Is he truly willing to sacrifice his life just to bring about the complete destruction of Kvila's army? Chapter 041. Farewell, Kvila, my dear brother Kvila. It has indeed been a while. As the remnants of the explosion finally dissipated, a pale purple figure emerged in the distance, a triumphant smile of vengeance adorning his face. Let me think. It seems we haven't crossed paths since the last time I personally dispatched Baru. Have we, my brother Kvila? That figure was none other than Frieza. Upon their first encounter, Frieza unveiled the ghastly scars of Quira's past. Quira glared at Frieza with a gaze brimming with murderous intent, exclaiming, Frieza, you have finally chosen to confess. Was it you who took the life of Bell? You wretched scoundrel. To which Frieza retorted, indeed, I admit it. Frieza sneered insidiously, but what can you possibly do to me, Kvila? At this point, Kvila managed to regain a semblance of composure and rationality. Slightly calming his emotions as he retorted with a cold smile, what will you do? Did not my father make it abundantly clear in the past? No. There is no need for my father to intervene. I can conclude this myself and alleviate the resentment that has burdened my heart. Father? Oh, you mean Crud? Frieza suddenly teleported to the front of Kvara, seizing him by the throat with a chilling smile. There's no need to rush. Once I have dominion over the northern galaxy, I shall certainly return to deal with that old fool. However, you may not live to see that day. What? Kvara was taken aback by Frieza's declaration of rebellion, but even more terrified by the overwhelming power Frieza had suddenly displayed. Kvara stammered, how could your speed have increased so dramatically, Frieza? My advancements extend far beyond mere speed, my foolish brother. Frieza gently pressed his left hand against Kvila's chest, summoning a flickering red energy wave brimming with destructive power. Now, Kvila, if you wish to preserve your life, you must promptly disclose the whereabouts of the Jinyu force. Otherwise, what shall become of you? Suddenly, Kvila erupted with fury. A crimson light flashed in his eyes, and his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His head crowned with an imposing crest, and a mask swiftly formed over his mouth, amplifying his already formidable combat prowess. At that moment, Frieza's mind was pierced by the voice of the system. The latest form of the target has been detected. Would you like to proceed with the update? Frieza immediately made his choice. In an instant, a golden light flashed across the interface in his mind, and the original data was swiftly refreshed. The updated information was once again presented before Frieza. Simulation target, Kvila form, final form, arm transformation, combat power assessment, 470, 000 weakness, unknown luck. Frieza was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, you are still merely a fortunate in your transformations. Why struggle at all? As for Kvila's current combat prowess, it was insufficient to withstand even a single hand of a superhuman after merely 3 days of training. Observing Frieza's sudden moment of stupor, Kvila rejoiced, seizing the opportunity for a surprise attack. Channeling all his energy, Kvila unleashed a devastating torrent towards the close proximity of Frieza. The overwhelming surge of energy instantly engulfed Frieza. With exhilaration, Kvila laughed heartily, proclaiming, ha. You let your guard down. Frieza, did you ever anticipate that I have already mastered the 5th form? Ha. It is only fitting that you meet your demise at my hands. Kvila, how utterly disappointing for you. Suddenly, the voice of Frieza emerged from the shockwave. Kvara appeared to be grasped by an invisible hand, his laughter abruptly ceasing. In an instant, Frieza's fist broke through the shockwave unleashed by Kvara, landing a decisive blow to Kvara's abdomen. The excruciating pain caused Kvara's body to convulse uncontrollably, and the shockwave he had employed to ambush Frieza dissipated into nothingness. Your skills are truly lacking, Kvara. Despite exerting such tremendous effort, all you managed to elicit from me was a yawn. Frieza's fingertip gently pressed against Kvira's chest as he spoke in a low, sardonic tone. I had intended to grant you a chance at survival, but it appears you do not truly value it. No matter. For a subordinate lost can always be replaced. There is no one who is irreplaceable. I am no longer interested in the whereabouts of the Jinyu force. All I desire now is your demise, Kvira. It was only at this moment that Kvira genuinely felt the grip of terror. He had never imagined that the very Frieza he had once schemed against and bullied could, one day, determine his fate based solely on whim. On the precipice of death, Kvira could no longer withstand the dread of annihilation and pleaded for mercy. Frieza, we are brothers. You cannot do this. The crimson energy wave from Frieza's fingertips instantaneously pierced through Kfara's heart. Whoosh. Frieza. Whoosh. 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 Frieza relentlessly pierced through Kfila's body with energy waves. Unhesitating and utterly merciless. Even after Kfila lay lifeless, Frieza continued his assault until he had reduced the body to a mere sieve. Only then did he allow a hint of his fury to subside. Coldly regarding Kfila's unblinking eyes, Frieza callously discarded the corpse into the vastness of space, allowing it to drift aimlessly. Kfila, you truly repulse me. How could such a cowardly wretch ever be deemed worthy to stand as a brother beside me? The Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Ha ha ha. Frieza's visage contorted as he let out a maniacal laugh. Perhaps the words spoken by Superman moments before his demise have indeed come to fruition. Frieza has never been vanquished. In my absence, you still endure. After reveling in his laughter, Frieza somewhat quelled the tempest of fury within him and turned to soar towards the planet of Froshti, instantly traversing the vast expanse to rejoin the company of Chi Hui and the others. Mr. Siu, you say? Who might she be? Frieza had just returned and was about to inquire about certain matters with Su Qiong. However, as he cast his gaze upon Su Qiong, he unexpectedly discovered another small figure. It appeared that Su Qiong's injuries had completely healed. He gently pulled out the little girl who had been hiding behind him and introduced her to Frieza, saying, Lord Frieza. Do you not remember? This is Furman, the girl you requested I take as my apprentice. The timid little girl bowed deeply, addressing Frieza with a respectful, Lord Frieza. Frieza glanced in mild astonishment at the now impeccably dressed, beautiful, and charming Fuhrman, resembling a little princess, and nodded, saying, Oh, it's you. By the way, I recall that Mr. Shuqing you just mentioned is one of your quartet. Chapter 042. Surrender. Shuqing nodded in affirmation, replying, Indeed, Lord Frieza. She has been hiding within my disguise barrier, perhaps feeling a bit shy. Frieza surveyed Furman with a playful glint in his eye, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is it possible that Furman, who dares to forge laser guns in defiance of those detestable capitalists, is also afraid of the unknown? At this, Dodoria quickly chimed in with flattery. How could a mere local magnate ever hope to compare with you, Lord Frieza, the sovereign of the cosmos? Your Majesty instills a profound fear in all beings throughout this universe. Indeed, well said, Mr. Dodoria. However, my current mood is rather dismal, and your compliments do little to elevate my spirits, though I do appreciate your sentiment. Frieza's smile gradually turned cold as he turned to Suking and said, Mr. Suking, our spaceship has been completely destroyed. Does this mean that the chip has also been annihilated? Suking certainly understood which chip Frieza was referring to. He promptly replied, My Lord Frieza, rest assured, although the chip has indeed been destroyed, the contents within it have been entirely retained in my memory. Oh, this is the only piece of good news I have heard today. Mr. Suking, you are far more dependable than my two useless subordinates. Frieza flicked his tail, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Now, Mr. Sujing, do ponder this for me. Are there any detestable capitalist bases in the vicinity of this planet? Mr. Sujing appeared to have anticipated Frieza's inquiry, responding without hesitation. The nearest base is not far from here. It can be reached within half an hour by spacecraft. There is no need to engage in the cumbersome search for a vessel, Mr. Sujing. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, his voice laden with malice. I no longer wish to grant those detestable cosmic capitalists another moment of existence. Mr. Shu, lead the way. I shall fly directly there with you. I intend to make those parasites aware of who truly holds dominion over the North Galaxy. Nay, the entire universe. As you command, Lord Frieza. Meanwhile, the capitalists, who had just dispatched mercenaries to obliterate 3 of Frieza's spaceships and ravage the planet Vosti, gathered at a nearby planetary base to celebrate their supposed triumph over the ignorant brigands who dared to challenge their authority. The lowly mercenaries were, of course, deemed unworthy of attending the festivities. They were relegated to the periphery, merely kicking up dust, unbeknownst to the capitalists and their high-ranking officers. Disaster loomed on the horizon as they raised their goblets in elegant toast, reveling in their self-congratulatory victory. Ladies and gentlemen, an elder raised his glass and proclaimed loudly, to the Moken family. A multitude of finely attired elites echoed in unison, to the Moken family. The elder, overtaken by emotion, drained his glass of red wine and fervently declared, Young Master Kid, I have avenged you. Instantly, followers gathered around him like moths to a flame. Indeed, the elder was none other than the sole survivor from the Wealth Plunderer's third spaceship, the venerable butler, Old Bush, young master kid, as all present knew well, was a paragon of kindness and humility, hailing from a prestigious lineage and celebrated throughout the cosmos as a champion of freedom. Yet, this esteemed gentleman fell victim to the merciless hands of the cosmic criminal Frieza. Though we are benevolent, we are far from weak. The vile Frieza has already been punished by his own brother for his heinous deeds. However, we have also captured the nefarious henchman of the villainous Frieza, the infamous Ginyu Force. Old Bush, filled with righteous indignation, boldly proclaimed the crimes of Frieza and expounded upon the monstrous deeds of the newly formed Ginyu Force, which had only been established 3 days prior. Bring forth those cosmic miscreants. At once, dozens of soldiers from the Moken family brought forth 5 specially crafted cages. Countless cables were affixed to the 5 members of the Ginyu Force, rendering them utterly powerless. Seething with righteous fury, Old Bush seized a laser cannon from a nearby soldier and unleashed a barrage of fire upon Jinyu's face. Scoundrels, taste the wrath of democracy's laser cannon. Jinyu, bloodied but unyielding, sneered. Old man, these toys lack even the slightest value to entertain me. Jinyu, I suggest you bring forth something of real substance. Look, my friends, the despicable cosmic thief still dares to feign strength. Old Blush, feigning humor, explained to the crowd, I dare say, he is merely putting on a brave front. He can no longer withstand the repercussions of democracy. Ha ha. A large group of onlookers erupted in laughter, despite the fact that they found little amusement in such a dated jest. Clutching a laser cannon, Old Blush approached Jinyu, glanced around, and whispered in his ear, Hey, vile thief, the leader of the Moken family wishes me to convey a message. Should you be willing to accept our offer of surrender and serve us henceforth, perhaps we might show you mercy and spare your life. We could even promote you across the universe's media, portraying you as a new cosmic hero. You see, our consortium controls over 70% of the mainstream media in the Northern Galaxy. No one can escape our narrative. You might want to ponder this carefully. Jinyu, taken aback, scoffed. Am I not the infamous villain of the entire universe? You noble freedom fighters wish to collaborate with me? No. Mr. Jinyu, you misunderstand. It is not collaboration, but rather, you shall submit to us. Old Blush shrugged nonchalantly. In truth, I share this with you merely as part of my duties. If you refuse, I would be more than willing to personally eviscerate you. As for your tarnished reputation, fear not, with a few small favors promised. The ignorant populace will hardly care if we betray the interests of the Northern Galaxy Federation. You must understand, in the Northern Galaxy, the Moken family holds absolute power. Feigning resignation, Jinyu sighed. Very well, if that is the case, I agree. However, just as Old Blush reveled in his perceived success in persuading Jinyu, the latter's expression suddenly shifted. He opened his mouth and bellowed furiously, Agree? To your ancient pig's backside. Go to hell. In an instant, Jinyu summoned his last ounce of strength, unleashing a powerful shockwave from his mouth. Old Blush, caught completely off guard at such close range, was instantly decapitated. Chapter 043. Rescue Old Blush had lost his head. His frail body swayed and collapsed to the ground, provoking gasps of shock from the assembled capital elite. Although Jinyu was now a prisoner, he laughed maniacally. You self-important insects. Do you think the great Jinyu would ever submit to you? The only one who commands us across the universe is our most illustrious cosmic emperor, Frieza. Well said, Captain. We of the Ginyu Force would rather die than bow down to these loathsome parasites. Nearby, Bart and Rico rallied, vocally supporting Jinyu. Meanwhile, Jeez and Guldo demonstrated their allegiance through action. Although they had lost their powers and were unable to move, they continued to spit defiantly at the guards holding them captive. The scene erupted into chaos. For years, the privileged minions of the capitalists, having lost their leader, find themselves utterly at a loss regarding their next course of action. They can only weakly brandish their laser guns, aiming them at Jinyu and his companions, attempting to intimidate them into submission. Yet, this feeble threat resembles a child's play acting, failing to instill fear in Jinyu and instead emboldening their audacity. Just as the situation teeters on the brink of chaos, the true puppet master, concealed in the shadows, is compelled to make a personal appearance. Fear not, they are merely our captives. They are powerless. A well-dressed, radiant middle-aged man emerges from the darkness, pressing a button in his hand. In an instant, a powerful current surges through Jinyu and his crew, rendering them utterly incapacitated, unable to muster even a semblance of strength. The mere presence of this man swiftly neutralizes the raucous intruders, instilling a sense of calm among the onlookers. His decisive actions rapidly restore order to the scene. Approaching Jinyu, The middle-aged man casts not a glance at the decapitated corpse of old Berta on the ground and coldly mocks. I truly fail to comprehend the rationale behind your irrational decision. Jinyu unabashedly expresses his disdain for the man, retorting with a sneer. How could a tiger bow to a turtle? You are merely deluding yourself. Fury surges within the middle-aged man as he realizes Jinyu's ridicule targets his tendency to lurk in the shadows until forced to emerge. Very well. It appears that the so-called Frieza possesses some merit, even in death, to inspire such loyalty from you. The casual remark strikes Jinyu like a thunderbolt. His mouth agape in disbelief, he exclaims, "What did you say? Lord Frieza is dead? That is impossible. You are deceiving me." The middle-aged man's eyes narrow as he coldly replies, "What status do I hold to deceive a mere cosmic thief? I shall not hesitate to inform you. Frieza has been slain by his own brother." Jinyu roars in fury. This cannot be. Lord Frieza is so powerful. There is no one in the universe who could rival him. The middle-aged man scoffs disdainfully. That is merely a reflection of your ignorance. Do not underestimate Frieza. Even the legendary Kaioshin, who created all life in the universe, can be vanquished by my Moken family. With a hint of curiosity, the middle-aged man inquires, "To be honest, I find it hard to comprehend your unwavering loyalty to Frieza. From what I understand, you have only met him once, conversing for no more than an hour. Yet you are willing to sacrifice your life for such a fleeting acquaintance. Why?" Jinyu regards the middle-aged man with a look of pity, which seems to unsettle him. Suddenly invigorated, Jinyu bellows in rage, "The bond between artists. What do you mere mortals understand of it?" The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence, as all present stared, dumbfounded, at the figure on stage, who seemed to radiate an inexplicable brilliance. They were rendered speechless. Suddenly, from an unknown source, a crisp sound of applause echoed through the air. "Bravo! Well said, Mr. Jinyu. How could these foolish monkeys possibly comprehend the profound bond between the Cosmic Emperor and his most trusted subordinate?" At an unexpected moment, Frieza appeared in the distance, closely followed by Su Yuking. As Frieza spoke, the two made their way towards Jinyu. The middle-aged man instantly recognized Frieza's visage, his face paling in terror as he urgently commanded, "Fire! Fire! Do not let him advance any further." Countless soldiers responded, hastily aiming their laser guns at Frieza, unleashing a barrage of fire. Yet, Frieza maintained his serene smile, confidently advancing step by step, undaunted. Just as the multitude of lasers was about to strike Frieza, Su Yuking, trailing behind him, suddenly activated a protective shield, rendering all attacks ineffective as they were contained outside the energy barrier. No assault could penetrate this seemingly thin membrane. The middle-aged man, stricken with horror, fled desperately, scrambling backward. Meanwhile, the numerous high-profile individuals present finally reacted, shrieking in panic as they scattered in all directions. However, Frieza paid them no heed. He approached the Jinyu force directly, a slight smile gracing his lips as he addressed them. "Ah, Mr. Jinyu, Mr. Berta, Mr. Rikum, Mr. Jis, and Mr. Goldo, I am delighted to see that I have not arrived too late and that you are all still alive." With a casual wave of his hand, Su Yuking dismantled 5 specially designed cages, liberating the entire Jinyu force. From the moment Jinyu laid eyes on Frieza, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Upon regaining their freedom, Jinyu and his comrades stood at attention, expressions of shame etched on their faces as they said, "We sincerely apologize, King Frieza. The Jinyu force has disappointed you." "Oh, it is of no concern, Mr. Jinyu. You need not blame yourselves." Frieza gently flicked his tail and, with a sinister smile, remarked, "Regardless, that wretched insect that had displeased me has been reduced to a mere sieve by my own hand. My mood has improved considerably. Is that so? How splendid." Jinyu, upon hearing Frieza's words, felt a significant weight lift from his chest. "By the way, Lord Frieza, I have a suggestion." Frieza raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "What proposal?" After exchanging a tacit glance, Jinyu and his comrades collectively exclaimed, "Let us dance together to celebrate, Lord Frieza." Frieza, leave. Chapter 044 Identification. Now is not the time for us to celebrate. Do you not see that countless insects are approaching us? Frieza did not turn back, instead gesturing with his hand towards the rear. The Jinyu force followed Frieza's indication and looked up, witnessing a vast multitude of mercenaries and the direct forces of the Moken family assembling in their direction. A tide of humanity, comprising no less than 20,000 elite cosmic warriors, enveloped Frieza and his companions, leaving no escape route. Countless eyes glared hungrily, awaiting the command from the leader of the Moken family to eradicate Frieza and his group entirely. Yet, in the face of such a tense situation, Frieza's countenance betrayed no hint of panic. Rather, it bore a sinister smile. "How amusing, Mr. Jinyu," he remarked. "It seems some believe that gathering 2,000 ants can provoke a dinosaur." Jinyu scoffed lightly, stretching his somewhat numb limbs before stepping forward with a menacing grin. "My Lord Frieza, you need not lift a finger. I shall show this troop of jesters what it truly means to be a warrior." Frieza waved his hand dismissively, slowly turning around to gaze at the middle-aged man who led the group. Observing the man's ignorant expression, as if he believed he had everything under control, Frieza suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed with unrestrained joy. "No need for that, Mr. Jinyu," he declared. "I must make it clear to these ignorant pests that only in death will the Emperor grant them forgiveness for their insolence." With that, Frieza abruptly extended his hand, unleashing a colossal purple shockwave. In an instant, the encircling net of soldiers, composed of countless individuals, had not even had the time to react before a massive breach was created by this shockwave. Nearly half of the soldiers, along with the unidentified leader of the Moken family, were reduced to ashes by Frieza's energy wave. Only then did the remaining soldiers regain their composure and, in a frenzy of panic, begin firing desperately at Frieza. Instantly, numerous beams of laser energy rained down like a torrential downpour, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The ferocity of the onslaught was potent enough to obliterate a planet. However, 5 figures swiftly positioned themselves before Frieza. It was none other than the Jinyu force. Guldo, Berta, and Jinyu, with their formidable physiques, shielded Frieza from all the incoming laser energy impacts. Meanwhile, Berta and Guldo relentlessly dispersed the remaining energy beams aimed at the unfortunate Xiu. After a torrential barrage of gunfire, Jinyu and his comrades, with wild laughter, posed in various eccentric stances to showcase their unscathed forms. It was only at this moment that the soldiers truly comprehended the nature of the terrifying monsters they faced. Panic ensued, and several timid soldiers began to stealthily retreat. Yet, how could Frieza allow these insolent ants to escape so easily? Frieza spoke in a deep, chilling tone. "Mr. Shu Chong, it is now your turn to demonstrate your capabilities." Shu Chong momentarily hesitated, only to be struck by sudden comprehension. He finally grasped the meaning behind Frieza's inquiry 3 days prior about whether he possessed the divine ability to confine enemies on a grand scale. It dawned on him that everything had been meticulously prepared for this very day. With this realization, Shu Chong unhesitatingly extended his hands and bellowed with fervor, "O vast sky, become my indomitable prison." The divine technique of binding gold. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify. The previously empty expanse of the sky was suddenly adorned with a formidable, translucent barrier. No matter how fiercely the soldiers attacked, the barrier remained utterly unyielding. No one could escape. "Well done, Mr. Shu Chong." Frieza praised Xiu with a few words before gradually ascending into the sky. Countless soldiers, overwhelmed by fear, desperately sought refuge from Frieza, while the cowardly direct descendants of the Moken family were so terrified that some broke down in tears on the spot. Cough, cough. Frieza cleared his throat softly, and in an instant, all the cacophony around him fell silent. Countless soldiers gaped in terror, yet despite their efforts, they could not utter a single sound. "To begin, I would like to introduce myself." Frieza gently caressed his chest and proclaimed with utmost gentlemanly grace, "I, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, am the unrivaled strongest in this entire universe. No one shall stand as my adversary, regardless of how numerous your kind may be." It is futile to challenge this assertion. I need not elaborate further. My spirits were quite buoyant today, yet they have been utterly shattered. Whoever dares to disrupt the Cosmic Emperor's happiness shall inevitably face the consequences, without exception. Frieza's smile resembled that of a demon. "Ho ho! I have always been a benevolent individual and have no desire to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Therefore, if you can identify the direct forces of the Moken family that have provoked my ire, I might consider forgiving you mercenaries. What do you think of this bargain? Is it not exceedingly advantageous?" With that, Frieza lifted the silence spell from everyone, encouraging, "What are you waiting for? I shall grant you merely 10 minutes. Upon realizing they could speak again, a soldier with a clearer mind shouted loudly, "Do not fall for his trick. He is orchestrating our mutual destruction." In an instant, a crimson beam flashed, and the soldier who had spoken was obliterated, his head shattered by Frieza's energy blast. Frieza gradually lowered his hand, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "In truth, he is not mistaken. My intention is indeed to incite you to turn against one another. Yet, You find yourselves with no alternative. This is your sole opportunity for survival. With a flourish, another audacious mercenary leapt forth, exclaiming in fury, "Or perhaps we could unite our efforts and slay you. In doing so, we too could achieve our liberation." Well said. Frieza raised his hand, his fingers elegantly poised together, and with a swift motion, he brought them down. In an instant, a slender energy blade materialized, cleaving through hundreds of soldiers with ruthless precision. Countless mangled corpses fell helplessly to the ground, leaving the remaining soldiers paralyzed with fear, devoid of any courage to resist. It was only then that they remembered. Standing before them was a terrifying monster, capable of annihilating nearly 10,000 lives with a single strike. Frieza clapped gently, exclaiming, "Ah, how I admire a true warrior of courage. Yet, I detest those dimwits who believe that courage can resolve all matters." He continued, "If there are no objections, I invite you all to commence the identification." As countless soldiers exchanged glances, they erupted into a cacophony, swiftly dividing into two factions, each asserting that the other was the direct lineage of the Moken family. Chapter 045, The Hunt. Oh dear, this is quite a predicament. Frieza, feigning distress, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You all accuse one another of being the lapdogs of capitalism. How am I to discern the truth?" "Ah, indeed." Frieza appeared to have an epiphany, extending his index finger with a sinister smile. "I recall a saying that goes, 'The righteous shall always triumph.' I find this statement to be quite profound. Therefore, let us proceed in this manner. You shall engage in battle until the last of your adversaries is vanquished. The victorious side shall earn the trust of me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. What do you think?" Ha ha ha. After Frieza spoke, he slowly descended back to the ground, lifting his head with a slightly twisted smile as he gazed at them. The soldiers on both sides hesitated for a brief moment, then almost simultaneously erupted into a thunderous roar of battle cries. Without a hint of hesitation, they began firing upon one another. In an instant, the corpses of the fallen seemed to rain down like dumplings, as countless lives were reaped by Frieza's single utterance. Both sides were not devoid of intelligence, yet, as Frieza had stated, they found themselves with no other option. Standing behind Frieza, Jinyu appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, "Lord Frieza?" While their side is well-equipped yet somewhat sluggish in their reactions, the other side, though poorly armed, is composed of valiant warriors. Isn't it quite evident to distinguish between the two? Frieza, with an air of nonchalance, chuckled and remarked, "Ah, you are quite right, Mr. Jinyu. It is precisely because it is so easy to discern the true mercenaries that I have allowed them to engage in mutual slaughter. My army has been nearly decimated, and I must hasten to recruit some new personnel. Naturally, they are the most suitable candidates. Once they eliminate the subordinates of those capitalists, they will have no choice but to serve me. Of course, should they unfortunately find themselves defeated." Frieza's expression darkened as he sneered. "Then I shall have no choice but to obliterate this planet, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle for their funeral." The soldiers on both sides, armed with advanced weaponry, exterminated one another with astonishing efficiency. Soon, the multitude of figures that once filled the sky became less conspicuous, and the confrontation ultimately revealed its victor. As anticipated, the mercenaries emerged triumphant. However, even as the victorious faction, these battle-hardened warriors now numbered merely over 2,000, each bearing wounds from the conflict. One soldier, who appeared to be the leader of this band of mercenaries, descended with his subordinates and knelt before Frieza. "Great Frieza, we have completely annihilated the opposing forces." Frieza nodded with satisfaction, expressing his approval. "Well done, I am quite pleased. Indeed, you are a formidable group of warriors. I had anticipated that you might show some leniency towards your employer. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, you have now earned the right to join my Frieza force." The leader's face displayed a hint of reluctance, but he quickly lowered his head, adopting a demeanor of profound gratitude as he declared, "Thank you, Lord Frieza, for pardoning our previous offenses. Henceforth, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to serving you." Frieza nodded slightly. "Indeed, that is the best course of action. By the way, what is your name?" The leader promptly replied, "Reporting to you, Lord Frieza, I am Hegemin, the commander of this group of younglings. Of course, our leader is now you, Lord Frieza." Immediately, the 2,000 mercenaries behind Hegemin echoed in unison, "We pay our respects to Lord Frieza." Their voices resonated through the heavens, entirely unlike the disorganized and undisciplined reputation of cosmic mercenaries. However, Frieza paid no heed to this, instead smiling as he flicked his tail and said, "Ah, Mr. Hegemin, you truly know how to conduct yourself. Now, please listen closely, for I shall now issue my first command. Suddenly, Frieza's demeanor shifted from amiable to one of cruel delight as he remarked, those capitalists and nobles, who were so graciously entertained by the so-called Moken family, have truly vexed me. Before they escape this planet aboard their ships, I expect you to eliminate them entirely. Do you comprehend? Hegemony gasped, his body involuntarily shuddering twice. The guest list today did not solely comprise members of the Moken family. It included all the capitalist forces in the northern galaxy. The loss of a few soldiers was inconsequential. In the eyes of the capitalists, those soldiers were hardly regarded as human. There was still room for negotiation. However, should he dare to murder the nobles from the various capitalist factions, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the entire northern galaxy. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the northern galaxy for decades, Hegemony understood all too well what that entailed. The moment he took action, he could very well be signing his own death warrant. The thought sent a chill down his spine, and he stammered, Lord Frieza. But Hegemony could not finish his sentence. As he raised his gaze, he beheld Frieza's darkened expression and the chilling cruelty in his eyes. If he dared to refuse his request, to defy his command, Frieza would undoubtedly annihilate him and all his comrades without a second thought. Caught in the terror of life and death, Hegemony steeled his resolve, gritting his teeth as he declared, As you command, Lord Frieza. You are quite astute, Mr. Hegemony. Frieza replied with a sinister satisfaction. Frieza lightly clasped his left hand to his mouth and chuckled. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and get to work. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he raised his finger and arched an eyebrow. To ensure you do not slack off, let me establish a rule. If any one of you allows even a single person to escape, I shall take the lives of 100 of you. You are fortunate to have 20 positions available. I am truly merciful. Hegemon, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly turned around and anxiously shouted to the group of mercenaries, Hurry up, brothers. Eliminate every last one of those swine. Do not let a single one escape. The 2,000 mercenaries dispersed in a thunderous rush. Meanwhile, Suyun silently expanded the barrier infinitely until it enveloped the entire planet. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and agonized screams. With Suyun's south barrier firmly in place, the nobles could scarcely flee. Faced with mercenaries as fierce as ravenous wolves, these bloated aristocrats were utterly defenseless, slaughtered mercilessly like swine. Chapter 046. Target, Namek. Frieza erupted into a hearty laughter, the sound resonating with a delightful melody. Indeed, the thrill of vengeance was ineffably exquisite. However, Jinyu approached Frieza with a hint of concern, whispering, Lord Frieza, do you truly intend to incorporate them into our ranks? Frieza's smile lingered. Why not? Jinyu hesitated for a moment before offering a cautious reminder. They have submitted to us solely due to your formidable power, my lord. However, it appears they do not genuinely intend to exert themselves on your behalf, and moreover Frieza chuckled darkly. Moreover, they also took part in the massacre of the other crew members aboard my ship, did they not, Captain Jinyu? Captain Jinyu swiftly stood at attention and nodded. Indeed, yes. Lord Frieza, rest assured, Captain Jinyu. Frieza cast a cold gaze upon the mercenaries visible within his line of sight, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he proclaimed. This is merely a temporary measure. Those who dare offend me, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, shall not escape unscathed. Over yonder, a brutal massacre had just concluded. Aside from one unfortunate soul who, in a moment of carelessness, fell victim to the defensive weaponry of the nobles, the remaining 2,000 individuals emerged unscathed. Having successfully accomplished their mission, returning to Frieza's side, Hegemon meticulously adjusted his appearance, wiping the blood from his face before saluting and reporting, I humbly inform you, Lord Frieza, that the mission has been completed to perfection. Please, grant your commands. Frieza nodded with satisfaction, pacing slowly as he spoke. You have performed admirably. Yet this is merely the beginning. The Moken family and all the capital forces in the North Galaxy have dared to offend me, Frieza. Consequently, I shall ensure they comprehend the true meaning of the wrath of a cosmic emperor. Frieza turned to the Jinyu force and declared, Captain Jinyu, our next target. The focus of the Frieza force shall be those capitalists. I shall instruct Mr. Su to divulge to you their every stronghold and base. It is your duty, Jinyu force, to execute a decisive strike and eliminate those formidable adversaries. The 5 members of the Jinyu force promptly stood at attention, thumping their chests in assurance. We shall accomplish the mission without fail. Frieza, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, the last time you assured me of this, and I hope you will not disappoint me again. Jinyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, attempted to offer an explanation, but Frieza swiftly interrupted him. Enough. The previous incident was exceptional. I do not hold it against you. However, this time, I have already eliminated Kfila. I trust you will not fail me again. Moreover, if you have the time, refrain from dancing all the time. You must also devote yourselves to training. If you do not exert yourselves, there will come a day when a more diligent genius will surpass you. Having learned from this experience, Jinyu regained some of the sense of urgency he had felt while wandering the cosmos in his earlier days, promptly assuring, I shall heed your command, Lord Frieza. From now on, our Jinyu force will reduce our dance practice to 4 hours daily. We shall certainly strive to enhance our training. Frieza, feeling somewhat vexed, remarked, Very well. Do as you please and indulge in your merriment. Frieza turned to gaze upon the bloodied mercenaries, gently flicking his tail as he spoke. From this point forward, you shall follow my 2 subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbon, tasked with the annihilation and cleansing of the capital base following the decapitation of the Jinyu force. Remember this. Frieza's gaze narrowed slightly, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he declared, I want none of you to remain, except for those laboring as mere workers. Without a moment's hesitation, Hegemen readily acquiesced. Indeed, cosmic mercenaries frequently engage in such dealings. It is the norm in the northern galaxy. Previously, they were employed by capitalists, but now they serve the whims of Frieza. Currently, Frieza finds himself at the inception of a bloody and primitive phase of capitalistic plunder. When new powers clash with the old, it is fated that many shall perish. Mr. Hegemen, Frieza gently flicked his tail and said, My spacecraft has been destroyed. Would you be so kind as to escort us aboard the capitalist vessel to return to planet Vegeta? Hegemony was taken aback and quickly replied, It would be my honor. Lord Frieza, please follow me. With that, Hegemony led the way, and Frieza's entourage followed closely behind, as countless mercenaries parted to clear a path for Frieza. It was at that moment that Frieza truly began to feel the essence of a cosmic sovereign. Just wait. Frieza gazed firmly at the sky, declaring, This is merely the beginning. Upon returning to planet Frost with the spacecraft of the Cosmic Tycoons, Frieza not only assembled a formidable mercenary army of 2,000, but also brought back a fleet of 20 spaceships. Among them were 2 vessels capable of accommodating tens of thousands, designed for thousands, while the rest comprised smaller ships for hundreds and several portable spherical crafts. Each ship was outfitted with comprehensive amenities, surpassing the quality of Frieza's previous fleet. After arranging the integration of his newly recruited mercenaries with Dodoria and Zarbon, Frieza entrusted the entirety of the matter to Siu, allowing him full discretion. Meanwhile, Frieza took it upon himself to procure a new spacecraft and accommodations for Chi-Lai. Once he had escorted Chi-Lai to the designated room, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and directly inquired, Madam Chi-Lai, are you familiar with the planet Namek? Namek? Chi-Lai paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended, You are referring to the legendary Dragon Balls on that planet, aren't you? Frieza nodded and said, It is good that you know. I wish to travel to Namek. Can you locate its position? Qianrui responded with a slight nod. Finding other planets may prove somewhat challenging. However, Namek, known for its Dragon Balls, has been under the vigilant watch of the Supreme Kai of the West throughout the ages to prevent malicious individuals from exploiting its power. Of course, if you wish to go, Lord Frieza, I can escort you there immediately. Qianrui's prompt agreement made Frieza a tad wary. Ah, Miss Qianrui, do you not regard me as one of those wicked individuals? Qianrui smiled and shook her head. Lord Frieza, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I declared that your soul is inherently good, and it always has been. Frieza's expression darkened, tinged with anger as he retorted, Your words disgust me, Lady Chi-Wi. I intend to dominate the entire universe, and my hands will undoubtedly be stained with blood. In truth, I have already taken the lives of many, and there will be more to come. Among them, there are not a few innocents. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from uttering such repugnant sentiments in the future. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you as well. Chapter 047, Neru. Very well, King Frieza, I comprehend, Chi-Wi replied, nodding after a brief silence. So, when shall we embark? King Frieza? Frieza gazed at his hands, clenched his fists, and raised his head with focus, declaring, Now? Meanwhile, Chilled grasped Frieza's hand, gently tapped her staff, closed her eyes to search momentarily, and exclaimed, Instant transmission. In an instant, the two vanished from the spaceship, reappearing in the distant realm of Namek. The somewhat dazzling sunlight caused Frieza to squint slightly. The cerulean ground, the verdant sky, and the pleasant climate rich in oxygen created a serene atmosphere. Despite 3 suns illuminating the heavens in succession, it did not evoke a sense of discomfort. Is this truly Namek? Frieza swayed his tail, absorbing the scenery before him, continually juxtaposing it with the fictional planet from his memories of that comic. In an instant, it felt as though ages had passed. Regaining his composure, Frieza turned to Qianrui and inquired, Madam Qianrui, we are not here merely to admire the landscape. Where are the Namekians? Qianrui, unperturbed, raised her hand to point towards the horizon and smiled. He is coming. Frieza turned around and indeed beheld a warrior, enveloped in a formidable aura, soaring towards him with astonishing speed from the distant horizon. Of course, this power was only formidable in comparison to others. To Frieza, it was merely a slightly larger ant. Finally, when that figure landed before him, Frieza slightly curled his lips in a smirk. With green skin, 2 antennae protruding from his forehead, and a well-defined muscular physique adorned with red stripes, this unfamiliar yet familiar visage was none other than a Namekian, although he appeared significantly younger. He seemed to be an acquaintance nonetheless. Frieza, with his hands clasped behind his back, feigned humility as he remarked, Ho ho ho, young warrior, greetings to you. However, the warrior appeared unimpressed, adopting a posture of vigilance and solemnly warning, Stranger, your malevolent aura causes even the earth to tremble in fear. Namek does not welcome you. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly from this place. Oh, a dangerous glimmer flashed in Frieza's eyes as he smiled faintly. Ah, you must be Neru. Yet you appear to be somewhat unappreciative. What if I were to refuse? Although Neru was puzzled as to how Frieza knew his name, he found himself devoid of the energy to ponder such matters any longer. Frieza's aura was steadily intensifying, causing the very planet to tremble under the weight of his wrath. This overwhelmingly potent presence rendered Neru almost breathless. How infuriating it was to discover that such a terrifying monster still existed in this world. Cold sweat beaded on Neru's forehead, and his breaths became rapid and shallow. At last, he could no longer endure the oppressive pressure and rose in fury. Prepare to taste the might of a warrior from Namek, you purple beast. With a sudden leap into the sky, Neru thrust his hands towards Frieza, unleashing a colossal shockwave with all his might. Frieza remained unflinching, not even stirring, as he was entirely engulfed by the surging shockwave. In an instant, a colossal cloud of smoke erupted from the ground. Exhausted, Neru weakly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gazing at the spot where Frieza once stood, gasping as he murmured to himself with a smirk, Huh? Letting your guard down, you fell right into my trap. Yet, before Neru could finish his words, a violet figure suddenly materialized before him. Frieza swiftly extended his right index finger, effortlessly piercing a bloody hole through Neru's chest. The words he had yet to utter lodged in his throat as Neru's pupils dilated sharply, causing him to collapse to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Unable to move any longer, Frieza slowly descended before Neru, placing his foot upon Neru's head, and with a mocking smile remarked, Ah, what a pity, Mr. Neru. You no longer have the time to showcase your extraordinary abilities. Frieza abruptly lifted his foot and sent the severely injured Neru flying a good 10 meters away, sneering. Do not feign death, Namekian warrior. I did not directly target your vital points. You ought to be able to stand. How despicable of you to attempt to deceive me and launch a surprise attack. Hearing his scheme exposed by Frieza, Neru gritted his teeth and unsteadily rose to his feet, declaring with fury, Monster, although I cannot defeat you, I shall fight to the death if necessary, and take you with me to hell. Ah, Mr. Neru. You truly revel in your delusions, Frieza taunted. Frieza dismissed Nezuru's provocation with a flick of his tail, disdainfully stating, Do you truly believe that an ant can bring down an elephant? However, in an instant, Frieza's demeanor shifted to one of cold severity as he ominously declared, I spare your life not to indulge in your trivialities. Mr. Nezuru, I implore you to reveal the whereabouts of the Grand Elder, and perhaps I may grant you a swift demise. Clutching his wound, Nezuru responded through gritted teeth, You monstrous fiend, I will never divulge the Grand Elder's location. Suddenly, Nezuru's eyes widened fiercely, and 2 beams of laser light shot forth from them, aimed directly at Frieza. Frieza's expression darkened as he parted his lips and gently exhaled. In an instant, the 2 beams of laser were redirected by Frieza's breath, piercing through Neru's eyes. Ah! Neru let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony, abruptly clutching his blinded eyes, and collapsed to the ground once more. This time, he truly lacked the strength to rise again. Frieza slowly paced forward, approaching Neru, and coiled his tail around Neru's neck, lifting him off the ground. With a tone of fury, he declared, "Foolish insect, I have granted you countless opportunities. Yet you fail to comprehend the value of life. I shall inquire once more, where is the Grand Elder?" Despite being on the brink of death, Nera managed a grim smile, his voice faltering as he responded, "You delusional fool, you wretched creature." Frieza's countenance was as frigid as water. As he gradually lifted Nero into the air, a sinister smirk playing upon his lips. "Ho ho ho, you truly are a tough nut to crack, Mr. Nera. Your obstinacy serves no purpose. Rather, it has thoroughly incensed me. I have no desire to seek out the Grand Elder any longer. I wish to." Frieza's face twisted with madness as he sneered, "Annihilate the entirety of Namek. Your brothers, your kin, and everything you hold dear shall be utterly eradicated by me." Chapter 048, The Grand Elder. Nail was taken aback, his face pale with shock as he roared, "You fiend." "A fiend?" Frieza, with a sinister smile, remarked. What a fitting metaphor. Having said that, he paid no further attention to Nello's gradually weakening struggles. He raised his right hand high, beginning to gather the crimson energy of annihilation. "Ah, what a pity. That warrior from Namek, if only your sight were intact. I would truly relish the opportunity for you to witness the destruction of your homeland, to behold how your planet is obliterated, to see how your kin are extinguished. And all of this, a consequence of your foolishness, for you have dared to provoke me. You have angered the most formidable cosmic tyrant in this universe, Frieza." Nello let out a pained wail. "No. Thus, this shall be the final act of mercy." Frieza gazed at Neru, whose sanity was on the brink of collapse, and after displaying a sly smirk of triumph, slowly uttered, "Now, are you willing to guide me to your Grand Elder?" Neru, with a countenance filled with inner turmoil, ultimately relented, saying, "I will take you there, but you must promise that you will not harm the Grand Elder." Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly, dissipating the energy sphere in his hand as he descended to the ground, releasing Neru and remarking, "If you had possessed a modicum of foresight, you could have spared yourself this considerable suffering. Rest assured, my purpose here is solely to acquire the Dragon Balls in your possession. As long as you do not impede my efforts, I have little inclination to eliminate you wretched green-faced creatures." At that moment, Qianrui stepped forward, placing her hand upon Neru's wound. Neru instinctively recoiled, yet his weakened state rendered him incapable of any further resistance. He could only grit his teeth and resign himself to fate. Noticing Neru's apprehension, Qianrui reassured him with a gentle smile, "There is no need for alarm. I am here to heal you. If you wish to preserve your life, do not resist, and you shall soon be fully restored." Frieza cast a cold glance at Qianrui, yet he refrained from intervening. Neru, initially somewhat resistant, surrendered completely to her ministrations upon receiving the first wave of healing energy, allowing Qianrui to proceed. As the white energy in Qianrui's hands grew ever more radiant, Neru's injuries began to mend, culminating in his complete recovery. Rising from the ground, Neru hesitantly directed a disdainful grunt toward Qianrui, declaring, "You are aligned with him. Do not expect my gratitude." However, he soon regarded her with a perplexed expression, scrutinizing her from head to toe as he hesitantly inquired, "Yet your energy is undeniably imbued with righteousness, even bordering on the divine. How is it that you associate with him?" Qianrui shook her head, opting not to respond to Neru's query, instead returning to stand behind Frieza, resembling a devoted attendant at his side. Frieza cast a glance at the celestial Shinran behind him and coldly remarked, "In truth, you need not save him. I can already sense the energy. With but a brief search, I shall discern the Elder's whereabouts." Shinran smiled gently and shook his head, responding, "Lord Frieza, the Dragon Balls of Namek require the language of the Namekians to fulfill a wish. Should you take his life, the Elder will undoubtedly remain defiant. Humph, consider yourself fortunate." Namekian warrior. Frieza, with an expression of displeasure, declared, "My current mood is quite foul. The Dragon Balls are not something I absolutely must possess. Should you attempt any further tricks, I shall obliterate your planet without hesitation. Do you comprehend?" Nail gritted his teeth and replied, "I understand. But I implore you to assure me that once you have granted your wish, you will depart from Namek forever. Can you commit to that?" Frieza displayed a triumphant smile, declaring, "No problem. I have already ascended to the status of the Cosmic Emperor. My desires are rather modest, while your planet may appear to fetch a handsome price. I have no inclination to engage in commerce with those cosmic parasites. Ha ha ha. I trust you will keep your word." Nera took a couple of deep breaths before turning and soaring into the distance. Frieza and Kairatsu promptly followed suit, trailing behind Neru. On the cusp of acquiring the Dragon Balls, Frieza's spirit soared to an exhilarating high. So much so that he felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate a planet or two to vent his exuberance. The voice of Frieza resonated in Qianrui's mind. You performed admirably just now, Miss Qianrui. Taken aback for a moment, Qianrui soon smiled and replied in her heart, Thank you for your kind words, Lord Frieza. The trio moved swiftly, reaching a lofty solitary cliff where a vast structure, round in shape with bubble-like windows, reminiscent of a snail's shell, stood majestically. Having perused the original narrative, Frieza understood well that this was the residence of the Grand Elder of Namek. This time, Naru dared not engage in tricks. It appeared that his display of martial prowess had indeed yielded the desired effect. Upon entering the interior of the building and ascending to the second floor, Frieza finally beheld the Grand Elder, the creator of the Dragon Balls of Namek. Although he was not as frail as depicted in the original tale, he nonetheless appeared quite aged, his corpulent form seated in a chair, struggling to move. As the three settled, Nara had yet to utter a word when the Grand Elder slowly parted his lips, stating, I am already aware of the particulars, Naru. Then, turning his gaze towards Frieza, he blinked and inquired, Are you the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Truly, a formidable presence. Even the most gifted warrior of Namek pales in comparison to you. Frieza let out a cold snort and remarked, Old man, since you have grasped my intentions, there is no need for further pleasantries. Quickly hand over the Dragon Balls and grant my wish. Otherwise, I shall obliterate Namek without hesitation. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, and with great difficulty, extended his right hand above his head to retrieve the solitary Dragon Ball from the apex of his seat. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly as he utilized his telekinetic powers to draw the Dragon Balls to float behind him. Beside him, Naru spoke with evident disdain. You have already acquired the Dragon Balls. Why do you not hasten your departure from our planet? Acquired the Dragon Balls? How amusing. Frieza struck Nail with his tail, sending him crashing to the ground. He then raised his head and coldly regarded the Grand Elder, saying, Old man, it seems you still harbor some delusions. Do you think I am unaware that there are 7 Dragon Balls? Do you believe I do not know that one must speak the Namekian language to grant a wish? Your persistent little schemes have begun to wear my patience thin. The Grand Elder, struggling, shook his head and replied, I do not wish to conceal anything. I understand your formidable power better than anyone. I have already instructed the elders of the various villages to send their strongest warriors with the Dragon Balls. Please do not misunderstand. Chapter 049, Grant me immortality. Send them this way? Having read the original text, Frieza was well aware that the Grand Elder spoke the truth. The Dragon Balls were indeed safeguarded by the elders of each village. However, given the vastness of Namek, it would likely take considerable time before they arrived. Frieza furrowed his brow and inquired, How long must we wait? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before responding. The farthest village is Zenino, and it will take their warriors at least 3 days to arrive here. 3 days? Frieza, with an unwavering expression, declared, I cannot afford to wait any longer. Have them bring the Dragon Balls outside and stand ready. I shall retrieve them one by one myself, and I advise them not to engage in any futile resistance, for I shall show no mercy. The Grand Elder nodded slightly and replied, I understand. You may have Naru accompany you. No need, Frieza retorted. Frieza effortlessly unleashed a shockwave that shattered the circular glass window behind him, suddenly erupting with malevolent energy, and sneered. The vital essence of this entire planet is firmly within my grasp. I am acutely aware of their whereabouts. With that, Frieza transformed into a flash of purple light, vanishing into the horizon. It was only after Frieza's disappearance that the Grand Elder finally turned his gaze toward the previously inconspicuous Qianrui, hesitantly stating, Forgive my bluntness, but could it be that you are? Qianrui offered a subtle smile, shaking her staff as she replied, You are quite perceptive. I am indeed the Grand Elder of Namek. I assumed that upon seeing this staff, you would have comprehended my identity. At last, the Grand Elder confirmed Qianrui's true identity, his demeanor shifting to one of urgency as he stammered, Lord Kaioshin, why are you associated with that nefarious fiend? And here, the Grand Elder faltered awkwardly. But Qianrui continued, And it seems you consider me one of his subordinates, correct? Noting that Qianrui was unperturbed by the implication, the Grand Elder nodded, Indeed. That creature named Frieza possesses a level of malevolence I have never encountered in my lifetime. I cannot fathom why a being of benevolence, such as the Kaioshin, would ally with him. Qianrui paused momentarily before shaking her head. I apologize, but I cannot disclose the specific reasons. However, please trust that all my actions are for the sake of our universe, nay, for the future of all 12 universes. He is a pivotal figure in this endeavor. The Grand Elder opened his mouth slightly, exhaling a resigned sigh. Very well, I understand. I will have Nail assist Frieza in realizing his desires. At that moment, the Grand Elder's thought shifted as he glanced at Nail, who had just risen, and hesitated before sharing his telepathic communication channel with Shinrui. Grand Elder, who is she? She is the Kaioshin of the West, the supreme deity who created all things in the universe, surpassing all gods. That is merely her self-proclaimed title. We have no means to verify it. Actually, there is a way to validate it. In the distant past, when the Namekians first created the Dragon Balls, we garnered the attention of the Kaioshins. The Dragon Balls are an extension of the Dragon God's power, a privilege beyond the grasp of mortals. Yet the Kaioshins did not strip the Dragon Balls from us. Instead, they imparted many wondrous abilities and bestowed upon successive Kaioshins of the West a renewed mission to protect the Dragon Balls from malevolent forces. After the Dragon Balls were created, the first wish granted was to enable her staff to detect any crises on Namek and issue warnings, ensuring that when the Dragon Balls were threatened by evil individuals, assistance would arrive promptly to thwart them. Of course, this responsibility lies not solely with the Kaioshins, it is our duty as well. The Divine has its own plans and arrangements. We merely need to follow them. Nairo remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Shinrui and the Elder exchanged knowing glances, both affirming with a slight nod. At that moment, Frieza had procured the remaining 6 Dragon Balls and returned with all 7. The Elder addressed Nairo, saying, Nairo, step outside and summon the Eternal Dragon. Remember, regardless of the desire, you must convey it accurately to Purunga, the Dragon of Namek. Yes, Elder, Nairo responded. He flew out through the hole created by Frieza, closely followed by Shinrui, leaving the Elder behind in the room, letting out a deep, resigned sigh. Outside, Frieza placed all the Dragon Balls on a somewhat cramped platform and remarked to Nairo, Namekian warrior, use your language to call forth the Eternal Dragon. With the Elder's permission, Nairo had no choice but to comply. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed loudly, Guardian of Namek, the dreamlike deity Purunga, endowed with boundless divine power. I beseech your arrival to grant me my wish. In the Namekian language. In an instant, the sky darkened, clouds gathered ominously, and thunder roared. A brilliant divine light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, swirling in the heavens, transforming into a robust and majestic green dragon, Purunga, the Eternal Dragon of Namek. Seeing the real dragon for the first time, reality and memory intertwined, causing Frieza to momentarily lose himself in a haze. Dreams once cherished and childhood hopes surged into Frieza's mind at that very moment. Speak your wish, possessor of the 7 Dragon Balls. Within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes. The immense voice of Purunga jolted Frieza from his reverie. Regaining his composure, he turned to Nairo and articulated the long-desired wish from the original tale. Grant me immortality. Nairo nodded and called out Frieza's wish to Purunga. But then the dragon's voice thundered in response. This wish I cannot grant. The declaration struck Frieza like a thunderbolt, leaving him reeling. Cannot be granted. Frieza roared in fury. Are you not Shinron? Can you not fulfill any wish? Why can you not grant me immortality? The mighty Shinron Purunga responded in his resounding voice. It is because your energy is far too potent. Altering your body exceeds the limits of my capabilities. Please, state another wish. What? Frieza widened his mouth in astonishment. He had never imagined that his own formidable strength would now become the greatest obstacle preventing him from achieving immortality. Chapter 050, The Wish. Do not grant me immortality. For what further purpose would I have for you? Frieza's gaze gradually transformed into one of peril and malevolence as he slowly raised his hand. His index finger shimmering with a crimson light of annihilation, aimed directly at the heart of the Namekian dragon. Frieza, engulfed in overwhelming despair and fury, sneered. Those who dare to mock the Emperor of the universe shall perish. Just as the crimson energy beam in Frieza's grasp was on the verge of being unleashed, Shinron hastily interjected, Lord Frieza, please wait. While I may not be able to grant you immortality, you still have the opportunity to make other wishes. Is there not something else you desire? Frieza chuckled with a hint of sarcasm, proclaiming, Beyond the gift of immortality, I desire nothing, nor require anything. As the Emperor of the universe, I inherently possess all that the cosmos has to offer. Do I truly need the charity of this wretched creature? Today, if it fails to grant me immortality, I shall not only obliterate it, but also annihilate the entirety of Namek, to quench the resentment that festers within my heart. Frieza's fury was overwhelming, and the chilling aura of his murderous intent even struck fear into the heart of the dragon. Meanwhile, Nera stood on high alert, fully aware that it might prove futile. At last, in this most perilous moment, the dragon finally spoke. The means to grant you the wish of immortality do exist. But should you desire to learn of them, it would cost you one of your wishes. Do you consent? Oh. Frieza's gaze sharpened slightly as he arrogantly crossed his arms over his chest and sneered. Ah, it appears even you, a lowly reptile, harbor a fear of death. Having said this, Frieza turned his cold stare towards Nera. Nera wiped the cold sweat from his brow and raised his head towards the dragon, beseeching, O divine dragon Purunga, please reveal to him the means to attain immortality. In Namekian, Purunga, having received the wish, lowered his gaze towards Frieza and stated, the energy within you is exceedingly potent. To transform your body into one of immortality, you must seek out the 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. Summon the Eternal Dragon, and using the language of the gods, articulate your desire. Thus, the immortality you so ardently covet shall be realized. The 6th universe and the 7th universe? Frieza concentrated intently, pondering for a considerable time, yet he could not unearth any information regarding the 2 universes from the original text in his memory. Moreover, it seemed there existed a type of Super Dragon Ball that surpassed even the Dragon Balls of Namek. Could it be that, in this universe, Namek was not the origin of the Dragon Balls? Frieza expressed his doubts, to which Shinran Purunga provided thorough answers. The Dragon Balls of Namek are merely fragments of the Super Dragon Balls that were fortuitously acquired by the ancestors of Namek many years ago. They possess a portion of the Super Dragon's power, yet their capabilities remain limited. In the boundless expanse of existence, there are 12 universes, and the one in which we reside is known as Universe 7. As for the means to traverse the membranes between universes, you may seek the assistance of the Kaishin of this universe. Oh, the Kaishin, indeed. Frieza cast a glance at the nearby Qianrui, who promptly nodded in affirmation, indicating that Purunga's words were indeed accurate. However, regarding the matter of the Super Dragon Balls, it was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Having learned of the method to attain immortality, Frieza's fury diminished, no longer as intense as before. Frieza retracted his aura, allowing everyone present, including Shinran, to breathe a sigh of relief. Then my next wish is to resurrect all of my subordinates who were slain on planet Vegeta. Before Borina could utter a word, he was brusquely interrupted by Frieza, who impatiently declared, I am well aware of your incompetence, foolish reptile. You can only resurrect one individual at a time, correct? Unfazed by Frieza's derogatory remarks, Borina nodded and replied, You are indeed correct. Frieza scoffed, Are you familiar with Earth? After a moment of silence, Borina replied, Throughout the cosmos, there are precisely 1,321 celestial bodies named Earth. Do you possess more specific search information? So many? Frieza was evidently taken aback, as he had not anticipated the existence of so many planets named Earth. However, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely logical. The name Earth is simple, and many intelligent species would likely refer to their home planet in such a manner during their initial stages of development. In light of this, Frieza soared to the window of the Grand Elder's chamber and shouted, Old man, many years ago, when planet Namek was ravaged by a cataclysmic natural disaster, there was a brilliant warrior among you who placed his son into a spacecraft and sent him into the vastness of space to escape. What was the name of that warrior? The Grand Elder, taken aback, blurted out, How do you know about Kakarot? Ah, so his name was indeed Kakarot. Frieza raised an eyebrow and called down to Neru, Inform it. I demand to know the location of the son of the Namekian warrior Katas at once. Neru paused, bewildered by the extent of knowledge possessed by this purple creature, knowledge that he had never encountered before. Nevertheless, recalling the elder's instructions, he dutifully began to make wishes in the Namekian language towards the dragon. Seizing this opportunity, Frieza extended his hand towards Qilai and said, Return the device I entrusted to you. Once you return, instruct Su to scan for the signal of this device. Although it may be somewhat distant, I am confident it can be tracked. Upon locating me, promptly dispatch a team of approximately 10 to retrieve me with the spaceship. I do not wish to wait excessively long. Do you understand? Qilai nodded in response, her staff swaying slightly as she retrieved the device and handed it to Frieza with a smile, saying, Take care on your journey, King Frieza. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a warm expression from Qianrui. However, he quickly scoffed, declaring, No being in this universe poses a threat to my existence. I have no need for your pleasantries, Lady Qianrui. Just as he spoke, Nyla had completed his wish. The Namekian dragon nodded and proclaimed, This wish is exceedingly simple. I shall transport him to the designated planet immediately. Concurrently, Frieza heard the voice of the dragon in his mind, inquiring, "Someone has made a wish to send you to the third planet of the North Galaxy solar system. Do you consent?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acquiescence. Immediately, a crimson light flickered in the dragon's eyes, and Frieza vanished from his spot, successfully transported. "Now, you have one final wish remaining. Speak your heart's desire. No matter what it is, I shall grant it." Chapter 51. Earth Nailu respectfully addressed Qianrui, "Lord King Kai, please articulate your final wish." Qianrui paused slightly, floated to the window of the Grand Elder, and bowed gently, saying, "Grand Elder, the divine realm once faced great calamity, with the gods slaughtered by malevolent beings. I was fortunate to survive, and, as Queen of the Atla, I now possess my people. They are kind and industrious, yet due to various circumstances, they have been compelled to abandon their homeland and wander the cosmos. Grand Elder, might you permit my kin to relocate to Namek and reside alongside you?" The Grand Elder chuckled amiably and nodded. "Since they are subjects of the King Kai, I have no reason to oppose. Namek is quite desolate at present, with ample space for habitation. However, we Namekians hold nature in high esteem. I hope your people will not disrupt the natural environment here. Is that agreeable?" Qianrui smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Grand Elder. They have endured the agonies of industrial pollution. I believe they will cherish nature even more than you do." With that, Qianrui clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and used telepathy to communicate with countless Atla people, except for a few who wished to remain on the industrial planet. All others expressed their willingness to migrate to Namek and pledged to preserve its natural surroundings. Thus, Qianrui spoke in the Namekian language to the dragon, "O dream god Palunga, please transport all Atla people who wish to settle on Namek here." Hearing the final wish, the dragon Palunga nodded and replied in a resonant voice, "That is quite simple." In an instant, myriad lights erupted around them, and numerous Atla people began to appear on Namek, bringing with them nothing but their diligent hands and the wisdom within their minds. Everything was to begin anew, and this time they would not repeat the past. Taking up her staff, Qianrui conveyed Frieza's final instructions to Su Yuqing, then smiled and rolled up her sleeves. She raised her arms high and called out to all her people, "Today marks the day. The Atla will settle here, and with our most industrious hands, we shall forge our future." "Oh!" Countless voices erupted in unison, responding fervently. Qianrui lifted her gaze, casting her eyes upon the azure sky, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I have decided to settle here, King Frieza. From now on, Suyo will serve you. He is exceptionally capable, and you no longer require my presence. The promise made long ago has now been fulfilled. Let us part ways." The Atlanteans, under the guidance of their queen, gradually retreated, embarking on the reconstruction of their homeland, striving towards the days they yearned for. Meanwhile, Frieza, residing on Earth, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. In truth, even if he were to learn of them, he would feel no regret, but rather a sense of relief. Qianrui's selfless dedication had always perplexed Frieza, even instilled a sense of dread within him. For both in his past life, where the notion of human sentiment outweighed death, and in this life as the ruler of the cosmos, Qianrui's existence had indeed pricked at his conscience. Thus, her voluntary departure was, in fact, beneficial for both parties. Yet, all of this remained unknown to Frieza. Presently, he stood upon the Temple of Earth, a playful smile adorning his face as he regarded the two formidable figures before him, the deities Piccolo and Bobo. "Ha ha ha." Frieza unveiled his signature, distinctive smile, advancing step by step towards the divine beings, Piccolo and Bobo, and mockingly remarked, "Are you not the gods of this planet? Why is it that upon seeing you, I sense an overwhelming fear emanating from your beings?" The divine Piccolo, utterly intimidated by Frieza's imposing presence, trembled uncontrollably, rendered motionless in his entirety. From Frieza's diminutive, purple form emanated a malevolent aura, as profound and turbulent as an unfathomable abyss. The divine being was utterly convinced this purple monstrosity before him could easily extinguish his life with merely a glance. Good heavens! Such a terrifying creature truly exists in this world. "Oh, you need not be so anxious." Frieza strolled through the temple as if wandering in his own backyard, remarking, "When I am in a good mood, I can be quite amiable, ho ho ho." The deity stuttered, gritting his teeth, "Who exactly are you? Why have you suddenly appeared in the temple?" "Me?" Frieza, with a sudden realization, proclaimed, "Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Frieza, the sovereign of this universe. You may also refer to me as King Frieza or His Majesty the Emperor. Such titles are indeed a rare privilege. The deity stammered, "FF Frieza?" Frieza's eyes narrowed dangerously as he unleashed a crimson energy wave, instantaneously piercing through the arm of the Supreme Kai. Slowly parting his lips, Frieza spoke coldly. "It is the king, foolish green-skinned alien." Only then did the Supreme Kai begin to register the excruciating pain coursing through his arm, transmitted through his nerves to his brain. "Ah!" He cried out in anguish, clutching his arm and retreating in trepidation. "What do you intend to do on Earth?" "Ah!" The technology of this planet is woefully primitive. However, there are indeed some elements that pique my interest, such as the Dragon Balls. Observing the Supreme Kai's astonishment, Frieza sneered. "As the creator of the Dragon Balls, I presume you possess unique methods to effortlessly locate all 7, do you not?" With a dismissive gesture towards the nearby Babidi, he commanded, "Immediately instruct this black creature to gather all the Dragon Balls here. I shall return in approximately 1 day, and should I find the Dragon Balls absent, I will obliterate the entire planet." Frieza mocked with a sardonic smile, raising an eyebrow, and said, "Of course. Perhaps you could gather some of the so-called masters from Earth to collectively confront me, and maybe you might even employ some formidable weapons at your disposal. However, allow me to offer you a word of caution." Frieza's visage twisted into a malevolent smile. "Do not let the mood of the Cosmic Emperor deteriorate. You must not." With that, Frieza transformed into a beam of purple light, vanishing above the temple, leaving behind the once terror-stricken deity and Bobo, both collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 052. The streets. After an extended period, the deity and Bobo finally regained their composure, exchanging silent glances. Ultimately, it was Bobo who could no longer contain himself, inquiring, "What shall we do now, deity?" The deity's expression was grave, clutching the wound on his arm, the fear in his eyes lingering. "I am at a loss. I can sense his strength. It is not mere bravado. He is exceedingly powerful, overwhelmingly so." Bobo ventured, "Can we summon the dragon to vanquish him?" With a resigned sigh, the deity replied, "The dragon was created by me. It cannot contend with an enemy stronger than myself. We must heed his warning and avoid provoking him. For now, we have no choice but to comply with his directives." At this juncture, the deity suddenly ripped his arm free, letting out a fierce roar, only for a new arm to sprout instantaneously. Feeling the pain in his right arm, the deity gritted his teeth and commanded, "Bobo, you must immediately gather the 7 Dragon Balls from around the world. They must all be collected by tomorrow." Bobo nodded eagerly, "Yes. I will return with the Dragon Balls as swiftly as possible." With that, he snapped his fingers, summoning a magic carpet from within the temple and preparing to depart. Yet, just as he was about to leave, the deity's voice resonated behind him. "Bobo." The deity's expression shifted, as if he had made a momentous decision. "You must retrieve that rice cooker from the depths where the great demon king was submerged, and bring it back to the temple." Bobo was taken aback. "Deity, you." With clenched fists, the deity gazed intently at his hands, murmuring, "What the earth requires now is not a deity, but formidable warriors. Even if it means forfeiting my divine status, I must once again merge with King Piccolo." Bobo, momentarily taken aback, contemplated the complexity of his emotions. The deity seemed to have lost all strength, slumping to the ground, weakly gesturing, "Time is of the essence. You must hurry." "Understood, deity. I believe we will endure and thrive." Having spoken, Bobo lightly tapped the flying carpet with his foot, and in an instant, the carpet, bearing Bobo, vanished without a trace, journeying to the realm of mortals. All that remained was the celestial being, gazing vacantly at the sky, uncertain of the future that awaited Earth. Now, let us redirect our attention to Frieza. Guided by the energy, Frieza effortlessly discovered a bustling city. Here, the streets were alive with a constant flow of vehicles, and pedestrians thronged in a vibrant tapestry, while numerous hovering cars impatiently honked at the traffic lights. This familiar scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Frieza, reminiscent of his past life as an ordinary human. Standing on the street, amidst the dazzling lights and the cacophony of human emotions, he felt an alienation, as though he did not belong to this city. His inner tranquility contrasting sharply with the surrounding clamor. The passers-by paid no heed to Frieza's presence, for this city was home to many peculiar beings, more eccentric in appearance than he. The inhabitants had long since grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Earth. Vivid memories from before his transcendence flickered through his mind like a fleeting carousel, and an uncommon glimmer of longing crossed Frieza's gaze. Yet at that moment, Two shadowy figures in a nearby alley had quietly set their sights on him. Peering out, one of the figures, resembling a leopard, whispered to his companion, "Hey, Jerry. Do you see that purple creature out there?" The other, a man with human features, adjusted his glasses and nodded with a sly grin. "I see him." It seems Tom there is at a loss for direction. Perhaps we can pull off a score with him. Tom cracked his knuckles, twisting his arm with a cold chuckle. "I'll go grab him and then extort his family. I've seen plenty of naive country folk come to the big city, and they usually have money. We could make a fortune." Jerry waved his hand, cautioning, "Let's be more careful. The police are not far off. We should avoid causing too much commotion. I'll lure him here, and then you can strike from behind and knock him out. We'll take him to our secret hideout and deal with him there." "What do you say?" Tom grinned widely. "Sounds good. Your brain has always been sharper than mine. That little purple fellow will definitely fall for it." With the plan set, Jerry peeked out, glancing at the police officer seated in a patrol car nearby, enjoying a donut, and assured that the officer would struggle to see them from his vantage point. He then donned a disingenuous, friendly smile, rubbed his hands together, and approached Frieza. "Hey there. Young man, you seem a bit lost. How can I assist you?" Frieza turned around, gazing at Jerry with keen interest, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. The terrifying gaze and the cold smirk of Frieza instilled a sense of regret in Jerry. Deep within, he began to sense that this was not an adversary to be trifled with. Frieza activated the device in his hand and placed it against his ear. Power level 2. Frieza nearly burst into laughter. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a furtive figure lurking at the mouth of the alley. Frieza instantly comprehended the situation, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he turned to Jerry and remarked in an oddly whimsical manner, "You are absolutely correct. I am indeed in need of your assistance, my friend. Perhaps we could retreat to that alley over there for a more leisurely discussion?" At that moment, Jerry appeared to awaken from a stupor, panic-stricken as he waved his hands in denial, stammering, "And no, that's unnecessary. I'm not very familiar with this place either." With that, Jerry swiftly turned and fled, scrambling into the alley, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation as he shouted to Tom, "Run. Tom, run." "Why, Tom," having emerged from his hiding spot, stood bewildered, pointing behind Jerry. "Did you not already lure the fat sheep in? This time seems far more straightforward, my friend." "Have we entered?" Jerry exclaimed in horror, glancing back to find Frieza standing ominously behind him, head held high as he greeted him with a chilling, "Ah, we meet again. My enthusiastic friend." Jerry, paralyzed with fear, could utter no words. Tears and snot streamed down his face uncontrollably as he trembled, repeatedly whispering, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Chapter 053. The palace. Meanwhile, Tom, somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had yet to grasp what had transpired. He approached Frieza with a dazed expression, gripping Frieza's neck with one hand while brandishing a small revolver to Frieza's forehead with the other, growling, "You little brat, are you the one orchestrating this? How despicable. What have you done to Jerry?" Suddenly, a red beam shot forth from Tom's chest. His hands fell limply to his sides, his gaze vacant, pupils constricting violently as he succumbed to unconsciousness, never to awaken again. Humph! How dare such a lowly creature show disrespect to the Cosmic Emperor? Frieza disdainfully kicked Tom's lifeless body aside and cast a glance at the utterly terrified Jerry. With a sinister smile, he remarked, "Ah, young man. You are indeed fortunate to encounter the most benevolent emperor in the universe. Behold, he has offended me, yet I have graciously spared him a complete corpse." Although Frieza appeared to be laughing, Jerry could not shake the feeling that this smile was one of the most terrifying sights he had ever witnessed. "I beg you, do not kill me," Jerry implored, wishing to cling to Frieza's leg in desperation, yet fearing that such an action might provoke his wrath. Instead, he could only weep pitifully, pleading for mercy. "I am willing to do anything you desire. Just please, spare my life." "Ah, of course, I shall not kill you." Frieza chuckled as he flicked his tail, saying, "You see, as long as you do not provoke me, I can be quite amicable, wouldn't you agree?" Jerry, fearing to utter a word of dissent, could only nod vigorously. "Now, speaking of matters at hand, it seems I indeed have a few things for which I require your assistance, my friend." Frieza, with his hands clasped behind his back and a smile gracing his lips, inquired, "Pray tell, where is the palace of the King of Earth? As the Emperor of the universe, I wish to pay a visit." Upon hearing this seemingly straightforward question, Jerry finally breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "I know. Oh, esteemed Emperor, the City of Kings is not far from here. If one were to take a plane, It would only take 2 hours to reach. Without hesitation, he declared, I shall procure an aircraft for you at once. With that, Jerry gritted his teeth, seizing Tom's handgun, ready to dash out. However, Frieza's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly employed his binding technique, immobilizing Jerry. And with a flick of his telekinetic power, he drew him back. Frieza coiled his tail around Jerry's neck, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he said, Ha! Do you wish to flee, you foolish insect? Jerry, his face awash with dread, replied, No, your majesty, you misunderstand. I merely intend to seize a means of transportation. No need for that. Frieza's form gradually ascended, lifting Jerry into the sky alongside him. Speak. In which direction lies the palace? Jerry swallowed hard and cautiously pointed towards the west. Frieza then closed his eyes, beginning to search for the energy in that direction. At last, he found it. Frieza transformed instantaneously into a beam of violet light, streaking across the horizon. In the blink of an eye, he had whisked Jerry high above the royal palace. As Jerry regained his senses, he gazed around in bewilderment, and then, suddenly filled with excitement, pointed down towards the majestic palace, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Universe. It is there. That is the King's palace. Frieza, with an enigmatic smirk, remarked, Ah, this time I owe it all to you, young one. Jerry promptly waved his hand in modesty, responding, Not at all, it is truly your immense power that prevails, Your Majesty. Ha ha ha. There is no need for such humility, Frieza continued. Frieza's voice gradually turned frigid as he chuckled ominously. Since you have guided me to the palace, I shall, of course, honor my promise and allow you to leave. Jerry's pupils constricted sharply. He had already comprehended Frieza's impending intentions. No, but he realized it far too late. Frieza withdrew his telekinetic shield from Jerry, allowing him to plummet from thousands of meters above. Moments later, a muffled sound of shattering echoed back to Frieza's ears. Jerry had been reduced to a mere heap of flesh. A glimmer of sadistic pleasure flickered in Frieza's cruel gaze as he turned his attention to the palace guard. Startled by the commotion, he descended gracefully, landing before the contingent of soldiers. With an air of nonchalance, Frieza flicked his tail and declared, Take me to your king. You insignificant creatures. The guards swiftly aimed their assault rifles at Frieza, and their leader bellowed with fury, What audacity! How dare you cause a disturbance outside the palace? Step away at once, or we shall open fire. Frieza's expression darkened as he unleashed a shockwave, annihilating the group of individuals with a mere flick of his hand. He coldly remarked, Unappreciative fools. In an instant, Frieza teleported to the entrance of the royal palace, his eyes flashing with a crimson light that shattered the grand doors. With an air of calm confidence, he strode deeper into the palace. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the palace, and countless armed soldiers surged forth from within its confines. Without hesitation, they opened fire, attempting to suppress him. Meanwhile, others brought forth shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. Yet, to Frieza, all of this was nothing more than childish play. The barrage of bullets rained upon him, but their feeble impact failed to penetrate even his protective shield. Just then, a squad of robust soldiers stepped forward, shouldering their rocket launchers in unison, aiming at Frieza's position to unleash a concentrated volley of rockets. Indeed, this was an exceedingly tedious game. Frieza slowly extended his right hand, and with a casual flick, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, repelling the rockets back with astonishing force. Countless soldiers, caught off guard, were obliterated by the returning projectiles before they even had a chance to react. In the aftermath, the lawn before the palace lay in utter disarray, littered with countless shattered bodies, resembling a scene from a hellish nightmare. Such futile resistance. Frieza, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued his advance towards the royal palace. And this time, no one emerged to impede his progress. Perhaps they had perished, or perhaps they had fled. Who could say? At last, as Frieza passed through a corridor, a formidable warrior of the king's army appeared before him. The soldier cracked his knuckles and, with a disdainful smile directed at Frieza, exclaimed, Halt! Stand still, you purple monstrosity. Oh? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly as he chuckled. Ah, this brave warrior. Do you know what became of the last person who addressed me in such a manner? The warrior remained unfazed by Frieza's menacing words, merely responding with a cold smirk. Your slaughter of countless worthless beings is of no concern to me. You seem to possess some sorcery, unafraid of firearms, am I correct? Although it feels somewhat beneath me to deal with a scrawny little creature like you. It appears that I am the only one capable of putting you in your place. Chapter 054. The king put me in my place? Huh. You certainly do enjoy jesting. Frieza's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Do not act foolishly, you pitiful insect. If you are willing to surrender, perhaps I could arrange for you to perform menial tasks." Insulted by Frieza's disdain, the warrior could no longer contain himself and let out a furious roar as he charged towards Frieza, unleashing a mighty punch. The air crackled with the sound of his strike, a testament to the terrifying power behind it. However, Frieza merely scoffed, "You are far too weak." Frieza extended his index finger and with a mere flick, sent the warrior crashing to the ground, rendering him nearly immobile. Approaching the fallen fighter, Frieza placed a foot upon his chest and, with a cold smirk, remarked, "You certainly shout with great fervor, yet it appears your fighting prowess is rather lacking. I have not even exerted the slightest effort, and you are already on the brink of death. Now tell me, where is your king?" The warrior coughed up blood, grit his teeth, and replied in a halting voice, "Such foolish aspirations." Frieza's laughter was chilling. It seems that whether on Namek or Earth, there are quite a number of tough men. What a pity. After Frieza crushed him beneath his foot, he slowly closed his eyes and began to search for any remaining targets in the vicinity. The man he had just slain was undoubtedly the last trump card of the palace. As the king, he would never flee lightly unless absolutely necessary. Thus, after the warrior's demise, the king would surely make his escape immediately. Suddenly, Frieza's eyes snapped open. "Found you." In an instant, Frieza vanished from his position and reappeared on the landing platform of the Western Tower, poised to board the escaping aircraft. "I have located you." Frieza cast a sweeping glance at the blue feline humanoid seated in the rear of the aircraft, instantly recognizing him as the king from the original Dragon Ball series. How disgraceful it was for a monarch to abandon his subjects and flee alone. Such actions are unbecoming of royalty. Frieza's gaze narrowed slightly as he flicked his tail, sending the bodyguard who attempted to draw his weapon flying. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty?" The king, embodying the essence of his royal stature, remained unperturbed even in the face of his subordinate's demise. With a composed demeanor, he inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to the palace to cause such a commotion?" "Cause a commotion? Ha!" Frieza swept the king to the ground with his tail, placing his foot upon the monarch's head, sneering coldly, "Put away your regal airs, old man. You must understand that your life now hangs by a thread. Who am I? I am the sovereign of the entire universe. The cosmic emperor, Frieza. I have come to reclaim the planet that rightfully belongs to me, Your Majesty." "Ha ha." The king gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "I shall never surrender my kingdom to a nefarious wretch like you. Your perception is commendable." Frieza cast a sinister smile, declaring, "However, I did not intend to seek your consent." With that, Frieza removed his foot from the king's head and grasped his chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. He bellowed, "Look into my eyes." Soul manipulation. In an instant, a wave of consciousness swept through the king's mind. The Cat King felt a tremendous shock to his spirit, his eyes beginning to glaze over and lose focus. At last, the Cat King struggled to rise from the ground, bowing deeply before Frieza as he proclaimed, "Lord Frieza." The divine technique had been successfully executed, and Frieza, with a proud demeanor, chuckled, "Ha ha, no need for such formalities, Mr. King. The Frieza Force will require your unwavering support in our endeavors on Earth." The Cat King eagerly nodded, replying, "It is my honor to serve Lord Frieza. Soon, whether in a few days, months, or even years, my subordinates will arrive to provide you with protection." Frieza squinted slightly, contemplating, "It is essential that your daily routine remains unchanged, save for one crucial point that you must heed. Are you familiar with the Capsule Corporation in West City?" The Cat King nodded vigorously, replying, "Dr. Briefs is an acquaintance of mine. We are in regular contact." "Ah, well, that is reassuring." Frieza spoke to the Cat King in a low, commanding tone. "I demand that you dedicate the entirety of your policy framework to serve the Capsule Corporation. They must maintain an unequivocal dominance in the market. Do you comprehend?" The Cat King immediately responded without hesitation, "Your command shall be followed, Great Frieza." "Very well," Frieza continued. "I shall be residing on Earth for some time longer. Please make arrangements for my accommodations, as well as..." Frieza gazed at the Cat King with keen interest, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he inquired, "There is something I find quite perplexing. Given that Earth's technology has advanced to such remarkable heights and the influence of capitalists is omnipresent, one would expect society to have transitioned into a fully fledged capitalist realm. Yet, how is it that you, an apparently inconsequential cat being, have ascended to the throne as the ruler of all 43 regions of Earth?" The blue feline seemed to hesitate momentarily, but swiftly articulated his response. It is because, in my youth, I gathered all the Dragon Balls. Almighty Frieza, I wished upon the eternal dragon to become the everlasting king of Earth. Ah, so that is the case. Frieza snapped his fingers, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. I recall that in the original work, when Bulma first encountered Sun Wukong, she mentioned that the last person to gather all 7 Dragon Balls supposedly wished to become a king. It turns out that it was indeed him. How intriguing. Frieza ascended slowly into the sky and addressed the Cat King, saying, I must momentarily attend to some matters. You may handle the situation here. Whether it be a terrorist attack or an alien invasion, concoct any excuse you deem fit to conceal the truth. I do not wish to encounter any foolish imbeciles pointing fingers at me upon my return. Do you understand? The Cat King promptly stood at attention and saluted, assuring, Rest assured, Lord Frieza, I shall take care of everything. Frieza nodded slightly before swiftly turning and soaring back towards the temple. Frieza's speed has reached remarkable heights. In the blink of an eye, the temple is already within sight. Outside the temple, in the square, a Namekian clad in a robe adorned with the character for God stands solemnly beside an open rice cooker. Before him, on the ground, lie 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a fist, arranged meticulously. Your efficiency in carrying out tasks is indeed commendable. Frieza descended slowly onto the ground of the temple plaza, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Oh, where has that dark-skinned fellow gone? Has he abandoned you to flee alone? The deity maintained a tranquil demeanor, neither joyful nor sorrowful, and replied, I have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Given your familiarity with them, you surely know how to make a wish. Please, proceed at your discretion. Chapter 055, The Demon Seal Wave. Frieza's gaze narrowed dangerously into a mere slit as he called out to the 7 Dragon Balls with great fervor, Arise, eternal dragon. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a beam of golden light erupted, transforming into a colossal green dragon. Although it lacked the imposing presence of the Namekian dragon, it still exuded a considerable aura of grandeur. The dragon lowered its gaze upon Frieza, articulating in human speech, Brave one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Speak your wish. All desires shall be granted by me. Though the previous dragon made similar boasts, I shall grant you the benefit of the doubt one final time. Frieza clasped his hands behind his back and replied with an air of arrogance. I have numerous subordinates who were slain by my foolish brother, Kvila, on the distant planet of Fosti. Can you bring them back to life? After a brief silence, the dragon nodded and said, You wish to grant a wish to resurrect all your subordinates who fell at the hands of Kvila, is that correct? Frieza nodded and replied, Indeed. It is quite simple. The dragon's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, which lingered for several seconds before fading away. Very well, your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, ascending into the sky and scattering once more across every corner of the earth. With his wish fulfilled, Frieza finally shifted his gaze to the Namekian warrior clad in divine robes before him. Ah, you seem to have changed somewhat, Mr. God. Frieza appeared to deliberate momentarily before raising an eyebrow and remarking, It seems you have transformed from a frail ant into a somewhat more formidable ant. This transformation is so subtle that I nearly failed to notice it. The deity, unfazed by Frieza's provocative words, simply replied, Now that your desires have been fulfilled, it is time for you to depart from this planet. A glint of ferocity flashed in Frieza's eyes as he spoke with a sinister grin. What if I were to refuse? A profound silence ensued. The deity let out a slight sigh, remarking, I have witnessed everything you have done in the mortal realm. You are indeed a perilous creature, and I should not harbor any illusions of hope. Oh? Frieza raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Do you truly believe that after merging with King Piccolo, you can contend with me? Ha ha ha, your knowledge is indeed extensive. The supreme deity slowly lifted both hands and concentrated, stating, I do not consider myself your equal at this moment. On the contrary, I have come to understand your formidable power with greater clarity. The disparity between us is akin to that of grains of sand and celestial bodies, utterly incomparable. However, even as I stand in your shadow, this seemingly feeble self possesses a unique way to unleash our roar. Did you assume that I retrieved the rice cooker merely to merge with King Piccolo? You are mistaken. Frieza gazed upon the familiar stance of the Supreme Kai, and upon hearing his words, he finally recalled, the Demon Seal Wave? Indeed, the Supreme Kai suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, his hands conjuring countless spirals of green wind. Demon Seal Wave. Although this technique exuded an astonishing aura, Frieza felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he scoffed derisively, saying, "Ha ha ha, with such an antiquated move, you dare to challenge me?" As Frieza spoke, he suddenly felt his body involuntarily begin to move. It was as if he were being violently elongated. He was engulfed by countless torrents of green storms, rendering him utterly immobile. Rage, resentment, disbelief. Frieza let out a terrified shriek. How could such an antiquated trick, long relegated to the annals of history, ensnare the illustrious ruler of the universe? As the magic sealing wave began to take effect on Frieza, the deity casting the spell finally felt a sense of relief. Prior to this moment, the deity had harbored doubts about whether the vast disparity in power between the two would render the magic sealing wave ineffective. Now, everything was unfolding in the most favorable manner. It was indeed fortuitous. Oh, the self-righteous tyrant of the cosmos succumbed to the techniques devised by mere mortals. The deity raised both hands high, aimed at the opening of the rice cooker, and then struck down with great force. In an instant, Frieza was swept away by a green whirlwind, hurtling towards the rice cooker with the speed of thunder and lightning. Having perused the original tale, Frieza's mind was flooded with images of King Piccolo, sealed away for countless years, emerging only to find himself aged and frail. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared in fury, "I am the mighty emperor of the universe. How could this happen? To be vanquished in such a manner by an insignificant insect. Prepare to face my ultimate technique, the binding spell." In an instant, the deity found himself ensnared by an invisible, colossal force, rendering his limbs and muscles immobile, as if frozen in time. At last, with a resounding crash, the whirlwind accompanying Frieza narrowly missed the rice cooker and struck the ground with tremendous force. The wind dissipated, and the binding wave had failed. The deity's eyelids began to grow heavy, as the repercussions of forcibly employing the binding wave against an adversary vastly superior to himself finally manifested. The technique, which had drained every ounce of the deity's spirit and vitality, had simultaneously claimed his very existence. His vision blurred, and he found himself devoid of strength. Alas! The deity lay prostrate upon the ground, forever closing his eyes. Only Frieza, who had narrowly escaped, remained, drenched in cold sweat, his gaze vacant as he gasped for breath. I, the supreme emperor of the universe, almost fell to such worthless trash. Frieza momentarily lost his composure, his forehead veins bulging as he erupted in fury. This damned deity, this accursed planet. Brace yourselves for the wrath of the cosmic emperor, Frieza. Planetary destruction bomb. Frieza soared into the heavens, raising his right hand high, as a crimson sphere of annihilation expanded to an immense size, eclipsing even the radiance of the sun. In the eyes of Frieza, a maniacal delight flickered as he sneered, "Farewell, Earth." Just at this perilous moment, however, the detector by Frieza's ears suddenly blared to life. Hello, Frieza the Great, this is Su-Iching. Can you hear me? Su-Iching? Frieza's mind was momentarily stirred from its haze by the communication from Suking. With a gaze imbued with lingering malice directed at the temple, Frieza clenched his teeth and unleashed the destructive energy of the planet annihilation bomb, effortlessly generating a colossal shockwave that obliterated the entire temple suspended in the sky. Chapter 056. Karinta having alleviated some of his inner fury, Frieza activated the communicator with a flick of his hand, inhaled deeply, and calmly addressed, "Suking, it is I." Lord Frieza? How splendid. The connection has finally been established. The slightly relieved voice of Suking resonated through the communicator. "Lord Frieza, I have recorded your coordinates, and in approximately 3 months, the warriors you requested will arrive on your planet to welcome you back. Until then, I kindly ask for your patience. By the way, there is one more thing. I have just received a report that all the scientists and technicians we lost to Quila have been resurrected. Did you find the Dragon Balls to fulfill this wish?" Frieza, feeling somewhat irritable, remarked, "Indeed, although I have been absent during this period. I expect you all to persist in your assaults against those cosmic conglomerates. Should I return and find the anticipated results lacking, rest assured, I shall not treat you kindly. Including you, Mr. Suching. Do you comprehend?" "Rest assured, Lord Frieza," Mr. Suching replied. "Our offensive is currently quite effective, and the adversary is retreating steadily. I shall inform you of any good news at the earliest opportunity." Upon hearing Suching's words, Frieza's mood considerably lightened. He abruptly terminated the communication and glanced down at the temple he had utterly obliterated, letting out a cold sneer before transforming into a beam of purple light and departing. However, What Frieza did not anticipate was that within the seemingly completely destroyed temple, 2 survivors remained. Inside the time chamber. When Bobo witnessed the moment the door to the time chamber vanished, he broke down in tears. He understood that apart from having been inside for 48 hours without exit, there was only one other possibility. The door would close on its own, indicating that the temple had been utterly destroyed. With the temple's destruction, the deity was inevitably doomed as well. A young Namekian standing beside Bobo tugged gently at his pant leg and quietly inquired, "Is father dead?" Bobo wiped away his tears and knelt beside the young Piccolo, sorrowfully nodding. Yes, the deity has indeed perished. Piccolo did not shed tears. Instead, he grasped Bobo's shoulder earnestly, stating, "Mr. Bobo, please do not grieve. As father once said, if he has met with misfortune, then I implore you to train me here. When my strength is sufficient to breach the dimensional barriers and return to Earth, I shall avenge him. Trust me, Mr. Bobo, that day shall not be long in coming." Frieza, having departed, did not venture far, but instead flew directly towards the exact location beneath the temple. In the blink of an eye, an oval-shaped tower top appeared before his eyes. It was none other than Korin Tower. The corners of Frieza's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. The reason for his presence here was unmistakable. It was, of course, the sought-after Senzu beans. Although Frieza did not deem his current strength to necessitate such items, they were certainly better than nothing. Within the confines of Korin Tower, the wise Korin had received word of the Supreme Kai's demise at Frieza's hands, and was now hastily packing his belongings in preparation for flight. However, the numerous jars and trinkets he was reluctant to part with severely hampered his escape speed. His cherished staff, cat toys, and low-slung levers. And of course, the Senzu beans and ultra-deep water. He was burdened with an array of bags and bundles. As Korin painstakingly dragged his many possessions to the lookout rail, waving his staff and calling out, "Come forth, Kinto-one." Yet, before the Nimbus could arrive, Frieza had already glided into the tower from behind him. "Oh, where do you think you're going, Mr. Cat?" With a sinister smile gracing his visage, Frieza rhythmically swayed his tail as he approached Master Roshi step by step. "As the illustrious Emperor of the universe, Frieza has taken the time to visit you. Do you truly wish to deny me this courtesy?" Upon turning around, Master Roshi was met with Frieza's terrifying silhouette and the overwhelming aura of oppression that enveloped him. Overcome with fear, Master Roshi collapsed onto the ground. However, he soon mustered his resolve, gripping his staff tightly, and stood up, aiming the tip of his staff at Frieza. Though his voice trembled, he proclaimed with notable defiance, You villain, how dare you slay the celestial being? I shall not let you go unpunished." "Oh, is that so?" Frieza let out a derisive chuckle, his gaze sharpening momentarily. In an instant, Master Karen was struck by an invisible force of immense power, hurtling him outside the confines of Karen Tower. Startled, Master Karen quickly lunged forward, desperately grasping the railing at the summit of the tower, executing a somersault to regain his footing. The sound of his landing echoed sharply. Frieza, with a mocking demeanor, slowly began to applaud, chuckling lightly. Mr. Cat, your performance is truly remarkable. If you were an actor in a circus, I would certainly reward you with a generous tip." It was at that moment that Master Karen genuinely comprehended the terror of Frieza. Just moments ago, he had been oblivious to the peril and had already been cast out of the tower. If Frieza wished to end his life, he wouldn't even need to exert the energy to breathe. Contemplating this, Master Karen suddenly grasped the situation. Focusing intently on Frieza, he gasped slightly and said, "You do not intend to kill me because I possess something you desire, do you?" "Oh." Frieza flicked his tail and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Indeed. I am quite intrigued by the Senzu beans you possess. However, there is one point you have misjudged. My reluctance to kill you stems not from any moral qualms, but rather from the sheer triviality of extinguishing the life of an insignificant insect." "Ha ha ha. You desire the Senzu beans?" Master Karen, with a hint of confusion, replied. "If I may speak frankly, while the Senzu beans can instantly heal all wounds, your strength is already formidable. I cannot fathom what circumstances could possibly necessitate their use for you. You are overly verbose, Mr. Cat." Frieza's expression gradually darkened. "If you are determined to seek death, I could very well end your life first, and then pursue my own demise." "Very well, I understand. I shall retrieve the Senzu beans from the warehouse." Master Roshi was speaking when suddenly a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Of course, perhaps there exists another method to confront this malevolent demon, steeped in sinister energy. A flicker of hope blossomed within his heart as Master Roshi, with a beaming smile, pulled out a large teapot from his collection of items and dragged it before Frieza, rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic manner. Your Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of the Universe. The Senza beans have been stored for too long. It may take a while to locate them. How about you take a seat and enjoy a refreshing drink in the meantime? Upon uttering these words, Master Roshi did not wait for Frieza's response, but, with a sense of urgency, removed the cup from the spout of the teapot adorned with the divine character and filled it to the brim with beverage, respectfully presenting it to Frieza. Your Imperial Majesty, please indulge in this drink while I fetch the Senza beans for you. Seeing Frieza seemingly oblivious as he accepted the cup, Master Roshi felt a surge of delight. Drink up, drink up. The super divine water inherently possesses the ability to counteract malevolence, and it is also highly toxic. It is simply perfect for dealing with such a fiend. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Master Roshi eagerly watched Frieza, inwardly urging him to consume the cup of super divine water so that he might perish, granting Earth a semblance of peace and tranquility. However, Frieza held the bottle of super divine water before his nose, inhaling a fragrant aroma. The cup was incessantly toyed within his hands. Yet Frieza showed no inclination to drink the mysterious liquid. It was evident that, well versed in the original tale, Frieza had discerned the true nature of this so-called beverage. Had it been a mere 10 minutes prior, he might have recklessly consumed the super divine water in his arrogance. However, having narrowly escaped being trapped in a rice cooker by the demon sealing wave, Frieza was unlikely to allow his hubris to lead him astray once more. Crackle! Frieza's countenance suddenly darkened, and he crushed the teacup in his hand. At the same moment, Master Karen's heart skipped a beat in response to the sound of shattering porcelain. Oh no, it has been discovered. The malevolent aura enveloping Frieza seemed poised to pierce the heavens in an instant. With his right hand, still dripping with divine essence raised high, Frieza's smile twisted into a sinister grin as he spoke in a mocking tone. Mr. Cat, it appears you failed to comprehend the preciousness of life. A crimson energy of annihilation continuously coalesced at the tip of Frieza's finger, emanating a formidable aura of destruction that made the very sky tremble. Wretched insect, meet your demise. Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment. The area of his right hand that had been drenched in the divine water suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain. Countless tendrils of black smoke erupted violently from Frieza's right hand, emitting a harrowing shriek reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, before vanishing without a trace. Frieza, astonished and enraged, turned to glare at Master Karen, exclaiming with fury, "Despicable insect! What treachery have you enacted within the super divine water? How infuriating, how detestable, you foul creature! Perish!" The crimson destructive energy at the tip of Frieza's right finger suddenly became blindingly radiant, swiftly striking towards Master Roshi. However, Frieza's arm had only just swung halfway when it abruptly came to a halt. Countless beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his eyes bulged with an abundance of crimson veins. Frieza gritted his teeth as he dissipated the destructive energy emanating from his right hand, clutching his head in agony. Countless chaotic and malevolent thoughts surged through his mind, as if innumerable voices were resounding in his ears, urging him, annihilate. Annihilate everything. The relentless torment of wicked thoughts besieged Frieza, compelling him to scream in anguish while cradling his head. At last, Frieza suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fiercely fixed upon Master Karen, and bellowed, "Hurry! Drench me with all the remaining ultra-divine water. While I am still myself, do it quickly." Master Karen, momentarily daunted by Frieza's overwhelming presence, acted without hesitation. Opening the lid of the teapot filled with the ultra-divine water and pouring its contents upon Frieza, here comes the ultra-divine water. A whole pot of the water cascaded over Frieza's form, and in an instant, a searing pain surged through his mind. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were being relentlessly stripped away. Every bone in his body seemed to be shattering violently. Not only his blood, but even his very soul felt as though it were being incessantly scorched. The agony, unlike anything he had ever imagined, caused Frieza to collapse to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably as he emitted a harrowing wail. Countless malevolent energies coalesced into black smoke, frantically escaping from every part of Frieza's body. This dark mist surged through the pinnacle of the tower, enveloping the entire sky. Twisted and frenzied faces emerged within the smoke, continuously manifesting with bizarre and maniacal laughter. Master Karen was taken aback by this horrifying spectacle, trembling as he cowered in a corner of the tower, terrified by the hellish visions unfolding before him. At last, the black mist dissipated. A profoundly weakened Frieza lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, twitching slightly. Scenes from his life since his traversal flooded his mind. The increasingly violent version of himself. The ever more deranged self. Were those truly his actions? What have I done? Frieza stared vacantly at the ceiling of the tower, murmuring, "How did I become like this?" Upon hearing Frieza's words, Master Karin indignantly retorted, "You have always been this way. You scoundrel. Always been this way. Indeed. Absolutely. Isn't Frieza inherently like this? Powerful, cold, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. Everything he has done is precisely what the true Frieza would undertake." Taking a deep breath, Frieza struggled to rise from the ground and seated himself against the railing. Yet, had I not already vanquished the true Frieza that resided in my mind? Why then, do I still find myself in this state? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Frieza's mind. Indeed, it seems that ever since the original essence of Frieza was expelled, my actions have grown increasingly audacious. I have become more akin to Frieza than ever before. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered every detail since his transmigration, striving to uncover any hints. However, everything had shifted silently, making it nearly impossible for Frieza to discern when the troubles began. Ultimately, he arrived at the only possibility he could conceive, that Kaiatsu had manipulated him. But was she not the Supreme Kai? What advantage could there be for her in transforming him into the malevolent Frieza of the original narrative? Frieza, feeling a twinge of headache, found his thoughts becoming somewhat muddled. Shaking his head, he resolved to temporarily set this issue aside, intending to reflect on it more carefully once his mind had regained clarity. Raising his head, Frieza, slightly out of breath, extended his hand towards Master Karin and requested, "Please, grant me a senzu bean." Master Karin was taken aback. Was this truly the same demon who moments ago had threatened to annihilate planets? Chapter 058. Divine Attendant with doubt clouding his mind. Master Karin wondered if Frieza's sudden weakness was due to some unforeseen circumstance, rendering him utterly feeble and incapable of action. Perhaps he had become so weak that he needed to negotiate with him for a senzu bean. A surge of joy filled Master Karin's heart. If he surmised correctly, this might be the perfect opportunity to eliminate Frieza. Thus, with a smug smile, Master Karin casually retrieved a small jar from a nearby pile of belongings. Grasping a handful of senzu beans and tossing them into the air playfully, "What if I refuse? What if I don't give them to you?" Frieza's eyes narrowed dangerously. In an instant, the senzu beans in Master Karin's hand were snatched away by Frieza. Master Karin stared blankly at his now empty hand, stepping back in terror. His voice trembling as he uttered, "Why your body shows no signs of trouble?" "Humph," Frieza scoffed. "I am merely fatigued. Do not harbor any illusions. I require but a single glance to end your life." Master Karin, trembling with fear, began to retreat, yet soon appeared to notice something amiss. With astonishment, he gazed at Frieza and exclaimed, "The malevolent aura surrounding you has completely vanished." Frieza cast a cold glance at Master Karin, chewing on the senzu bean without uttering a word. Master Karin's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, something had changed. Although Frieza spoke with ferocity, he had undergone a complete transformation. It was akin to the duality of the Supreme Kai and the Demon King Piccolo. "Hey, Cat Master!" With a sudden exclamation, Frieza roused the contemplative Master Karin from his reverie. Master Karin swiftly crossed his hands over his chest, his demeanor tense as he inquired, "What do you intend to do? Furthermore, I am a sage, not an ordinary cat." Meow. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched slightly, and with a hint of a headache, he inquired, "I ask you, is the ultra-divine water not solely meant to awaken the latent potential within the human body? Why is it that upon mere contact, I find myself in this predicament?" Karin, somewhat anxious, retorted, "The ultra-divine water is far from simple. It is an ancient treasure, said to be the rainwater used by the divine realm to nourish the sacred tree, inherently possessing the power to counteract malevolence. It is exceptionally effective against villains such as yourself." With a tone laced with subtle intimidation, Karin added, "So, how does it feel to be purified? Unpleasant, I presume? If you do not depart from Earth post-haste, do you believe I shall pour another jar upon you?" Karin's intent was merely to frighten Frieza. However, to his astonishment, Frieza nodded earnestly, declaring, "Indeed, I find myself in need of more ultra-divine water for unforeseen circumstances. Bring forth all the ultra-divine water you possess at once." Karin was left utterly bewildered, stammering, "Why you truly desire it?" Frieza's expression turned icy as he spoke in a low voice. "You are unwilling to part with it? That is of no consequence. I can seize it by force." "That is not the case. King Kai, evidently terrified by Frieza's menacing demeanor. Hastily waved his hands in a gesture of denial, nervously explaining, "It is not that I do not wish to give it to you, but the super divine water was entrusted to me by Lord of the Kais, who received it from the Supreme Kai. This is a treasure of the divine realm, and I possess only a single vial. The deity you have slain is no more. How am I to procure the super divine water for you now?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback, yet he soon recalled a particular segment from Dragon Ball GT. Indeed, he remembered that the super divine water was concealed within the temple, and it had indeed annihilated all of baby's spawn. Considering this, it seemed that Master Karen might not have been lying after all. However, the reasons for his transformation into a hubristic and cold-hearted being remained elusive. Now that he had finally regained a semblance of clarity, he dreaded the thought of reverting to his former self. How infuriating! Frieza let out a weary sigh, raising his head to frown at Master Karen. "Do you know where I might find the super divine water? If you do, you must answer honestly. I trust you wouldn't want me to revert to my former self, would you?" The image of Frieza's twisted, grotesque visage flashed through Master Karen's mind, sending a shiver down his spine and causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Anxiously pacing back and forth, Master Karen divulged every piece of information he possessed. "If you seek the super divine water, your only option is to locate Lord Kaioshin. However, the only one who knows where he resides in the heavenly realm, and you have already eliminated the Supreme Kai. What shall we do about this Lord Kaioshin?" Frieza's mind sparked with a recollection. It seemed that when Sun Wukong first sought out the King of the Worlds for training, he traversed the serpentine path of the underworld. Thus, if he wished to locate the King of the Worlds, he merely needed to devise a means to reach the underworld. No, perhaps there exists an even simpler solution. Frieza promptly pressed the communication button on his earpiece and spoke in a low voice, "Mr. Suching, are you there?" "Before long." The earpiece relayed the slightly weary voice of Suching. "I have been here all along, King Frieza. What are your commands?" Frieza commanded, "Immediately summon Qilai to Earth. I require her assistance." The voice from the scanner, Siu, hesitated for a moment before responding. "Are you not aware, Lord Frieza? Queen Qilai has chosen to settle on Namek with a contingent of the Arlean people. She has not returned." "What?" Frieza's eyes narrowed into a mere slit, as countless thoughts raced through his mind. In such a peculiar moment, Qian Rui had inexplicably vanished. It seems that she indeed harbored a significant issue within her. Frieza's gaze swayed from side to side. Although he already possessed the answer within his heart, he nonetheless inquired in a grave tone, "Suking, are you still able to reach her?" As expected, Suking shook her head and replied, "I regret to inform you, Lord Frieza, that she has given you the sole detector through which we could contact her. Now, unless she chooses to reach out to us, we have completely lost all means of communication with her." Frieza, still unwilling to accept his fate, inquired, "But are you not her divine attendant, Mr. Suking? Why are you unable to reach her?" "No," Suking replied, shaking his head. "Days ago, I ceased to be one, great Frieza. I have been stripped of my status as a divine attendant." "What?" Suking's revelation jolted Frieza into realization. Frieza suddenly recalled that during the events on the planet Firepot, Qianrui had entrusted him with the divine servant qualification of CEO. In other words, he was now, in the truest sense, Qianrui's divine servant. Chapter 059, Nimbus Cloud. How infuriating. Frieza's thoughts were somewhat disordered. Qianrui had clearly stated that she could only temporarily borrow the qualification, and the appointment and dismissal of the divine attendants could solely be governed by that individual known as the High Priest. Could it be that she was deceiving me? In an instant, that fierce and tumultuous sentiment surged once more within Frieza's heart. Frieza was taken aback, quickly calming his restless emotions. Striving to maintain his composure as he said, "Very well, Mr. Suking. Now please instruct me on how to establish a connection with the Supreme Kai through the divine attendant. I shall contact her myself." Simultaneously, a dark thought flickered in Frieza's mind. Then I shall seize her, eliminate her. However, he was met with an apologetic voice emanating from the communicator. "I am truly sorry, Lord Frieza. The connection between the Supreme Kai and the divine attendant is a bond personally forged by the Supreme Kai and cannot be transmitted through mere words." "Understood," Frieza replied. With an expressionless demeanor, Frieza responded faintly. Just as he was about to terminate the communication, he suddenly inquired, "You would never betray me, would you, Mr. Suching?" Without a moment's hesitation, the voice on the other end affirmed, "Never, King Frieza." Simultaneously, a familiar vow echoed in Frieza's ears. Reminiscent of Qianrui's words, I will never harm you. King Frieza, never. Taking a deep breath, Frieza nodded slightly, saying, I trust you, Mr. Suching. And I hope you will not betray the faith I have in you. By the way, I sense a hint of fatigue in your voice. On the other end, despite a slight weariness, Mr. Suching replied with a touch of excitement. Indeed, King Frieza. A recent research project has left me somewhat restless. I intended to report back once there were results, but since you've asked, I shall inform you. During our latest assault on the capitalist base, Mr. Doria discovered a peculiar plant on that planet, which the capitalists utilize as a trap. It is a vegetable that autonomously attacks enemies, and its combat prowess far exceeds that of typical warriors. We are currently examining the seeds of this plant, and I believe I could potentially cultivate them into autonomous combatants. Thus, we could possess a true legion of Frieza warriors. Upon hearing Mr. Suching's words, Frieza instantly recalled the elite fighters that Vegeta had cultivated upon arriving on Earth in the original narrative, each possessing a combat power of 1200. What an extraordinary concept. In the notoriously weak North Galaxy, a combat power of 300 barely qualifies as a competent warrior. Yet, a cultivated being with a combat power of 1200 could annihilate every inhabitant of a planet. Unbeknownst to him, wicked thoughts surged once more in Frieza's mind. Excellent work, Mr. Suching. Frieza erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Continue your research. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm coursed through him, and without a moment's hesitation, he disconnected the communication button of the detector. His eyes widened in trepidation, and he gasped for breath. Just moments ago, it seemed he had once again emitted that sinister chuckle. Why was this happening? What on earth had gone awry? With a determined grit of his teeth, he pondered the situation. Frieza made a resolute decision. He could no longer afford to wait. The path to the underworld beckoned. Frieza, with closed eyes, meticulously recalled every intricate detail from the original Dragon Ball series. Suddenly, it struck him. The fortune teller. In the original narrative, the fortune teller could traverse freely between the realms of life and death, even bringing the deceased back to the mortal world for a single day. If he wished to seek out King Kai in the afterlife, then the only course of action was to promptly locate the fortune teller. Frieza suddenly turned his head, barking at Master Karen, Cat Sage. Where is the fortune-telling old woman? Tell me at once. Master Karen was taken aback by Frieza's sudden outburst, but upon hearing his words, he quickly responded, That's right. The fortune teller can freely traverse between the underworld and the human realm. You can seek her out. With his short legs propelling him, Master Karen rushed to the edge of the railing and called out into the distance, Come forth, Nimbus. Before long, a vast expanse of yellow clouds swiftly approached the pinnacle of Karen Tower. It was indeed the Nimbus. Master Karen used his staff to part a section of the Nimbus and gently tapped the gathered cloud with the tip of his staff, directing it towards Frieza. Nimbus, I beseech you, take him to the fortune-telling old woman immediately. Whether the Nimbus truly comprehended Master Karen's command was uncertain, but it slightly stirred in response to Frieza and then shot off into the distance. Seeing the Nimbus take flight, Master Karen urgently called out to Frieza, Hurry and follow it. It will lead you to the fortune teller. To Frieza, the speed of the Nimbus felt akin to that of a tortoise, and with a dismissive snort, he transformed into a streak of purple light, racing towards the direction in which the Nimbus had vanished. Watching Frieza's receding figure, Master Karen finally breathed a sigh of relief, plopping down onto the ground and murmuring, At last, I've managed to get rid of this terrifying fellow. After a considerable while, Master Karen regained his composure and hurried over to his pile of luggage, rummaging until he unearthed a mobile phone. Dialing a number, he spoke urgently into the phone. Hello? Travel agency? Please provide me with a ticket for a spacecraft to outer space. Yes, you heard correctly. It costs a lot of money. Can I pay with dried fish? With arms crossed over his chest, the swift Frieza soon caught up with the Nimbus, soaring further eastward. As he flew, Frieza pondered over the issues surrounding himself. Superficially, Shinrue undoubtedly bore the greatest suspicion. From the very beginning, when she revealed the existence of another Frieza's soul within him, to the later awakening of his potential, she may have seemed inconspicuous, yet she consistently played a crucial role at pivotal moments. Especially since, originally a Supreme Kai, she should be a proponent of peace. A stark contrast to Frieza's nature. Yet, for merely a reason of migration, she recklessly aided him, seemingly without seeking any reward or harboring selfish intentions. This was truly illogical. Furthermore, she did not hinder any of his malevolent deeds. This was far from the benevolent Supreme Kai as depicted in legends. From the moment of orchestrating a deceitful ruse against the unscrupulous master of the sweatshop, feigning the role of a savior to rescue Furman, while continuing to enslave those laborers. Chapter 060, The Great Sword. Qian Rui not only remained indifferent but also left all her people to assist in the purification of the industrial planet. Later, during the events on the boiling pot star, she compelled herself to accept the divine peace. Upon arriving at Namek, she refrained from taking Nairo's life and instead healed his wounds. When her frustration over the unattainable wish for immortality led her to contemplate the annihilation of Namek, it was she who succeeded in quelling her rage. At that time, I believed it to be a harmonious collaboration between Qian Rui and myself, but upon reflection, it seems she has tirelessly endeavored to transform Frieza by doing all within her power. Compassion and benevolence are not merely about shunning evil. They are about exerting every effort to alter it. In truth, with her by my side, even in my most malevolent, cold-blooded, and violent moments, I have never taken the life of an innocent nor destroyed a planet. Even now, having found refuge with Qian Rui, I still leave behind the remnants of Shuqing. Just as I was contemplating the destruction of Earth, the communicator suddenly rang. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Is this Qian Rui really the mastermind behind a conspiracy to ensnare me? Upon calming my thoughts, I began to discern many things previously unseen and unconsidered. Frieza was lost in a myriad of thoughts and musings within his own mind, oblivious to the fact that he had subconsciously descended upon the dueling platform of the fortune-telling elder atop his nimbus cloud. He stood there in silence, utterly motionless. However, the two combatants on the stage, one human and the other a vampire, were taken aback by Frieza's sudden appearance, having seemingly materialized out of nowhere. With an air of disdain, Frieza stood with his arms crossed, prompting immediate ire from the duo. The vampire, clad in boxing gloves, shouted from a distance, "Where did this oversized lizard come from? Get down at once, or I shall drain every drop of your blood." Frieza was momentarily taken aback, regaining his senses as he glanced around in mild confusion, only to realize he had arrived at the palace of the fortune-telling matron. The entire scene remained unchanged from the original narrative, even the vampires on the martial arts stage, whether in the first or second round, were the same. Observing Frieza's prolonged silence, another challenger, whose fearsome visage was marred by numerous scars, approached him. With a scornful pat atop Frieza's head, he derisively exclaimed, "You little dumpling head. This competition is not meant for a scrawny runt like you. Hurry back home to suckle." Just then, the fortune-telling matron, who had just divined Frieza's identity, cried out in alarm, "No." Yet, it was already too late. Frieza slowly raised his head, casting a fierce gaze upon the muscular challenger. In an instant, the man staggered as if struck by a tremendous force, his complexion turning pale as he clutched his chest, retreating step by step until he finally collapsed, his eyes rolling back, slipping into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, a vampire, poised to rush to the aid, felt a shiver of trepidation upon witnessing this scene. Hesitantly, he glanced at the fortune-teller, only to find her hastily clapping her hands 3 times before vanishing from sight. The vampire was taken aback. Having roamed these realms for many years, he understood that the fortune-teller had fled to the underworld, and it appeared she was escaping for her life. Trembling, the vampire raised a hand to wipe his eyes, desperately hoping this was all a mere illusion. Yet, where was the fortune-teller? A small, feeble hand pressed down on his shoulder, causing the vampire to freeze in place, his voice quivering as he uttered, She just escaped to the underworld." "Oh?" Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly. The impudent behavior of the burly man had nearly pushed him to the brink of losing control, which is why he had utterly failed to notice the elderly woman who had just hurried past. After pondering for a moment, Frieza comprehended that it was quite possible the fortune-telling crone had foreseen his remarkable achievements, prompting her to disregard her avaricious nature and relinquish her vast estate without a second thought. She bore the semblance of a cunning and shrewd enchantress. With this thought, Frieza cast a dark glance at the vampire and sneered, "Since she has fled, I find myself at a loss. I wonder, would you be willing to convey a message to her? Inform her that I am currently not inclined to commit murder, yet should anyone provoke my ire, the outcome would be quite unpredictable." The vampire, trembling in fear, nodded profusely, exclaiming, "Of course," nearly delivering a message. "I am at your service for whatever you require. However, she has already departed for the underworld. How am I to relay a message to her?" A sinister smile curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth as his right hand gently pressed against the vampire's heart, emanating a flicker of crimson, destructive energy. With a cruel grin, he declared, "Just wait a moment." Suddenly, a witch seated within a crystal orb materialized not far from Frieza. Beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She swallowed hard and inquired, "How may I be of service to you, Your Majesty, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza?" Frieza let out a sudden laugh, only to be startled moments later. With a swift motion, he cast the vampire aside, his expression unwavering as he remarked, "You are aware of my purpose in seeking you, and yet you dare to flee?" The fortune teller, wiping the increasing beads of cold sweat from her forehead, spoke in a trembling voice, "Though I have lived for many years, I still have no desire to meet my end." Struggling to descend from the crystal ball, the fortune teller cautiously inquired of Frieza, "Might I ask what brings you to me?" Frieza nodded and, without preamble, declared, "I wish to descend to the underworld. Take me there at once." The fortune teller was taken aback, perhaps not anticipating that someone would willingly seek death. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that Frieza intended to venture into the underworld while still alive. Thus, the fortune teller hastily waved her hands, stating, "A living person cannot enter the underworld unless granted special permission by King Yenluo. But even with such approval, you must find your own means to reach the underworld." Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "Cannot you simply escort me to the underworld?" The fortune-telling old woman shook her head and replied, "I can only bring the deceased back to the realm of the living, but I am unable to guide the living to the underworld. However, do not fret. I shall now divine a method for you to reach the underworld." With that, the fortune teller positioned her hands before the crystal ball and began to chant incantations. Before long, the once clear crystal ball revealed a multitude of images. Those images ultimately crystallized before a grand, ajar door. Frieza furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is this place?" The fortune teller peered intently through the doorway but could only discern a vast expanse of darkness. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon a sword lodged in the threshold, obstructing the door's closure. Chapter 061. The Realm of External Demons. Could this be the entrance to the realm of external demons? The fortune teller murmured, "I recall hearing tales of this realm before I turned 33. It was said that the realm of external demons not only provides a direct passage to the realm of internal demons, but also possesses a hidden route leading to the underworld. However, this path is known solely to the king of external demons, Azura, and is fraught with peril, so much so that even Azura himself cannot traverse it." Who would have imagined that these legends were indeed true? The realm of external demons? In an instant, Frieza recalled a certain individual who rivaled Cell and solemnly inquired, "Is it the demon realm where Dubra resides?" The fortune-telling elder shook her head and replied, "Dubra is the king of the demon realm, and within its depths, he reigns supreme. However, once he steps outside, his power diminishes significantly. Thus, he typically remains within the innermost palace of the demon realm, where you shall not encounter him." Humph. Were it not for the pressing nature of time, I would indeed consider venturing into the demon realm to eliminate Dubra, thereby eradicating any future threats. Frieza, a touch impatient, flicked his tail and exclaimed, "Old woman, do hasten to inform me of the whereabouts of this grand door. I shall make my way there at once." The fortune teller, gesturing towards the south, indicated a direction and replied, "Departing from this point and soaring forth, you shall find it approximately 913 kilometers away." 913 kilometers. Frieza silently recalibrated the distance units in his mind, setting the navigation prompts on the detector. Meanwhile, the bewildered guide, the Straw Hat Ghost, floated over to the fortune-telling elder and whispered, "Grandmother, how much should we charge him?" The fortune-telling elder was taken aback, hastily covering the guide's mouth with her hand. Her voice a furious whisper, "Are you seeking death? He is a villain capable of slaying even deities. Do you dare to demand money from him? If he spares our lives, it would already be a miracle." Clearly startled by her reaction, the guide mumbled timidly, "Then let us pretend I never spoke, grandmother." Frieza's auditory acuity is remarkably acute. He overheard the entire exchange between the fortune-telling grandmother and the specter. Having adjusted his navigation, Frieza turned back with a sinister smile and remarked, "Ah, indeed, you have rendered me a significant service, and I certainly ought to reciprocate." Although his words were intended as gratitude, the fortune-telling grandmother felt a chill run down her spine and repeatedly gestured in refusal, saying, "Thank you, but no, it is unnecessary. Humph. I, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, have never retracted my words." Frieza cast a sidelong glance at the dozens of challengers queuing to face him. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he remarked, Let me assist you in dispatching them. What? The fortune teller gasped, urgently shouting at the bewildered challengers. You. If you wish to survive, flee at once. Hurry, it is already too late. Frieza raised his right hand high and then swept it violently across. A tremendous surge of energy sliced through everything in its path in an instant. All challengers were cleaved in two, and simultaneously. The front entrance of the fortune teller collapsed under the onslaught. Frieza was reveling in a sinister laugh when he was suddenly struck by an excruciating pain in his head. Following this, his vision blurred momentarily before he regained consciousness. Staring vacantly at the remnants of shattered walls and dismembered corpses, Frieza, with a hint of bewilderment, glanced at his own hands, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply and transformed into a beam of purple light, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, the trembling fortune teller and the guiding specter, who had been huddled together in fear, finally exhaled in relief and collapsed onto the ground. The fortune teller glanced at the vampire, who lay unconscious from fright, and scolded, "Incompetent fool." She then turned her gaze towards the three remaining skilled individuals cowering at the doorway, berating them. "A bunch of useless wretches. You've squandered an entire year's wages." The hidden individuals, a phantom, a demon, and a mummy, expressed their indifference, suggesting that given the current perilous state of Earth, returning to the demon realm seemed far safer. Thus, the trio rolled up their bedding, bid farewell to the fortune teller, and decided never to return. However, halfway through their departure, they suddenly recalled that the terrifying purple creature had seemed to be heading towards the demon realm. In an instant, the three stood dumbfounded in the desert. 913 kilometers may appear to be a distant expanse to others, yet for Frieza, it was merely a blink of an eye. However, to avoid overshooting, he deliberately slowed his pace as he approached his destination, contemplating the earlier uncontrollable incident. Why had he so abruptly transformed? As if he were a different being altogether, when he had done nothing to provoke such a change. Could it be that the effect of the divine water was nearing its end? How frustrating. The sound of beeping echoed in his ears. Frieza regained his senses and meticulously surveyed the environment beneath him. Soon, he discovered the portal leading to the realm of the outer demons. Releasing his flight technique, he descended directly from the sky, landing heavily upon the ground. Upon seeing the sword bracing the grand door, Frieza confirmed he had indeed arrived at the correct location. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode towards the ominous, shadowy entrance. The dimly flickering candles surrounding him imparted a sense of oppression. After traversing a short distance, a massive steel blade suddenly barred his path. From the darkness emerged a towering demon, adorned with horns, who bellowed in a rough voice laced with menace. "This place is forbidden to outsiders. Without a pass issued by King Yama, none shall pass through here." A shadow of gloom flickered across Frieza's eyes as he raised his right hand slightly, emitting a radiant crimson energy. Just as he was poised to pierce the heart of this demon with a decisive strike, his expression suddenly contorted. Gritting his teeth, he dissipated the energy orb in his grasp and abruptly opened his palm, unleashing a powerful, transparent shockwave. The colossal demon, as fragile as paper, was propelled into the air by Frieza's force, crashing heavily onto the ground several dozen meters away, rendered unconscious. Gradually retracting his right hand, Frieza remained silent as he continued deeper into the abyss. As he passed by the massive demon, a hint of hesitation and struggle crossed his face. Yet, in the end, he chose not to deliver a fatal blow. After taking a few steps, Frieza encountered a fork in the path, just as a slight headache began to form. A gentle yet commanding female voice resonated behind him. "Friend from the outside world, it seems you are in need of assistance." Chapter 62. The gateway. Frieza turned around and beheld a woman suspended from the ceiling. Her ears were pointed, her attire was revealing, and a sword was slung across her waist, clearly indicating her status as an indigenous inhabitant of this demonic realm. "Indeed, I find myself in need of assistance." Frieza's gaze sank like water as he inquired, "I seek to find Ashura. Do you know the whereabouts of his palace?" Ashura, the demoness, descending from the ceiling with a hint of caution, responded, "What purpose do you have in seeking Ashura? Although you wielded peculiar sorcery to vanquish Gora, reputed as the mightiest warrior of the outer demon realm, I assure you, you are no match for Ashura. I strongly advise you to return." Frieza, weary of engaging with a woman of such insignificant combat prowess, who resembled nothing more than an unremarkable insect, expressed a hint of impatience as he said, "I wish to journey to the underworld. It is said that only he knows the path from here to the underworld. I merely seek his assistance." Oh, is that so? The demoness' eyes glimmered with intrigue as she volunteered. I am also acquainted with the route to the underworld. Allow me to escort you. By the way, my name is Mira. What do they call you? Frieza's lips instinctively curled into a smirk as he spoke in a deep voice. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. May I inquire as to why you are inclined to assist me? Mira appeared to harbor no doubt regarding Frieza's self-proclaimed title. Instead, she flashed a charming smile. Placing one hand upon Frieza's chest, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she added, I admire your strength, respect your audacity, and am particularly fond of your sense of humor, outsider. Frieza remained utterly unfazed, forcefully releasing Mira's hand as he coldly declared, I detest frivolous women. All I require is that you guide me. Mira's smile appeared slightly stiff. Yet she quickly recalibrated her demeanor and glided towards the right fork in the path, saying, Follow me, outsider. Frieza let out a cold snort and slowly ascended, trailing behind her. Along the way, they encountered numerous crossroads, and it gradually dawned on Frieza. He recalled that this segment did not exist in the original manga. However, it seemed he had seen it on television. Unfortunately, as time passed, many details had faded from his memory. They traversed countless corridors, each checkpoint manned by denizens of the demon realm, yet with Mela leading the way, none dared to approach them with unwarranted inquiries. Thus, they continued their journey until Mela brought Frieza to a grand door adorned with demonic totems. The gate was flanked by 4 formidable guardians whose power levels appeared quite impressive. Upon noticing Mela's approach, they hurried forward to greet her. Miss Mela. Indeed, Mela replied, her tone nonchalant. Open this gateway to the underworld immediately. The underworld? The gatekeeper hesitated, seemingly about to voice an objection. However, Mela abruptly interrupted him, feigning displeasure as she scolded, I commanded you to open it, so open it. Do you dare to disregard my words? Ah, yes. Your wish is my command. The gatekeeper promptly stepped aside and activated the mechanism on the stone wall. The elaborately carved door swung open, and in an instant, a tide of frenzied demons surged forth, desperately attempting to escape. The roar of the beasts was deafening. Mela covered her ears and shouted to Frieza, Quickly! If you wish to enter, the door can only open this wide. If it opens any further, those creatures will burst forth. Frieza did not rush to depart. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and gently projected a diminutive red energy sphere, which floated serenely into the grand doorway. Boom! With a resounding explosion, countless monstrous entities were obliterated, leaving nothing but fragments in their wake. Even a trembling finger was ejected from the doorway, landing at Frieza's feet. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The 4 guards, toppled by the shockwave emanating from the door, stared in sheer astonishment at Frieza. Meanwhile, Mela gazed at him, her expression a mixture of disbelief and awe at his unwavering composure. How could this seemingly frail figure have annihilated such a multitude of formidable beasts in an instant? Who on earth was he? Disregarding the astonishment of Mela and the guards, Frieza pointed toward the door and turned to Mela, inquiring in a grave tone. Is the path to the underworld within there? Mela inhaled sharply, nodding with great difficulty as she replied, Why yes, once you enter. You must continue deeper until you reach the very core to arrive at the underworld. However, this path is exceedingly perilous. Even an Asura may not be able to traverse it. Perhaps you should reconsider? Frieza paid no further heed to Mira, slowly ascending and gliding through the open door. Before departing, he glanced back, casting a final, frigid look at Mira, and with a sinister smile remarked, I do hope you refrain from making decisions you will regret. My lady. In truth, regret had already settled in Mira's heart. She was the beloved of Asura, and from the moment she first laid eyes on Frieza, she realized that he was far beyond what Asura could contend with. Although Frieza claimed he merely desired Asura to guide him, Ashura's prideful nature would never allow him to engage in such an act of self-degradation. Furthermore, this creature known as Frieza, merely standing there, emanated an aura of overwhelming malevolence. He was undoubtedly a remorseless demon. Thus, Mira had led Frieza here, intending to deceive him into the demon realm, where even more terrifying monsters would confront him. However, Mira gasped in terror. Having just witnessed a mere glimpse of Frieza's formidable power, she was utterly terrified. Yet she dared not confess to Frieza that she had deceived him, for fear that not only would she suffer, but the entire outer demon realm would face dire consequences. Hence, until Frieza vanished through the great door to the demon realm, Mira remained silent. Quick, close the door. The 4 guards, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly moved to seal the mechanism, and the door gradually closed. Upon completing this task, one of the guards, still shaken, cautiously addressed Mira. Miss Mira, you didn't bring him into the demon realm to cause trouble, did you? This was precisely Myra's concern. Yet, she could only reassure them and convince herself, saying, fear not. This door is forged from the hardest steel in the universe, Kazan steel, and is sealed by Lord of the Realm's enchantment. Even the king of the demon realm, Dapla, cannot breach it. We needn't worry at all. He shall never escape. Chapter 063. Dapla, the demon king. In the deepest recesses of the demon realm resides Dapla, the demon king, who reigns supreme over all demonkind. His power is unmatched, and none within the demon realm can rival him. Yet, such formidable strength finds itself humbled beneath another's foot. Dapla, this demon realm of yours is utterly abysmal. A diminutive figure, akin to a caterpillar, lounged upon the throne that rightfully belonged to Dapla, impatiently drumming his fingers on the armrest. Not only is the air here foul beyond measure, but the beasts outside are utterly uncultured. Of course, what vexes me most is that my dimensional black hole cannot even open in this wretched place. How infuriating! How could I have ever thought to escape to the demon realm? Indeed, he is none other than Babidi, the one who was once hunted by the Supreme Kai and subsequently cleaved in two by Frieza before fleeing to the demon realm. Presently, his wounds appear to have healed entirely, and he is living rather comfortably. Kneeling at Babidi's side is a robust demon with crimson skin. The massive belt around his waist bears a symbol, signifying his boundless power and unparalleled malevolence. He is none other than the king of the demon realm, Dabura. However, a dark mark resembling an on his forehead clearly indicates his current status. He is utterly subjugated by Babidi's magic, serving as Babidi's most loyal minion. Dabura bows his head, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he apologizes. I sincerely regret disturbing you, Lord Babidi. I shall immediately go out and slay all the beasts outside. That won't be necessary, Babidi replied with a sense of ennui. It's already dull enough here. If you go and kill them, I shall have no source of amusement left. Dabura, did your sister not mention the teleportation magic circle would soon be completed? Babidi pressed. When shall we finally depart from this wretched place? Dabura hastily responded, rest assured. Lord Babidi, I have urged her. Tawa informed me that only the final step remains, and we shall be able to set forth either today or tomorrow. Oh, that is indeed splendid news, Babidi exclaimed, springing from his throne and pacing excitedly. I shall finally return to the universe and awaken my Majin Buu. Ha! With your assistance. Dabura, even the Supreme Kai shall not be able to thwart me. Dabura grinned wickedly, clenching his fists. Fear not, Lord Babidi. I alone can annihilate the Supreme Kai. If you wish to dominate the universe, my strength alone shall suffice. There is no need for Majin Buu. Babidi shot Dabura a displeased glare, retorting, what do you understand? The might of Majin Buu is beyond your imagination. Moreover, you can only run rampant within the demon realm. Once you leave here, I cannot fathom how much of your combat prowess you will retain. To conquer the universe, mere trash like you is insufficient. Babidi's words were exceedingly harsh. Yet Dabura dared not utter a word in rebuttal, merely lowering his head and sweating profusely. I apologize, Lord Babidi. I was too presumptuous. Enough, Babidi said with a deep tone, hands clasped behind his back. Your combat prowess is somewhat acceptable, at least in the North Galaxy. No one can rival you. How vexing. Were it not for your sister's magic circle only allowing two to teleport at a time, I would have preferred to bring her along. While your strength is formidable, your intellect pales in comparison to hers. Dabura, feeling a tinge of resentment, replied, but I am absolutely loyal to you, Lord Babidi. Babidi nodded, squinting his eyes as he remarked, indeed, her spirit is far too pure. I can scarcely exert control over her. This is precisely why I chose to take you away. How ironic. The most malevolent being in the demon realm, the sister of the illustrious demon king, turns out to be a virtuous soul? Ha ha ha. However, if she were not a good person, I would not have received treatment for my grievous wounds, and perhaps I would have perished long ago. Babidi took a deep breath and, without looking back, strode toward the door. Well then, let us see how the magic circle is arranged. I cannot bear to remain in this wretched place any longer. Dabura promptly followed closely behind him. At that moment, a resounding explosion shook the entire Demon King's palace to its core. The very ground of the demon realm trembled violently. What is happening? Babidi commanded Dabura. Go outside at once. Is some beast gone mad and attacking the palace? Yes, my lord, Dabura responded. unleashing a surge of energy that blasted a massive hole through the palace wall, propelling himself swiftly into the outside world. Babidi immediately activated his protective shield and followed closely behind Depura. The explosions continued. Waves of crimson energy relentlessly assailed the Demon King's palace. Countless hills, lakes, and hunting grounds were reduced to mere rubble. The root cause of this chaos loomed in the blackened sky, a faintly purple figure, Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Who dares to act so brazenly outside my palace? Depura exclaimed, spotting Frieza. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured a steel blade and charged towards Frieza. Upon seeing Depura, Frieza realized he had indeed been deceived. Although he had contemplated this possibility, Mira's blatant disregard for his warnings had utterly incensed him. How delightful! How audacious of you to deceive the Cosmic Emperor! Just wait, Mira. Once I eliminate Depura, I shall return to deal with you. Prepare yourself. With that thought, Frieza rushed toward Depura without hesitation. In Frieza's mind, Depura was merely on par with Cell, far from being a match for him. Little did he know that within the demon realm, Depura's combat prowess was vastly different. Depura opened his mouth and, seizing the initiative, unleashed a slender blue flame towards Frieza. Frieza let out a cold snort, his eyes suddenly flashing with two beams of crimson light, dispersing the flame before him. However, when he glanced downward again, he found that Dubra had mysteriously vanished. Take this. Dubra's roar echoed from behind Frieza. A steel blade came crashing down towards the crown of Frieza's head. In that fleeting moment, Frieza envisioned himself from the original story, bisected by Trunks' sword. How infuriating! You shall not succeed. Frieza suddenly erupted with fury, his eyes widening in a fierce glare as he bellowed, Golden Binding Technique. Chapter 064, The Death of Babidi. Dubra's movement abruptly halted, his actions frozen in place. Concurrently, a voice resonated in Frieza's mind. Target available for recording detected. Would you like to proceed with the data retrieval? Without hesitation, Frieza made his choice. In an instant, a new avatar appeared within the blank confines of his mind, and all the information regarding Dapla unfolded before Frieza's eyes. Simulated target, Dapla form, normal combat power assessment. 4. 300, 000, enhanced by demonic transformation and dark energies of the demon realm. Weakness, unknown luck. Frieza exhibited little interest in Dubra's combat prowess. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at his fortune. How remarkable it was, after more than 60 episodes, to finally encounter a fortunate soul whose luck was not rated E. However, Frieza let out a sinister chuckle, pressing a hand against Dubra's chest. Ah, it appears that you have acquired a skill akin to instantaneous movement in the demon realm. Nevertheless, your fate is sealed. How dare you provoke the Emperor of the Universe, you fool! Dubra found himself immobilized, unable to move. And just as he was about to meet his demise, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of saliva at Frieza with great force. Frieza was taken aback and swiftly sidestepped, using his tail to swat Dubra away. Having read the original text, Frieza was acutely aware that if he were to be struck by Dubra's saliva, he would instantly be turned to stone. With a cold, piercing gaze directed at Dubra below, Frieza spat with disdain. What a despicable and revolting trick. Despite enduring a powerful blow from Frieza, Dubra managed to regain his freedom. He wiped away the blue blood from the corner of his mouth and conjured a halberd, hurling it fiercely towards Frieza. Frieza would never fall for such a trick again. Transforming into a streak of violet light, Frieza swiftly maneuvered around the weapon, charging directly towards Dapra, initiating a fierce close-quarters battle. Dapra swung a punch at Frieza, only to have his wrist seized by Frieza's grip. With a slight exertion of strength, Frieza effortlessly snapped Dapra's arm. Dapra, with his eyes ablaze, staggered back 2 paces before unleashing a thunderous roar. Remarkably, the once broken right hand began to regenerate. Oh, Frieza, somewhat intrigued, remarked, you appear to be quite different from the Dubra I am familiar with. It seems that in your domain, you truly live up to the title of King of the Demon Realm. However, Frieza's figure suddenly flickered and, in an instant, appeared behind Dubra, sweeping his tail to shatter Dubra's spine. In terms of both speed and strength, Frieza was utterly overwhelming Dubra in his current state. You are still far from being a match, Mr. King of the Demon Realm. The words King of the Demon Realm were articulated by Frieza with deliberate mockery, echoing in Dubra's ears. However, the wounds Dubra sustained were far too grievous. His self-healing abilities seemed to falter. He could only lie on the ground, convulsing and glaring at Frieza with a mixture of hatred and despair. emitting strange, hoarse sounds. Ah, then farewell, Mr. Dubra. Frieza extended his hand, aiming directly at Dubra's head, unleashing a shimmering crimson energy sphere. Just as Dubra's life hung by a thread, Frieza suddenly heard a gasp behind him. It's you? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Frieza turned around and beheld Babidi, concealed within the protective shield. Ah, who do we have here? It is none other than the pathetic waste I cleaved in two. You have yet to meet your demise? Without uttering a word, Frieza effortlessly launched two energy waves towards Babidi. However, when the energy waves struck Babidi's form, they penetrated without resistance, revealing that it was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, the real Babidi, concealed nearby, had already positioned a crystal ball and raised his hands high towards the figure of Frieza within it, exclaiming with excitement, "Ha ha, he has fallen for it. This time, without the Supreme Kai by his side, I shall surely command this servant, 100 times more powerful than Bu. Come forth, Babalaraba." In an instant, the familiar malevolent thoughts began to erode Frieza's sanity, as countless dark energies enveloped his entire being. Frieza was in excruciating pain. However, having just endured the even more torturous baptism of the super divine water, he could still manage to catch his breath. Frieza compelled himself to concentrate on detecting Babidi's energy. Yet amidst the excruciating pain in his mind, maintaining even a modicum of clarity proved to be a formidable challenge, let alone calming his thoughts to sense his adversary. Just as the M insignia upon Frieza's forehead began to flicker into visibility, Babidi was on the cusp of triumph. A staff shattered Babidi's protective barrier and pierced his heart. Babidi, who had been solely focused on ambushing Frieza, had invested all his mental faculties into the battlefield. However, he was utterly oblivious to the fact that another individual was also plotting against him. Struggling, Babidi turned his head and beheld a white-haired woman clad in a red bodysuit. Tawa. Babidi desperately attempted to reach out and seize her, but Tawa mercilessly withdrew the staff, plunging it once more into Babidi's heart with brutal force. You shall not escape your fate. Upon uttering his final words, Babidi finally closed his eyes in bitterness. Simultaneously, the M-like insignias on Frieza and Dubra's foreheads began to fade and ultimately vanished. With Babidi's demise, his spells lost all potency. Tawa, breathing rapidly, withdrew the staff and dashed towards Dubra. Upon reaching him, Tawa cradled him in her arms, expressing concern. Brother, are you all right? Dubra took a few shallow breaths and weakly nodded. I feel much better, thank you, Tawa. No. Tawa lamented in remorse. Had I not saved that despicable sorcerer, you would not have fallen under his dominion. This is all my fault. It is of no consequence, Dubra interjected, his body gradually mending as he struggled to sit up, stating weakly, Isn't it all over now? Over? A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, sending shivers down Dubra's spine. He gazed forward in sheer terror, confronting the looming figure of the purple demon. Frieza. Depura suddenly rose to his feet, conjuring yet another steel fork in his hand as he advanced toward Frieza. Tawa. Flee. The farther you escape, the better. Chapter 065. Until we meet again. Humph. Such audacity. Frieza raised his hand, unleashing a swift crimson laser that instantaneously pierced through Depura's chest. Depura had scarcely the opportunity to charge towards Frieza before suffering a complete and utter defeat. Frieza approached the gravely injured and unconscious Depura with a sinister smile, his tail forcefully coiling around Depura's neck, lifting him effortlessly. He then turned his head towards Tawa and taunted, You must be Depura's sister, am I correct? Oh. Look at your brother, teetering on the brink of death. Can you truly bear to abandon him in such a dire moment? My apologies, I almost forgot. You hail from the demon realm, where bonds of kinship mean little, I presume? Well then. Frieza's gaze suddenly turned icy. I shall simply kill him. No. Tawa scrambled to Frieza's side, clinging to his leg and pleading, I implore you, spare my brother. If you seek to release your wrath through murder, then let it be me. Frieza bent down, cradling Tawa's face in his right hand, and remarked, Such a beautiful and kind visage is a rarity even in this world. Who could have imagined that you were the sister of the notorious Demon King Dabura? As he spoke, Frieza's palm gradually transitioned from a gentle hold to a vicious claw, seizing Tawa's head with an iron grip, as a crimson light of annihilation began to emanate. Tawa shut her eyes, tears slowly cascading from the corners. How unfortunate, dear girl. For you are destined to perish. Just as the energy in Frieza's palm was on the verge of unleashing a devastating wave, Frieza abruptly released his grip on Tawa's head and violently flung his arm to the side. A fierce shockwave of energy surged forth, cascading across the desolate expanse surrounding them. The sheer force of the energy wave even carved a concave shape into the horizon. Tawa, taken aback, lifted his gaze to behold Frieza, who was writhing in agony while clutching his head. His expression shifted dramatically, at times contorted with rage, at others, eerily calm. At last, Frieza's eyes widened as his state stabilized. Tawa, bewildered, gazed at the ever-changing countenance of Frieza, uncertain of how to proceed. Frieza gasped for breath, once again extending his right hand, slowly pressing it toward Tawa's head. In a state of despair, Tawa resignedly closed her eyes, preparing to quietly embrace the arrival of death. However, to her astonishment, she felt a gentle caress atop her head. Tawa opened her eyes in disbelief, witnessing Frieza's tail slowly lowering to Pura, as he wearily turned to walk into the distance. "You!" Tawa hoisted the unconscious Depura onto her back and incredulously shouted at Frieza. "You are not going to kill us?" Frieza turned around, a faint smile of bitterness gracing his pale visage. "No, I must find a way to escape this place. And thank you for eliminating Babidi." Suddenly, Tawa recalled the teleportation magic circle that Babidi had commanded her to create. She quickly called out to Frieza, "Wait, do not hurry to leave. I possess a method to transport you out of the demon realm." Frieza turned around in astonishment, incredulity evident in his voice as he exclaimed, "You?" Tawa, slightly bashful yet resolute, replied, "Indeed, it is I." With that, she hoisted Dapla onto her back and waved at Frieza before dashing towards her palace. Frieza blinked, lowering his gaze to his hands, and once again felt a surge of unease. Why? Had he lost control once more? Frieza raised his gaze to the obsidian sky of the demon realm, pondering silently. Perhaps the environment of this realm has influenced me. Unable to find answers, Frieza let out a sigh and swiftly followed in Tawa's footsteps, soaring towards her palace. After navigating through numerous ravaged corridors, Tawa finally led Frieza into her laboratory, where she created her magical array. At the heart of the laboratory, an extraordinarily intricate magical circle was depicted in an unknown paint. Fortunately, this place was situated far from her brother's palace, untouched by the chaos. Otherwise, departing would have required at least a month's delay. Tawa set down the unconscious Dubra beside her and gestured towards the center of the magical circle, saying to Frieza, "All right, step inside. I can activate it now." Frieza hesitated slightly, yet ultimately stepped forward and inquired of Tawa, "To where shall I be transported?" Tawa, resting her chin upon her hand, replied, "You shall emerge from the very place you entered. If you have traversed from a perilous realm, you must be adequately prepared." Frieza gently shook his head and replied, "It matters not. Let us commence. By the way, is your brother unharmed?" Tawa glanced back at Dubra, and upon observing that Dubra's wounds were nearly healed, she exhaled in relief and turned back to Frieza, saying, "There is no need for concern. My brother is the king of the demon realm. As long as he remains within the confines of his domain, he can swiftly recover from even the gravest of injuries." At this juncture, Tawa suddenly spoke to Frieza with utmost sincerity, declaring, "If you choose not to slay us today, I shall forever remember your kindness. Should you ever find yourself in peril, I will go to any lengths to ensure your safety." Frieza was momentarily taken aback, offering a bitter smile as he remarked, "What a peculiar form of gratitude. Nevertheless, I accept your sentiments. In truth, it is I who should express my thanks to you." "No, this is the law of the demon realm," Tawa earnestly explained to Frieza. "In the demon realm, mutual slaughter is our way of life. The victor may unconditionally sever the head of the vanquished, although I do not condone it. This is our established rule. You have triumphed over my brother, yet spared his life. This is a debt of gratitude that cannot be dismissed. While the denizens of the demon realm may be heartless, I am different. I aspire to be a good person." In Tawa's bright eyes, a sudden brilliance seemed to ignite, a radiance that instilled an unparalleled sense of tranquility within Frieza, a feat even the Kaioshin Shinrui could not accomplish. "I understand now," he said as the peculiar symbols on the magical array began to glow. Standing at the center, he nodded towards Tawa, "Though I initially thought that, given my strength, your assistance might not be necessary, it is indeed thanks to you that I am saved today. Until we meet again." Standing outside the magical array, Tawa began to chant an unusual incantation, her staff swirling around her. The green light intensified until it completely enveloped Frieza, and the magical array was fully activated. After some time, the array dimmed once more, and Frieza had vanished without a trace. A faint smile graced Tao's lips as she gazed upon the now empty magical array, softly whispering, "Until we meet again." Chapter 066. Azura. The green light flickered, and when Frieza regained his vision, he found himself standing resolutely at the entrance he had originally entered. The 4 guards responsible for overseeing the door, upon recognizing Frieza's reappearance, dropped their weapons in a frenzy and fled in terror. "Oh no, Lord Mela, that purple monster has emerged again." Observing the guards' panicked flight and their terrified cries, Frieza felt no stirrings of emotion within. He did not strike, did not intervene, did not harbor anger, nor did he possess any intent to kill. All that remained was a profound sense of serenity. Frieza, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled slowly back along the path he had come. He could distinctly sense that, perhaps due to Babidi unleashing all of his malevolent energy only to perish abruptly, the dark forces that had long lurked deep within his mind had significantly dissipated. It was truly unexpected. He had inadvertently stumbled into the demon realm, which, paradoxically, alleviated the malevolent energies troubling his psyche. At last, as Frieza rounded the third corner, Mira and Ashura, accompanied by a substantial force from the outer demon realm, appeared before him. In this moment, Frieza's demeanor was remarkably serene, and the divinity bestowed upon him by Chinrei was genuinely coming into play, leaving no trace of his essence exposed. Consequently, Ashura was utterly incapable of discerning the extent of Frieza's power, instead finding it rather perplexing that Mira would make such a fuss over a seemingly inconsequential individual of short stature. However, having witnessed the true danger Frieza posed, Mira remained vigilant, unaffected by his current tranquility. Sweat began to trickle down her forehead as she glared at Frieza, exclaiming, "Even the seal of that great door cannot be broken by the demon King Depura. How did you escape?" Frieza gazed at Mira with a nonchalant demeanor and remarked, "I have received assistance from a benevolent soul, though I do not believe that door could ever confine me." Mira, visibly anxious, retorted, "Are you here to seek revenge? If so, then bring it on. We are not afraid of you." Frieza stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. He gradually spoke, "My mood is quite pleasant at the moment. If you could guide me to the true path leading to the underworld, I would prefer not to concern myself with these trivial matters any longer." However, before Frieza could finish his sentence, Azura, standing beside Mira, seemed to take offense. Azura stepped forward, his expression displeased, and remarked, "In my domain, you appear to forget your place as an outsider, not wishing to engage in trivial disputes." Azura scoffed, "You diminutive purple creature, who do you think you are? The Lord of Hell? In the realm of the demon world?" Azura performed a somersault in midair and suddenly charged towards Frieza, bellowing with fury, "No one has ever dared to speak to me, Azura, in such a manner." Frieza stood resolutely in place, allowing Ashura to unleash a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon his form, yet he remained utterly unyielding. At last, he inquired, "Have you had your fill of this amusement?" Frieza slowly extended a single finger and gently flicked it against the forehead of Azura. In an instant, an almost imperceptible ripple spread across Azura's brow. After a brief pause, Azura was struck as if by a tremendous force. The immense impact sent him ricocheting between the floor and ceiling several times before finally coming to a halt. Such a staggering display of power left countless demons in the netherworld trembling in fear, their legs turning to jelly. Yet, Frieza appeared to regard the event as merely a trifling matter, casting not a glance at Azura, who lay ensconced in the massive crater created by the assault. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached Mira and calmly inquired, "Madam, might you now guide me to the correct passage?" Mira glanced at the incapacitated Azura, her heart swelling with concern for her beloved. Throughout the ages, Azura had undeniably been the mightiest among the demons of the outer realm, and Mira, the most exquisite among them, was naturally destined to be the king's consort. Yet now, this sudden and formidable adversary rendered Azura the very king of the outer demons, no more than a lost dog in his presence. It was all her fault. Had she not provoked Frieza, Azura would not be in such a dire predicament. "Very well, I shall take you." Mira fixed her gaze intently on Frieza and declared, "I can lead you to the path that descends into the underworld. But you must promise me one thing." "What say you?" Frieza cast a nonchalant glance at Mira and inquired, "What is it?" Mira gritted her teeth and replied, "I implore you to spare Azura and refrain from causing him any harm." Frieza nodded slightly and said, "I harbor no interest in you. A giant does not derive pleasure from crushing ants. If you cease your tricks, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter further." Meanwhile, Azura, lying in the pit, distinctly heard the conversation between Mira and Frieza, feeling his pride trampled like never before. Ironically, despite his fury, he found himself powerless. Frieza was simply too formidable. Power, beauty, and the title of the undefeated war god of the outer demon realm. Azura had once possessed it all. Yet from this day forth, he was no longer the fearless war god, but rather a being who required the pleas of a woman to survive. In anguish, Azura groaned, "I, the illustrious Azura." At that moment, a sudden surge of powerful energy coursed through Azura, allowing him to endure the pain and rise to his feet, struggling to crawl out of the pit. "Frieza!" Azura roared in fury. "You stand right there." Frieza turned around, gazing indifferently at the increasingly fervent Azura. "Frieza, you proclaim yourself the emperor of the universe. Yet, do you dare to face my next move? Huh, surely, you would not dare. This so-called emperor of the universe is merely a coward." Frieza offered no response, merely turning to face Azura, arms crossed defiantly over his chest. However, his intentions were strikingly clear. "Bring it on." Azura, sensing that his scheme had succeeded, let out a cold chuckle, slowly raising his hands beside his temples. "Even the kindest soul harbors a trace of malevolence deep within, and I shall amplify that flicker of darkness until it erupts. What say you? Regret now? It is not too late. Behold, Demon Beam." With this exclamation, a spiraling wave of energy darted towards Frieza with alarming speed. At that moment, Frieza suddenly recalled having witnessed this very technique in the original narrative. The previous wielder of this power had been the Ace Demon, second only to Gohan. Under the command of the fortune-telling hag, this attack was utterly lethal for Frieza, who was already beleaguered by the encroaching darkness. Chapter 067, The Netherworld. Having barely recovered from the devastating effects of the Demon Seal wave, how could Frieza possibly allow himself to suffer another catastrophic defeat? Frieza's gaze sharpened as he instantaneously maneuvered behind Azura with remarkable speed. In a swift motion, he extended his right index finger and struck the back of Ashura's head. In an instant, the demonic light dissipated. Azura rolled his eyes back and fell into a deep unconsciousness, crashing heavily to the ground. Frieza lowered his gaze upon the unconscious Azura and raised an eyebrow, declaring, "You said it yourself. I still have time to regret." With that, he stepped over Azura and approached Mira, tilting his head slightly. "Shall we depart, Lady Mira?" After casting a concerned glance at the prostrate Azura, Mira led Frieza forward. They traversed through 2 corridors until they arrived before a demonic statue. Subsequently, Mira lifted the left hand of the statue upward and pulled down its right hand. As she completed this sequence, the previously closed eyes of the demonic figure suddenly opened. 2 ethereal blue beams of light instantly illuminated the wall opposite them. In that moment, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The once solid wall began to soften and collapse under the influence of the blue light. Before long, a long and shadowy tunnel materialized before Frieza. The tunnel exuded an eerie emptiness, whispering the anguished wails of countless tormented souls, sending a shiver down one's spine. However, Frieza was far from intimidated by such spectral theatrics. Rather, he leaned in with curiosity and inquired of Mira, "Is this the path that leads to the underworld?" Mira nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. This path extends all the way to the end, leading directly to the Hall of Yama, the King of Hell. However, this route is fraught with peril. Aside from Yama himself, few have the fortune to traverse it unscathed. Of course, for one such as you, who has emerged from the depths of the demon realm, this may not pose a significant challenge." "Very well, then," Frieza replied, "we shall part ways here. I hope you do not repeat the same mistakes. Next time, I may not extend such mercy." Frieza was poised to step into the tunnel when, as if struck by a sudden thought, he abruptly turned around and beckoned to Mira, saying, "Come here." Though Mira was perplexed, she dared not defy Frieza's authority and approached him, inquiring, "What is it?" However, before she could finish her sentence, Frieza executed a sudden and forceful flick of his tail, sending her flying. Enduring intense pain, Mira struggled to rise from the ground, gazing at the suddenly hostile Frieza in bewilderment, unsure of how she had offended him. "Humph." Frieza coldly responded to Mira's inquiry. "Though giants do not revel in the slaughter of ants, they will not remain indifferent to the affront of an ant's actions. This is merely a minor reprimand. You should count yourself fortunate that I am not inclined to take a life at this moment." Wiping the blue blood from the corner of her mouth, Mira incredulously retorted, "Did you not claim that you would not pursue this matter?" Frieza continued, "If I were to pursue it, the entire demon realm would have ceased to exist by now. To be frank, your impression on me has been quite dismal. With that, Frieza turned and soared deeper into the narrow tunnel. As he ventured further, the tunnel's entrance gradually closed, ultimately vanishing and reverting to the original wall. Navigating alone through the dim tunnel, Frieza wandered for quite some time without encountering the dangers Mira had mentioned. Everything here was eerily tranquil. Not a single shadow of a person, nor even a glimpse of a specter. Yet unbeknownst to Frieza, this tunnel was far from devoid of peril. On the contrary, countless phantoms lurked in the shadows, poised to strike, including demons of comparable might to the Azuras. However, the divine aura surrounding Frieza instilled an overwhelming fear in these creatures, rendering them incapable of approaching him. Instead, they desperately sought to evade the invisible divine light emanating from Frieza's being. Thus, Frieza traversed this passageway to the underworld in serene calm, encountering not a single threat. Of course, even if those malevolent beings dared to emerge, for Frieza, it would merely be a matter of dying once more. They posed no tangible threat whatsoever. Finally bursting forth from the last exit, he beheld a sky shrouded in ominous clouds, with countless pale, mist-like bubbles stretching from above into a grand, ancient palace below. Having read the original text, Frieza instantly comprehended that these cloud-like entities represented the souls of the deceased, and the destination of their journey was the very palace of Yama beneath his feet. At last, he had arrived in the underworld. Now, all that remained was to traverse the serpentine path to reach King Kai's planet, where he could acquire the super-divine water capable of dispelling evil. Frieza, in a moment of determination, swiftly transformed into a beam of violet light and surged towards the netherworld palace below. Along the way, a spectral enforcer, upon spotting Frieza, hastily attempted to intervene, vociferously admonishing, "Hey, you there, that wandering soul. Cease your reckless dash. Kindly line up in an orderly fashion." Frieza disregarded him entirely. Soaring through the opening above the gates of the Yama Palace, he landed directly before the throne of King Yama. The soul who was undergoing judgment attempted to utter a word, but was silenced by a mere glance from Frieza, rendering him too intimidated to speak. Frieza raised his voice and exclaimed, "King Yama, take me to Snake Way at once. I wish to meet King Kai." King Yama, engrossed in reviewing the files, was startled by the request to see King Kai. He adjusted his glasses and leaned forward, peering down with his corpulent figure. "Who are you, newcomer? The proceedings must occur one by one. How dare you attempt to cut in line? Hell's messengers! What manner of service is this?" Frieza slowly ascended into the air, meeting King Yinluo's gaze with an arched brow as he proclaimed, "No need to shout. They cannot impede me. I am not here to report. Merely to request your assistance in guiding me to Snake Way." "Assistance?" King Yinluo squinted, scrutinizing Frieza closely. He banged the table in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are still among the living? How can a living being venture into the underworld? I shall immediately summon the ghostly messengers to return you." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, King Yinluo suddenly paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Wait, if you are indeed alive, how could you possibly find yourself in the underworld? Hold on, there seems to be a divine aura surrounding you. Are you a newly appointed deity from some distant planet?" Frieza shook his head and declared, "I am not a celestial being. I have traversed the lesser paths of the demon realm." "The demon realm?" King Yama pondered, resting his chin on his hand, before erupting in furious indignation. "You wretched Azura! Once again, you have shirked your duties. When he meets his end, I shall undoubtedly cast him into the depths of hell." With an irritated huff, King Yama closed the documents in his hand and inquired of Frieza, "Do you wish to journey through Snake Way? This is a trivial matter that I can approve. However, I must ascertain that you are not a suspicious individual. Now, tell me your name." "Frieza?" King Yama furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. "I believe I have heard that name before." Having come to this realization, King Yama rummaged through his drawer, extracting a file to scrutinize. At last, he found it. He retrieved Frieza's dossier, opened the cover, and examined it closely. "Let me see. Frieza, a sexually reproducing, servant of the West Kai." King Yama's eyes widened in shock as he repeatedly compared the photograph in the dossier with Frieza's actual appearance. You are the legendary servant of the Kaioshin. I am truly remiss." Frieza slightly parted his lips, yet refrained from uttering much, merely nodding in affirmation. "Indeed. May I proceed to the Serpent's Path now?" "Certainly, there is no issue," King Yinluo exclaimed, striking his desk and addressing the scribe nearby. "You." Immediately escort this esteemed individual to the serpent's path. With that, King Yanluo rummaged through his pocket and ultimately produced a set of car keys. Tossing them to the scribe, drive my car. Ensure this celestial being reaches their destination safely. Do you understand? The scribe, perhaps taken aback by King Yanluo's affable demeanor, nearly fumbled the keys. With a beaming smile, King Yanluo rubbed his hands together and remarked to Frieza, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. It is truly embarrassing before an angel such as yourself. I am currently entangled in official duties, or else I would personally drive you myself. Frieza had not anticipated that the qualifications of Suyo's divine attendant would prove to be so advantageous. Had it not been for this qualification assisting him today, upon witnessing his impressive accomplishments, the King of Hell would have undoubtedly engaged him in combat without hesitation. In that event, should he unleash a massacre in the underworld, it would spell disaster for him. Reflecting on this, Frieza nodded to the King of Hell and said, It matters not. I merely require someone to guide me. I am truly grateful to you, King of Hell. The King of Hell, moved to tears, replied, It warms my heart to see that the angels understand the hardships we subordinates endure. Please do remember to visit me whenever you have the time. Though this is the underworld, it is home to many attractions. Angel, please do not depart. Frieza was utterly disinclined to engage in trivial conversations with King Yanluo any longer, as he felt that he was on the brink of losing control and had no time to squander in such matters. Under the guidance of the underworld clerk, Frieza arrived at the parking lot of the afterlife, where he approached a rather opulent, extended Lincoln sedan. The clerk skillfully removed the parking ticket from the car window and discarded it into a nearby trash bin. He then opened the left door for Frieza, inviting him to enter before making his way to the opposite side to take the driver's seat. As the engine roared to life, the clerk turned to Frieza with a smile and explained, King Yanluo's vehicle is an extended model, which cannot be accommodated in standard parking spaces. Thus, it receives a ticket daily. However, there is no cause for concern, as this vehicle is officially registered and designated for judicial use. The underworld traffic police will not impose any penalties or demerits. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched slightly. This realm appeared somewhat different from his preconceived notions of the underworld. Leaning against the supple leather seat, Frieza surveyed the scenery of this ethereal domain, his mind lost in contemplation. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt. The scribe of the underworld stepped out to open the door for Frieza, gesturing towards the seemingly endless, winding path at his feet. Angel, he announced. This is the serpent road that leads directly to King Kai's planet. Behold, this is the serpent's head, and by the time you reach the serpent's tail, your journey along this road will be complete. Frieza nodded, preparing to take flight, when the clerk of the underworld called out to him. From his pocket, he produced a capsule and handed it to Frieza, saying, This serpentine path is said to be exceedingly long. Only the King of Hell himself has traversed its entirety during his youth. As an angel, you are still among the living. You may find yourself in want of sustenance along the way. This is my lunch and dinner for you to take with you, though it may not be gourmet fare. I hope you will not find it lacking. Frieza paused momentarily, his lips twitching slightly, as if uncertain of what expression to adopt in that moment. Ultimately, he merely waved his hand and remarked, I appreciate your sentiment, but I shall forego the meal. The snake path is not too distant for me. With those words, Frieza turned and began to float upwards, instantly transforming into a streak of purple light, vanishing from the view of the underworld scribe. In the original narrative, when Sun Wukong first traversed the snake path, it took him half a year, yet upon his return, he accomplished the journey in merely a day. It is worth noting that at that time, Sun Wukong possessed a battle power of merely 5,000. In contrast, the current Frieza is exponentially stronger than that Sun Wukong of yore. With his extraordinary speed, he has no opportunity to indulge in a meal. The violet radiance of Frieza's transformation traversed the distance with astonishing speed, emitting a piercing sound that shattered the silence. Should there have been others along the serpentine path, the moment they heard the noise, Frieza's figure would have already vanished from sight. In merely a minute, Frieza reached the terminus of the serpentine passage. Raising his gaze, he beheld a small, spherical planet serenely hovering above the path planet King Kai. At last, he had arrived. Frieza suddenly leaped towards King Kai's planet, deftly flipping in midair before landing gracefully on the celestial surface. Observing the North Kai, who was bent over, tinkering under a vehicle, Frieza could not help but smile. The North Kai extended his right hand from beneath the car, calling out to the monkey seated nearby, Baburus, have you not yet found the wrench? The monkey rummaged through a box on the ground, emitting a series of peculiar sounds. Standing behind them, Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, and the automobile effortlessly levitated into the air. Subsequently, the scattered parts on the ground appeared to possess their own consciousness, autonomously assembling themselves to reconstruct the vehicle's chassis. The North Kai and Baburis were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment as they looked up in bewilderment to witness the car fully reassembled, accompanied by the roar of the engine starting up. Once the vehicle was repaired, Frieza turned off the engine, gently placing it back on the ground. With a smile, he called out to the North Kai, "What do you think of my little gift? Are you satisfied, North Kai?" It was only at that moment that the North Kai and Baburis snapped back to reality, turning to gaze at Frieza in astonishment. Frieza intended to introduce himself, but to his utter astonishment, upon the first glance from King Kai of the North, the latter's mouth twisted in fear, exclaiming in utter terror, Frieza. Chapter 069, A Joke. "Oh, you recognize me?" Frieza raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It appears that I am not particularly welcomed here, North Kai?" The North Kai adjusted his small sunglasses and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a white handkerchief. Hushing, "Of course, I recognize you. I was aware of your arrival in the North Galaxy. Your reputation, along with your father's, in the Eastern and Western galaxies, is rather infamous. What brings you here all of a sudden?" Frieza unmistakably shook his head and said, "I did not arrive here unexpectedly. I traversed the serpentine path for a full minute with the intention of seeking you out. Yet your demeanor appears rather unfriendly." The North Kai, frightened by Frieza, swiftly concealed himself behind Baburis, tremblingly uttering, What do you intend to do? I must warn you, should you dare to slay the Kai, you will undoubtedly encounter grave troubles." Frieza, both exasperated and amused, retorted, "Who said I intend to kill you? I have come seeking the ultra-divine water." The North Kai, still skeptical, shook his head repeatedly and insisted, "Do not attempt to deceive me. You have already slain the deities of Earth. I shall not fall for your trickery." Frieza experienced a slight headache as he pointed at the seemingly innocent Baburis and addressed the North Kai. "Even if I were deceiving you, do you truly believe that hiding behind that monkey would afford you even the slightest protection should I wish to bring about your demise?" Indeed, that was a valid point. The North Kai awkwardly emerged from behind Baburis, his demeanor somewhat unnatural as he attempted to evade Baburis's furious howls. In an effort to alleviate the tension, the North Kai promptly shifted the conversation, regarding Frieza with a serious expression and nodding slightly. "It appears you are indeed somewhat different today. I can scarcely detect any malevolence emanating from you. You claim to seek the ultra-divine water? Such a precious relic is not to be taken lightly. What do you intend to do with it?" Frieza flicked his tail with a hint of hesitation, yet after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to divulge a portion of the truth to the North Kai. "The tale is rather lengthy, and I cannot elucidate it all at once. However, the general situation is as follows. I was once shrouded in malevolent influence, committing numerous acts contrary to my true intentions. Of course, I do not seek to excuse my past misdeeds, for they indeed stemmed from my own volition at that time. Subsequently, by a fortuitous occurrence, I was doused with super divine water, which astonishingly possesses the ability to purify the malevolence within me. Although it addresses only the symptoms rather than the root cause, presently, there appears to be no superior method to resolve my affliction." The North Kai, resting his chin on his hand, murmured, "I see. Indeed, super divine water does possess the power to dispel evil energy, yet it does not render a wicked individual virtuous. It seems that certain malevolent substances have infiltrated your being, causing your violent demeanor." "Very well." The North Kai then reclined on a nearby chaise, gesturing for Frieza to approach. "Come here. I shall make an exception and examine your condition." Despite the North Kai's somewhat insufferable demeanor and Frieza's skepticism regarding the ability of the North Kai to resolve an issue that even the divine Kai Shintrei could not, a flicker of hope urged Frieza to step closer. The North Kai sensed Frieza's distrust and, slightly irked, remarked, "Your eyes seem to brim with doubt, young one." "Humph. I find myself disinclined to assist you now, and even the super divine water shall remain withheld, unless," with a sly grin, the North Kai raised his right index finger and declared, "Unless you can share a joke that truly amuses me. I must forewarn you, it is quite a challenge to elicit laughter from me." Frieza's expression darkened, and his eyes widened fiercely. In an instant, the North Kai and his reclining chair were overturned by Frieza's telekinetic force. The North Kai, rolling several times on the ground, staggered to his feet, his face smeared with dirt, and pointed an accusing finger at Frieza, indignantly exclaiming, "Your demeanor is utterly atrocious. How dare you lay a hand on me? the esteemed lord of the Kai. Depart at once. I shall offer you nothing. Frieza scoffed, saying, You have overstepped your bounds. Although I am no longer malevolent, I am not someone you can manipulate. Upon hearing Frieza's words, the North Kai slightly paused, then turned his back, bending at the waist, trembling slightly with suppressed laughter. Overstepping one's bounds, how amusing, he exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. He turned back to Frieza, clutching his stomach, and burst into hearty laughter. Overstepping one's bounds, indeed. Your jest is simply delightful. You are truly a master of humor. Frieza appeared utterly bewildered, his lips twitching slightly as he stammered, Thank you. Thank you. The North Kai, having finally laughed enough, patted his aching belly, wiped the sweat from his brow with a white handkerchief, and adjusted his small sunglasses. Well, since you have shared such an amusing joke, I shall overlook your rudeness. Now, extend your hand. I shall use my energy to assist you. Frieza was taken aback. Energy? The North Kai smiled smugly. Indeed. It is energy. This is my unique technique, one that no one else possesses. I have even created a remarkable skill using this energy, called the energy sphere. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? However, do not get the wrong idea. I shall not teach this martial art to you, you rude individual. Frieza smiled faintly, extending his right hand before the North Kai, and slowly remarked, Are you referring to this energy? As soon as Frieza's words fell, a vibrant surge of life energy suddenly emanated from his right hand. The intensity of this energy was so profound that even King Kai of the North was taken aback. How could this be possible? King Kai, incredulous, wiped his small sunglasses vigorously with a handkerchief, gazing in disbelief at Frieza's right index finger, exclaiming, Energy is the most righteous force in the universe. Only those with benevolent intentions and extraordinary talents can hope to wield it. Why do you possess such power? Frieza's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if the words spoken by Qian Rui echoed once more in his ears. Your soul is inherently kind. So it was. Frieza blinked, regaining his composure, and inquired of King Kai. However, this aura of energy is not merely the residual energy of North Kai's planet. It also encompasses my own power. It seems that all my strength has transformed into energy akin to this aura. What? King Kai incredulously grasped Frieza's right hand, his antennae quivering slightly as he sensed the energy. The results of his probing left him utterly astounded. Such astonishing life energy. What remarkable vitality. Is it truly possible for someone in this universe to cultivate such energy? Chapter 070. Training indeed. You are extraordinary, King Kai remarked after scanning Frieza's body, a hint of perplexity in his tone. While I am indeed astonished that you can cultivate life energy, I do not seem to detect any malevolent aura within you. This is most peculiar. Were it not for my prior attention to you, I might even suspect you were deliberately toying with me. King Kai paced back and forth, then snapped his fingers. How about this? I still have a considerable amount of super divine water here. It would not be convenient for you to take it all at once, so why not leave some here for the time being? In the days to come, I shall observe you closely. Should any signs of the malevolent aura you mentioned arise, perhaps I will be able to discern the issue within your body. What do you think? Frieza found himself at an impasse, with no better alternatives at hand. Moreover, the spacecraft dispatched by Lord Slug would not arrive on Earth for another 3 months. Thus, residing here for a time was not an unfeasible option. Suddenly, Frieza was struck by a significant thought. I wish to learn the Kaioken. Just as North Ko took a sip of his tea, he was taken aback by this proclamation, causing him to spit it all out. Flustered, North Ko hastily wiped the corners of his mouth, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Frieza. My Kaioken technique has always been a closely guarded secret. How could you possibly know of it? Frieza furrowed his brow and, with evident impatience, remarked, My sources of information are far more extensive than you can possibly imagine, and it is of no consequence to me how you perceive my knowledge. In short, will you teach me or not? The North Kai adjusted his sunglasses and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, replying, It is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but rather that this technique, while formidable, is fraught with peril. Although your natural talent is commendable, it does not guarantee that you will master the Kaioken. At this juncture, the North Kai suddenly clapped his hands and proposed, How about this instead? I could teach you how to drive. Look, I have a perfectly suitable racetrack right here. You could enjoy daily drives, which would surely be far more entertaining than learning the Kaioken. A glimmer of menace suddenly flickered in Frieza's eyes as he seized the North Kai by the collar, coldly declaring, I, Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, shall obtain whatever I desire, and none dare defy me. You insolent fool. The moment those words left his lips, both Frieza and the North Kai were momentarily taken aback. Abruptly, Frieza released his grip and, with urgency, extended his right hand, exclaiming, "Hurry. I sense that malevolent presence is waning." Without hesitation, the North Kai grasped Frieza's wrist and commenced a meticulous investigation. Yet, once again, their efforts proved fruitless. Apart from Frieza's immense power, the North Kai perceived nothing else. Pondering with his hands clasped behind his back, the North Kai, somewhat perplexed, could not devise a solution. He then advised Frieza, "Do not concern yourself with honing your skills for now. In due time, I shall impart that knowledge to you. Your strength is already formidable. What you must focus on now is cultivating your state of mind. Achieve tranquility akin to the vast sky, stability like the earth, gentleness like a whispering breeze, and serenity like still water." Frieza pondered carefully and concluded that the North Kai's words held some merit. He promptly inquired, "What should I do now?" The North Kai gestured toward the recliner that had just been overturned by Frieza's telekinetic force, saying, "First, you must repair my recliner and then recline upon it. Close your eyes, think of nothing, and do not fall asleep. Regardless of what transpires, you must not leave your seat or open your eyes. Do you think you can manage this?" Frieza paused, seemingly taken aback by the simplicity of a realm that sounded so profound. However, he chose not to speak further and proceeded to the disheveled lounge chair, beginning the process of assembly and reconstruction. Meanwhile, King Kai of the North, witnessing Frieza's industriousness, discreetly turned away, stifling a chuckle behind his hand. Beside him, Babarasu gazed curiously at King Kai, emitting a series of strange sounds. Babarasu, you inquire why I am so amused? It is simply because I nonchalantly referred to work as cultivation, and now a fool is eagerly engaged in labor. Ho ho. What? Babarasu, you wish to know who this fool is? It is none other than the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe standing behind me. These exchanges were deliberately voiced loudly by King Kai, ensuring that Frieza could hear every word clearly. Frieza was on the verge of anger, but he quickly realized that this obstacle had been intentionally devised by King Kai of the North for the purpose of his own mental training, aimed at testing whether he could truly remain unperturbed by external influences. With this understanding, Frieza suddenly found himself devoid of any trace of anger. Frieza, without even bothering to repair his lounge chair, simply flicked his tail and reclined upon the grass, closing his eyes to relish this rare moment of respite. However, oh dear, Baburus has chosen to lie down in the very spot where I often relieve myself. What shall I do? Goodness gracious. Frieza's lips twitched slightly. Upon hearing the North Kai's words, he indeed felt the dampness of the grass beneath him. Could it be that this old fool habitually relieved himself here? No. This is a test. I am in the midst of my training. I must not succumb to anger. I must remain as tranquil as the sky. After a strenuous effort to calm his emotions, Frieza finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Relishing this rare moment of relaxation, he felt extraordinarily at ease. However, a sudden alert rang out. Beep, beep. A red light ahead. Please reduce speed. Beep, beep. The North Kai, driving his ancient vehicle, emitted a cacophony of bizarre sounds, which instantly shattered Frieza's tranquil state. At last, Frieza could no longer contain himself. He straightened his back and sat up. As he opened his eyes, he was startled to find a monkey-esque face mere inches away from him. Baburus, grinning mischievously, pulled out a water gun from behind and sprayed Frieza with a jet of water. In an instant, Frieza's fury eclipsed all reason. He forcefully pushed Baburus away and bellowed at the North Kai, "Get out of my sight." Both the North Kai and Baburus trembled in fear at Frieza's murderous demeanor. Without uttering another word, the duo abandoned their water gun and vehicle, scurrying back into the house. Trembling as they peered through the cracks of the door, terrified that Frieza might react to any further provocation by obliterating the entire Kai planet. With the North Kai and the monkey no longer causing disturbances, Frieza reclined once more, closing his eyes. You think I want to train if you don't allow me? I will cultivate for 3 months in the system and see how you react. Chapter 071. Frieza the Great, Resurrected. Observing Frieza lying there, seemingly disinclined to take action, the North Kai and Baburus finally relaxed, leaning against each other. The North Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken, and said, "Baburus, do you think I have lost my mind? I actually considered instructing a universally notorious villain in martial arts." Baburus nodded emphatically. Indeed. You are foolish." "What?" The North Kai turned around abruptly, pointing at Baburus and scolding, "You ungrateful monkey. My intention in teaching him martial arts is for our own survival. How dare you insult me? However, the North Kai hesitated slightly as he peered through the crack of the door at Frieza, who lay upon the grass. He spoke slowly. His innate talent is exceptionally remarkable, and his affinity for energy is exceedingly high. He should have been the optimal candidate to learn the Kaioken technique. Yet, my intention was to impart my skills to one who possesses a childlike heart. Clearly, at this moment, he does not meet that criterion. With a sigh, the North Kai lamented, "Alas, in this current universe, where can one find a warrior who is both fierce and benevolent? I shall observe him for a while longer. Should he manage to overcome his inner turmoil, I may reconsider." Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy erupted like a tidal wave. The North Kai's words trailed off, and his heart tightened with trepidation. This is bad. He quickly redirected his gaze toward Frieza on the grass, only to witness a dense aura of dark energy encasing him entirely. Countless tendrils of black smoke were continuously emanating from Frieza's form. The North Kai inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had not anticipated that one moment Frieza would be unharmed, and in the next, such a fierce and sudden malice would envelop him. Yet, there was no time for panic now. The North Kai decisively dashed towards the corner of the room, seizing a large vessel before rushing outside. Just as he burst through the doorway, an overwhelming mass of black smoke ensnared Frieza, lifting him off the ground. Frieza slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair imbued with chaos and malevolence. The madness and cruelty reflected in his gaze were enough to ensnare the soul. Spotting Frieza standing there with his back turned, seemingly unguarded, King Kai of the North gritted his teeth and abruptly hurled the jar in his hand at Frieza. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly, "Frieza, look, there's a flying saucer behind you." Frieza turned around in response, his eyes emitting two beams of crimson light that instantaneously shattered the jar. The North Kai's heart swelled with joy. Frieza was deceived. The vessel shattered, and an overwhelming deluge of super divine water cascaded toward him. The sky was filled with this divine liquid, leaving Frieza no means of escape. Yet, just as success seemed imminent, Frieza suddenly vanished from his position. With a resounding splash, all the super divine water fell to the ground. In an instant, Frieza reappeared before King Kai of the North, gazing down upon him with an imposing presence. The oppressive figure, radiating a menacing purple aura, left King Kai trembling in fear as he stammered, "Frieza, what are you planning to do?" Frieza turned back to glance at the spot where he had just stood, a dark smile creeping across his face. "Not a bad strategy, old man. If I had not already mastered the art of time stoppage, I fear that I, the illustrious emperor of the universe, Frieza, would have indeed fallen victim to that wretched super divine water. I sincerely appreciate your generosity, Mr. King Kai." Frieza slowly pressed his right hand against the forehead of King Kai, revealing a cruel smile as he spoke with deliberate malice. "Unfortunately, the Galactic Emperor Frieza is no longer in need of you." Boom. Following a colossal surge of energy, King Kai was obliterated to mere ashes by Frieza's energy wave. Immediately afterward, Frieza lifted his gaze towards Baburus, who was fleeing in terror. Whoosh! A red beam of energy pierced through Baburus's chest from a distance. Observing Baburus's demise at his own hands, Frieza gradually retracted his still smoldering right index finger, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed with delight, "Ha ha ha. This is truly exhilarating, utterly delightful. The sensation of slaughtering deities is simply unparalleled." Frieza laughed maniacally, his deranged laughter seeming to pierce the very fabric of reality, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. His visage contorted in wild abandon, and the malevolence surrounding him surged with increasing intensity. Dark smoke billowed and churned violently, not only obscuring the entirety of King Kai's planet, but also gradually extending toward the Serpent Road. The sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, banishing any trace of light. At last, having laughed to his heart's content, Frieza fell silent, contentedly observing the black clouds encroaching upon the dominion of the underworld. Gradually ascending, he stretched languidly and, gazing down at King Kai's planet, uttered with a sinister grin, "To commemorate the resurrection of Lord Frieza, let us obliterate this planet for a bit of revelry." With that, Frieza conjured a dark red energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it towards King Kai's planet below. Perish, King Kai's planet, along with those wretched super divine waters. The moment the energy sphere struck the planet, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. With a thunderous roar, the once sacred abode of the king was rendered utterly non-existent. Not a grain of sand or a pebble remained. Everything was reduced to dust in the underworld. Above, the deceased halo shimmering, the North Kai and Baburus, hiding at a distance, were paralyzed with fear, terrified that Frieza might discover them and enact his wrath once more. "Oh no, he has demolished our home." "Hush, Baburus. I am aware that my house has been obliterated. What shall we do now? There is naught to be done but to hope we do not meet our demise a second time." Just as the North Kai and Baburus fervently prayed for Frieza's swift departure, at the far reaches of the cosmos, an ancient seal was simultaneously undone. The notorious marauders. Bojack and his band, who once roamed the 4 great galaxies wreaking havoc, had finally regained their freedom. Yet, before they could celebrate, another darker demon, lurking deeper within, suddenly opened its eyes. A rift in space was torn open, and a mass of black clouds enveloped Bojack and his companions before they could even react. Countless tendrils of black smoke surged into the mouths, nostrils, and ears of the 5 marauders. No matter how desperately they howled and struggled, they were as helpless as ants. Chapter 072. Bojack at last. When the sinister black clouds had completely infiltrated Bojack and his companions' bodies, blinding flashes of red light erupted, and each of them adorned themselves with peculiar ornaments. The gems dangling from those ornaments sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, emanating an aura of seemingly limitless malevolence. As the wickedness coursed through their veins, each individual's power surged to unprecedented heights. The 5 marauders ceased their resistance, instead reveling in the intoxicating embrace of this boundless strength. Gradually, their bodies began to solidify and strengthen as faint dark ripples emerged beneath their feet. These ripples continuously expanded, ultimately forming a peculiar magical array. In an instant, Bojack and his companions vanished to the far reaches of the universe, only to reappear before Frieza in the underworld. The once sacred land had been entirely transformed by Frieza into a realm of dark energy, significantly amplifying the combat prowess of Bojack's group yet again. Standing opposite them, Frieza regarded them with cold indifference. Having seen them in the original film, he recognized the 5 individuals immediately. As fellow denizens of the evil faction, Frieza refrained from attacking, instead contemplating the notion of recruiting them as his subordinates. However, the 5, having pushed their powers to the utmost limit, opened their eyes, now brimming with malevolence. They surveyed Frieza with predatory intent, sizing him up with ill intentions. Finally, a resounding laugh erupted from Gokuya as he unsheathed his long sword with a swift motion, appearing before Frieza in an instant and striking down fiercely, perhaps influenced by the original tale. Frieza harbored a deep disdain for anyone who dared to swing a sword at him. "Perish, you audacious fool who dares to affront the Cosmic Emperor." Frieza suddenly closed the distance, seizing Gokuya's wrist with his left hand while his right hand clutched Gokuya's neck, swiftly twisting his head off. Without hesitation, Frieza flung Gokuya's lifeless body towards Bojack and the others, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bojack and his companions were taken aback, hastily preparing their defenses. "Die, foolish lower-class ants." Frieza clasped his hands together and unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy towards Bojack and his companions. In an instant, Goku's body was engulfed by the shockwave, reduced to mere ashes. However, Bojack and the remaining 4, bolstered by the malevolent aura emanating from their jewelry, managed to barely withstand Frieza's wrath in unison. As the dust settled, Bojack and his allies found themselves in a disheveled state, staring in horror at the purple monstrosity not far away. In the past, Bojack's crew had roamed the cosmos unchallenged. Yet, after many years, a warrior had emerged in the galaxy capable of effortlessly decimating them. The stark contrast was unbearable for Bojack. Bojack let out a furious howl towards the heavens, and countless dark ripples radiated from beneath his feet once more. Simultaneously, the jewelry worn by the 4 glowed with blinding brilliance. Suddenly, the 4 pieces of jewelry converged into one. Their figures merged instantaneously into a singular entity. A powerful malevolent force swirled like a tornado, sweeping away the black clouds conjured by Frieza. An immensely formidable warrior emerged. "I am Bojack, I am Zanya, I am Bujin. I am Pikin," the warrior proclaimed in 4 distinct tones, and ultimately, a sinister grin curled at the corners of his mouth as he bellowed in a unique 4-fold voice. "I am the most powerful warrior in the universe. The demon god, Bojack." With this proclamation, it seemed as though the very underworld trembled in response. Countless powerful vortices of energy surged forth from his form. Sensing the might of this newly arisen warrior, even Frieza was compelled to narrow his eyes dangerously, adopting a more serious demeanor. Meanwhile, King Kai and the monkey Baburus, who were hiding from a distance, were nearly paralyzed with fear. One Frieza was already formidable enough. How could another, seemingly even more ruthless, have appeared. King Kai, overwhelmed with despair, crouched down, clutching his head, and lamented, "What ill fate has befallen me today? The first one hasn't even departed, and another has already arrived." Babarus mimicked King Kai's posture, squatting beside him and anxiously scratching the back of his head. Oh dear, if my memory serves me right, the one who just arrived should be Bojack. King Kai paced back and forth, hands behind his back, murmuring, "Indeed, I died, and their seals were simultaneously lifted. But why have they suddenly appeared here? And they seem significantly stronger than before." Babarus raised his hands and followed King Kai's lead, pacing back and forth. Oh dear, Babarus, cease your antics. This is not the time to mimic me." As the North Kai shouted, he quickly covered his mouth, cautiously glancing towards Frieza. Upon realizing that the two villains seemed oblivious to his presence, he let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Babarus, why don't we make our escape while we still can?" Babarus leaped in place, rolling his eyes at the North Kai. "What? Are you insinuating that I am a coward without courage?" The North Kai adjusted his tiny sunglasses in anger, retorting, "I am merely considering our lives, even though we are already deceased. Yet you are right, Babarus. As the North Kai, I cannot simply flee before two formidable threats to the galaxy. Such an act would be utterly disgraceful." He turned to Babarus and gave a thumbs up, declaring, "Trust me, Babarus, I, the North Kai, shall capture both of them." Hearing this, Babarus bounced with excitement. However, just as the North Kai peeked out, he was swept away by the shockwaves of the battle between Frieza and Bojack. One hand pressed against his hat, while the other clutched Babarus's tail tightly, preventing the force from sending him tumbling down the cliff. After a strenuous effort to regain his footing, the North Kai leaned against a rock, gasping for breath, thinking to himself, "This is terrifying. If only I could turn and run." With a glance at Babarus, he cursed silently, "Damned monkey." Resting his chin on his hand, the North Kai pondered, "I've boasted. But what should I do now? The only technique I have that might defeat them is the spirit bomb, but the energy here is far too scarce. It would be impossible to defeat even one of them, let alone both." Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he clapped his hands again. Yes, perhaps. Chapter 073. Spirit Bomb. While the North Kai was making preparations, in the distance, Frieza and Bojack commenced a new round of combat. They exchanged blows fiercely, each strike landing with brutal force. It appeared as though both were evenly matched. However, every one of Bojack's attacks was deftly blocked by Frieza, while each of Frieza's strikes found its mark. Yet Bojack seemed impervious to pain, his demeanor growing even more formidable. Veins bulged on his forehead, and malevolent energy surged wildly from his 7 orifices. At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in Frieza's mind. Target detected for recording. Would you like to proceed with the read? Frieza once again opted for confirmation. Simultaneously, the 6th simulated figure in his mind was dominated by the visage of Bojack. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power flooded Frieza's heart. Countless malevolent forces enveloped Frieza's form entirely, as if coalescing into a layer of black armor. Frieza's countenance shifted incessantly, his voice morphing continuously. "I am King Cold. I am Cooler. I am Frieza. I am indeed Frieza. I am Dabura. I am also the demon, Bojack. Ha ha ha. I am the epitome of malevolence. I am the mightiest sovereign." Frieza's unparalleled might rendered Bojack utterly immobile. The sheer, malevolent terror was akin to a wretched spirit confronted by a demon king. "Ah, I truly appreciate your presence, Mr. Bojack." Frieza, wielding malevolent energy, lured Bojack closer, gradually extending his right hand to conjure a gleaming steel blade. "In the past, I believed myself to be Frieza. Later, I thought I was that timid soul traversing dimensions. It is you, Mr. Bojack." Frieza pointed the tip of his blade menacingly at Bojack's heart, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "It is you who has awakened me to my true self. Only today have I come to realize what I truly am. This is me. I am the embodiment of all malevolent thoughts, the leader of all wickedness, the sovereign of all evil." Bojack trembled in sheer terror, quaking uncontrollably, yet he remained ensnared by the shackles of darkness that Frieza had conjured. "To celebrate my awakening, I shall bestow upon you a glory unparalleled, one that others can only dream of." The knife in Frieza's hand effortlessly sliced through Broly's chest as he maniacally declared, "That is the glory of being an awakened emperor, the first to kill." In that fleeting moment, as Frieza's knife was poised to pierce Broly's heart, Frieza, however, was suddenly taken aback. Simultaneously, the malevolent shackles binding Bojack dissipated in an instant. although Bojack was unaware of the events that had transpired. He wasted no time in unleashing his full strength and swiftly turned to flee. Frieza's eyes narrowed as he extended his hand once more, seizing Bojack with an iron grip. However, this time, Bojack was not as defenseless as before. He fought back with fervor, struggling violently. What could be the cause of this turn of events? Frieza gazed intently at his own hands, filled with uncertainty as he pondered, why is my power continuously waning? At that moment, Bojack suddenly freed Frieza from his shackles. However, this time, Bojack did not flee. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face as he cautiously launched a massive energy sphere towards Frieza. Frieza paid no heed to Bojack's assault, casually flicking his hand towards the energy sphere in an attempt to swat it away. However, at the moment Frieza struck, the energy sphere erupted with a tremendous explosion. The force of the blast inflicted a searing pain even upon Frieza himself. As the smoke cleared, Frieza's right arm hung limply. Drenched in blood, Bojack's strike had effectively obliterated Frieza's right arm. Ha ha ha. Bojack cackled maniacally. Oh, the malevolent emperor. Why have you lost your regal bearing? Reduced to such a pitiful state? Despite feeling increasingly fatigued, Frieza maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, responding with a serene smile. Ha ha. Do you truly believe that losing an arm renders me incapable of defeating you, Mr. Bojack? With that, Frieza grasped his severed right arm with his left hand and, in a swift motion, tore it away. He then let out a thunderous roar. From the remnants of the mutilated limb, a brand new arm sprouted forth. Bojack's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering, ha ha. You truly are stubborn. The instant your arm regenerated, your energy diminished significantly. You are no longer my match. Today, it is not I who shall perish, but you. With that declaration, Bojack transformed into a flurry of shadows, instantly materializing before Frieza and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Frieza's eyes widened with rage as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The excruciating agony caused the unscathed Frieza to convulse uncontrollably. Yet, despite the overwhelming torment, a triumphant sneer still curled at the corners of his mouth. Golden binding technique. With this piercing cry, Bojack, standing just before him, momentarily hesitated. Frieza, without a moment's hesitation, spat directly onto Bojack's face. In an instant, Bojack's visage began to harden into stone. Feeling his own body grow increasingly heavy, Frieza ultimately lacked the strength to maintain the golden binding technique. With a swift kick, he propelled Bojack aside, retreating to catch his breath while awaiting the moment Bojack would succumb to complete petrification. In his struggle, Bojack seemed to realize that his end was nigh, desperately attempting to reach out and strike Frieza. However, as his head was the first to turn to stone, he could no longer discern Frieza's location. Ultimately, Bojack's entire form transformed into a statue, never to unleash another shockwave. Frieza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring resentfully at the statue of Bojack plummeting from the heavens. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a wave of energy that shattered the statue into irretrievable fragments. How infuriating it was that such a wretched insect had compelled the mighty emperor of the universe, Frieza, to expend so much energy. Yet, what was the source of my strength? Just as Frieza found himself at his most fatigued, a sudden rush of wind whistled past his ear. Frieza struggled to turn around, only to be confronted by a scene that filled him with unimaginable dread. A colossal energy sphere was hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. With but a sliver of strength remaining, Frieza found himself utterly incapable of escape. Forced to watch helplessly as the energy sphere drew nearer, ultimately crashing down upon him with tremendous force. How infuriating. Is this truly the end for me, Frieza? Chapter 074, Rib Rice Boom. The immense energy sphere instantly engulfed Frieza entirely. Frieza was utterly devoid of any capacity to resist, having taken a direct hit from a spirit bomb. Fortunately, this particular spirit bomb was not overwhelmingly powerful, allowing Frieza to barely cling to life amidst the explosion. However, his body was battered and bruised, and his gaze began to drift into a daze. Although he had escaped death, he had expended his last reserves of strength. At last, darkness enveloped him, and he plummeted heavily to the ground, collapsing on the Snake Way, unconscious. At that moment, the North Kai, floating high in the sky, finally exhaled in relief. He lowered his hands, retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, adjusted his small sunglasses, and, with a lingering sense of dread, patted his chest, exclaiming how fortunate it was that he recalled Frieza's energy was composed of ki, which could indeed fuel his spirit bomb. Yet, the North Kai leaned forward to peer in the direction where Frieza had fallen, cautiously inquiring, is he dead or not? Baburus, Could you please check if he is still alive? Beside him, Baburus shook his head vigorously, retreating in dread. Oh, it seems I must confirm this myself. The North Kai murmured as he quietly arced through the air, hovering above Snake Way, peering down at Frieza. There he lay, covered in wounds, motionless. However, with the North Kai's keen perception, it was evident that Frieza was indeed still alive. Such astonishing vitality. The North Kai adjusted his sunglasses, marveling. To have withstood a direct hit from a spirit bomb, yet still possess such a strong heartbeat. What manner of creature is he? After observing Frieza for a moment, the North Kai shook his head, sighed, and called out to Baburus, Baburus, I shall fetch some ultra-divine water from the other Kais. You must stay here and keep watch over him. If he awakens suddenly, you must be swift, do you understand? Baburus was taken aback, one hand pointing at Frieza and the other at himself, shaking his head desperately. No way, no way. The North Kai tilted his head, pretending not to hear. What? You say you understand? Very well, then I shall take my leave. Baburus grew increasingly frantic, but the North Kai feigned ignorance, his antennae twitching slightly before he vanished from sight. Baburus stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, before suddenly snapping back to reality. He found a stone from somewhere, gripping it tightly in his hand, warily monitoring Frieza's every movement. Meanwhile, as the North Kai instantaneously transported himself to the domain of the West Kai, he found the West Kai lounging in a recliner, leisurely sipping coffee while enjoying the spectacle of several formidable fighters battling before him. This sight pained the North Kai. He too wished to be as carefree, but alas, fate had not favored him. With a sigh, the North Kai extended his hand in greeting, calling out, Hey, West Kai. With a raised eyebrow, the West King sat up from his reclining chair, adjusting his delicate gold-rimmed glasses, and exclaimed in surprise, Oh, is that not the North King? What a rare visitor. Ha, what is the meaning of that halo upon your head? Have you perished? Ha ha. The North King, his face reddened with indignation, retorted, I sacrificed myself for the safety of the galaxy. What do you, a mere pleasure-seeking landowner, know of such matters? Unperturbed, the West King leisurely sipped his coffee and replied with a sardonic tone, Yet you are dead, and I still live. The North King huffed in annoyance. Enough of your prattle. You too shall meet your end one day, and then I shall relish in mocking you. Spare me your idle chatter, and quickly fetch me some super-divine water, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Me in dire straits? Ha ha. The West King gestured to one of the nearby warriors, commanding, Go into the house and bring forth a jar of super-divine water for the North King. Then, turning to another green extraterrestrial adorned with a turban, he called out, Rib Rice. Come here. Rib Rice nodded and approached the West King, slightly bowing and saying, My lord. King of the realm. The West King, filled with pride, introduced him to the North King. What do you think? This is our mightiest warrior from the West Galaxy. You cannot even fathom his prowess. Ha ha. Had Rib Rice not met his demise prematurely, that fellow named Crud, who now reigns over the West Galaxy, would have long since reported to the King of Hell. As they spoke, the jar of super-divine water was delivered. The West King handed it to the North King. Curiosity piqued, by the way, you have yet to explain your purpose for the super-divine water. The North King sighed with resignation, Frieza has come to my domain, and I managed to subdue him. I intend to use the super-divine water to purify the malevolence that envelopes him. Frieza? The West King stroked his chin, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I believe I have heard that name before. Ah, isn't that Frieza the son of Crud? Ha. That father-son duo is infamous throughout the galaxy. You truly are unfortunate to have attracted their attention, North King. The North King muttered softly. Wait until he comes seeking you. Let us see if you still find it amusing. By the way, the West King pointed to Rib Rice behind him. Should I send Rib Rice along with you? In case the super-divine water proves ineffective, he could easily dispose of that Frieza fellow. The North King waved his hand dismissively. I appreciate your kind offer, but I doubt he would be a match for Frieza. I shall proceed alone. What? The West King bristled, seizing the North King with frustration. Are you disparaging my mightiest warrior from the West Galaxy? Let me assure you, even Frieza's father, Crud, would fall to Rib Rice with a single strike. At that moment, Rib Rice nodded confidently, proclaiming, Indeed, even if all three of them were to attack together, they would not stand a chance against me. Alas, the North Realm King sighed, cradling the jar of divine water, and turned to say, Since you are so insistent, then come with me. Place your hand upon my back, and I shall take you there at once. With unwavering confidence, Rib pressed his hand against the North Realm King's back and nodded. All right, let us be on our way. My lord North Realm King. The antennae atop the North Realm King's head twitched slightly, and in an instant, the two vanished from their location, reappearing at the North Realm King's abode. Turning back, the North Realm King inquired of Baburus, "No unforeseen complications, I trust, Baburus?" Baburus illuminated the stone in his hand and solemnly responded, "Hoi, hoi. Beastmen, fearless." Chapter 075. Awakening. A jar of divine water was entirely splashed upon Frieza. Instantly, a thick cloud of black smoke erupted. Twisted faces, composed of malevolent energy, continuously detached from Frieza's body, dissipating into the ether. The accompanying agony was unbearable. The previously unconscious Frieza was jolted awake by the pain, slowly opening his eyes. Meanwhile, the North Realm King anxiously hid behind Rib, cautiously addressing Frieza. "Who are you?" I am." A somewhat dazed Frieza struggled to rise from the serpentine path, vigorously patting his head and lamenting, "I remember now. How did I revert to that state?" Supporting his forehead with both hands, Frieza closed his eyes and took a couple of deep breaths. Then looked up at the North Realm King with a hint of contrition. "I apologize. I have returned to normal." The North Realm King shook his head vigorously. "I do not believe you. I'm currently in a spiritual state. If you were to slay me again, I would be completely banished from this world. Surely, if you claim to be fine, you must present some proof." Frieza had just awakened, his mind still somewhat clouded. He failed to notice the sly smile curling at the corner of King Kai's mouth, and, feeling a tad perplexed, inquired, "How am I to prove that?" King Kai, extending his right hand with a cheerful grin, replied, "You could tell me a joke. If you manage to amuse me, I shall believe you. What do you say?" Observing Frieza's prolonged silence, King Kai feigned displeasure, crossing his arms and pouting. "Oh? You seem rather reluctant, young one. Are you still the same wicked Frieza of old? Very well, I shall take my leave." Frieza let out a resigned sigh, glancing at the halo above the North Kai's head, and replied with a hint of apology. "The North Kai has a penchant for urinating indiscriminately." The North Kai interjected, Hey, you little rascal. I asked you to tell a joke, and instead, you spew forth this nonsense." With indignation, the North Kai pouted, stamping his feet, and then pointed threateningly at Rib Ramen, declaring, "Young man, this matter is nothing but his wild fabrication. You must promptly forget it and ensure that the West Kai remains oblivious. Do you understand?" Rib Ramen, somewhat bewildered, nodded in response. After venting his frustration, the North Kai and Frieza exchanged knowing smiles. In truth, the North Kai had already discerned that Frieza had reverted to his original form the moment he awoke, as any trace of malevolence had vanished from him. Contemplating this, the North Kai intended to approach Frieza and inquire about the situation, seeking to understand how it was possible for him to shift from a state of normalcy to one of overwhelming malevolence in a mere instant. However, just as the North Kai took a step forward, he was halted by Rib Ramen's arm. Rib Ramen fixed his gaze upon the seated Frieza and, with a slight lift of his chin, stated, "Hey, are you Frieza?" His tone was far from amiable, prompting Frieza to glance at Rib Ramen without uttering a word. "Humph. You, your brother, and your father have wreaked havoc throughout the galaxy. Even in the afterlife, I have heard of your infamous deeds. Now, even Lord North Kai has fallen victim to your wrath." Rib Ramen stepped closer to Frieza, suddenly bursting with rage. "What a pity it is that I am already deceased. Had I lived, I would have ensured the demise of you and your father." Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly and softly remarked, "Oh, how impressive you are." Frieza's peculiar tone left Raboka feeling quite uneasy. He retorted angrily, "Do not attempt to put on airs. Though you feign innocence now, I shall not be deceived by your charade. Bring it on, Frieza." Frieza paid him no heed, lost instead in his own thoughts. He recalled the moment when he was entirely consumed by malevolence, the 6 sinister faces etched in his mind. Clenching his fists, Frieza slowly lifted his gaze towards King Kai of the North and solemnly declared, "I believe I have finally discerned the true culprit behind all of this." "Oh?" King Kai replied, astonished, "You have already uncovered the reason? What is it that is causing this mischief?" As Frieza's words lingered in the air, he suddenly recalled that traversing dimensions was his greatest secret, one that he could not easily divulge to others, especially concerning the matter of the system. With a resigned sigh, Frieza hesitated momentarily before shaking his head, remarking, "No, it's nothing. I am merely uncertain for the time being." The North Kai, seasoned and astute, could easily discern Frieza's insincerity. However, he refrained from pressing further, instead offering a solemn warning. "Regardless of the reason, you must not tamper with it any longer. This time, it was merely the demise of one North Kai, and I choose not to pursue the matter. However, Should you lose control entirely and become a threat capable of obliterating the universe, then the god of destruction will undoubtedly manifest to eradicate you completely. The god of destruction? Frieza raised an eyebrow in mild curiosity. Unbeknownst to him, due to the early point in time he had traversed, a new sequel to Dragon Ball had been released, featuring incredibly formidable deities of destruction and the omnipotent Xeno. He still believed that the ultimate antagonist would merely be the one-star dragon. Indeed, the gods of destruction surpassed his expectations. Before the North Kai could finish his words, Roboku could no longer endure Frieza's blatant disregard for him. With a fierce determination, he launched an attack, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Frieza's head, bellowing, "Take that." Frieza casually extended a finger, effortlessly intercepting the horizontal kick aimed at the rib rice. In an instant, he deftly flicked his hand back, sending forth a ripple of white energy that swiftly expanded. Within a mere second, the rib rice was rendered completely unconscious. Frieza's eyes widened as he telekinetically returned the rib rice to the path of the serpent, gradually rising to his feet. Gazing at the ominous black clouds in the sky, which showed no sign of dissipating, Frieza let out a soft sigh and inquired of King Kai of the North, "King Kai, do you possess any means to resolve this situation?" King Kai shook his head, his expression one of helplessness. "I do not even know what those black clouds are, let alone how to find a solution. However, I can surmise that this place no longer belongs to the realm of the underworld, nor does it belong to the sacred land." Frieza clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he gazed earnestly at the North Kai. "I have come to feel my own insignificance, that sense of being manipulated by an enigmatic puppeteer. I shall not allow that despicable figure lurking in the shadows to prevail any longer. North Kai, I am eager to learn from you. Would you be so kind as to guide me once more?" The North Kai nodded quietly, adjusting his small sunglasses, and replied with a faint smile, "Ah, I find myself at a loss with you. Your humor is so delightful that I can only reluctantly acquiesce to your request." Chapter 076. Congratulations, however. My Kai planet has been destroyed by you. It seems that before I can petition the Grand Kai for reconstruction, we must find another place to reside temporarily. At this point, a sly grin crept across the North Kai's face as he turned to Frieza, saying, "You hold onto the rib rice, place your hand upon my back, and I shall take you to meet the West Kai." "Hey, I am quite curious to see his expression upon learning that rib rice was so easily defeated by you." Frieza was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that it seemed the North Kai and the West Kai did not share a particularly amicable relationship. Shaking his head slightly, Frieza grasped the unconscious rib fry with one hand, placing his right hand upon the back of the North Kai. Meanwhile, Baburus, who had just arrived, leaped forward and firmly clasped Frieza's tail. Frieza's expression darkened as he struggled to suppress the urge to unleash a powerful tail swipe. Turning towards North Kai, he declared, "Very well, let us proceed." North Kai nodded in agreement, and his antennae gently twitched once more. In an instant, the three and the monkey vanished from their location, reappearing on the planet of West Kai. However, before Frieza and his companions could regain their footing, they were met with a series of orderly, yet somewhat mocking shouts echoing nearby. "The North Kai is finally dead. Truly a cause for celebration. The North Kai is finally dead. Truly a cause for celebration." In the distance, three figures clad in the attire of the Kais were joyfully walking hand in hand, singing merrily as they approached North Kai. North Kai was taken aback, clutching his head in distress. "This is bad. How did all three of them come here? What are we to do?" "All three of them?" Frieza raised an eyebrow, comprehending the situation. "Ah, those three are the other three kings of the South, East, and West realms." Just as he spoke, the three kings approached the North King. The diminutive West King maliciously clapped his hands towards the North King, exclaiming, "What a joyous occasion, North King. You old fool have finally perished." The robust South King quickly nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, indeed. As soon as I heard West King declare your demise, I hurried over to witness your disgrace. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing it is for a king to meet his end." The plump East King was even more direct, tiptoeing to poke at the halo above the North King's head, feigning surprise. "Oh dear, I thought West King was jesting. But it seems you truly have departed from this world." With that, the three kings of East, South, and West gathered together, erupting into laughter. The North King's face flushed with anger as he leapt up to scold the trio. "You old hag. You country bumpkin. You laborer. Don't get too cocky. What is there to celebrate about my death? Oh dear, do not be upset." The small West King waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "It has been over 200 years since the four of us last met. It is rare for us to gather like this, so let us not ruin the mood. How about we organize an event to commemorate this occasion? The East King enthusiastically concurred. I propose we hold a racing competition. I just bought the latest model of sports car. The robust South King quickly shook his head in refusal. No, no. Racing is far too mundane. I suggest we host a martial arts tournament instead. What do you all think? A martial arts tournament? The West King nearly leapt up in glee, clapping his hands with laughter. Well, since this was your suggestion, don't regret it when my strongest warrior, Rib Ramen, leaves you utterly incapacitated. Haha. Suddenly, mid-laughter, the West King realized something and turned to the North King. North King, where is my Rib Ramen? I do not see him anywhere. At last, it was the North King's turn to revel in a moment of triumph, smiling as he adjusted his small sunglasses. I have already brought him here. See, lying on the ground, that is him. What? The West King rushed anxiously to the unconscious Rib Ramen, shaking him vigorously and calling out, Rib Ramen, Rib Ramen, wake up. What happened to you? Rest assured, he is unharmed. The North King grinned mischievously, pushing Frieza forward and pointing at him with pride. Rib Ramen challenged him, only to be knocked out without even receiving a single blow. I told you, your Rib Ramen is no match for our Frieza, yet you did not believe me. Haha. Frieza? The West King, adjusting the golden rims of his glasses, pondered hesitantly. If I recall correctly, it was he who killed you, wasn't it? The three great kings of the East, West, and South were simultaneously taken aback. What? North King, have you lost your mind? How could you bring such a dangerous individual to my domain? Fear not, he is no longer a villain. The North King patted Frieza on the shoulder and, with a sudden shift in tone, added mysteriously, however, his power remains extraordinarily formidable. Ha! At long last, it was the North King's turn to bask in pride, a feeling of immense satisfaction he had longed for. Frieza, ever the willing participant, erupted with a surge of energy, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power that swept through the arena, causing even the three great kings to struggle to maintain their footing. Fortunately, Frieza merely displayed a fraction of his might before retracting his aura. Otherwise, the surroundings would have been rendered a desolate wasteland. Dazed and disoriented, the three kings of the East, West, and South steadied themselves, gazing in astonishment at Frieza. Such an overwhelming presence could likely overpower even the most formidable of the great kings of the underworld. What manner of creature is he? With their minds still reeling, the three kings adjusted their attire and hastily convened for a fervent discussion. Did you see that? He is incredible. Our strongest fighter from the West Galaxy was effortlessly defeated by him. What about you? Do you have anyone capable of defeating him? If it's a race, I have a plethora of skilled individuals on my side. As for martial arts, the three kings were engulfed in concern, torn between the desire to compete and the fear of losing face, worried that others would say they were intimidated by the North King. Yet, if they were to compete, the outcome seemed bleak. After much contemplation, the West King suddenly had a moment of inspiration and clapped his hands, exclaiming, I've got it. I have a plan. The other two kings eagerly inquired, what is it? Do share. Here's the thing. The West King's eyes darted with excitement as he laid out his scheme. If we engage in a straightforward martial contest, we certainly cannot win, but we can challenge him in something else. The East King's small spectacles gleamed with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, a race. The South King and West King simultaneously retorted, absolutely not. Chapter 077. The Great King star the West King, feeling somewhat exasperated, shot an incredulous glance at the East King and continued mysteriously. I have heard that within the Great King's temple lies a mirror-like water pool, a remarkable treasure indeed. It is said that this pool has existed since the dawn of the universe, created by the King of Kings himself. It records all events that have transpired in this universe, becoming a world of its own for perusal. Each individual who enters the pool participates in the events it conjures from our universe's past. Of course, it is merely a virtual illusion, devoid of any practical utility. Yet it is precisely what we can utilize in this situation. The South King and East King listened in awe, their expressions filled with admiration as they applauded. You are truly remarkable, West King. You possess such knowledge. However, we remain uncertain about how to utilize this mirrored pool to triumph over the North King. The West King chuckled. The only method to emerge from that pool, besides forcibly extracting them from the outside, is for them to voluntarily leave the mirrored realm upon fulfilling specific conditions. Completing the task of the mirrored pool requires more than mere brute force. What do you think of my suggestion? Ah, what a splendid idea, the East King mused, resting her chin in contemplation. Moreover, the Grand King greatly enjoys hosting martial tournaments. While our activity may not be a direct contest of combat, he would surely welcome a courageous adventure game. The South King clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Huh? It is settled then. I shall prove to you that the warriors of the South Galaxy are the strongest." The East King promptly retorted, "No, it is my East Galaxy that reigns supreme." This time, the West King refrained from engaging in their disputes, as his most formidable warrior, Rice, had been rendered unconscious by Frieza. Engaging in such quarrels would be rather humiliating. Fortunately, he still possessed a strategy, with a plan solidified in his mind. The West King approached the North King, grinning, "North King, following our discussions, we have unanimously decided that the martial tournament will proceed as planned, albeit in a different format. If you are intimidated, you may withdraw in advance." Having gained confidence through Frieza, the North King boldly declared, "As long as it is a martial tournament, we shall accept any format." "Very well." The West King turned and waved to the North King. "The location for this contest will be on Grand King Star, within the Grand King's temple. Let us proceed." "Grand King Star?" Frieza, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Is there still a King Star in the Great Realm?" The North Kai nodded and replied, "Each of the 4 Great Kais possesses a King Star, situated at the terminus of the Serpent Road in the 4 great galaxies of the afterlife. Above us lies the realm of the virtuous, where souls ascend after death, heaven. The Great King Star is in close proximity to heaven, where nearly all noble martial artists of the universe congregate." However, the North Kai lamented, crouching down with his head in his hands, "To reach the Great King Star, one must board a flight from the airport adjacent to the city of Yama in the underworld, which leads to heaven. What shall we do?" Frieza, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What should we do? Must one even make a reservation for a flight?" The North Kai sighed in resignation and replied, "You will understand once we arrive at the airport. Now, place your hand upon my back, and let us proceed." As Frieza flicked his tail, he sent Baburis tumbling down, swiftly grasping him with one hand while placing the other upon the back of King Kai of the North. In an instant, the two vanished from the realm of King Kai of the West and arrived at the boarding gate of the underworld airport. Simultaneously, the other 3 Great Kais made their way to the airport as well. However, for reasons unknown, the Eastern, Southern, and Western Kais did not enter through the same entrance as King Kai of the North. The 3 of them, their faces aglow, waved cheerfully at King Kai of the North, laughing heartily. "King Kai of the North, we shall take our leave first. Let us convene at the entrance of the Grand Kai's temple." Ha! In stark contrast, King Kai of the North appeared dejected, his countenance shrouded in gloom. The perplexed Frieza followed King Kai of the North through the boarding gate and boarded the most dilapidated aircraft in the entire terminal. Frieza, with an expression of discontent, pointed outside the window, where the 3 supreme Kais of East, West, and South were comfortably seated in an opulent aircraft. He remarked indignantly, "Why are they allowed to travel in such luxury while we are crammed into this dilapidated relic?" The North Kai sighed, his voice laced with sorrow. "I have lost everything. My North Kai planet was obliterated by your actions, leaving not a trace behind. My savings, accumulated over millennia, have vanished. Now, we are devoid of even a single coin. The fact that we are permitted to board this aircraft is merely a courtesy extended by the airport, recognizing my status as a Supreme Kai." Frieza paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features as he uttered, "I apologize, let us not dwell on sorrowful matters." The North Kai, regaining his composure, declared with renewed determinations, "During my visit to the Grand Kai's planet, I shall also petition the Grand Kai for the reconstruction of North Kai's planet. I am resolute in my goal to save enough money to purchase that exquisite sports car I have long admired." Frieza curled his lip, uncertain of how to continue the conversation. At last, the aircraft descended, and the luxurious plane vanished from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, Frieza and King Kai were aboard a dilapidated vessel that, despite having taken off, continued to tremble incessantly even after reaching the skies. Frieza harbored profound doubts regarding the aircraft's ability to reach the Grand Kai's planet. Fortunately, both Frieza and the North Kai enjoyed a streak of good luck. After a tumultuous journey, the rickety craft successfully arrived at the Grand Kai's domain. In contrast to the Kai's planet, the Grand Kai's realm was remarkably more opulent, boasting not only breathtaking scenery and superior facilities but also a vibrant atmosphere teeming with life, far removed from the desolate solitude of the Kai's planet. Countless peculiar beings diligently honed their martial skills in the open spaces, many of whom appeared unremarkable yet were, in truth, valiant warriors who had dedicated their lives to the North Galaxy over millennia, making immense sacrifices for its cause. Even in death, Their contributions allowed them to retain their physical forms in the afterlife, where they continued to train and grow stronger. Each of them was deserving of paradise. Yet they steadfastly chose to remain, pursuing excellence in their craft. These true warriors were not only benevolent, but also pure-hearted and formidable. As they traversed the lengthy concrete path, numerous individuals greeted the North Kai with warmth and enthusiasm, all hailing from the North Galaxy. At long last, a majestic yet impeccably maintained temple came into view before Frieza and the North Kai. At the entrance, the three prominent Kais of the Southeast stood, each accompanied by an extraordinary warrior. The trio made room for the North Kai, who stepped forward with a sense of pride. Chapter 078. Zamasu North Kai. This is our strongest warrior from the East Galaxy, known as Babibu. And this is our mightiest from the South Galaxy, Tushi. The East Kai and the burly South Kai respectively introduced their champions, who bowed politely to those present. Finally, the West Kai, with a smirk, gestured toward a young warrior with green skin standing behind him, exclaiming, "Although I initially intended to bring a rib meal, he still requires some recuperation. So I have specially summoned assistance from the 10th universe. Let me introduce him to my fellow Kais, Zamasu." Zamasu, standing gracefully behind the West Kai, placed a hand on his chest and courteously addressed the other three Kais. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am the apprentice Kai of the 10th universe, and I am truly honored to participate in the underworld martial arts tournament of the 7th universe. I humbly request your guidance." "Ah," the East Kai exclaimed indignantly, pointing at the West Kai, "You are cheating. How can you allow an apprentice Kai to compete against mere mortals? This is utterly unfair." The South Kai nodded vigorously in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I strongly demand a substitution." However, the North Kai seemed unfazed, casually picking his nose and remarking, "Whoever you bring forth is inconsequential. They will never match Frieza's prowess. Ha ha ha." The West Kai retorted with a cold smile, "North Kai, do not be overly confident. Zamasu is renowned as a martial genius in the 10th universe. It remains to be seen who is truly superior." The North King made a mocking face at the West King, scoffing, "Don't act so tough, landowner. You used to boast about your rib rice just the same. Yet you ended up with your teeth scattered by us, Frieza." The West King, his face now inches from the North King's, retorted indignantly, "That was merely a coincidence. We didn't witness it, so who knows if you employed some despicable means against the rib rice." Suddenly, the West King seemed to conceive a mischievous idea. Grinning as he raised a finger, "Let us make a wager, shall we? If, and I emphasize if, Zamas does not claim first place, I shall forfeit my King Star to you, including my house and sports car. You must realize, even if your King Star application is approved, it will take ages. And it will be barren. To acquire a ready-made one, I doubt you would refuse." "All right, it's a bet," the North King casually replied. "If Frieza fails to secure first place, I will also surrender my King Star to you." However, the North King paused, scratching his head. "All right. My King Star is already gone, so never mind. If I lose, you can have your way with me. Whether as your servant or chauffeur, do as you please. What do you say?" As the North King and the West King exchanged determined glances, their eyes sparkled with the fervor of competition. At that moment, a silver, limited edition Ferrari convertible glided gracefully into view, halting before the four kings. Behind the wheel sat a fashionable elderly man. Though he might seem unassuming, he was, in fact, the supreme ruler of the entire galaxy, the Grand King. Naturally, this was trivial for Frieza, who regarded even the god of kings as a subordinate. The Grand King greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Ah, four kings gathered together to see me. How rare." The four kings and their warriors promptly bowed and knelt on one knee in reverence to the Grand King. Frieza, however, remained unmoved. Yet it appeared the Grand King was indifferent to this. He turned and waved his hand, opening the temple doors, inviting everyone inside. "Don't linger outside. Come in and speak." With the Grand King's invitation, the four kings rose and followed him orderly into the Grand King's temple. The North King and Frieza brought up the rear. As the North King passed by the silver convertible, he cautiously glanced around. Once assured that no one was watching, he suddenly erupted with childlike excitement, bouncing around the car. In a tone filled with envy, the North King exclaimed, "Oh my, the aerodynamics of this car are simply stunning. I've always wanted one like this. Wow, and it has 6 cylinders. Truly remarkable." Frieza observed as the others were nearly out of sight, while the North Kai continued to bounce around a sports car. Unable to contain himself, he seized the North Kai and swiftly flew into the Grand Kai's temple. Upon entering the main hall, the Grand Kai sat regally at the head, with the four Kai from the east, south, west, and north, along with their warriors. standing in succession below him. The West Kai stepped forward first, rubbing his hands and chuckling awkwardly towards the Grand Kai, esteemed Grand Kai. To commemorate the passing of the North Kai, we four have decided to host a competition to celebrate this joyous occasion. Thus, we seek your permission to use the mirror pool as the venue for our grand contest of the four galactic warriors. Oh, so the North Kai has indeed departed. The Grand Kai rubbed his eyes, as if just noticing the halo above the North Kai's head, and burst into hearty laughter. What a rare and delightful event in the realm of the dead. Ha. The North Kai was left bewildered by the Grand Kai's laughter, wondering what sort of joyous news could possibly pertain to his own demise. Your idea is quite commendable. The Grand Kai finally ceased his laughter. Clasping his fingers with a hint of curiosity, you may certainly borrow the mirror pool. However, why not directly hold a martial arts tournament? That way, I could invite all the skilled fighters from the afterlife, which would surely be a grand spectacle. Upon hearing this, the East, South, and West Kais froze momentarily, exchanging glances at Frieza behind the North Kai, their thoughts unspoken yet heavy with implication. Fortunately, the Grand Kai merely asked out of curiosity, not delving deeper into the matter, and instead turned his gaze towards the warriors behind the West Kai, squinting as he inquired, "Oh, West Kai, that warrior behind you appears to be alive." The West Kai promptly introduced, he is Zamasu, the trainee Kai of Universe 10. Not only is he exceptionally skilled and gifted, but his spirit is pure. Truly a rare gentleman. At this point, the West Kai deliberately cast a taunting glance at the North Kai, proclaiming loudly, if Zamasu were to become a Kai, he would certainly be vastly different from certain elderly fellows. The North Kai stomped his foot in anger, retorting, "You insufferable landowner. We were born on the same day. If you speak of me, are you not also just a smelly old man yourself? Enough. Your bickering gives me a headache." The Grand Kai lamented, scratching his head and looking towards the North Kai. However, he was immediately captivated by Frieza's divine presence, inquiring with curiosity, North Kai, have you brought a trainee Kai to participate as well? Haha, you truly know how to make my life easier by already securing your successor even after your demise." The North Kai, looking utterly perplexed, replied, "Esteemed Grand Kai, have you lost your wits? I have not brought any trainee Kai with me. Besides, I have merely passed away. I am far from retirement." The expression on the North Kai's face suggested he was genuinely oblivious. The Grand Kai, astonished, pointed at Frieza and inquired, "Who is he? Why does he possess a divine essence?" The North Kai, bewildered, turned around to scrutinize Frieza closely. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he exclaimed in shock, So the divine essence I sensed was indeed yours, Frieza? I had thought it belonged to Baburus." If Frieza had not already dealt with the North Kai previously, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver another thrashing. The Grand Kai, stroking his chin in contemplation, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Moreover, he is a living being. It may not be the case, but perhaps he is a deity from some distant planet. Esteemed Kai, please step aside. We are about to commence the competition." I can hardly contain my excitement. The four Kai stared in disbelief and chorused, "Here? Indeed, right here." The Grand Kai clapped his hands, causing the floor of the chamber to tremble ominously. Startled, the four Kai quickly ushered their warriors to safety while curiously observing the floor's transformation. Before long, two sections of the floor suddenly sank, forming two enormous depressions. Subsequently, streams of luminescent water began to flow from an unknown source, filling the two vast hollows and creating two large pools. Very well, the arena has been established. Now, allow me to elucidate. The Grand Kai, grinning while stroking his beard, declared, "Here lie two mirrored pools. Since you are familiar with their nature, I trust you comprehend their function. However, as you are utilizing my arena, it is only fitting that I impose a rule for this game." The West Kai exclaimed in astonishment, "A rule? Is it not simply a matter of the four warriors entering the water sequentially and competing to see who emerges first? There will be some modifications." The Grand Kai gestured towards the two mirrored pools, explaining, "There are only two pools, which means the four warriors must form two teams and collaborate to navigate the challenges of the mirrored realm. The team that emerges first will be declared the victor and will advance to the next stage of the true competition." Competition? The East, South, and West Kai gasped in shock, shaking their heads in unison. "This is unacceptable. We cannot possibly triumph over that despicable old man, the North Kai. Grand Kai, would you reconsider?" "Humph." The Grand Kai feigned displeasure, retorting, "Since you refuse to heed my directives, I shall not lend you my mirrored pools. This meeting is concluded. You may depart." The East, South, and West Kai exchanged glances, while the North Kai's grin nearly reached his ears. The three Kai huddled together, whispering strategies. What shall we do now? Clenching his teeth, the West Kai determinedly replied, It appears we have but one course of action. If we manage it well, this rule may yet serve as our advantage. The East King and the South King, filled with joy, eagerly inquired, What clever strategy do you possess? Pray, share it with us. We certainly do not wish to engage in a contest that is utterly unwinnable. The West King, with a sly smile, proposed. If we require a team to navigate this perilous adventure, let us sacrifice one warrior to impede the progress of that Frieza from the North Galaxy, ensuring he cannot succeed. Consequently, the remaining two warriors shall surely triumph. After all, within the realm of reflections, all is but an illusion. The sacrificed warrior shall not truly perish. This strategy stands as our best course of action. A splendid idea. Truly brilliant. The East King and South King praised the West King's ingenuity, their thumbs raised in approval. Yet, a question arose. Which warrior from our universes shall we sacrifice? Upon this inquiry, the once united trio of kings fell into an enigmatic silence, each casting wary glances at one another, unwilling to yield. The West King, aggrieved, declared, This notion originated from my mind. Thus, it ought not to be my warrior who faces sacrifice. The South King and East King retorted, Our warriors hail from our own universe. Yours is merely an auxiliary. Should the 10th universe's apprentice king emerge victorious, it would tarnish the honor of our entire 7th universe. Contemplate this carefully. The West King, overwhelmed by their insistence, protested. No means no. How about this? Let us engage in a game of chance. The loser shall send their warrior to ally with Frieza. What say you? Thus, all grievances would be resolved. Exchanging glances, the East King and South King recognized that further stalemate was unproductive and reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, the teams were established. First team, Frieza and Zamasu. Second team, Babidi and Tushi. The West King, on the verge of tears, gazed at his hand, which he had designated as scissors, and melancholically retrieved his car keys, handing them to the North King with a forlorn expression, lamenting, My car and my home are now yours. I shall never gamble again. The North King, witnessing the West King's despondent demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and consoled him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Take heart. At least you are alive. The West King, sniffling, responded, I am alive. Yet my wealth has vanished. Observing that the teams had finally been established, the Grand King chuckled, stroking his grand beard, and proclaimed, Since this is a contest, there must surely be a reward. Should any warrior from the galaxies emerge victorious, I shall gift them my prized sports car. How does that sound? Are you not excited? Oh. The four kings' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, their faces flushed with exhilaration, as they fervently cheered for their warriors. You must win. However, in the midst of his call, the Western Kai suddenly recalled the agreement made with the Southeastern Kai, and with a heavy heart, he walked over to Zamasu, sighing, Zamasu. Remember this. If you cannot triumph, you must ensure that Frieza does not prevail. Zamasu, puzzled, inquired, Why is that, my Lord Kai? The Western Kai, pained, waved his hand dismissively and lamented, Do not speak of it. My heart bleeds. Zamasu listened, utterly perplexed. At last, the Grand Kai produced a small bronze gong and struck it, producing a resonant sound as he proclaimed, The competition now officially commences. All warriors, please divide into teams and enter the water. Chapter 080. The refrigerator with the Grand Kai's command. Two teams leapt into the pool. Although surrounded by flowing water, they felt not a trace of dampness. Instead, their surroundings transformed instantaneously, transporting them to another realm. As their adventure commenced, the previously clear and transparent water's surface morphed into a display akin to a broadcasting screen, reflecting every movement for the Grand Kai and others to observe. Oh, the warriors from the southeastern galaxy are witnessing the uprising of the Tula people from 1500 years ago. How intriguing. The Grand Kai stroked his beard thoughtfully, contemplating, thus. Their mission likely revolves around aiding the resistance, which historically faltered, to achieve victory, or perhaps safeguarding the Empire's general from a dire fate. This is not an endeavor that can be accomplished through brute force. After speaking, the Grand Kai turned to gaze at the other side of the pool. Yet, he wondered, why are there only snowflakes? Below, the Northern Kai and the Western Kai were incessantly tapping the floor, somewhat disgruntled. Grand Kai, your television seems to be malfunctioning. The Grand Kai, somewhat exasperated, replied, Firstly, that is not a television, and secondly, it is not so easily repaired. Oh, Is that so? The northern and western Kais, enlightened, stood up and glanced at the adjacent water surface, where the other two contestants were attempting to engage with the unfamiliar world. They expressed their alarm, but Grand Kai, look, they seem to have no issues over there. Why can we see nothing? The Grand Kai pondered for a moment, hesitantly suggesting, it may be due to poor signal reception here, or perhaps the historical time frame they have entered is beyond our viewing rights. The Western Kai, with a Na'vi expression, asked, is a fee required? The Grand Kai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming, that is not the reason. What I mean is that this particular chapter of history may involve certain illustrious figures beyond our comprehension, rendering them invisible to us. However, it matters not. The great king of the universe chuckled softly, saying, when they emerge, we might pose our inquiries to them. I too am curious about the secrets of those eminent individuals. The North and West kings exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, they could only sigh in unison. Retreating to the other side of the pool to observe the adventures of the Southeast Galaxy warriors. When Frieza once again opened his eyes, he beheld an endless expanse of galaxies and stars. The companion who had descended into the waters with him, Zamasu, had vanished without a trace, leaving Frieza alone in the vastness of the cosmos. There was no one, no spacecraft. This place was devoid of everything. Frieza was utterly at a loss regarding his next course of action. As he contemplated whether to casually land on a nearby planet to inquire about the recent significant events unfolding in the universe, a sudden cacophony of frantic shouts erupted behind him. Hey, you there! Quickly, take cover! Frieza turned around and was met with the sight of a figure hurtling towards him at great speed. Despite his utmost efforts to halt his momentum, the overwhelming force of inertia rendered him incapable of stopping. Just as the two were on the verge of colliding, Frieza abruptly activated his protective shield. The individual's face collided forcefully with Frieza's barrier, sending him soaring backwards, tumbling several times through the air. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly, using telekinesis to immobilize the figure and draw him closer. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The man clutched his nose, bent over in agony, and took a considerable time to recover. Grumbling at Frieza, why did you suddenly appear here? You almost sent me flying. At this point, the man paused abruptly, recalling that it was he who had been knocked away, and then, with a hint of astonishment, he scrutinized Frieza from head to toe, exclaiming, wow, I never would have guessed, despite your small stature. You are remarkably powerful to have sent someone flying at such incredible speed. As he spoke, Frieza was also examining him, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, despite being certain he had never encountered this individual before. Moreover, the attire he wore was reminiscent of the Kais from the Dragon Ball manga. There were only a few Kais depicted in the original work, yet this one did not seem to match any of them. The Kai, noticing Frieza's prolonged silence, grew somewhat disheartened and turned to leave. However, he suddenly appeared to have realized something, scrutinizing Frieza intently for a moment, before hesitantly inquiring, forgive my boldness, but you seem to resemble a certain Kai's attendant. How peculiar. Could it be that there are other Kais besides myself and the Kai of Time? The Kai of Time? Frieza frowned at the mention of a name he had never heard before in the original narrative. In this universe, are there only the two of you? In this universe? The Kai exclaimed, clapping his hands in realization. So you hail from another universe? Indeed, since the last Divine War. Only the Kai of Time and I remain in this universe. By the way, my name is Peter Toro. What do you go by? Frieza's gaze sharpened, and he began to understand that his current mission was likely connected to the deity known as Peter Tolo before him. Subsequently, Frieza nodded and introduced himself. I am Frieza. Peter Tolo, the deity, was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. Frieza? Your name is rather fitting. With that stern expression, you do resemble a refrigerator. Frieza, with a hint of displeasure, remarked, do not make unfounded judgments about others' names. Ah, my sincerest apologies. Peter, the Supreme Kai, hastily gestured in dismissal. It is indeed rude of me. By the way, has the Supreme Kai you serve arrived in the 7th universe? Where might he be? Currently, I am the sole Supreme Kai remaining for the meeting with the Destroyers. I truly long to meet my fellow companions from other universes. Frieza shook his head and casually offered an excuse, saying, I am also in search of him. I have only just assumed my position and am still unfamiliar with my responsibilities, thus I can only proceed with a gradual search. Oh? Your Supreme Kai truly seems to be a rather irresponsible individual, pondered Peter Tolo, the Supreme Kai, as he rested his chin in thought. How about this? You need not continue your fruitless quest across the universe. Why not accompany me back to the sacred realm of the 7th universe? I shall teach you the methods through which a god of destruction can connect with the Supreme Kai. After all, I reside alone in the sacred realm and find it rather lonely. Would you be willing to keep me company for a while? At that moment, Frieza finally discerned that the crux of this incident lay within the Supreme Kai himself. Without hesitation, he nodded and replied, "Then I shall trouble you. My sincerest gratitude." "Not at all, not at all. It brings me joy to have someone to converse with," exclaimed Peter Tolo, with a keen interest in assessing Frieza's strength. He raised an eyebrow and stated, "Shall we set off now? Can you keep pace with my speed?" Frieza's lips curled slightly as he clasped his hands before his chest, exclaiming, "I can allow you to soar for a moment." The god of destruction, Peter Toro, erupted into hearty laughter, suddenly enveloped in a radiant aura of white energy that encircled him, symbolizing his purity as a deity. "Boasting now, are we? Should you fail to keep pace with me shortly, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Now, prepare for departure." In an instant, the god of destruction transformed into a brilliant beam of white light, vanishing from Frieza's sight at remarkable speed. However, for Frieza, who had already developed the ability to sense energy, this posed no challenge. Energy, regardless of whether it emanates from mortals, inanimate objects, divine beings, or any entity, must have the energy sustaining its existence. No one can conceal it, nor can it be masked. Haha, come forth. Frieza unleashed his entire energy in an instant, transforming into a blinding purple radiance that surged towards the Supreme Kai of the Pitoria realm. Frieza is inherently far more powerful than the Supreme Kai, Pitero. In the blink of an eye, Frieza beheld the Supreme Kai ahead of him, radiating a brilliant white light. Pitero appeared genuinely startled by Frieza's astonishing speed. His own abilities were rather limited. It was solely due to the unique privilege of the Supreme Kai that he could traverse the cosmos with such swiftness. Yet, the attendant with the delicate lavender skin exhibited a terrifying velocity of his own, which left Pitero utterly astonished. As Frieza accelerated once more, catching up to Pitero and flying alongside him, the Supreme Kai finally conceded with genuine admiration. "Incredible. Your aura is not only divine, but immensely powerful. Had I not known you were an attendant, I would have surely mistaken you for a god of destruction." A god of destruction? Frieza furrowed his brow slightly, for he had encountered this name several times of late. Yet, in the original Dragon Ball narrative, this character was neither introduced nor even mentioned. Initially, Frieza presumed that the so-called god of destruction was akin to the Supreme Kais, who had been vanquished by the Majin Buu many years ago, capable of defeating opponents of Frieza's caliber with a mere flick of their wrist, possessing only a modicum of power that could be glorified in the tales of the Kais. However, the persistent mention of this name undeniably piqued Frieza's curiosity. He recalled that shortly after departing from King Cold, he had indeed been cautioned, "Never provoke the god of destruction or Majin Buu." Observing Frieza's apparent confusion, the Supreme Kai of Petaloro initially felt perplexed but soon understood, considering Frieza had only recently ascended to his position. He explained, "Wherever there is life, there is death. Where there is existence, there is annihilation. We, the Supreme Kais, are tasked with the creation of all living beings. While the god of destruction is responsible for eradicating those entities that should not exist, such as certain threats to the safety of the entire universe." Frieza slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is the god of destruction truly formidable? How do I measure up against him?" The Supreme Kai of the Patel Toro realm chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Indeed, you possess great strength. Yet you still fall short of the level of a god of destruction. However, if you apply yourself diligently in your training, your innate talent could very well qualify you to petition the Grand Minister for the opportunity to undergo the examination for the status of a god of destruction. Now, setting aside other matters, it is imperative that a god of destruction reigns as the strongest in their respective universe. Would it not be so? More powerful than I?" Frieza's hands unconsciously clenched, but upon reflection, despite his immense strength, which had already surpassed that of Majin Buu as noted by Chi Wei, he found himself lacking a point of comparison. In truth, he was uncertain just how powerful he had become. Thus, the god of destruction of this universe seemed like an appropriate subject for comparison. With that thought in mind, Frieza solemnly inquired of the Supreme Kai of Time, "Where can I find the god of destruction? I wish to meet him." The Supreme Kai of Time, upon hearing this, seemed to recall some unpleasant memory and replied with a hint of irritation, "You cannot see him. Our universe's god of destruction sleeps for many years at a time. I just returned from a meeting on the god of destruction planet, where we had a heated argument. He is likely sleeping now. You mustn't disturb him at such a time, or it could endanger the entire universe. Frieza paid little heed to the Supreme Kai's words, considering this to be merely an illusion created by the mirror spring. Even if the entire universe were to be destroyed, it bore no consequence. However, he recognized that he had yet to complete his task and thus decided against hasty action. Unbeknownst to the Supreme Kai, who was oblivious to Frieza's distraction, he sighed, alas. If it weren't for the death of the diplomatic East Kai during the last Divine War, I wouldn't have to endure this tedious journey from the Kai realm to the God of Destruction planet for such pointless meetings. The God of Destruction neglects his duties and often destroys planets on a whim. That aside, during significant events in the universe, he is almost always asleep. Had he been awake during the last Divine War, we might not have come so close to annihilation. As the Supreme Kai mentioned the Divine War multiple times, Frieza sensed that a pivotal point had emerged. Thus, he concentrated and asked, "What is the Divine War? A battle among the gods?" The Supreme Kai of Time, with a somewhat bewildered expression, responded slowly, "This happened a long time ago. A group of malevolent sorcerers, wielding formidable dark powers, were manipulated by a hidden mastermind to launch a campaign known as the God-Slaying War. At that time, the God of Destruction was in slumber, and apart from the combat-oriented Kai, the rest possessed little fighting capability. With the assistance of the Kai of Time, we recruited many righteous warriors from both the past and future. After a grueling battle, we ultimately emerged victorious, but the Kai suffered tremendous losses. Even until the end, we could not uncover the true identity of that mastermind." The mastermind. Upon hearing that name, Frieza felt a slight discomfort, instinctively furrowing his brow. Chapter 082, The Old Witch. After an extensive flight, having traversed numerous barriers, both King Kai of the Pitterot realm and Frieza finally arrived at the Kai's realm. This place was a veritable paradise, flourishing with vibrant flora and fauna, with numerous small creatures darting about. King Kai of Pitterot approached with a smile, turning to Frieza with open arms, exclaiming, "Welcome to the sanctum of the seventh universe, Frieza. What do you think of my abode?" Frieza closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the sacred air in the divine realm. He nodded slightly, remarking, "Indeed, it is delightful here. The sanctity of this place brings tranquility to the heart and mind, making it an ideal residence." The Supreme Kai of the Patero realm chuckled and patted Frieza on the shoulder, saying, "If you do not mind, I warmly invite you to stay here a bit longer." Frieza. With that, the Supreme Kai turned and beckoned to Frieza. "Come with me. I shall take you to my home. I possess some exquisite tea that has not been tasted by guests for quite some time. You are indeed fortunate today." As they walked, the Supreme Kai led the way, elaborating for Frieza, "This is the sacred domain of our universe, a place typically forbidden even to the Kais. However, you are an exception. Do you see those rabbits over there? They are but a few among many creatures, all cared for by my dear friends from the past. Sadly, they have departed, and now it is my responsibility to look after them. Though it can be tiring, they truly are delightful little beings." At last, a charmingly exquisite cottage came into view before Frieza and the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai retrieved a key and, upon unlocking the door, gestured for Frieza to enter. Frieza had no intention of being courteous. He directly stepped into the room and began to assess the interior decor. It must be said that the God of Destruction, Peter Toro, possessed a refined taste. This modest space was meticulously organized, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. On the wall beside the fireplace hung photographs of 4 individuals, all of whom appeared to be deities. Noticing Frieza's gaze upon the photographs, Peter Toro pointed them out one by one, introducing them. "The one in the center is our Supreme Kai of Universe 7. The other 3 are old friends with whom I once collaborated, although they have since passed. Displaying their images here makes me feel as though they remain by my side. As for the last empty frame, I hope that one day someone will place my photograph there after I am gone, but that seems unlikely now, as I am the last Supreme Kai of this sacred realm." As he spoke of these matters, Peter Toro's emotions wavered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled at Frieza, saying, "I've shared some rather somber thoughts. Pardon my melancholy. Please, make yourself comfortable while I prepare some tea for you." With that, he turned and made his way into the kitchen to gather the tea set and leaves. Meanwhile, Frieza cast a sidelong glance at the busy figure of Peter Toro. Given that this time, the reflective waters of the mirror were revealing this segment of history, it suggested that significant events would soon unfold, likely pertaining to matters of life and death for the Supreme Kai. Therefore, in the original timeline, this Supreme Kai must have, truly a twist of fate. Frieza slightly curled his lips as he casually selected a seat at a small table, gazing out the window at the scenery beyond. Before long, King Patero of the Otherworld approached with a small cart, setting it down before the table. After neatly arranging the teacups, he personally poured a cup of tea for Frieza and then filled one for himself, taking a seat opposite him. With a hint of embarrassment, King Patero offered a sheepish smile. Apologizing, I sincerely apologize. It has been quite some time since I have entertained guests at home, and I regret that I have not prepared any desserts. It is truly impolite of me, and I hope you can forgive this oversight. No, it is quite all right. Frieza lifted his teacup and downed it in one gulp, saying, You need not be so courteous. Strictly speaking, you are my superior and ought to exude a bit more authority. Peter Todoroki, the king of the gods, grinned widely and replied, What hierarchy is there between us? Are we not friends, Lord Frieza? Frieza paused momentarily, taken aback, and then shook his head, choosing not to respond. The Supreme Kai of the universe appeared somewhat disappointed. However, he swiftly regained his enthusiasm and poured a cup of tea for Frieza, explaining, Lord Frieza, this tea is unique to our realm of Supreme Kai. Its flavor alters according to the purity of the hearts of those who brew and partake in it. If both the brewer and drinker possess pure intentions, the tea will be exquisitely fragrant. Yet, should either party harbor malevolent thoughts, the tea will turn exceedingly bitter. It has been said that one can discern a person's character through a game of chess. Similarly, the tea from our realm holds this remarkable quality. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, What are you trying to say? Peter, the king of the tortoise realm, chuckled and scratched his head, replying, I noticed you have been wearing a stern expression, as if burdened by some concerns. Nevertheless, it matters not. Those with pure hearts are destined for good fortune, and the heavens shall not forsake the virtuous. Humph. Mind your own business. Frieza let out a cold snort, setting down the teacup in his hand. I shall not drink any longer. Let us commence the training of divine techniques. Please, hasten to instruct me on how to connect with my corresponding king of the Otherworld. The god of the Otherworld, Peter Toro, nodded in agreement, preparing to speak. However, at that very moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Frieza cast a questioning glance at the Supreme Kai of Peter Toro, recalling that he had just stated that he was the sole Supreme Kai remaining in this realm, and that no visitors had graced this place for quite some time. Noticing the skepticism in Frieza's expression, the Supreme Kai of Peter Toro offered a wry smile and said, I assure you, Frieza, I speak the truth. Indeed, I am the only Supreme Kai left here, and those who come are hardly guests. Could you do me a favor and answer the door for me? Just tell them I am not home, if you would be so kind. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, curiously nodding his head as he approached the entrance and swung the door wide open. Meanwhile, behind him, the Supreme Kai of the Pitoria realm had discreetly slipped into the kitchen. As the door creaked open, the figure that appeared outside startled Frieza profoundly. An exceedingly old and unattractive witch stood at the threshold, grinning widely, her scant remaining teeth glaringly prominent. Before Frieza could utter a word, the old witch spoke first. Peter Toro, the god of the kings, do not feign ignorance. You must know that your whereabouts cannot elude my magical probing. I am aware that you are at home. Come out and meet me at once. Peter Toro, who was hiding in the kitchen, sighed helplessly upon hearing the witch's words. He stepped out, his head aching as he gazed at the old witch, and said, What do you want from me this time? What do I want? He. The old witch chuckled as she pulled a rose from her tattered robe and presented it to Peter Toro. I have come to propose that we wed. Chapter 083. Fishing. Frieza was taken aback, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces. He scrutinized both Peter Toro and the old witch, his mind racing in disbelief. He thought to himself, the god of the kings certainly has peculiar tastes. Even in solitude, one should not resort to such preferences. Noticing Frieza's exaggerated reaction, Peter Toro could only smile wryly. Please, stop saying such things. I could never marry you. You must return home at once. If the destroyer finds out, you may find it difficult to leave. You are both equals. Why fear the destroyer? The old witch showed no signs of leaving, instead pushing the rose closer to him. Do you not love me, god of the kings? With a weary sigh, Peter Toro snatched the rose from her grasp and tossed it outside. I am the god of the kings. My love belongs to the universe and all its beings. You should leave now. It was only then that Frieza noticed numerous roses strewn about outside, yet given the vibrant vitality of the god of the king's realm, these roses had not withered. Instead, they took root and thrived. Despite being rejected time and again, the old witch appeared undeterred, her enthusiasm only growing. Do not be so heartless. I possess many powerful spells. If you accept me, I could teach you all my magic. How about it? Then you would have no reason to fear anyone, even the destroyer." Peter Toro sighed in resignation, shutting the door behind him and returning to his table, choosing to ignore the old witch. However, the witch seemed unfazed, chuckling as she said, "Hee hee, do not be so cruel. You will come to seek me one day. Since you have guests today, I shall not disturb you. Until we meet again next year." Her voice grew fainter until it vanished, indicating she had departed. Turning back, Frieza inquired with curiosity, "Who was that? Your old flame?" "Indeed, she is quite aged." Peter Toro pressed his lips together, and after a long silence, he sighed. "Do you recall the godslaying war I spoke of?" Frieza nodded and said, "I recall a group of sorcerers who sought to rebel." "Indeed," replied King Peter Thor, blinking slowly. "She is a sorceress who participated in the infamous God Slaughter campaign. However, she did not inflict any harm upon the divine realm. Rather, she courageously provided us with invaluable intelligence, granting us the time necessary to organize our resistance. After the battle concluded, the god of destruction awoke. He believed that since she belonged to the sorceress faction and had indeed taken part in the assault on the divine realm, she ought to be destroyed. Yet, I felt immense gratitude for her assistance, so I pleaded with the god of destruction to spare her. However, King Peter Thor lamented, tapping his forehead several times in exasperation. Ever since then, this witch has become quite the nuisance, persistently seeking me out and declaring her desire to marry me, which has truly become a source of great distress." Frieza, with an unusual expression, remarked, "Although I am aware that this is inappropriate, to be honest, I find it quite amusing." The Supreme Kai of the Peter Toro universe, appearing on the verge of a breakdown, incessantly scratched his head. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and said, "Let us set aside these troubling matters for now. How about I teach you the divine techniques of the Supreme Kai?" Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded, saying, "It is a pursuit most desired." Peter, the Kaioshin, approached the door, cautiously peering through the crack for a considerable time. Once he confirmed that the old witch was indeed no longer lurking outside, he breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door, and beckoned to Frieza, saying, "Come with me." "Lord Frieza." Frieza followed behind King Pitero, traversing a narrow path, until they arrived by the river not far from a quaint cottage. The two stood by the water's edge, and King Pitero glanced into the depths, smiling as he addressed Frieza. "It appears, dear Frieza, that your chill, a subtle reference to your icy nature, has been sensed by the fish. They have all been frightened away." Frieza cast his gaze towards the water, and as anticipated, the fish and shrimp in the river were all fleeing to safer waters. King Kai of the Pitoria realm chuckled as he settled himself on the grassy bank, patting the empty space beside him. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at him and took a seat as well. The Supreme Kai is the paramount deity of the universe, overseeing its balance and tranquility. The Supreme Kai of the Petro-Tora galaxy began to impart some fundamental knowledge about being a deity to Frieza, unlike the god of destruction. The Supreme Kai's prowess is primarily manifested in the realm of spiritual cultivation. This serves as the foundation for all divine arts. If one aspires to master all the skills of a Kai attendant, one must engage in spiritual training, which requires an exceptionally serene mindset and an acute awareness of the cosmos and all its entities. While this may sound rather intricate, it can be distilled into a more straightforward approach when translated into action. Frieza arched an eyebrow and inquired, "Meditation?" To which Peter Toter, the god of the kings, chuckled and replied, "No, it is fishing." Frieza had yet to comprehend the connection between cultivating one's state of mind and fishing when suddenly, the Supreme Kai of the Pitoria realm produced 2 fishing rods from seemingly nowhere. He handed one of them to Frieza, instructing, "Simply emulate my actions. Cast the hook into the water and patiently await your catch." "A hook?" Frieza was taken aback as he brought the fishing line closer to his eyes, only to realize that the words of King Pitero were indeed accurate. This fishing rod not only lacked bait, but even the hook was straight. How could such a rod possibly catch any fish? Observing the perplexed expression on Frieza's face, King Pitero chuckled and responded, "Are you wondering how such a fishing rod could ever catch a fish? Am I right, Lord Frieza?" Frieza nodded slightly, yet he refrained from further inquiry. Following the instructions of King Kai Pitero, he cast his fishing line into the flowing river, closing his eyes in silence. King Kai Pitero, intending to demonstrate for Frieza, effortlessly lifted his fishing rod, and a sizable fish was already hooked. However, instead of reeling the fish onto the shore, King Kai Pitero gently shook the rod, releasing the fish back into the depths of the river. Setting down his fishing rod, King Kai Patero rose and smiled at the still Frieza, saying, "This is something to be comprehended rather than articulated. Once you grasp it, everything will naturally fall into place. I shall prepare dinner now. If you do not catch anything, do not force it. Remember to return for the meal in a while." Frieza remained steadfast, neither turning nor uttering a sound, sitting there with an imposing presence, utterly motionless. Chapter 084, The Dual Six Space. The day was resplendent, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Once one pauses from the hustle and bustle to immerse oneself in the tranquility of life, one can discover many things that are often unseen and unheard. Fish floated serenely in the water, swaying gently, yet after a considerable time, not a single fish had bitten the hook. However, Frieza exhibited no impatience, for he was indifferent to the prospect of catching fish. Instead, in this tranquil and leisurely environment, he found an unparalleled sense of ease. The chill that had enveloped him gradually dissipated, replaced by vibrant vitality and a warm radiance. The rhythmic pulsation, akin to the breath of life, transformed into invisible ripples that emanated from Frieza, expanding infinitely into the surroundings. Countless creatures lifted their heads, the fish in the water ceased their retreat. And even the god of destruction, Beerus, who was busy cooking, seemed to sense something, glancing curiously in Frieza's direction, marveling at his innate brilliance. At last, when the first hesitant butterfly alighted upon Frieza's nose, the animals ceased their fear of this unfamiliar visitor. Birds perched upon his shoulders, chirping melodiously, while an array of creatures gathered around him, settling in peacefully. Immersed in this mystical realm, Frieza remained oblivious to the affinity of these fragile lives, until suddenly, a weight bore down upon his back. Frieza's originally profound state of mind was abruptly shattered as he suddenly opened his eyes and glanced around. To his astonishment, he discovered two clumsy pandas adorably clinging to his back and neck, exuding an air of endearment. Frieza's lips twitched slightly, and even the fishing rod in his grasp trembled a bit. The two giant pandas, perceiving Frieza's apparent lack of reaction, extended their tongues and gently licked him. Goodness gracious! Frieza flicked his fishing rod and abruptly rose to his feet. With a swift kick, he sent the two giant pandas soaring through the air, exclaiming furiously, "Get out of my sight!" As Frieza ignited with an awe-inspiring ferocity, he swiftly reverted to his chilling demeanor. Countless creatures seemed to sense this transformation, their faces betraying panic as they hastily rose and fled in disarray, scattering like birds and beasts. Yet the two formidable pandas, with their thick hides and robust frames, were sent soaring several dozen meters by Frieza's kick, yet remained unscathed. They staggered back to their feet, seemingly oblivious to the danger, shaking their heads before attempting to draw nearer to Frieza once more. Frieza's expression darkened as he unleashed a series of energy blasts towards the two giant pandas, successfully driving them away. With a disdainful snort, he picked up the fishing rod from the ground and turned to soar back to the small hut, where the god of destruction, Patero, was busy cooking. He flicked the fishing rod towards Patero and remarked, "I have no intention of fishing any longer. Do you possess any other alternatives?" The god of destruction, momentarily taken aback while tending to the fire in the earthen stove, scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Why is that? Your earlier aura seemed to indicate that you were on the verge of success." Frieza crossed his arms defiantly and exclaimed, "When I say I refuse, I mean it. Are you not tired of pestering me?" "Ah, I see." The Supreme Kai of the Peter Toro realm, lowering the whistle in his hand, rested his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Since you, Lord Frieza, do not favor this training method, let us explore an alternative. By the way," the Supreme Kai of Peter Toro clapped his hands and said, "Lord Frieza, do you enjoy playing games?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback, reminiscing about his days as a student before his journey through dimensions, filled with an obsession for arcade games and a deep yearning for his homeland. "Oh, it seems I have indeed not indulged in gaming for quite some time." Peter Tolo, the Supreme Kai, casually kicked a couple of clods of earth, extinguishing the fire in the earthen stove. He then turned, illuminated his hand with a radiant glow, and tore open a rift in space, beckoning Frieza with a gesture. "Come with me, dear Frieza. I shall take you to a delightful place." Frieza followed the Supreme Kai of Peter Tolo into this bizarre realm, looking up to behold countless tiered platforms and various amplification devices, resembling an amusement park. The Supreme Kai of Peter Tolo casually conjured a massive die, explaining to Frieza, "This is the double six space that we four Supreme Kais and the Grand Supreme Kai once established together. Although its structure may appear simplistic, it is rather engaging once you partake in the game. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, the Supreme Kai tossed the die onto the ground, and it spun before landing on the number 5. Consequently, he leapt 5 steps upward, arriving at the 5th platform. At that moment, a magician dressed in a vest suddenly emerged from the 5th step. The magician first bowed to the Supreme Kai, then conjured a table, upon which lay 3 opaque teacups inverted and a small red ball. At this point, Frieza had grasped the essence of the game. As anticipated, the magician placed the small red ball beneath the middle cup, shifting the 3 cups back and forth several times before releasing them, turning to the Supreme Kai and gesturing. Mighty Supreme Kai, please guess where the small red ball is now? Guess correctly, and you may remain. However, if you err, you must return. Frieza, standing nearby, found the game rather tedious. With his current prowess, he couldn't possibly be deceived by such trivial tricks. The small red ball was clearly under the middle cup. Disinterested, Frieza turned to leave, only to hear, none of the cups hold it. The small ball is in your pocket, is it not? What? Frieza turned around in astonishment, only to witness the magician, drenched in sweat, reluctantly extracting a small red ball from his pocket. He responded, "Congratulations, you are correct. You are truly remarkable. Indeed worthy of being the Lord of the Kais. How could this be possible?" To Frieza, the magician's movements appeared agonizingly slow, making it inconceivable that he could deceive his keen eyes. Just as he was engulfed in disbelief, King Kai Peter Toro concluded his demonstration and returned to Frieza's side, chuckling. "So, what do you think? Is this game enjoyable?" Frieza, deep in thought, remarked, "I distinctly observed him placing the red ball into the central cup. Yet, how is it possible for him to retrieve it from his pocket?" Upon hearing Frieza's inquiry, Peter, the king of the other world, chuckled lightly and replied, "The challenge you face is not a test of keen eyesight. The moment the red ball serves as the lid for the cup, it vanishes, only to reappear randomly in one of the 3 cups when they come to a halt. Moreover, there exists a slight chance that it may directly materialize within the magician's pocket. Thus, this trial is a measure of luck, my dear Frieza." Frieza was taken aback, finally expressing a modicum of interest in this peculiar realm of duality. However, he remained somewhat perplexed, inquiring, "Since you claim that being transported into his pocket is a rare occurrence, how is it that you were able to deduce it so effortlessly?" Upon being posed this question, the Supreme Kai of the Pterodo realm erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "It is because I designed this challenge. I had discreetly left a backdoor." Chapter 085, Date 6. Advance 6 steps. Congratulations, receive a kiss from a beautiful lady. 3. Advance 3 steps. How unfortunate, please complete 100 push-ups within 30 seconds. Otherwise, you shall be returned 6 steps. After an intense competition, it was ultimately Frieza who emerged victorious. Nonetheless, it was the numerous challenges towards the end that resulted in the Supreme Kai of the Pterodo realm failing his tasks, allowing Frieza to overtake him. To Frieza, these tasks appeared to be trivial for the Supreme Kai, who was clearly indulging him. Following the contest, the two stood at the finish line, and the Supreme Kai of the Pterodo realm smiled joyfully at Frieza, saying, "It has been such a long time since I felt this joyous. Ever since my brothers perished, I have been alone, and this place has remained idle. Today, your visit is a rare occurrence. Otherwise, I might have forgotten that this place even existed." Frieza, however, exhibited no signs of joy. Instead, he let out a slight, displeased grunt and remarked, "Were you looking down upon me just now? Why did you deliberately allow yourself to lose in the final stages?" Peter Tolo, the Supreme Kai, paused in surprise, scratching the back of his head and chuckling awkwardly. "Ah, so you noticed. It's not entirely accurate to say I let you win, for you have progressed through each level by your own merit. Yet, on several occasions, it was indeed due to my role as the designer of these challenges that you were granted a shortcut. Moreover, as this is your first attempt, one could argue that you have truly emerged victorious. I apologize. I merely thought that if you were to fail this time, you might not wish to partake in this game with me again. I am truly sorry." Frieza squinted his eyes dangerously, scrutinizing the Supreme Kai of the Peter Tolo realm for a considerable duration, until the latter felt a growing unease, standing restlessly. Only then did Frieza turn towards the exit, snorting coldly as he declared, "Do not dare to act this way again. Do you understand? Even if you resort to cheating, I can still triumph through sheer strength." "Ah!" exclaimed Peter Tolo, filled with joy. "Indeed, next time, I shall give it my all. Alas, shall we not continue our game?" Frieza stepped out of the final gate, and a voice echoed from a distance. "No, I wish to eat now." "Ah?" The Supreme Kai of the Pterodot realm blinked in slight disappointment, but soon patted his somewhat rumbling stomach and cheerfully dashed towards the exit, exclaiming, "Then let us pause our game for now, but you must promise me that we shall play together again in the future, all right?" Just as Frieza was about to agree, he suddenly halted, his heart skipping a beat. Turning back, he noticed that the Supreme Kai of Pterodot had also come to an abrupt stop. His expression grave as he gazed downward, lost in thought. Frieza did not disturb him. After a moment, Peter Tolo, the Supreme Kai, lifted his head with great difficulty and gritted his teeth, saying, "Lord Frieza, it appears that our game may soon come to an end." Frieza also sensed the gravity of the situation and inquired in a low voice, "What is the matter?" "Just moments ago, I received a message from the Supreme Kai of Time." The Supreme Kai of the Ptero realm approached Frieza step by step, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, breaking into a foolish grin akin to a blooming trumpet flower. His mouth stretching almost to the roots of his ears, "The Supreme Kai of Time has invited me to her home for a visit." Hee. "Oh, ho." The Supreme Kai of Ptero leaped exuberantly several times, even performing multiple somersaults in the air, and then dashed back to his dwelling, creating a considerable commotion. Frieza was utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he thought the universe was on the brink of annihilation. It turns out this fellow had received an invitation from the goddess. After a while, the Supreme Kai of the Ptero realm gradually emerged from the house, feigning nonchalance as he softly inquired of Frieza, "What do you think? Is my attire sufficiently proper?" The current Supreme Kai of Ptero had long since exchanged his traditional Kai attire for an impeccably tailored suit, his polished shoes gleaming brightly. Coupled with his already strikingly handsome visage, he indeed appeared quite dashing. However, Frieza rested his chin in contemplation, feeling that if this were indeed a rendezvous, something essential seemed to be amiss. A sports car? A ring? No, it was something far more significant. Ah, of course, flowers. And they must be roses. With a snap of his fingers, Frieza beckoned towards a cluster of resplendent roses at the entrance of the cottage. Instantly, an abundant bouquet of over 100 vividly blooming roses appeared in his grasp. After discarding the excess, he retained precisely 99 exquisite blooms and presented this lavish bouquet to the perplexed Supreme Kai of the Ptero realm. Faced with the other's bewildered expression, Frieza sighed with resignation and explained, "Are you truly going to meet your beloved goddess empty-handed?" The Supreme Kai of Ptero, still in a daze, shook his head and replied, "I brought pickled vegetables from last month." Frieza glanced down and, indeed, this fellow was still grasping a jar of pickled vegetables with his right hand. Frieza, seething with frustration, snatched the jar from the hands of King Ptero, carelessly tossing it aside. He glared at him and exclaimed, "Forget your wretched pickles. Simply take these flowers and present them to the intended recipient. How is it that you, a being of such esteemed stature as a king, possess less emotional intelligence than an old crone?" King Ptero opened his mouth to respond, but realized he had no retort. He could only nod in submission, saying, "Very well then, I shall take my leave now. Lord Frieza, will you accompany me?" Frieza, with a pained expression, remarked, "What purpose do you think I would serve on your date? Why do you insist on complicating your own life?" To this, Peter Tolo, the Supreme Kai, scratched his head and replied, "However, just a moment ago, when I communicated telepathically with the Supreme Kai of Time, she instructed me that if I were to encounter a formidable warrior of justice, I must certainly bring them to her. Given your remarkable prowess, Frieza, it is only fitting that I extend this invitation to you." It was at that moment that Frieza realized the sudden flutter in his heart was no mere coincidence. A significant event was on the brink of unfolding. Contemplating this, Frieza urged, "What are we waiting for? Let us make haste." Just as Peter Tolo was about to acquiesce, he seemed to recall something and dashed back into the house. When he emerged again, he bore a magnificent sword upon his back. Noticing Frieza's inquisitive gaze, Peter Tolo smiled and elaborated, "This is the legendary Kai sword, a weapon passed down through our sacred domain. Though it may appear unassuming, it is remarkably heavy and quite challenging to wield with ease." Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a brief glance at the god sword of the Kai. He did not pay it much heed. Sheathing his weapon, the god of destruction, Peter Toro, grasped Frieza's right hand and closed his eyes. In an instant, they traversed through countless luminous portals, and when they regained their senses, they had arrived in the temporal realm presided over by the Kai of Time. Before them lay an expansive plaza, dominated by a colossal hourglass at its center, surrounded by an intricate array of turning gears. As they looked up, an ancient bird emitted a cry as it soared across the sky. This was the city of Tokitoki, the custodian and overseer of all history within the 7th universe. Chapter 086, The temporal domain observing the visibly flustered Peter Toro, who appeared utterly at a loss, Frieza couldn't help but tease. Did you not claim that the love of the Kai is bestowed upon all things in the universe? Why, then, do your actions contradict your words so entirely? Peter Toro, slightly flushed, retorted defensively, it is different. As fellow Kais, we share a profound love for the universe and all its creations, thus. It is only natural that we are drawn to one another. Frieza clasped his hands before his chest, with an unmistakable tone of sarcasm, remarked. I shall momentarily accept your words as genuine. Seeing that Frieza had ceased his inquiries, Peter Toro, the Supreme Kai, let out a sigh of relief. In an effort to divert Frieza from revisiting the subject, Peter Toro began to elucidate the concept of the time domain. This is Tokatoki City, also known as the time domain. Aside from the Supreme Kai, who can access this place through privilege, only invited guests are permitted entry. Observe. It is divided into 4 distinct areas: the Time Machine Platform, the Commercial District, the Square of Time, and the Nest of Time. The overseer of this realm is Kai, the god of time, who resides within the Temple of Time in the Nest, and is tasked with safeguarding history from the machinations of malevolent individuals. Frieza slightly furrowed his brow, for these matters had never been mentioned in the original narrative, leaving him utterly unfamiliar with the plot and at a loss for how to proceed. The concepts of time, the god of time, and the god of destruction seemed to have inexplicably transported him to an extraordinary realm. Do not dawdle. I shall escort you to the Temple of Time, where Kai awaits our arrival. The call from Peter Tolo, the god of time, jolted Frieza from his reverie. Observing Peter Tolo soaring towards a distant palace, Frieza hastily followed suit. Since ignorance had enveloped him, he resolved to remain vigilant. This world might no longer resemble the Dragon Ball universe he once knew. With an unobstructed journey, they flew into the Nest of Time and arrived at the palace of the god of time, where a spirited young girl with short hair stood at the center, clutching a scroll, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Peter Tolo. Frieza's mouth fell open in astonishment as he pointed incredulously at the seemingly vibrant little girl, exclaiming, could she possibly be? Beside him, Peter. The Supreme Kai of the Time Realm quickly leaned in to explain in hushed tones, indeed, she is the Supreme Kai of this realm. Do not be deceived by her youthful appearance. She has existed for over 75 million years. Be sure to show her the utmost respect. 75 million years. Upon hearing that this seemingly youthful little girl was actually of considerable age, Frieza couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, in his recollection, the Kais from Dragon Ball were either portly figures or eccentric characters. The sudden appearance of a vibrant, energetic girl had been somewhat disconcerting. Now it seemed she was merely an old woman, embodying the essence of the Kais as he remembered them. The expression of Frieza was meticulously observed by the Kai of Time, Kai. Her large eyes narrowed dangerously into a slit as she remarked, Dear guest over there, it seems you are contemplating something quite impolite. You must understand that harboring insidious intentions behind someone's back can lead to consequences. A sharp-tongued foe lowly she is. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Peter Toro, hurriedly intervened to smooth things over. Approaching Kai, he presented her with a rose, offering a sheepish smile. Kai, please do not speak so harshly. Lord Frieza is, after all, a rare gem of a person. Here, this rose is for you. Do you like it? A good person? Kai of Time received the rose casually, casting a skeptical glance at Frieza. Yet I seem to recall he is quite the infamous villain in the timelines ahead. Peter Toro hastily shook his head, insisting, You must be mistaken, Kai. How could Lord Frieza possibly be a villain? He heard of your need for skilled assistance and rushed over from another universe to support you. Moreover, he is a divine attendant of a Kai. Certainly not the rogue you portray. Frieza's lips twitched slightly. He longed to confess that he truly was the villain of the future. Indeed, the individual I remember has yet to be born. With that thought, the god of time, Kai, ceased scrutinizing Frieza and, momentarily distracted, glanced at the flowers in his hand, slightly perplexed, and said, Pet Toro, what is this for? Did I not ask you to bring the pickles? Pet Toro turned back to Frieza with an air of helplessness, while Frieza, sweating profusely, slapped his forehead in realization. Perhaps it was indeed misguided to apply human courtship methods to a deity. These two were truly an ill-fated pair. Fortunately, the god of time, Kai, did not linger on the subject of the roses. With a casual flick, he scattered the flowers onto the grass outside the time nest, allowing them to take root on the ground. He then presented the scroll to Pet Oro and Frieza, stating the matter at hand. This is not the time for idle chatter. I summoned you in haste for a matter of great importance. While organizing the time scrolls as usual, I suddenly discovered that one of them seems to have encountered an issue. From this segment of history, I sense a malevolent aura. Malevolent aura? Frieza and the Supreme Kai of Patero both wore solemn expressions. Patero's anxiety stemmed from the understanding of the grave consequences that would ensue, while Frieza's attention was captivated by the very essence of malevolence itself. The Supreme Kai of Time, Kai, nodded and declared, "Indeed, it is the dark energy. History is being distorted by a nefarious force." "What?" exclaimed the Supreme Kai of Patero. "Who could it possibly be, apart from us Kai, who possesses the power to traverse time and space?" The Supreme Kai of Time, Kai, shook his head and sighed. "I do not know. I cannot leave the time realm, which is why I summoned you here, hoping you could gather some allies and personally delve into this segment of history to uncover what alterations have transpired. We must identify the source of this dark energy." With a grave expression, the Supreme Kai of Patero nodded and turned to Frieza, inquiring, "Frieza, would you join me in this historical investigation to unveil the truth?" Even if he had not proposed it, Frieza would have insisted on accompanying him. After all, he held an intense sensitivity and aversion towards such dark energy. "It is our duty. Let us depart at once." Chapter 087. Return to Namek. As they entered the time vortex once more, they traversed the luminous wheel of time. Upon regaining their senses, Frieza and the Supreme Kai of Patero found themselves on a planet graced with 3 suns and a verdant sky. The endless plains adorned with blue moss. "This place, it feels oddly familiar," mused Frieza, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai of Patero gasped and tugged at Frieza's arm, exclaiming, "Frieza, look over there. There is someone who looks exactly like you engaged in battle. Exactly alike." Frieza felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Could it be? Abruptly turning his head, he sensed an overwhelmingly malevolent and unparalleled aura. The king. In that instant, Frieza comprehended everything. No wonder he had always found this planet strikingly familiar. It turned out to be Namek, and the figures in the distance, battling the king, with their distinctive spiky hair, alongside that small bald head and the toilet seat, were none other than Goku, Krillin, and Gohan. Could it be that he and the Supreme Kai of the Peter Toro realm had somehow traversed into a future timeline? Had they arrived at the moment in history when Goku faced the king in his climactic battle on Namek? "Goku." Frieza stood transfixed, gazing at the indistinguishable figure engaging in a fierce struggle with the king, henceforth referred to as the king in this historical context. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. At last, a faint smile graced Frieza's lips. "At long last, I behold you, Son Goku." Beside him, the Supreme Kai of the Peter Toro realm cast a puzzled glance at Frieza, then turned to observe the fierce battle unfolding between the king and his opponent. With a bemused expression, he remarked, "Frieza, why does it seem that in this future history you do not embody the essence of a righteous warrior? Instead, the one you battle exudes a noble spirit that even stirs my own heart as a Supreme Kai." "Ah, that is me, yet it is not entirely me." Frieza clasped his hands before his chest, his eyes shimmering with amusement as he remarked, "You have just heard the Supreme Kai of Time mention that in the future there exists a villain who bears an uncanny resemblance to me. It must be he. However, I am from a different universe, and our personalities are distinctly divergent, which should not be too difficult to comprehend, right?" Upon hearing Frieza's explanation, the Supreme Kai of Peter Toro finally grasped the situation and unsheathed the Supreme Kai sword from behind him, directing his inquiry at Frieza. "Do we need to ascend and assist them now?" His question evidently stemmed from a consideration of Frieza's sentiments. Despite belonging to different universes, it is only natural that one would be displeased at the thought of their counterpart from another universe being slain. However, in this instance, the Supreme Kai of Peter Toro misjudged the situation. Ever since Frieza deduced that the malevolent energy within him was partly attributed to the former tyrant, he harbored an intense loathing for the original king, wishing nothing more than to resurrect him with the Dragon Balls, only to rend him asunder once more. Nevertheless, it was clear that action could not be taken just yet. Let us wait a little longer. Our purpose for this visit is to uncover the malevolent force that is distorting history, not to enact justice. Currently, that malevolence has yet to manifest, and it would be prudent not to stir the waters. While this conversation unfolded, the tyrant had already unleashed a beam of energy that pierced through the heart of the severely injured Vegeta, who lay prostrate on the ground. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly. His hands clenched tightly. "Soon. The moment is nearly upon us. Goku has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. How can I allow anyone to interfere with him?" With that thought, Frieza squatted down, activating his psychic energy to project his consciousness onto the battlefield, monitoring every movement with keen interest. Kakarot, heed my words. The destruction of our birth planet, Vegeta, was not merely the result of a colossal meteorite impact, but rather, it was Frieza who obliterated it. We Scions have always obeyed him, laboring relentlessly only to meet such a tragic fate. As Frieza delved deeper into his psychic probing, he felt a shift. That was Vegeta's voice. It seems Vegeta is on the brink of death. I believe you can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan and avenge us by defeating Frieza. I implore you. At last, silence enveloped the battlefield, and Vegeta's life force gradually dissipated, signifying his complete demise. His soul was en route to the afterlife. Goku gazed with a complex expression at the lifeless Vegeta, softly whispering his name. Nearby, the king sneered derisively. Ha, he has finally met his end. Shall we continue now? Goku ignored him, his heart heavy as he unleashed a powerful energy blast, creating a pit in the ground to lay Vegeta's remains to rest. Turning back, Goku's gaze was resolute. Frieza, for the fallen Scions, and for those Namekians you have brutally slaughtered, I will personally end your life. The king dismissively stroked his nose, scoffing. Such bravado. Though the two had yet to engage in earnest combat, the intense aura surrounding them caused palpable trepidation among all present. Finally, as their energies surged toward a climax, Piccolo shouted to Krillin and Gohan, "We must leave. Remaining here will only distract Goku." Gohan gritted his teeth, gazing at his father's indomitable spirit and commanding presence, shouting, "Dad, you must defeat Frieza." With that, the three transformed into beams of light, departing from the scene. The king, however, paid no heed to the three insignificant humans, merely smiling as he regarded Goku. They have fled. You can now unleash your full might, Scion. Goku's expression hardened as he charged at the king, initiating close combat. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. However, Frieza, who had been closely observing, understood that the king was merely toying with Goku. Even though Goku's combat power had soared to several million, he remained no match for the king's full power, which exceeded 100 million. However, the formidable king on the battlefield currently holds a great admiration for Sun Wukong, and for the time being, has no intention of unleashing his full power to eliminate him. Frieza opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan, who stood a short distance away. Now seemed the perfect moment to inquire whether the history of this universe had indeed been altered. Chapter 088, The Inquiry. With this thought, Frieza extended a hand towards the trio, gripping the air as he summoned them forcefully to his side. In an instant, they were swept away by an overwhelming force, leaving them no time to react. When they finally regained their senses, they were confronted by two figures. And what instilled deeper fear was the realization that one of them bore an uncanny resemblance to the king. Frieza. Panic surged within Piccolo, as disbelief compelled him to oscillate between the battlefield and Frieza's presence. Ultimately, in utter despair, Piccolo came to the grim realization that there were indeed two Friezas. It was only at this juncture that Krillin and Gohan processed the situation, both collapsing in terror to the ground, stammering as they pointed at Frieza, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Humph. If you wish for death, feel free to scream for help. I am most curious to see if Son Goku can contend with two Friezas alone. Frieza could hardly be bothered to explain anything to them. His cold demeanor was enough to instill fear in the three, rendering them speechless. Meanwhile, in this universe, the North Kai, who had been observing Namek, caught sight of Frieza's figure. Terrified, the North Kai fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, stammering incoherently. How is this possible? Why are there two Friezas? Sensing the North Kai's scrutiny, both Frieza and King Pita Toro frowned, swiftly erecting an energy shield to isolate the North Kai's thoughts and obscure his vision. On King Kai's planet, Lu Ping and the others noticed their master appeared dazed and rushed to inquire. What is wrong, Lord Kai? Is it possible that Goku cannot defeat that Frieza? The North Kai's expression twisted in fear as he quivered. Goku has become remarkably powerful, even capable of holding his own against that cosmic tyrant. But I seem to have seen a second Frieza. The group gasped in alarm. Lu Ping urgently questioned, how could there possibly be two Friezas? Are you sure you aren't mistaken, Lord Kai? I wish I were mistaken, the North Kai said, adjusting his sunglasses and fervently wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Very well, I shall investigate Namek once more. If, and I stress if, there are indeed two Friezas, this would constitute a cosmic crisis beyond our control. Taking a deep breath, the North Kai once again projected his consciousness across the vast cosmos, arriving at Namek. But this time, he could see nothing. Even Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan had completely vanished from his awareness. The North Kai's heart raced with uncertainty, while the disappearance of the second Frieza was a relief. The absence of the other three filled him with profound unease. He sensed that events were spiraling toward an unpredictable and far-reaching conclusion. Meanwhile, on Namek, having successfully thwarted the North Kai's probing, Frieza gazed at the three familiar figures before him: King Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan. How nostalgic they appeared. In that moment, Frieza was transported back to a bygone era of his childhood, when he surreptitiously spent his pocket money on comic books. Years had flown by. As if an eternity had passed, Frieza cast a glance at the future champion, the bald-headed little one, and said, "Krillin, I shall pose a question, and you will provide an answer without deceit. Do you understand?" Krillin, feeling a surge of anxiety, swallowed hard and nodded stiffly. Frieza, with his hands clasped behind his back, inquired, "Is your master, Son Goku, the Turtle Sage?" Krillin, taken aback, instinctively nodded and replied, "Indeed, how did you come to know?" Frieza disregarded him and proceeded to pose a second question. Did the Demon King Piccolo fall to Son Goku after he consumed the super divine water? At this moment, the three individuals across from him began to sense something amiss. Although the figure before them bore an uncanny resemblance to the king, the tone and demeanor were strikingly different, suggesting they were not the same person at all. Upon reflection, one might conclude that if they were indeed twin brothers, it could serve as a plausible explanation. Though it was certainly odd that he possessed knowledge of events from Goku's childhood, there was no reason to conceal the answer to this query, and Piccolo nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Following this, Frieza inquired further, "Who is Son Goku's wife? Is it Chi-Chi or Bulma? If it is Chi-Chi, then who is Bulma's current boyfriend or husband?" At this juncture, Krillin and Piccolo exchanged peculiar glances with Frieza, while even Gohan scratched his head in confusion, questioning, "Why would Aunt Bulma be considered my mother?" Frieza furrowed his brow and remarked, "Just answer honestly, without beating around the bush." By this point, Krillin and the others were no longer particularly fearful of Frieza. After all, despite his fierce demeanor, he did not appear to be malevolent. Thus, Krillin promptly responded, "Goku's wife is Chi-Chi. They were married at the World Martial Arts Tournament. As for Bulma, she is currently in a relationship with Yamcha." Frieza's heart, which had been in a state of suspense, finally found some solace. This universe was indeed the familiar Dragon Ball world he had known. The illusion crafted by the mirror-like spring water should mirror the historical reality, suggesting that the Dragon Ball realm he inhabited was not an oddity, but rather a place where certain elements, not explicitly detailed in the original narrative, had been unearthed by him. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai of the Petal Taro realm, with a somewhat dazed expression, gently prodded Frieza's arm and whispered, "How is it that you are so well-versed in this history?" Could it be that Frieza felt a subtle stir within? Contemplating, he has finally grasped that I hail from a future realm. However, he can scarcely fathom that their world is merely an illusory projection. How tragic it is. Could it be that you have clandestinely indulged in time travel with the time ring bestowed upon you by the Supreme Kai? Frieza appeared to acquiesce, prompting the Supreme Kai of the universe, Patero, to urgently exclaim, "Oh dear, you're being exceedingly reckless. If Ko discovers your actions and reports them to the god of destruction, you shall face obliteration. I shall keep this a secret for you this time. But to ensure it does not happen again." Frieza helplessly tapped his forehead and said, "I truly appreciate your care." To which Peter Tolo, the Supreme Kai of the universe, grinned and replied, "We are friends, after all. However, you must remember, do not recklessly use the time ring again. Do you understand?" Frieza sighed. All right, I understand." Chapter 089. Assistance. During Frieza's inquiry, Goku found himself at a disadvantage in his battle against the king. Despite unleashing the 20-fold Kaioken, he still struggled to inflict any damage upon his formidable opponent. This pain finally provoked the king, awakening the violence and arrogance ingrained in his very being. To think you could unleash such formidable power, the king's gaze darkened, slowly descending towards the ground as his features contorted with rage. "Scion, I must commend you. Your recent attack has indeed caused me pain." His pupils constricted violently as the king charged at Goku, roaring, "I shall make you suffer as well." Having overexerted himself with the Kaioken, Goku's consciousness began to waver, and his reflexes diminished significantly. Faced with the king's onslaught, Goku appeared as a mere child standing before a giant, utterly powerless to resist. One punch, one kick, countless blows, countless strikes. Goku was battered and bruised, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, and his heart brimmed with hope. Gradually extending his body, Goku raised both hands towards the heavens, beginning to gather energy. Frieza and the god of destruction, Beerus, who were observing the battle, were momentarily taken aback, even sensing their own power being drawn towards Goku's energy sphere. This cannot be. At my current strength, if Goku manages to gather enough energy, then Frieza will undoubtedly meet his demise. If that occurs, Goku will never transform into a Super Saiyan, and history will be irrevocably altered. Frieza gritted his teeth, grasping the arm of King Kai of the Peter Toro realm, while activating an energy shield to prevent any leakage of his vital energy. At that moment, Krillin finally comprehended Goku's intentions and exclaimed in astonishment, "It's the Spirit Bomb." Goku is gathering the life energy from Namek to defeat Frieza. Before he could finish his sentence, Krillin suddenly froze, covering his mouth in terror as he anxiously regarded the menacing Frieza, silently praying that the tyrant would not hear his words. After a considerable time had passed without any reaction from Frieza, Krillin felt a slight sense of relief, pondering whether Frieza might have some difficulty hearing, as he had spoken so loudly. Meanwhile, in the distance, the spirit bomb in the sky continued to grow, exhausting the patience of the tyrant. Coldly observing Goku's actions, he expressed his displeasure. "Enough. What are you scheming by maintaining that stance? I have no patience left for your games." Goku, filled with anxiety yet fearful of being discovered by the tyrant, forced a smile and replied, "What's wrong? Can't you wait any longer? Or are you beginning to feel fear?" A facade. The tyrant's expression twisted into one of fury as he kicked Goku far away. Goku fell heavily to the ground but gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet once more, raising his hands high to gather the energy from the nearby planets. Standing behind Frieza, Piccolo could no longer contain himself. He disregarded the looming threat of Frieza and shouted to Krillin and Gohan, "You two, quickly share your remaining energy with me. Hurry." Both Krillin and Gohan paused for a moment, but immediately grasped Piccolo's hands, beginning to transfer their energy to him. At that moment, Frieza, who had been spectating, suddenly turned around and slowly raised his hand, aiming at Piccolo's heart. It was over. The three of them closed their eyes in despair. Was this look-alike of the tyrant truly on his side? Could it be that this time it would indeed end like this? Yet just as Piccolo and the others awaited their fate with closed eyes, they felt a surge of vibrant life energy coursing through their bodies. This invigorating energy seemed boundless, even amplifying their own power. The three opened their eyes in astonishment, only to find Frieza had retracted his hand and turned his back to them. "I have shared my energy with you. Now hurry and assist. Do not let Goku die. Do you understand?" The three stared wide-eyed at the purple figure. Was this truly Frieza? Why was he aiding his enemies? However, time was of the essence. Leaving Piccolo no room for further contemplation, Piccolo addressed Son Gohan and Krillin, saying, "You need not accompany me. Your abilities are insufficient, and your presence would only hinder our efforts. Remain here and stay out of the way while I lend my support to Goku." With that, Piccolo expressed his gratitude with a slight nod towards Frieza, and in an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards the distant battlefield. Meanwhile, Krillin and Son Gohan, remaining in place, cautiously extended their thanks to Frieza. "Humph. There is no need for your gratitude. My desire to keep Goku alive is purely for my own sake. Just stay out of my way and do not disturb me." Frieza cast a cold glance at the distant king, who continued to unleash a series of brutal blows upon Sun Wukong. Suddenly, what was that? It seemed not to be the sun. The king finally noticed the unfinished spirit bomb in the sky. With astonishment, he exclaimed, "What on earth is that? Could it be some form of concentrated energy?" In an instant, the king appeared to grasp everything. He glared fiercely at Sun Wukong and seethed, "It's your doing, I senti it? You wretched creature. You dare to ambush me. Unfortunately, your ploy ends here. Die, Sun Wukong." At that critical moment, Piccolo arrived just in time, propelling the king away with a swift kick, harnessing the momentum of his flight. "Quickly, Sun Wukong. Finish gathering the spirit bomb." Sun Wukong replied with delight, "Piccolo, great. I'm on it. Thank you so much." With newfound hope for victory, Sun Wukong felt the pain from his wounds diminish, and he leapt up from the ground, commencing the final stages of the spirit bomb. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the moment Piccolo arrived, the gathering of energy accelerated dramatically. Sun Wukong seemed to recall something suddenly, exclaiming, "By the way, Piccolo, how did you appear just now? Why can't I sense your energy at all?" Piccolo gritted his teeth, responding, "I don't know either. Just moments ago, I received assistance from someone, restoring all my strength, even surpassing my previous capabilities. But even so, I could only ambush him from behind. Sun Wukong, stop talking and finish the spirit bomb quickly. He is utterly enraged. At that moment, the king, who had just been kicked into the water by Piccolo, erupted from the depths, frenziedly roaring, "The game is over. I will obliterate you along with planet Namek. Die, foolish stinking monkey." In this dire moment, Sun Wukong's spirit bomb finally reached completion. "Take this, Frieza." A blinding white light illuminated the king's back. As the immensely powerful spirit bomb struck him with ferocity, boom. With no resistance, the king was completely engulfed by the spirit bomb. The thunderous explosion resonated even across the cosmos. The violent shockwave created a massive void in the ocean. Fortunately, the king served as a shield, preventing planet Namek from being annihilated by Sun Wukong's spirit bomb. As the dust settled, Piccolo emerged from the water, supporting the utterly exhausted Sun Wukong. The spot where the king had once stood was now eerily vacant. The king had been vanquished. Overjoyed, Krillin and Gohan rushed out, calling for Sun Wukong, their excitement palpable. Frieza did not intervene. With his ability to sense energy, Frieza could distinctly hear that the king's vitality remained remarkably robust. The true turning point of history was finally at hand, the Super Saiyan. Scenes unfolded like a fleeting panorama, identical to the episodes etched in Frieza's memory. The king re-emerged, effortlessly inflicting grievous injuries upon Piccolo, and subsequently employed his telekinetic powers to seize Krillin from afar. With a crushing grip, the world fell silent in that instant. The wind ceased to blow, and the clouds stood still. Even they seemed to sense that the moment of destiny had arrived. "You scoundrel! Unforgivable! Unforgivable!" A series of blinding lightning flashes flickered mysteriously across the heavens as an immense surge of energy erupted from Goku's being. That golden radiance appeared to soar towards the skies. The Super Saiyan. Goku had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, who had been observing from a distance, clenched his fists tightly. Although Goku now seemed insignificant to him, the memories of childhood, the fervent anticipation from a past life, and the deep-seated emotions nestled within his mind could not be so easily extinguished. "You've provoked my wrath, Frieza." Goku surged towards the king, unleashing all his might with a powerful punch that struck the king's face. The intense pain made the king feel as though his skull might shatter. Goku relentlessly followed up, delivering blow after blow upon the king's form. The king's body resembled a tattered doll, being mercilessly battered by Goku in the sky. However, in their fury, both Goku and the king remained oblivious to the encroaching darkness that began to envelop the skies of Namek, the ominous clouds thickening above them. Finally, with a roar of thunder, the sky suddenly tore open. Countless malevolent energies surged forth from the rift in time and space, instantly engulfing both the king and Goku. They paused in astonishment, instinctively ceasing their assault and scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, the king suddenly clutched his forehead tightly. His eyes squeezed shut in agony as he writhed and struggled in the air. An overwhelming tide of dark energy surged into the king through his nostrils and mouth. Even the malevolent forces surrounding Goku abandoned him as they rushed towards the king's body. At last, when all the dark energy had infiltrated the king's form, a dense black mist swirled forth from an unknown source, completely encasing the king. No longer resisting, he instead opened his eyes with a sinister grin. His pupils vanished, replaced by a flickering crimson ferocity. The king's aura surged with newfound strength, surpassing even Goku, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Faced with such unforeseen circumstances, Sun Wukong, though not utterly taken aback, was nonetheless fraught with anxiety. Not far away, Frieza and King Patero exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison, silently agreeing. "Let us proceed." King Patero transformed into a fleeting shadow, brandishing the god sword high, and charged fiercely towards the already demonized Great King, bellowing, "Wicked fiend, submit to divine retribution." Meanwhile, Frieza also morphed into a streak of purple light, soaring directly towards the rift in the sky that was attempting to close. "Humph, having committed such malevolence, do you still hope to escape?" As Frieza observed the fissure closing at an accelerated pace, he spread his hands and conjured two black energy orbs, casting them towards the crack with a triumphant exclamation. "Behold, Hellfire Rocket Launcher." Just as Frieza's energy projectiles were poised to strike the fissure, a shadowy figure, exuding an aura of malevolence, materialized before the orbs, enveloping them in a protective shield and rendering them harmless. As the smoke dissipated, the figure slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet resonating powerfully as if it could permeate the very core of the planet. "Frieza, why do you find yourself here?" Frieza, facing the ominous figure, finally discerned his true identity and smirked derisively. Ah, so it is Zamasu, the apprentice Kaioshin of the 10th universe. Indeed, the sinister figure, whose malevolence was so potent that it threatened to warp the fabric of space, was none other than Zamasu, who had entered this mirrored realm alongside Frieza, once allies. The atmosphere between them had now turned adversarial. Casting his gaze downward towards the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, who was engaged in battle with the Tainted King alongside Goku. Zamasu's expression hardened slightly as he murmured, "That is the Supreme Kai. Why is he present in a place like this?" Frieza let out a chilling laugh and remarked, "Shouldn't you be the one to elucidate this matter? After all, you are the so-called king of the training realm. I have no obligation to explain anything to you." Zamasu, with an air of arrogance, coldly regarded Frieza and replied, "I am merely here to fulfill my duties." Turning his gaze towards the golden glimmering Super Saiyan Goku, Zamasu expressed a hint of surprise. "I never anticipated that there would be a person in this world devoid of any malevolent thoughts. Though his power is rather ordinary, his pure heart astonishingly counters the corruption of Lord Demigra. Truly remarkable. Yet, it is precisely because of this that he stands as the greatest obstacle on our path to our dreams. He must be eliminated." Before Zamasu could finish his words, a massive hand suddenly seized his head with an iron grip. In shock and fury, Zamasu exclaimed, "Frieza!" Frieza let out a faint, icy chuckle. "Indeed, it is I." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he transformed into a streak of violet light, dragging Zamasu swiftly down towards the earth. Boom! Frieza pressed Zamasu's head against the cliff and forcefully slammed it into the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. "Humph, I have given you a hint. Yet you persist in your incessant chatter, Zamasu." Chapter 091, The Human Zero Plan. The infuriating Frieza. Zamasu struggled relentlessly. Yet he could not escape the iron grip of Frieza's left hand. Frieza gazed coldly at Zamasu, whose visage had been grotesquely twisted by malevolence, and with a composed sneer remarked, "It appears this is the only way to render you more compliant. Now, let us engage in a meaningful dialogue regarding your presence here and the identity of the demon you speak of." The dark energy emanating from Zamasu surged relentlessly, and with it, his power intensified. Suddenly, with a piercing roar, a multitude of black smoke erupted violently from Zamasu's body. This ominous haze evoked unsettling memories within Frieza, causing him to momentarily loosen his grip on Zamasu's head. Seizing this precarious opportunity, Zamasu unleashed a furious burst of energy, swiftly breaking free from Frieza's grasp, executing several backflips before landing a short distance away. At this moment, Zamasu bore no resemblance to the elegance and composure he once displayed on King Kai's planet. He was now consumed entirely by an insatiable malevolence and madness, akin to the blinded Frieza of yore. Ha! Zamasu gasped for breath as if he had narrowly escaped death, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Heh, Frieza, your inquiries are rather tedious. Why am I here? Ha! It is undoubtedly to eradicate those failed creations of the gods, humans." Observing Zamasu's deranged demeanor, Frieza could only feel pity. "Is that all you have?" "Of course not." Zamasu clenched his fists, his eyes alight with madness. "Do you not see? I am in the process of gathering my allies." Frieza glanced sideways at the malevolent king of evil, who was being suppressed by the combined efforts of Son Goku and King Kai of Universe 10, and raised an eyebrow in mockery, declaring, "Is this all you have?" Zamasu's expression darkened as he slowly replied, "Do not underestimate us. Our power surpasses your wildest imagination. We are like a spark of a star, destined to ignite into a raging inferno. When that time comes, none shall stand against us, not even the god of destruction." Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the moments when he had unwittingly been manipulated by malevolent forces. If such dark energies could prove so effective even against someone of his formidable strength, then perhaps Zamasu's assertions were not merely the ravings of a madman. "You have lost your mind." Frieza spoke with a faint sneer. "This is merely a false world of reflections. What do you believe you can achieve here? Your foolish and pitiful scheme, perhaps? Do you truly think so? In comparison to higher deities, are we not also but illusions?" Zamasu's gaze was both frenzied and strikingly lucid. "This world is so vividly real, and on what grounds do you assert that everything here is but a fabrication? I shall fulfill my lifelong ambition within this realm. Humanity, zero plan." Frieza frowned and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you uttering? Have you consumed too much formula?" Zamasu, born in the world of Dragon Ball, could not comprehend Frieza's words. However, he clearly perceived the disdain in Frieza's tone. Gritting his teeth, Zamasu declared, "Humans engage in endless conflict, disregarding the precious lives and the world bestowed upon them by the divine. leading to relentless destruction and plunder until their own annihilation. Such foolish and sorrowful creations have been a mistake since their inception. Suddenly, Zamasu bellowed, charging towards Frieza with a black and purple energy blade shimmering in his hand, fiercely thrusting it towards Frieza's heart. You are a god too. Why cannot you comprehend my greatness? Alas, despite the fervor of his declaration, Zamasu's current strength was insufficient to even ruffle a hair on Frieza. He had barely taken 2 steps forward when his vision suddenly blurred. Frieza transformed into a cascade of violet light, ruthlessly pinning Zamasu to the ground as if a tempest were sweeping away autumn leaves. The tremendous impact forced Zamasu to cough up blood, eliciting a cry of agony from his lips. Frieza gazed down at Zamasu with a look of disdainful pity, coldly remarking, "When hands and feet become a hindrance, one simply severs them. When the head is flawed, one snaps the neck. If this is the kind of imbecilic reasoning you deem to be justice, then I concede, you are indeed magnificent. Magnificent to the point that I feel striking you would merely be an act of bullying a simpleton, devoid of any sense of accomplishment." Zamasu's eyes bulged with fury, his rage reaching its zenith as he howled, "Frieza, how dare you insult me? I am a god." Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through Zamasu, his entire being emanating a bizarre, crimson-black glow. He broke free from Frieza's grasp, and an abundance of dark smoke converged in his palm, forming a dark red energy scythe. The malevolence contained within that scythe was so intense that even Frieza found it somewhat blinding. "Die, Frieza!" Zamasu swung the energy scythe fiercely towards Frieza, bellowing, "My desires, my dreams, all have been mocked and trampled upon by you. My fury, my resentment, have bestowed upon me unparalleled power. Behold, this ultimate strength born from my hatred for my own weakness. It will transform into the most radiant light of a perfect god, obliterating you completely. I am a god." In the face of Zamasu's frenzied cries, Frieza remained unfazed, his interest piqued by the scythe that had materialized in Zamasu's grasp. With a raised eyebrow, he remarked, "To transform your ki into a long weapon is quite an impressive skill." However, Frieza was suddenly enveloped in a tremendous surge of energy, radiating with an intensity that was palpable. The visible aura of energy swirled around him at a breathtaking velocity. "Go to hell, Zamas." Frieza unleashed a devastating punch, imbued with boundless energy, striking Zamasu's distorted visage. An overwhelming force surged forth, penetrating Zamasu's skull and erupting from the back of his cranium. The tremendous impact sent tremors reverberating throughout the entirety of Namek. In an instant, the malevolent aura surrounding Zamasu dissipated entirely. The energy scythe he wielded shattered into oblivion. In a cruel semblance of slow motion, Zamasu slowly collapsed once more to the ground. This time, bereft of half his head, he could rise no more. Chapter 092, The Destruction of the Planet. Zamasu had been vanquished. Yet, until his last breath, he remained silent about the identity of the dark deity. The malevolence that had once possessed him began to fade with the wind, and alongside it, the very essence of its host, Zamasu, crumbled away. His corporeal form transformed into specks of starlight, drifting like fireflies into the night. Ultimately, where Zamasu's body once lay, only a crystalline remnant remained. Curiosity piqued. Frieza stepped forward to retrieve the crystal, examining it with meticulous attention. Yet, to his dismay, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary crystal, devoid of any energy fluctuations or remarkable attributes. With a gentle sigh, Frieza turned his gaze towards another battlefield. In the distance, the great king, now bolstered by malevolent energy, had indeed grown significantly stronger. However, he seemed to have lost his sanity, showing no awareness to evade the assaults from Goku and King Kai of the Pitoria realm, relentlessly engaging in offense. With the assistance of King Kai, the tide of battle swiftly turned into a one-sided onslaught. The corrupted king rendered utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Ultimately, when King Kai cleaved the king in half with a single stroke, the king simultaneously broke free from the grip of malevolence. Yet, it was far too late. He had been utterly defeated, stripped of everything, vanquished by the very scions he had never deemed worthy of respect. Though the king regained his consciousness, he was entirely bereft of reason. The detestable monkey. Suddenly, the king, now reduced to half his former self, unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, launching a colossal energy wave toward the ground, channeling all his remaining strength. Let Namek be obliterated alongside it. Foolish, foolish monkey. Frieza was taken aback, swiftly unleashing a crimson laser beam that pierced through the king's chest, ensuring his demise. Immediately thereafter, he held his breath, his eyes widening in intensity. Time, stand still. In an instant, the scene abruptly froze, and time itself was entirely halted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Frieza transformed into a beam of purple light and swiftly descended underground, arriving directly in the path of the shockwave unleashed by the king. A mere display of trivial skills. Frieza exhaled deeply, reversing the flow of time, and suddenly charged toward the colossal shockwave. Be cast into the cosmos. Frieza unleashed a powerful kick, sending the energy shockwave of the great king soaring out of the Earth's core and into the cosmos, ultimately vanishing from sight. Regrettably, although the shockwave did not immediately obliterate Namek, it had already devastated the planet's core. The ground began to fracture, and the oceans rose in tumultuous tsunamis. Countless volcanoes erupted, heralding the impending doom of Namek. This fate seemed inevitable, leaving Frieza uncertain of what expression to wear. As he emerged from the ground, he beheld Son Goku, who had reverted to his human form. With a hint of wistfulness, Frieza remarked, "It is truly unfortunate, Goku. I had hoped to converse with you further. Yet it seems our time together is fleeting." Gazing back at Frieza with a bright smile, Goku replied, although you bear an uncanny resemblance to Frieza, I can sense that you are not malevolent, and your strength surpasses my wildest imaginings. Even as a Super Saiyan, I am no match for you. However, should the opportunity arise, I would indeed relish the chance to spar with you. By the way, Frieza, forgive my curiosity, but what is your name? My name is. Frieza's gaze was momentarily distant as he smiled and said, "Please, continue to call me Frieza." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently once more. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly, closing his eyes to sense the energy of planet Namek. He then turned to Goku and said, "Goku, the recent shockwave has already damaged the core of this planet. Namek has approximately 10 minutes before it explodes. You must leave this place immediately, hurry." "What?" Goku exclaimed in shock, "But my spaceship is still far away. I don't know if we'll make it in time." At that moment, Gohan, who was tending to Piccolo, suddenly remembered, "And what about Bulma? She's also far away." Frieza pondered meticulously over this segment of the original narrative and suddenly exclaimed, "Eureka! If my memory serves me right, the flagship Elite Army spaceships are in close proximity. There are a total of 5 vessels, and with the 3 of you along with Bulma, that makes 4 individuals, ample space indeed." Upon hearing this, Son Goku felt a surge of joy, yet hesitated as he pointed towards Frieza and the Supreme Kai of the Pitoria realm, saying, "But Bulma is still quite far away. And what will you do?" Frieza and Pitero, the Supreme Kai, exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads, saying, "You need not worry about that. We certainly possess our own means of departure." As for Bulma, Frieza closed his eyes, embarking on a quest to locate Bulma's energy. Although he had never previously recognized her energy signature, now, with all the inhabitants of Namek perished, the only remaining source of life must surely be Bulma's. At last, he found it. Upon detecting her energy, Frieza instantly teleported before Bulma, who was frantically evading falling debris, and seized her hand. Bulma, feeling a grip around her wrist, turned around in a flurry of joy, exclaiming, "Krillin, you scoundrel! You finally returned. Who are you? Release me, you purple monstrosity. If you don't, I'll scream for help. Krillin, Gohan, Goku, hurry and save me. There's a weirdo here." The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched slightly. It was rare for him to have any fondness for Bulma in his previous life, so why did he suddenly feel disinclined to save her now? With a resigned sigh, Frieza casually obliterated a massive boulder that was about to crush Bulma and shook his head, saying, "Stop calling out. I have come to rescue you at Goku's behest. I once thought that if you married Goku, things might turn out better, but it seems you and Chi-Chi are rather similar after all." Bulma was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Frieza's words, and felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. When she regained her senses, Goku and the others were already standing before her. "Goku?" He smiled and waved at Bulma, saying, "Hey Bulma, long time no see." For reasons unknown, upon seeing Goku's smile, Bulma's previously anxious heart suddenly calmed. She exhaled in relief and lightly punched Goku's chest, asking, "You've defeated that guy named Frieza, right?" Goku, puffing out his chest with pride, replied, "Of course. But I must credit another Frieza for his assistance." "Huh? Where are they?" Turning back, she noticed that the spot where Frieza and the Supreme Kai of the Peter Toro had stood was now utterly vacant. Goku, until we meet again. Chapter 93. The demon god having departed from this timeline, they returned to the Temple of Time. A faint sense of melancholy enveloped Frieza as he gazed once more at the scroll in the hands of the Kaioshin of Time. Everything continued to unfold in accordance with the original narrative. The celestial beings of Earth summoned the eternal dragon, resurrecting all those who had perished at Frieza's hands on Namek. Subsequently, the Grand Elder of Namek was brought back to life, and the dragon Purunga reappeared once again. Near the dragon, Dend fervently made wishes, transferring everyone to Earth, with the sole exception of Son Goku, who declined the offer. When Bulma translated that the next destination of the Jinyu Force was Planet Adel, accompanied by notes of its extraordinary abilities, Son Goku had already resolved to travel to Adel to acquire those remarkable skills. Thus, history returned to its rightful course, and Frieza let out a subtle sigh. Planet Adel, how nostalgic it was. The Kaishin of Time, Kai, rolled up the scroll and clapped his hands, declaring, "Well, everything has returned to normal. Congratulations on the successful completion of your mission." However, the Kaishin Patero expressed a tinge of regret, remarking, "It is unfortunate that we remain unaware of the sudden surge of malevolent energy. Frieza, have you discerned anything?" Frieza was about to shake his head when he suddenly recalled the crystal left behind by Zamasu after his demise. Opening his palm, he found the crystal quietly resting there, held securely within his grasp. Frieza handed the crystal to the god of time, Kai, furrowing his brow and stating, "After I eliminated that malevolent warrior who obstructed me." His corpse suddenly transformed into this. "Can you ascertain anything from it?" The god of time, Kai, cautiously accepted the crystal and, after a meticulous examination, exclaimed in astonishment, "This appears to be a time crystal. But how is that possible? Besides myself, who else could possess the power to manipulate such a crystal?" Noticing Frieza's look of confusion, Kai quickly elaborated, "This crystal is exceptionally rare, possessing the ability to pinpoint temporal coordinates. It is the very tool I use to transport you to the past or future." Suddenly, a realization struck Kai, prompting him to hastily discard the time crystal onto the ground and shout towards the god of the Peter Tolo, "Peter Tolo, quickly shatter this crystal. Hurry." At that moment, both Frieza and the god of Peter Tolo grasped the gravity of the situation. Consequently, the god of Peter Tolo swiftly drew his divine sword and forcefully struck the time crystal. Yet it was already too late. An overwhelming surge of malevolent energy erupted from the crystal, enveloping the entire temporal domain in a dense black fog, corrupting everything in its path. Amidst the swirling dark clouds, thunder rumbled ominously. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's prior encounter on the North Kai's planet. The truth was about to surface. "Damn it, the god of time." Kai gritted his teeth in alarm. "This fiend is cunning. He deliberately incited chaos to provoke our intervention, then infiltrated the temporal domain with the time crystal to establish his position. Who could it possibly be?" The three of them, their expressions grave, gazed upwards at the sky shrouded in darkness, sensing an ominous presence approaching. At last, the black clouds above coiled into swirling vortexes, and an immensely malevolent figure breached the barriers of time, descending slowly into the temple of time, with crimson hair and a skeletal visage reminiscent of a vampire. The guiding bone staff emanated a sinister black glow, swirling menacingly around him. The demon god, Demigra, had arrived. "My essence is time, my form is the world. I am immortal, and I am the sovereign of all that exists," he proclaimed with a maniacal laugh. The demon god, Demigra, floated arrogantly in the air. A wicked grin plastered across his face as he gazed down at the three beneath him. "At last, I have found you, god of time, Kai." In an instant, a fierce wind swept across the land, blinding the god of Peter, Tolo, and Kai. However, this ostentatious display had no effect on Frieza, who remained unfazed, the gust not even warranting the slightest squint from him. Frieza suddenly unfurled his protective shield, enveloping Peter, the Supreme Kai of the West, and Kai, the Supreme Kai of Time, within its confines. He cast a cold gaze towards Demigra, the demon god, hovering ominously in the sky. In response to Frieza's brazen provocation, Demigra appeared unfazed, instead turning his attention to Kai, a cruel smirk dancing upon his lips. "Supreme Kai of Time, I have sought you for a millennium, and today, I have finally located you." Kai, adjusting her slightly rumpled attire blown by the wind, raised her head indignantly and exclaimed, "Hey, you scoundrel, how utterly rude. I have no desire to be found by you. Get out of my home at once." The demon god Demigra seemed momentarily taken aback by the fiery spirit of the young Kai, his mouth agape for a prolonged silence without uttering a word. However, he quickly regained his composure, seething with rage as he bellowed, "Supreme Kai of Time, you dare to insult me. The last time, Your interference caused my plans to crumble, but this time, I shall not allow you the opportunity to summon warriors from the past and future. I will kill you, completely annihilate you. Prepare to perish. Behold my chaotic magic arrows. With a swift motion of his right hand, a myriad of malevolent purple energy arrows manifested amidst the darkened clouds above. As Demigra brought his hand down, these energy arrows cascaded like a torrential downpour, their range encompassing the entirety of the time domain. There was no escape. They could only confront the impending onslaught head-on. Frieza, in a sudden surge of rage, concentrated an immense amount of energy, launching a colossal energy sphere towards Demigra. The moment the torrential rain of arrows collided with Frieza's energy sphere, they were instantly obliterated. Amidst this barrage of widespread attacks, the energy sphere forged a pathway for Frieza towards Demigra. Frieza transformed into a radiant purple light, swiftly pursuing Demigra with an explosive charge. Yet, in the face of Frieza's astonishing might, Demigra remained utterly unperturbed. His expression remained unchanged, and a sinister smile gradually crept upon his lips. Simultaneously, as Frieza soared through the skies, the voice of the system unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Detection of a target available for recording. Demon God Demigra. Does the host wish to initiate reading? Unlike previous occasions, this time, a countdown began to tick beside the options. Frieza was taken aback and swiftly chose to refuse. Having endured enough torment from the system, how could Frieza possibly be willing to assimilate these nefarious beings once more? However, the refusal proved futile, and the system proceeded to log the successfully recorded target, the Demon God Demigra. Chapter 094. Energy Fusion Sphere. Frieza stared in astonishment at the seventh blank frame in his mind. An irresistible void materialized, revealing the visage of the Demon God Demigra. The astonishment within Frieza was palpable. He found himself utterly incapable of resisting the system's demands for access. It was only at this moment that Frieza truly realized that what he had once perceived as a transcendent boon was, in fact, a nefarious trap laid by an unseen puppet master. In this dire moment, Frieza resolutely made a decision. Peter, Toro, flee at once. Soon, I shall no longer be myself. Upon uttering these words, Frieza surged forth with unprecedented speed, darting past the energy blast he had unleashed, dismantling all barriers, and arriving before the demon Demikula in the blink of an eye. Perish, you wretched, despicable fiend. Universal Destruction Energy Fusion Cannon. Frieza concentrated all of his strength into the palm of his hand, the condensed energy fluctuating erratically and forming unstable bubbles that exuded an aura of unparalleled danger. The entire fabric of time seemed to tremble in fear of this formidable energy. Frieza, determined to expend every ounce of his energy before completely losing his essence, aimed to vanquish the demon Demigra. This formidable technique, known as energy fusion, was the most powerful move Frieza had recently mastered in the realm of the Supreme Kai. The once composed Demigra was suddenly struck with horror upon witnessing the energy cannon in Frieza's grasp. This was dire. Having survived for millions of years, Demigra was astute enough to recognize that Frieza's attack was nothing short of cataclysmic. The terrifying aura emanating from the concentrated energy sphere was unlike anything he had ever encountered in his lifetime. Even a god of destruction would likely falter against such an appalling onslaught. How could I possibly fall here? The complexion of the demon Demigra shifted dramatically as his form expanded to an immense size. Once resembling a vampire, he now transformed into a fearsome and terrifying dragon. Frieza, with unwavering conviction and every ounce of strength he could muster, defied all temptations and forcefully thrust the energy fusion sphere into the body of the demon god Demigra. Transform into cosmic dust. You cannot. No one can manipulate me, the cosmic emperor, Frieza. The energy fusion sphere, composed of the purest life force from the heavens and the earth, effortlessly penetrated the malevolent armor and surged into Demigra's heart, detonating instantaneously. Countless beams of energy erupted from within him, radiating an intensely blinding light. Boom. Accompanied by Demigra's anguished and resentful wails, the internal explosion annihilated him completely, leaving not even a trace of ash. However, the explosion also affected the nearby Frieza, who, having exhausted all his strength, was helplessly swept away by the shockwave of the blast. Once the tumult had settled, the beleaguered King of Time, Peter Tolo, and Kai struggled to rise from the ground. Though they had been situated some distance from the center of the explosion, they still faced significant repercussions. Fortunately, the energy sphere had detonated within Demigra's abdomen, which mitigated a considerable portion of the shockwave due to his body's resistance. Had it exploded externally, the entire time domain would have been utterly obliterated. Coughing lightly, Peter Tolo surveyed the desolate time domain and, with a wry smile, remarked, "I never expected Lord Frieza to be this formidable. Kai, I sincerely apologize for the state of your time domain." The King of Time, Kai, brushed off the dust from his attire and, while inspecting his slightly soiled nose, replied, "It's fine. Eliminating that fiend who dared to assault the divine realm is certainly a blessing. He is far superior to our unreliable destroyer, who is always asleep when needed." Humph. Suddenly, Peter Tolo slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I wonder if Lord Frieza is all right. He must still be alive, right? I shall search for him. Kai, you must immediately inform Mr. Whis about what has transpired here. When the destroyer awakens, he should be the first to receive this news." With a furrowed brow, Kai gazed at the utterly devastated Temple of Time behind him and sighed. All right, I understand. I have painstakingly organized the time scrolls, and it seems I will need nearly 1,000 years to recompile them now. Please hurry and use your divine abilities to heal him, lest we squander precious time." The Supreme Kai of Time, Kai, nodded thoughtfully and ascended into the sky, beginning her search for the elusive traces of Frieza. Below, the god of destruction, Whis, who was practicing his vocal skills by the banks of the Destroyer realm, received a telepathic message from Kai, informing him of the unfolding events. Upon receiving this intelligence, Whis solemnly nodded in response. "Understood, Lady Supreme Kai of Time. I shall remain vigilant regarding this matter. Lord Beerus is not yet in slumber. I will relay this information to him immediately. Please convey my gratitude to that valiant warrior. Your efforts are commendable." With a sigh, Kai concluded the communication. Gazing at the disarray of her once orderly domain, uncertain of her next course of action, the time temple lay in ruins, the hourglass shattered, and even the barrier that separated the universe from the realm of time bore cracks. All was in disarray, yet this was not a matter of life and death. She was prohibited from summoning warriors from other timelines to assist her. The entire reconstruction of the temporal realm relied solely on her capabilities. Just as Kai contemplated whether to enlist the labor of the Supreme Kai Peter Toro, her gaze drifted to a patch of roses in the nearby lowland. These were the very flowers gifted to her by Peter Toro earlier that day. Kai hopped over to the 99 rooted roses, her eyes wide with astonishment. How remarkable! Even amidst the devastation, these little blooms remain unscathed. I wonder where Peter Toro acquired them. After fiddling with the flowers for some time, Kai found nothing particularly extraordinary about them, which left her feeling rather disheartened. At that moment, Peter Toro had successfully located Frieza amidst the ruins of the time machine platform and brought him back. As he landed beside Kai, carrying Frieza, he inquired with curiosity, "What are you looking at, Kai?" Kai waved her hand dismissively, her attention shifting to the Frieza behind Peter Toro. "Oh, nothing. It appears the roses you brought are somewhat unique. Is he unharmed?" Peter Toro nodded affirmatively. "He is fine. I have fully healed his injuries. He will awaken shortly." Chapter 095. Keeping promises. As they conversed, Frieza, who lay on Peter Toro's back, suddenly stirred. Peter Toro turned around in surprise, excitement bubbling within him. "Frieza, are you awake? This is splendid." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, brutal strike landed upon his neck. The tremendous impact silenced his words, sending him crashing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, convulsing helplessly. "You." The Kaioshin of Time, Ka, widened her eyes, about to utter a word, when suddenly a powerful hand grasped her neck tightly, causing her to faint instantly. Frieza, what a repugnant title. In an instant, the malevolent energy that had previously dissipated re-emerged among the Kaioshins. Yet this time, the source of the dark energy was none other than the very warrior who had just rescued the time domain. Frieza. The Supreme Kai of the Pedalot realm struggled to turn his head, collapsing onto the ground, desperately attempting to extend his hand, yet ultimately powerless. "Frieza, why have you become like this?" Countless malevolent energies once again enveloped Frieza's form. This time, the black smoke, simulating the power of the seventh individual, not only forged a suit of armor brimming with sinister energy around Frieza, but also manifested a terrifying demonic mask that flickered ominously across his visage. "Huh. You ask me why? I am who I am. There is no need for a reason." Frieza's voice transformed into a haunting amalgamation of 7 distinct tones. Yet each of those voices resonated with a singular, malevolent essence and unparalleled wickedness. Frieza's tail flicked gently as his right hand slowly lifted, aiming at the immobile King Kai of the Petoro realm, a sinister smile gracing his lips. I truly appreciate your care throughout this time, Kaishin. However, our fates converge here. Let this repulsive chapter of my existence vanish completely. A surge of malevolent energy coalesced in the palm of Frieza's right hand, forming a pulsating black energy sphere that shimmered with an ominous allure. Die Kaishin. Haha. The black energy orb was unleashed in an instant, spiraling towards the King Kai with a ferocious gust of wind. Helplessly watching his demise approach, the King Kai could only whisper, "Forgive me, Kai." In despair, he closed his eyes. The last memories flooding his mind were from millennia ago when he had just ascended to the position of Kaishin, his initial encounter with Kai. Wait, the Kai of Time is actually an adorable young girl. I truly did not expect that. He mused. Humph. I never imagined the new Kaishin would be such an unreliable, impetuous child. After the divine battle, only the two of them remained. Can we live together from now on? I shall guard the time domain, and you may visit often. Living together sounds lovely. Oh, but you are merely an immature little rascal. Until this very day, the corners of the King Kai's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Had everything yet to begin only to reach its end? Boom. A deafening explosion resonated in the King Kai's ears, yet the anticipated death did not arrive. He felt no pain whatsoever. Astonished, he opened his eyes to witness an astonishing sight. The 99 roses he had brought from the sacred realm had spontaneously woven themselves into a colossal protective barrier before him, manifesting a red shield that absorbed the full force of the dark energy blast aimed at the King Kai. Countless petals fell, drifting around him, and in that fleeting moment, they shimmered with a blinding crimson light, forming a humanoid figure. As the red light dissipated and the petals settled, an ugly and elderly witch appeared beside the King Kai. Leaning on a cane, with a few missing front teeth, she could not conceal the triumphant grin on her face. Hee, Petroro. I told you that one day you would seek my aid. Yet, I never anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. The King Kai gazed in sheer astonishment at the old witch. Was she not the very one who visited the sacred domain each year to propose to him? Why was she here? You appear quite astonished, Peter Toro. The old witch nonchalantly conjured a protective barrier composed of countless diamonds, thwarting yet another dark energy blast from Frieza. With a smile, she addressed the Supreme Kai of Peter Toro, saying, I mentioned before that I hold great affection for you. Is it not a natural inclination to assist those we cherish in their dire moments, even at the cost of our own lives? Although her words were undeniably touching, the old witch's appearance left the Supreme Kai of Peter Toro unmoved, prompting him to respond with an awkward chuckle. Nevertheless, the old witch seemed unconcerned, instead crouching down and poking the Supreme Kai of Peter Toro, who lay on the ground, saying, Hey, take a look. Your so-called friends are currently lacking energy and cannot breach my protective barrier. It seems he is intent on harming your beloved. What? The Supreme Kai of Peter Toro exclaimed in horror. Kei, I beg of you, please help her. You can do it, can't you? You are correct. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in the old witch's eyes as she slyly replied, I can indeed dispel the malevolent aura surrounding that fellow named Frieza. But if I save her life, you must promise to marry me. The Supreme Kai of Peter Toro retorted in fury. You? The old witch raised her palm before her brow, squinting her eyes. Oh dear. If you don't hurry, it may soon be too late. What? The Supreme Kai's eyes turned red with urgency as he shouted without hesitation, I promise you. Please save Kei. Haha. A trivial matter. The old witch suddenly extended her hands towards Frieza, who was poised to kill the Kai of Time, and loudly recited an incantation. Babalaba. Break apart. Malevolence. In an instant, the malevolent armor encasing Frieza shattered like glass. The countless tendrils of black smoke that had enveloped him dissipated in a heartbeat. Once more regaining his sanity, Frieza collapsed to the ground, clutching his forehead in agony and gasping for breath. Observing the despondent Supreme Kai of Peter Toro beside him, the old witch grinned and remarked, I find myself increasingly fond of you. You are truly a man of loyalty and sentiment. I have fulfilled my promise as the Supreme Kai. You must honor your word. Chapter 096. Fusion. The Supreme Kai of Peter Toro gazed blankly at Kei, who lay unconscious a short distance away. A bittersweet sensation swelling within him. With a soft sigh, he solemnly declared, Rest assured, I will uphold my promise and marry you. As he uttered these final words, a piercing pain coursed through his heart, as if it had been cleaved by a knife. Tears suddenly welled up in the eyes of the king of the universe, Peter Toro, who then broke into a sorrowful weep. The old witch, having finally fulfilled her wish, chuckled with delight and approached him, offering words of comfort. Do not grieve so deeply. You are still young. It is only natural to feel overwhelmed now. In time, when you reach my age, you will see things in a different light. Strangely enough, upon hearing her words, Peter Toro's sorrow intensified, and his tears flowed uncontrollably. From this day forth, you shall be my husband. What a fine young man you are, the old witch said with a grin, gently caressing Peter Toro's cheek and nodding repeatedly. However, she suddenly remarked, but wait, why is a man like you wearing earrings? It makes you look rather effeminate, lacking in masculinity. With that, she swiftly removed one of his earrings from his right ear and adorned her own ear with it. Producing a small mirror from nowhere, she gazed at her reflection, beaming, and mused, indeed, this earring suits me far better. You do not appear to be of affluent stature, so let us consider these earrings as our wedding rings. Earrings. Just as Peter Toro managed to quell his inner sorrow and regain his senses, he noticed that one of his patera earrings had been placed on the old witch's ear, positioned quite differently from his own. A chilling sense of foreboding surged within him, and he cried out in panic, no. Alas, it was too late. The earrings emitted a blinding light, and an overwhelming force instantaneously drew Peter Toro and the old witch together. The radiance intensified, and they merged into one. In their place stood a small, hunched figure clad in the attire of a king of the universe, with hands clasped behind his back. Peter Toro and the old witch had ceased to exist in this realm, having become a new king of the universe. Trembling, he extended his frail hands. Observing his pallid wrists and wrinkled skin, in despair, he picked up the mirror that the old witch had used moments earlier and held it before himself. The reflection revealed an incredibly aged and grotesque visage, strange yet hauntingly familiar. Though his mind was now filled with formidable magical techniques, Peter Toro found no joy in this newfound power. Weak and unsteady, he slumped to the ground, silently lifting his gaze to the sky, lost in thought. Unwilling to speak or act, after a prolonged silence, the weary Frieza finally managed to rise, bewilderedly scanning his surroundings, only to behold an old man sitting in the distance, staring vacantly at the heavens. Frieza rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet he could not recall the events that transpired after he vanquished the demon god Demigra. Sighing deeply, Frieza called out to the supreme Kai of the Pitoria realm, "Hey, old man over there, do you have any idea what just happened here?" The term old man elicited the first flicker of emotion from the previously expressionless visage of the supreme Kai of Pitoria. Slowly turning around, he offered Frieza a bittersweet smile, saying, "Do you not recognize me anymore, Lord Frieza?" His countenance had aged significantly, and his voice resonated with an uncharacteristic sorrow and desolation. Frieza was taken aback by the appearance of Peter Toro, cautiously inquiring, "Greetings, you seem quite familiar. Who might you be? Please do not tell me you are Peter Toro." In truth, Frieza genuinely found the old man to be reminiscent of someone, yet he could not quite place him. However, when Peter Toro turned around and Frieza caught sight of his face, a sudden realization struck him. The 15th generation Kaishin. Frieza, taken aback, exclaimed, "Petoro? How have you transformed into this?" Upon realizing that Frieza finally recognized him, Petoro, the Supreme Kai, offered a sorrowful smile and replied, "Ah, my dear Frieza. Do you recall the old witch who once visited my home to propose to me? I have now become one with her." Frieza suddenly realized that Peter Toro was, in fact, the lecherous old man from the original Dragon Ball series. Upon deeper reflection, it made perfect sense. The old witch, the Kai sword, the dual space game. The clues were indeed plentiful, but he had simply failed to consider that angle. Gazing upon the chaotic timeline, Frieza pondered to himself, it seems that in the original history, the Kai of Peter Toro was sealed within the Kai sword during this very battle. He recalled the description from the original manga, where the old Kai had said, "The one who sealed me is an exceedingly wicked individual, yet still not quite as formidable as Majin Buu." Indeed, the true culprit behind the sealing of the Kai of Peter Toro must be that scoundrel who calls himself the demon god. However, he wondered how they had managed to confront that demon, Demigra, in the original timeline. Ah yes, Frieza suddenly recalled something and, filled with anxiety, hastily inquired of the Supreme Kai of the Patero realm, "After being infected by the malevolent energy, did I inadvertently cause you harm? How did you manage to resolve the sinister aura surrounding me? And what of the Kai of time?" The Supreme Kai of Patero cast a complex glance at Frieza, yet ultimately sighed and shook his head, responding, "It's nothing. We are all well." As for the Kai of time, there was a distinct pause in his tone upon mentioning her name, followed by a grimace as he added, "She is merely unconscious, just behind you. She should awaken soon. There is no cause for concern." Frieza hastily turned his gaze downward, just as Kai's eyes opened wide. Frieza, the Kai of time, filled with dread, retreated in fear, desperately hurling stones and bricks in Frieza's direction, stammering threats in a panicked voice. Don't come any closer. I warn you, I possess considerable power. Moreover, the god of destruction will soon arrive. Should you dare to act recklessly, the god of destruction will surely obliterate you. Frieza deftly evaded the assault of the stones. Offering a wry smile tinged with regret towards Kai, I sincerely apologize. Though the specifics escape my memory, I must express my contrition for my earlier indiscretion. However, you need not fret. I have returned to my former self and shall not assault you again. Chapter 97. The return upon hearing Frieza's words. And noting the absence of his previous malevolent aura, Kai tentatively lowered the brick he had just grasped, inquiring cautiously, "Is that truly the case?" "I assure you, with my intellect, I cannot be deceived." Where has Patero gone?" As he surveyed the surroundings, the elderly form of Patero, the supreme Kai, soon came into Kai's view. "Old man, who are you?" Old man, old man." The utterance struck Patero like a thunderclap, as if his heart were bleeding. Yet, upon gazing at his aged reflection, the words he wished to express dwindled into a profound sigh. Gradually lifting his gaze, Patero, the supreme Kai, silenced Frieza with a mere look, and with a weary smile directed at Kai, he said, "I am but the sole survivor of the last divine battle, passing through this place by chance. Greetings to you." With that, Patero turned away, concealing the sorrowful glimmer in his eyes, and managed a bittersweet grin. "It is time for me to return home, young lady." "Wait." The Kai of time, Kai, suddenly seemed to grasp something, reaching out to retain him. "Patero, do you know where he has gone?" At that moment, tears finally streamed down Patero's weathered cheeks, tracing paths down his aged visage before disappearing onto the ground. Consider him lost to death. Patero, the supreme Kai, did not look back, his face awash with tears, his silhouette imbued with profound desolation. Step by step, he walked away, burdened yet resolute. Frieza glanced at the god of time, Kai, and then cast a look towards the back of the god of the universe, Peter Toro. Ultimately, he waved his hand towards Kai, a hint of remorse in his tone as he said, "I shall take my leave with him. I sincerely apologize for this. When we meet again, I shall bring you a gift as a token of my contrition. Farewell." Frieza leapt gracefully to the side of the god of destruction, Peter Toro. Gazing at his tear-streaked face and sighed, "Where shall we go now?" Peter Toro wiped away his tears, his eyes reddened, and replied, "Home." With that, he grasped Frieza's left hand and, casting a lingering glance behind, vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, within the realm of time, the god of time, Kai, continued to gaze in the direction of Peter Toro's disappearance, his hands clasped over his heart, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washing over him, leaving him feeling lost. On the other side, back in the sacred realm, Peter Toro and Frieza stood side by side, looking into the distance. As the wind caressed their faces, Peter Toro seemed to suddenly sense something, his expression tinged with sorrow as he said, "Frieza, you too must depart, am I correct?" Frieza nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed. The time has come." The supreme Kai of the Peter Toro realm did not inquire about the specifics of Frieza's timing, nor did he question his origins or destination. Instead, he gazed at Frieza with hopeful anticipation and spoke with a bright smile. "So, will we meet again in the future?" "Certainly, without a doubt." Frieza nodded affirmatively. Yet within his heart, he silently added a thought. "Although that was another version of you, I am uncertain whether I should divulge this truth to you. You are merely a fleeting projection, and I cannot ascertain whether this revelation would be an act of compassion or cruelty. However, my dear friend, Peter Toro, I shall never forget you." After casting a final glance at the supreme Kai of Peter Toro, Frieza felt an inexplicable force drawing him upward, gradually lifting him into the sky. "I fervently hope that Zamasu speaks the truth. You possess flesh and blood, you share profound emotions, and you must truly exist." "Ah, indeed." Frieza suddenly recalled something and shouted towards King Patero, "How shall I find the sacred realm upon my return?" The voice of King Patero resonated with the same clarity as in the beginning. "You have become a deity, as long as there is hope in your heart. The gates of the sacred realm shall naturally open for you once more." This final phrase echoed in Frieza's mind, and everything before him gradually faded into a dreamlike haze, shattering before his eyes. At last, with a sudden leap, he emerged from the mirrored spring, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. The contest had concluded. Everything from another world felt as if it belonged to a distant past. "Ah, Frieza, you have finally emerged. The familiar, whimsical voice of King North pulled Frieza's consciousness back to the present. He gazed at King North for a long while, finally allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. I have returned, King North. King North jogged to Frieza's side, circling him several times, exclaiming, "Ah, you are finally out. You've been inside for a day and a night." The great king was so exhausted that he has already gone back to sleep. Frieza, you seem to have changed a bit, haven't you? Changed? Frieza paused for a moment, inquiring, what is different? King Kai adjusted his small spectacles and leaned closer to Frieza, scrutinizing him intently. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, you seem to have become considerably more cheerful. This is quite delightful. It makes you far more endearing than when you used to wear that stern expression. Tell me, have you encountered any fortuitous events in the mirror world? Frieza instinctively grimaced, retorting, what concern is it of yours? More importantly, what is the outcome of our match? Upon hearing this, the North Kai's countenance fell dramatically, his face etched with sorrow as he lamented, do not mention it. The house and car I had just acquired are once again lost to me. Frieza was taken aback and turned to glance at the mirror-like pool beside him, only to discover that the water had reverted to the appearance of the original floor. It seemed that the warriors from the other two universes must have completed their trials much earlier than he had. How disappointing. Initially, Frieza harbored little interest in this contest. However, what he had gained from the Mirror Spring far surpassed the mere title of champion. Frieza remained indifferent. Yet King Kai of the North anxiously bit his small white handkerchief, murmuring indistinctly, I truly believe that, Frieza. You were certain to prevail. However, to my astonishment, you were outmaneuvered here. You did not witness it, but when King Kai of the West departed with Zamasu, the smug expression on his face was utterly infuriating. Zamasu! Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. What did you say? Zamasu is still alive. The North Kai, startled by Frieza's sudden outburst, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and replied, please refrain from shouting so loudly. My heart isn't in the best condition. Of course. Zamasu is still alive. What? Did he perish in the mirror world? Frieza nodded solemnly, affirming, indeed, and I was the one who took his life with my own hands. Chapter 098. No recklessness allowed. The North Kai was taken aback, exclaiming, the world within the spring is but an illusion. Even if you were to perish in that realm, it would bear no consequence. Have you lost control once more? Frieza shook his head and replied, no, I was quite lucid when I killed him. But it's not something I can easily explain to you at the moment. Where is he now? The North Kai, adjusting his small sunglasses nervously, interjected, wait. Are you seriously considering killing him again, Frieza? I must remind you that we are on the Grand Kai's planet. Do not act recklessly. If you were to slay the apprentice Kai of Universe 10 without cause, it would escalate into a diplomatic incident between our Universe 7 and Universe 10. Both of their gods of destruction would come after you. You mustn't be foolish. Frieza shook his head and sighed. You were unaware of the circumstances that enveloped Zamasu at that time. His mind seemed to be plagued with some extraordinary thoughts. In the mirrored realm, he allied himself with a being known as the demon god Demigra, intent on eradicating all of humanity from the universe. However, fortune did not favor him, as he was vanquished by my fist on his very first attempt. By the way, aren't you able to observe what transpires outside? Why then did you allow him to escape? The North Kai, taken aback, scratched his head and replied, it appears your mirror reflects certain historical events that cannot be scrutinized. Nothing was revealed on the surface. Nevertheless, Frieza, is what you say truly accurate? Zamasu is renowned as a paragon of purity in the 10th universe. Frieza focused intently, contemplating that purity of spirit not only signifies a heart untainted, but also reflects a singularly straightforward mindset. A person either harbors benevolent intentions, remaining unwavering until death, or, with the slightest provocation, may succumb to extreme notions. This is akin to the nature of obsessive cleanliness. An individual with such tendencies will meticulously organize their surroundings. However, when this obsession escalates to an extreme, they might find themselves overwhelmed by the invisible presence of germs, leading to a breakdown that could wreak havoc upon their entire abode. Zamasu, without a doubt, embodies this type of individual. The North Kai swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and remarked, this is truly hard to believe. Yet your reasoning holds merit. Alas, dealing with a crime incident involving another universe is exceedingly challenging. The North Kai paced back and forth, distressed, sighing. First and foremost, there is the issue of evidence. Merely based on Frieza's word, we cannot convict him. Moreover, as a Kai of another universe, he enjoys immunity. Aside from the god of destruction, no one can adjudicate him. Frieza's gaze turned icy as he extended his right hand, clenching it into a tight fist, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Who dares to suggest otherwise? The cosmic sovereign Frieza shall not allow anyone to wreak havoc upon my domain. In but a fleeting moment, I can obliterate him entirely." The North Kai was taken aback by Frieza's words, hastily gesturing for him to cease. "You must not act recklessly, Frieza. I have already elucidated the stakes involved. At your current state, you stand no chance against the god of destruction, let alone two of them." He continued, "How about this? Tomorrow, the warriors of the Southeast Galaxy will battle here to determine the victor. Zamasu will be present as well. I will report this matter to the Grand Kai, allowing him to make the decision. What do you say?" Sighing, he added, "By tomorrow, Zamasu will have vanished." Frieza shook his head, feeling a profound sense of discomfort in his current state compared to the past. In his former days, influenced by malevolence and unrestrained, he was not burdened by such chaotic constraints. Threats could be dealt with directly through annihilation. However, now, the title of God of Destruction loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on his psyche. In the past, ignorance bred fearlessness. Now, he was acutely aware of the existence of enforcers in the universe that he could not conquer, compelling him to act with caution. So be it. If Zamasu is anti-human, then so be it. After all, he hails from the 10th universe. Moreover, with his meager strength, he poses little threat. Besides, are there not immensely powerful gods of destruction across various universes? Why should he trouble himself with such matters? Having come to this conclusion, Frieza waved his hand and turned to leave the Grand Kai's temple. "Kai, I was feeling a bit stifled in the mirror universe. I wish to take a solitary stroll. You should return and rest. I shall return tomorrow." The North Kai nodded, somewhat dazed, but then seemed to recall something important. He called out to Frieza, "Frieza, there is no night on Grand Kai's planet. Be sure to keep an eye on the clock at the crossroads." Frieza gently waved his hand and traversed the corridor. Emerging from the Grand Kai's temple, the somewhat blinding sunlight caused him to squint slightly as he inhaled the fresh air, filled with a myriad of emotions. Reality, illusion? For his former self, was not this world of Dragon Balls also an illusion? Perhaps he was merely experiencing a mirage akin to that in the mirrored realm, oblivious to it. Ah, life. With a flick of his tail, Frieza strolled leisurely through the streets of the Grand Kai's planet, intrigued by the training of the righteous warriors from across the galaxy. Despite having been dead for quite some time, he remained fervently dedicated to cultivation. This was commendable. The notion of being vigilant in times of peace, although life now is exceedingly tranquil, if one were to forget the darkness of tumultuous times and become complacent, what means would they possess to defend their home when future invaders arrive, such as Majin Buu or the demon Lord Demigra? Reflecting on this, Frieza paused momentarily, recalling his forced encounter with Demigra in the mirrored world. It was no longer the same. This time, it was compulsory. Perhaps it had always been compulsory before. Yet he remained unaware. Why was it so? Frieza now refrains from recklessly engaging with the system within his mind, even avoiding glancing at it whenever possible. He is acutely aware of the uncertainty surrounding when he might once again fall prey to the sinister influence without realizing it. Given that the entities within the mirror realm are mere illusions, how is it that the system can still glean information from the demon god Demigula? Frieza has begun to perceive the truth as the once vast expanse of blank spaces in his mind diminishes. In the past, he believed his transmigration was akin to many novels he had encountered in his previous life, attributing his selection to mere fortune, with the accompanying system being a natural benefit for a traveler. However, it now appears that all of this may be part of someone's intricate scheme. A shadowy puppeteer is manipulating him from behind the scenes. Yet, who possesses the power to exert influence across different dimensions? Chapter 099. The divine sword of all of this is the handiwork of the being who calls himself the demon god, Demigula. Then historically, he should not have been vanquished. This implies that he is, in fact, still alive. Frieza clasped his hands before his chest, a slight frown creasing his brow. No. He must journey to the sacred realm to shatter the seal of the king of the Kais, Peterot, and rescue him to inquire about the events of yesteryear. However, how does one traverse to the realm of the Kais? Is it true that merely harboring a thought in one's heart will cause the doors to open? This sounds like a scene from a digital monster adventure. Frieza chuckled softly and shook his head, preparing to contemplate alternative methods. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Indeed, the god of destruction of the Pteoro realm was sealed, rendering his presence undetectable. This explained why the new god of destruction was unaware of the ancient ancestor lurking within the god sword. However, What if he were to search with his life force? With this thought, Frieza felt invigorated. He closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to realms beyond the great King Star. Recalling from the original text, Sun Wukong was able to sense the aura of his son, Gohan, emanating from the sacred realm even in the afterlife. Thus, it was evident that the afterlife possessed a conduit to the sacred realm. If Sun Wukong could achieve this, there was no reason he could not as well. In the vast expanse of existence, as long as something exists, life force will accompany it. Mountains, earth, sun, moon, stars, and the God Sword, all are no exception. He had found it. Suddenly, Frieza's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and in an instant, he vanished from his original spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself gazing upon an expansive plain, the sacred realm inhabited by King Kai. Lowering his gaze, he discovered the King Kai's sword, embedded in the cliff, resting right at his feet. Such fortune had come to him without any effort at all. Frieza gazed with a complex expression at the divine sword beneath him. Memories of his time spent with the King Kai of the Peter Toro realm flooding his mind. After traversing countless millennia, it was time for awakening. He bent down, grasped the hilt of the sword, and attempted to lift it slightly, only to discover that it was firmly embedded in the ground, utterly immovable. If it were merely lodged in the earth, it would not be so difficult to extract. From this King Kai sword, Frieza sensed a formidable aura intertwined, one that he had never encountered in the mirror world. Were it not for Frieza's acute sensitivity to energy, he would have been unable to perceive it at all. Yet, this subtle presence ignited within him an intense, prickling sensation. Undoubtedly, this was the lingering essence of an extraordinarily powerful deity. The unparalleled strength emanating from it was enough to instill trepidation. The Destroyer. In that instant, Frieza concluded that this aura belonged to the Destroyer, a figure he was familiar with yet had never seen. The chilling sensation it evoked was undeniable. Indeed, the King Kai of Peter Toro had not spoken falsely. He was still leagues away from the power of the Destroyer. Just then, sensing an unauthorized presence in the sanctum, the East Kaishin, AXIN, along with the attendant Jebet, hastily arrived at the cliff where the King Kai sword was driven into the earth. Noticing the divine energy fluctuations emanating from Frieza, the East Kaishin and Jebet refrained from overly dramatic reactions, instead furrowing their brows and inquiring, "Who are you?" Frieza lifted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the Eastern Supreme Kai, and arched an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Ah, so it is indeed love that persists even in death. Your reactions are quite sharp. I must say, however, as a Supreme Kai, your skills leave much to be desired." The phrase "love that persists even in death" left the Eastern Supreme Kai and Jebet utterly bewildered, their confusion evident. Yet, they were entirely clear on the latter remark regarding their inadequate skills. Jebet's face darkened with indignation as he rebuked Frieza. "Who on earth are you? Knowing that this gentleman is the Supreme Kai who created the universe, how dare you act in such a disrespectful manner?" Conversely, the Eastern Supreme Kai seemed to sense something amiss, raising a hand to halt Jebet, who was poised to reprimand Frieza, and inquired with focused intensity, "It appears you are familiar with me?" Frieza chuckled unmistakably. "What do you think?" The East Kai nodded, affirming that Frieza indeed seemed to recognize him. Subsequently, the East Kai glanced at Frieza's hands gripping the ancient sword of the Kai, inquiring, "Do you wish to draw forth this legendary blade passed down through the ages?" Frieza nodded, stating, "I have come precisely for this purpose. I hope you will not impede my efforts." Beside him, Jebet scoffed dismissively, exclaiming, "That is an ancient sword passed down through the ages. Only a god of destruction could possibly extract it. If you possess the prowess of a god of destruction to draw it forth, then I would gladly bestow the sword upon you." Frieza raised an eyebrow with a sly smile and remarked, "Really? You mustn't come to regret this." Jebet, holding his head high, replied with unwavering confidence, "Regret? I am your son." Observing Frieza's unshakable demeanor, the East Kaishin appeared somewhat hesitant. However, he ultimately refrained from undermining Jebet's confidence with a word of opposition, merely offering a gentle nod of acquiescence to Frieza. "Very well." Frieza gripped the hilt of the God of Destruction's sword with both hands, his life energy surging forth like an erupting fountain, bursting forth with tremendous intensity. In an instant, the entire realm of the God of Destruction trembled under Frieza's overwhelming presence, resonating with powerful tremors. Witnessing Frieza's astonishing aura, Jebet felt a twinge of regret, hesitantly murmuring, "I fear my previous words may have been somewhat inappropriate." Yet, Frieza was wholly absorbed in his endeavor to counteract the power left upon the sword by the God of Destruction, leaving him no room to heed their utterances. "Huh." Frieza gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead subtly protruding. Suddenly, he unleashed an unparalleled strength, exerting every ounce of energy within him in a moment of explosive power. Come forth. In an instant, the god of destruction's sword, which had been firmly lodged in the cliff, was completely pulled free by Frieza. Frieza's life energy surged forth, enveloping the god of destruction's sword entirely. Immediately thereafter, Frieza executed an action that neither East Kaioshin nor Jebbet could have ever imagined in their wildest dreams. Frieza's left hand firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, while his right hand clutched the tip with a vice-like grip. With a sudden surge of strength in his arms, he exclaimed, "Shatter!" As Frieza gradually pulled down with his right hand, the blade of the god's sword began to fracture piece by piece. Both East Kai and Jebbet were taken aback, their hearts racing with alarm. They swiftly lunged towards Frieza, exclaiming in outrage, "What are you doing? That is a relic passed down from the ancient sanctum." Frieza lifted his gaze and shot a piercing glare at the two individuals. In an instant, they were struck by an inexplicable force that sent them tumbling through the sky, flipping several times before they managed to regain their composure. Frieza coldly snorted, "You may as well watch quietly. Shortly, I shall conjure an ancestor for you." Chapter 100. The Old Supreme Kai in response to Frieza's seemingly derogatory words. The East Supreme Kai and Jebbet were unwilling to comply, recklessly charging forward once more. Yet, Frieza activated his protective shield, rendering these two warriors, whose power was evidently inadequate, utterly incapable of breaching it. They could only futilely expend their energy, relentlessly attacking Frieza's barrier. With a final crushing of the last sword hilt, Frieza cast an impatient glance at the undeterred East Supreme Kai and Jebbet, disdainfully muttering to no one in particular, "If you do not emerge to clarify the situation, I shall kill them all. Do you believe me, Peter Toro Supreme Kai?" "What?" The East Supreme Kai and Jebbet were momentarily taken aback, blinking in bewilderment. However, at that moment, an ancient voice suddenly resonated from behind Frieza. "Heh, young one, it appears you are acquainted with me. This truly piques my curiosity." Frieza deactivated the protective shield and turned to face the little old man behind him, whose face was adorned with a comical grin. It was none other than Peter Toro, the 15th King Kai from the mirrored world whom Frieza had come to know. However, the Peter Toro in reality did not recognize Frieza. He merely smiled and greeted Frieza, East Kai and Jebbet, saying, "Hello there." Upon seeing Peter Toro's King Kai attire, East Kai recognized his identity and, astonished, glanced back at Frieza before hastily flying to Peter Toro's side, incredulously exclaiming, "You must be my ancestor." Peter Toro squinted his aged eyes, somewhat perplexed, and after a moment of contemplation, nodded, "Indeed, I should be the King Kai from 15 generations prior." "Ah." East Kai and Jebbet exchanged glances, simultaneously looking towards Frieza, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. It truly seemed as though this individual had conjured his own ancestor. Disregarding the awkward expressions of East Kai and Jebbet, Frieza strolled over to the elder King Kai, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he gazed at the familiar visage. With a sigh, he remarked, "It appears we meet again, Peter Toro, or rather, dear Elder King." The Elder King Kai scrutinized Frieza with narrowed eyes, a hint of confusion in his voice as he inquired, "Pardon my candor, young man. While you appear to be a Kai's attendant, I do not seem to recall you. Yet you seem to be quite familiar with me. As I have grown older, my memory has faltered. Have we met before?" "Ah, in another world." Frieza's fleeting smile glimmered as he casually seated himself before the old Kaioshin, stating, "This is of little consequence. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters, and I hope you will not withhold any information from me." The old Kaioshin, also taking a seat, faced Frieza and replied, "Given your formidable power, it seems I have little choice but to comply. Go ahead and ask, young man. An old fellow like me tends to possess more knowledge than the average person." Frieza disregarded the jest of the old Kai and stated directly, "Many millennia, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of years ago, when you were sealed away by the sword of the Kais, the time Kai sought your assistance, did he not?" The two young ones nearby were left in a state of confusion, bewildered by the mention of this time Kai. However, even after being sealed for countless years, how could the old Kai possibly forget Kai? Taking a deep breath, the old Kai set aside his casual demeanor and regarded Frieza with utmost seriousness, saying, "Indeed. What inquiries do you wish to make?" Frieza nodded and directly inquired, "How did you initially confront the demon god Demigra? Was it he who sealed you within the god of destruction's sword?" The old Supreme Kai appeared bewildered, seemingly lost in recollection. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure, sighed softly, and shook his head. It was long ago that I received a distress signal from the Supreme Kai of Time, prompting my immediate arrival in the Time Realm. Subsequently, the demon god Demigra managed to infiltrate the Time Realm using some arcane means. We were unable to recruit warriors in time and had to engage him in a desperate struggle ourselves. Fortunately, the god of destruction had not yet succumbed to slumber, and the Supreme Kai of Time communicated with him through telepathy. The god of destruction hastened to the Time Realm with unparalleled speed. However, Demigra was exceedingly powerful. Even the combined efforts of the Supreme Kai of Time and myself could not match him. We feared we might not endure until the god of destruction's arrival. Fortunately, an ancient sorceress joined our ranks, allowing us to merge our powers to dispel Demigra's enchantments. Together with the Supreme Kai of Time, we managed to seal his corporeal form within the hourglass of time. Yet, Demigra's might was such that even though we confined his body, his soul continued to wreak havoc within the Time Realm. Ultimately, I absorbed the demon's soul into my own being to contain him. Just as he was on the verge of breaking free, the god of destruction arrived in time to seal the demon, who had usurped control of my body. Within my god of destruction's sword, gradually sapping his soul. At this juncture, the East Supreme Kai and Jebet instinctively stepped back, cautiously casting furtive glances at the old Supreme Kai. Observing their unease, the old Supreme Kai chuckled knowingly. Rest assured, I now sit here in quiet conversation with you, which signifies that the demon's soul controlling my body has been vanquished. Why the apprehension? You hardly seem to embody the essence of a Supreme Kai. The East Supreme Kai and Jebet exchanged awkward glances, scratching their heads sheepishly and offering nervous chuckles without uttering a word. The old Supreme Kai regarded the contemplative Frieza with curiosity. That was a long, long time ago. How is it, young one, that you are aware of these events? Frieza regained his composure, slightly furrowing his brow as he said, You may call me Frieza. Do not concern yourself with how I came to know this matter. I am merely pondering whether it is possible that Demigra's soul has not truly vanished. Perhaps it lies in wait within the depths of your own soul. Suddenly, Frieza's eyes hardened, and he seized the old Kaioshin by the throat, coldly asserting, You are, in fact, Demigra, are you not? The Eastern Kaioshin and Jebet were taken aback, instinctively preparing to intervene. However, the old Kaioshin remained composed, gesturing calmly for them to refrain. He met Frieza's gaze without a hint of fear and replied, Your reasoning holds merit. The demon god is a master of soul manipulation. It is wise to exercise caution. We could seek out the god of destruction to conduct a scan of my soul. You are welcome to accompany me, Lord Frieza. Chapter 101. Reunion Lord Frieza. Upon hearing this title once more, Frieza's expression fluctuated between various emotions. He gritted his teeth, yet ultimately found himself unable to follow through with his intentions. Releasing the old Kai's neck with a huff, proclaiming, This is for the best. The old Kai gently coughed twice and chuckled, Young one, I can sense that you possess a power that rivals even that of a god of destruction. This piques my curiosity regarding which Supreme Kai's attendant you truly are. Meanwhile, the East Supreme Kai nodded in agreement, adding, I too am quite intrigued by this matter. While I have no objections here, should an unidentified individual enter the realm of the gods of destruction, rest assured, the god of destruction will undoubtedly obliterate you. Frieza slightly furrowed his brow and, with evident reluctance, replied, I am associated with the West Supreme Kai. Furthermore, refrain from referring to me as a divine attendant. I am the Emperor of the universe and shall serve no one. The Elder Supreme Kai, having been sealed for a millennium, was not fully aware of the current circumstances. However, the East Supreme Kai and Kaiatsa hailed from the same era. During the legendary battle led by the Grand Supreme Kai to vanquish the malevolent Majin Buu, only the youngest East Supreme Kai survived. What did you say? The East Supreme Kai exclaimed, utterly astonished. You were connected to the West Supreme Kai? I apologize. But how can this be? Did she not perish? The Elder Supreme Kai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Perished? Taking a deep breath, the East Supreme Kai nodded, gritting his teeth. Indeed, there was a perilous sorcerer who conjured a terrifying demon. At that time, the god of destruction was in slumber, and among us 5 Supreme Kais. Nearly all perished at the hands of that demon. Only I, the youngest, managed to survive. It is infuriating. Oh dear. The Elder Supreme Kai scratched his head in mild confusion. Our universe's god of destruction is truly unreliable, always asleep during times of great crisis. However, the East Supreme Kai cast a wary glance at Frieza, his skepticism palpable. I witnessed the West Supreme Kai's demise with my own eyes. If you were genuinely connected to her, then at the moment of her death, you would have immediately entered a state of dormancy until the next West Supreme Kai ascended. Why would you deceive me? Frieza let out a cold snort, clearly unwilling to offer any explanation. However, the old Kaioshin, who also possessed divine abilities, suddenly appeared to recall something, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Ah, right? If the West Kaioshin of your era is indeed of the divine arts type, then as long as she does not meet her end by natural causes, she will have the opportunity to resurrect periodically, compensating for her shortcomings in combat prowess. Am I correct, young one? Frieza, my dear, am I not?" Frieza nodded and remarked, "Indeed, Kaiotsu once met her demise, but upon her resurrection, she ascended to the throne as the queen of planet Itala. By a twist of fate, we encountered each other, and after she extended her considerable assistance to me, I chose to settle on Namek. It is worth mentioning that the sorcerer Babidi, who created Majin Buu, has a son named Babidi, who has persistently endeavored to resurrect Majin Buu. However, you need not worry, for I have already dealt with him." "Is that so?" exclaimed East Supreme Kai, his face a canvas of astonishment. But upon hearing that Babidi had perished, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly inquired of Frieza, "You say that West Supreme Kai is now residing on Namek? Is that the planet with the miraculous Dragon Balls?" Upon seeing Frieza nod, East Supreme Kai realized, of course, that planet is indeed under the protection of West Supreme Kai. Her presence there is most fitting. But why does she not return to the sacred realm? The old Supreme Kai, absent-mindedly picking his nose, casually interjected, "Why would you, a mere novice, wish for her return? If it were not for my age and inability to endure any more commotion, I would prefer not to share a space with you two grown men." East Supreme Kai and Jebit exchanged bemused glances, scratching their heads sheepishly. Our sincerest apologies." However, the old Supreme Kai pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Since you have not seen each other for such an extended period, it is indeed time for a visit. As a deity skilled in divine arts, she could also assess my soul, thus sparing us the need to disrupt the divine realm. I recall our last meeting, where we had quite the heated argument. Truth be told, I would rather avoid meeting the destroyer unless absolutely necessary." Hearing the old Supreme Kai's sentiments stirred a sense of urgency within East Supreme Kai to reunite with his kin. He turned to those present and said, "Everyone, please place your hands on my back or rest them upon my shoulders. I shall use instant transmission to take you to Namek." The old Supreme Kai chuckled and was the first to place his hand on East Supreme Kai's back, expressing, "The diplomatic Supreme Kai certainly has its advantages. Possessing the authority to traverse realms instantaneously makes distance irrelevant. I nearly broke my legs just to attend a meeting with the destroyer in my day." Upon hearing this, Frieza paused momentarily, recalling his initial encounter with King Patero. It felt like a lifetime ago. Shaking his head to dispel the multitude of thoughts, he placed his hand on East Supreme Kai's shoulder, while Jebit did the same on the opposite side. Instant transmission. Kai. In an instant, all four vanished from the sacred realm and materialized on Namek. At that very moment, Kairatsu, who was tending to countless Atalan citizens planting vegetables in the fields, since their arrival, setting down the seedlings in her hands, she closed her eyes, a swirl of complex emotions enveloping her, and instantly transported herself to stand before Frieza and the others. "It has been a long time, King Frieza," as well as the East Supreme Kai and the Elder Supreme Kai. "Farewell, Qianrui." King Frieza merely nodded with a calm expression. Yet the East Supreme Kai could hardly contain his excitement, his lips quivering as if he might weep. Qianrui furrowed her brow slightly and chided, "No tears allowed." Startled, the East Supreme Kai froze and fought back his tears. After a pause, he gathered his composure and smiled gently. "Sister Layla, it is truly wonderful to see you safe." Qianrui beamed. "Now that is more like a Supreme Kai. Furthermore, I would prefer you to call me Qianrui. This name is a cherished gift from my people, and I wish for it to accompany me throughout the journey of my life." The East Supreme Kai sniffled and nodded with a smile. "Of course, Sister Qianrui. I am Axin. I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 102. The announcement. The East Supreme Kai turned to survey Namek and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "I never imagined, Sister Qianrui, that you would settle here. The environment and atmosphere are indeed delightful, filled with tranquility and peace." "Indeed," Qianrui replied. "And the Namekians are truly amiable. They welcome any kind-hearted friends with open arms." With a smile, she ascended into the sky and beckoned to Frieza and the others. "Everyone, let us not linger here idly. Come to my home for a cup of tea." Frieza and the others nodded in unison, following Qianrui's lead as they soared into the distance. Gliding through the skies, Frieza furrowed his brow as he beheld Qianrui ahead. her modest attire speckled with traces of earth. He inquired, Qianrui, why did you suddenly remain silent on Namek? I instructed Su Yuqing to reach out to you. Yet to no avail. Surely, you haven't committed some transgression against me, have you? Qianrui, raising an eyebrow at Frieza's insinuation, merely smiled back and replied, If your Majesty Frieza truly believes that, then I must have perished by now. When I first encountered you, I made it clear that my assistance was to secure a refuge for my people, not to exploit or deceive you. Taking a deep breath, Qianrui gazed ahead with a hint of nostalgia. While I am indeed concerned about your Majesty's increasingly capricious temperament, my attempts to navigate this situation have proven futile. Thus, I have chosen to lead my people away from you, leaving Su Yuqing to make a final effort. However, upon seeing you today, it seems that you have changed. Am I correct? Nearby, Old Kai, along with Ashen and Jebbet, exchanged perplexed glances as they observed the interplay between Qianrui and Frieza. Typically, the attendants existed to serve the Supreme Kai, placing them in a position of lesser stature, yet the dynamics between these two appeared inverted. What could possibly explain this? Frieza paid no heed to their gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to disclose the matters occupying his mind. Qianrui, I am not Frieza, as you are well aware. The Qianrui ahead nodded, replying, the god of the realm, a master of divine arts, possesses the ability to scan souls. Thus, upon first sight, I sensed the existence of two souls within your body. Frieza let out a faint sigh and remarked, in truth, it is not merely that. I hail from another realm. And I have brought forth not only a singular soul but also an inexplicable system that resides within my mind. A system? Qianrui inquired, furrowing her brow as she slowed her pace to match Frieza's. What might that be? Is it akin to a computer's operating program? Frieza pondered his choice of words before elucidating. It is largely as you might envision. However, this system is directly embedded within my mind. It possesses not only the capability to intelligently analyze enemy data, but also allows me to cultivate a training ground within my consciousness, enabling me to amass sufficient combat experience. Beside him, the old Kai, stroking his little mustache, raised his eyebrows and remarked, Oh, what a remarkable invention this is. Frieza furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, If these were the only effects, then indeed, it would be a remarkable asset, enabling me to continually enhance my strength. However, I wonder if you, Qianrui, have noticed that ever since you extracted Frieza's original soul from within me, I have become increasingly agitated, restless, and erratic in my emotions? Qianrui nodded in acknowledgement. I have observed this change, but at that time, I could not discern the cause. I merely assumed it was a result of your Majesty Frieza's exuberance. Frieza chuckled wryly. If I were to recount the names of those scanned by this system, you might begin to comprehend. The first is my father, King Cold. The second is my brother, Cooler. The third is none other than myself. The fourth is the original Frieza. The fifth is the Demon King Dabura. The sixth is the infamous Bojack, who wreaked havoc across the 4 galaxies. And the seventh is the Dark Lord Demigra. The period during which my temperament underwent a drastic transformation coincided with the moment I assimilated the essence of the original Frieza's soul. Asen instinctively interjected. Aside from the last name, which I do not recognize, aren't the others notorious villains? Upon uttering these words, Asen realized that he had inadvertently included Frieza in his denunciation and quickly covered his mouth, casting a cautious glance at Frieza. However, Frieza remained unperturbed. After all, the tyrant had always been a scoundrel, so being criticized held little significance. After hearing these 7 infamous names, Qianrui fell into a moment of silence. Subsequently, she turned to Frieza and inquired, Frieza, my lord, since your transformation into a more violent being is attributed to these notorious figures, is there any possibility that you could scan a few virtuous individuals to restore some balance? Frieza shook his head and sighed. Indeed, I have contemplated such matters. Yet it remains utterly unattainable. Each time I endeavor to scan those champions of justice, the system fails to provide any scanning prompts. In essence, it only acknowledges villains. I see, Qianrui pondered for a moment, furrowing her brow. It appears that your presence in our universe, King Frieza, is not merely a coincidence. There must be a hidden mastermind behind it all. This unseen force implanted this system in your mind, seeking to manipulate you for some nefarious purpose. Qianrui seemed to recall something suddenly, turning to Frieza with a question. Given that you have always been under the influence of this system, how did you manage to reclaim your true self? Like you are now. Super divine water. Frieza extended his arms, gazing at his palms and reflecting. By a stroke of chance, my body was doused in the super divine water, which dispelled the malevolent energies lurking within me, granting me a fleeting moment of clarity. Subsequently, I ventured to the underworld and sought out King Kai of the North, from whom I acquired a multitude of malevolent forces. Before Frieza could finish his words, the old Kai behind him suddenly gasped in shock and exclaimed, "Frieza, are you suggesting that the malevolent forces influencing your actions are those dark energies?" Frieza paused momentarily, turning back with a look of confusion. "Indeed. Are you aware of anyone adept at wielding malevolent energy?" The old Kai, focusing intently, replied, "Indeed, and you are familiar with him as well. It is the demon Demigra, who once sought to eradicate all the Kais. Is it really him?" Frieza furrowed his brow and inquired, "But hasn't he already been sealed?" The old Kai, with a grave expression, replied, "Perhaps you are correct, Frieza. His soul may indeed not have perished." Chapter 103, Fusion. In the midst of their conversation, the group had already flown to Chi Hui's residence. The five of them descended and, under Chi Hui's guidance, entered her humble abode. In stark contrast to the opulence of the Atrian Palace, this dwelling appeared remarkably austere, devoid of any embellishments or flora, save for the most essential household items and gardening tools. Noticing Frieza's inquisitive gaze, Chi Hui smiled and explained, "My palace spaceship is temporarily stationed elsewhere, reserved for the sacred rituals that occur every 300 days. Now is a time for us Atrians to start anew. It is best I refrain from any special treatment, lest it create a rift between my people and myself." Chi Hui gestured toward her bedding, which was merely a layer of grass mat, and beckoned the others, saying, "I seldom have guests, so I haven't prepared many chairs. Please, everyone, have a seat here, though it may seem rather plain. I assure you it is kept clean by daily sunbathing." The old Kai and his companions, Axion and Jebet, readily took their places along the edge of the bed, while Frieza, slightly frowning, remarked, "You are the queen of Atrai. Even in these trying circumstances, you ought not to reside in such simplicity." Suddenly, Frieza's expression sharpened, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he asked, "Are those unruly subjects troubling you?" Chi Hui, caught between laughter and exasperation, pulled Frieza to sit beside her on the bed, sighing helplessly, "What are you thinking, great Frieza? When I was a Kai, I didn't even have a proper bed. If I needed rest, I would simply lie on the grass. We are the creators and guardians of nature. The world is our child, and as a mother, how could I find fault with my child's simplicity?" Upon hearing Chi Hui's words, Frieza cast a sidelong glance at the old Kai, who pretended to hear nothing. He recalled how, during his visit to the sanctuary of the Mirror Realm, the old Kai's home had been quite lavishly decorated. Who was he trying to impress now? Nonetheless, since Chi Hui had spoken thus, Frieza refrained from further comment and sat quietly with the Kais. Chi Hui then brought over a small table and stool, brewed tea, and served a cup to each person. She then sat across from Frieza, cradling her teacup, and asked, "Great Frieza, based on your account, the malevolent force affecting your consciousness must be that dark energy residing within you. However, since I have not witnessed it firsthand, it is difficult for me to ascertain the specifics. May I access your memories from this period, great Frieza? I wish to see for myself what this dark energy is like. Perhaps I might discover a solution." Frieza hesitated momentarily, but soon realized that having already divulged the details of the system to them, there was little left to conceal regarding his own memories. Thus, Frieza nodded and inquired, "What assistance do you require from me?" Qianrui, with a gentle smile, took hold of Frieza's other hand and replied, "You need do nothing but grasp my hand. Open your mind and refrain from any aversion towards me." Upon seeing Frieza nod in agreement, Qianrui promptly closed her eyes and began to delve into the realm of Frieza's memories. Consequently, a cascade of recollections emerged within Qianrui's mind. From the very moment Frieza departed Namek, subsequent events flashed before her like a revolving lantern. When Frieza exerted control over the king, Qianrui furrowed her brow. When Frieza contemplated the annihilation of Earth, she was filled with concern. And then, later, atop Corinta, the atmosphere was palpably sinister. Frieza's anguished wails resonated deeply, as if even Qianrui could feel his torment. Enough. Frieza's consciousness suddenly experienced a struggle, forcefully casting Qianrui's awareness beyond the realm of memory. Recalling the most helpless and agonizing moment of his life, even now, Frieza remained drenched in cold sweat, unwilling to confront the most sorrowful scene of his existence. Observing the anguish etched on Frieza's face, Qianrui spoke with a hint of remorse. "I sincerely apologize, King Frieza. It was not my intention to offend you. Are you all right?" Frieza, In a moment of exasperation, gently tapped his forehead and remarked, "It matters not, now that you have witnessed those ghastly entities. Do share your insights." Qianrui nodded thoughtfully and responded, "I believe I have unraveled the nature of that malevolent essence. It is a manifestation of obsession. A dark thought, the most sinister fragments of the human psyche, replicated by the system. Each individual from whom these malevolent thoughts were derived is undeniably a nefarious fiend. Thus, it is no wonder that the malevolence they embody coalesces into such formidable dark energy." Frieza furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there a solution?" After a moment of silence, Qianrui lowered her head, and after some time, she lifted it again, her gaze imbued with a vague and indescribable emotion. "There is indeed a way. Since this so-called system influences your will through the replication of malevolent thoughts, it stands to reason that if a kind-hearted and pure individual were to intervene, even if it does not entirely resolve the issue, it should at least alleviate the malevolent influence upon you." At this moment, Frieza still failed to comprehend the meaning behind Qianrui's words, expressing his impatience. "Have I not already stated? The system prohibits me from replicating benevolent beings. Would I have to neutralize?" At that moment, Qianrui smiled, a radiant smile, yet tinged with an indescribable melancholy. "There is a way." She turned her head and extended her hand towards the old Kaishin, smiling gently. "Might I borrow the patera earrings, esteemed old Kaishin?" The old Kaishin understood her intent. Managing a wry smile, "What is the necessity of this, my dear?" Taking a deep breath, Qianrui gazed through the window, lost in thought as she beheld the infinitely beautiful world outside. She murmured, "We, as Kaishin, are destined to protect this world. Previously, I clung to life out of selfishness. This time, I must act for the sake of this world." Her words stirred the old Kaishin's memories. Recalling the moment he had unhesitatingly agreed to marry the old witch to save the Kaishin of time, Kai. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of shame. While he had made small sacrifices for love, this young successor was willing to sacrifice herself for the safety of the entire world. What profound conviction and compassion! Only such benevolent souls could possibly quell the malevolent energies of the 7 wicked demon kings in this universe. With trembling hands, the old Kaishin removed the earrings from his ears and placed them into Qianrui's hands, speaking with a hint of reluctance. "You are still so young. If it were not for my heart being tainted by the witch's emotions, this would have been my duty." Meanwhile, the East Kaishin seemed to grasp the situation suddenly, exclaiming, "Sister Qianrui, do you mean to merge with him and use your soul to neutralize their wicked thoughts? There is no need for you to do this. I can merge with him myself." Chapter 104. Investigation. Qianrui smiled and shook her head gently. "You are still young, and the situation is not as simple as you imagine." With that, she turned to Frieza, tilting her head slightly and smiling. "Might you, King Frieza, be willing to merge with me?" Frieza furrowed his brow and said, "To speak candidly with you, I do not wish for my self-awareness to be influenced by anyone, not even you. Furthermore, if I were to merge with you, I would transform into a woman, correct? I cannot agree to that." Qianrui smiled as she placed an earring into Frieza's hand, shaking her head. "No, King Frieza, rest assured, your consciousness will remain entirely unaffected, and your gender will not change. You will still be yourself. This fusion is unlike any before. I shall relinquish all my rights, merely becoming the sustenance for your soul and a protective talisman against malevolence. My consciousness will fade, transforming into a force that safeguards both you and this universe." Qianrui gazed earnestly into Frieza's eyes and implored, "Please, trust me one last time. Will you?" In that moment, Frieza felt an uncanny overlap with their first encounter, the same gaze, the same words. Qianrui's voice echoed in his mind, and after a long hesitation, Frieza finally gritted his teeth and adorned his ear with the patala earring, stating resolutely, "I will trust you one last time. If I perceive anything amiss during the fusion, I will immediately terminate it, and do not entertain any deceit towards me." As the wind blew, Qianrui's figure appeared as delicate as a piece of paper. With one final smile and a shake of her head, she reassured, "King Frieza, I would never harm you." With that, she placed the other patala earring on the opposite side of Frieza. In an instant, 2 dazzling beams of divine light began to flicker incessantly upon the earrings. Frieza and Kaiatsu were suddenly drawn together by an inexplicable immense force. The two began to slowly float into the air, gradually commencing a rotation. If Frieza and Kaiatsu were to merge, what name would they bear? Naturally, it would still be Frieza. I shall not make any alterations. If it were to be called Frizu, it would transform into a woman. I once mentioned to you that Kaiatsu translates to little cherry puppy, therefore our combined name should rightfully be Frieza puppy. You cannot expect me to accept such a repugnant name. This marks the final exchange between the two. After Kaiatsu gazed longingly at this world one last time, a divine light blazed forth, seemingly illuminating the entire universe. As the radiance dissipated, the unchanged Frieza gently descended to the ground, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Kaiatsu had vanished. Completely, irrevocably vanished. Strolling towards the window, Frieza gazed at the nearby plots of cultivated land, where a hoe lay abandoned on the ridge and seedlings were stacked by the roadside. In the distance, a frail figure could still be discerned, clumsily planting seedlings in the field. That was the final evidence of Kaiatsu's existence in this world. For reasons unknown, Frieza was suddenly overcome by a pang of sorrow. Such intricate emotions were never meant to manifest within Frieza. Gripping his chest tightly, he could feel a fervent heartbeat pulsating within him. This heart was akin to the sun, as if it sought to illuminate all the shadows dwelling within. Frieza exhaled softly, turning to the East Kaioshin and said, "Let us depart. I have no desire to return to the wretched planet Namek." Upon witnessing Frieza's unchanged form after his fusion, the East Kaioshin comprehended everything in that fleeting moment. He immediately broke down in tears, weeping uncontrollably while wiping his eyes, exclaiming, "Wait, I am utterly heartbroken right now." Frieza furrowed his brow and exclaimed in anger, "No crying." The East Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback by Frieza's outburst, suddenly perceiving a semblance of Chihuahue's presence within him. "You should not grieve for me," he insisted. The East Kaioshin vigorously wiped his eyes, rising from the edge of the bed with renewed hope, gazing at Frieza with anticipation. "Sister Chihui has not vanished, has she? She is still alive, alongside you." Frieza furrowed his brow and, turning away with a dismissive huff, declared, "I am Frieza, and that shall never change. You want to conduct yourself like a Supreme Kai and cease your incessant lamentations." Upon hearing the first part of Frieza's statement, East Supreme Kai felt a twinge of sorrow. However, upon grasping the latter half, he suddenly lifted his head in exuberance and earnestly nodded, I shall remember. I will undoubtedly become a great Supreme Kai." With that, East Supreme Kai gestured to Jebet and Old Supreme Kai behind him, saying, "Let us return to the sacred realm." "Wait a moment." At that instant, Frieza abruptly pulled East Supreme Kai aside and strolled over to Old Supreme Kai, nonchalantly remarking, "Is there not something we have forgotten to attend to?" Old Supreme Kai, smacking his forehead in realization, exclaimed, "Indeed, we came here with a purpose, to have West Supreme Kai investigate my soul. However, now that she has vanished, we shall have to seek out the god of destruction instead. There is no need for such complications." Frieza suddenly extended his hand and pressed it atop the old Kai's head, concentrating intently. "Qianrui and I have become one. I have mastered all her divine techniques. I am now fully capable of probing your soul's condition myself. It is imperative that I take matters into my own hands to ensure my peace of mind." The old Kai nodded in agreement, of course. However, before he could finish his sentence, a beam of crimson light abruptly shot from his eyes, aiming directly at Frieza's heart. Yet, Frieza, ever vigilant, would not allow such an assault to succeed. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the old Kai's ambush and seized him by the throat, forcefully pinning him against the bed. "Truly, you are not the Supreme Kai of Patero. It is astonishing that you have managed to endure until now, demon god Demigra." The old Kai struggled. His mouth agape as a thick plume of black smoke erupted toward Frieza. Frieza, having endured enough of the malevolent energy, hastily relinquished his grip and leaped backward to evade the onslaught of the dark smoke. Meanwhile, the old Kai was already enveloped in sinister energy, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. Behind him loomed a colossal apparition, none other than the demon god, Demigra. Chapter 105, Annihilation in the Blink of an Eye. Such a tremendous upheaval transpired that Jebet, seated beside the old Kai, nearly lost control of his bladder in terror. He somersaulted to Frieza's side and, with fury directed at the spectral figure of Demigra, exclaimed, "Who are you to hide within the sacred sword, masquerading as the old Kai to deceive us?" "Who am I?" The apparition of Demigra cackled with a sinister grin. "You already know, do you not? I am the supreme demon god Demigra, the master of all time and existence." Frieza had already suffered a setback in the mirror world, so how could he allow Demigra any opportunity this time? Without hesitation, he swiftly raised his hand and struck down with great force. In an instant, a tremendously powerful energy blast cleaved Demigra's phantom into two halves. The essence and divine power contained within that cutting energy inflicted immense pain upon Demigra. However, as a being in a spiritual state, Demigra was hardly daunted by such physical assaults. The severed phantom merely flickered momentarily before swiftly reassembling itself. With a pallid visage, Demigra glared at Frieza with deep-seated hatred and spat, "Damnable insect. I had initially thought that by releasing me early, thereby preventing my complete annihilation, you would become my most loyal subordinate. Yet, despite my lack of provocation towards you, and even retreating into the depths of the Elder Kai's soul at the earliest opportunity, why do you persist in opposing me?" "Oh," Frieza let out a chilling chuckle, slightly moving his arms as he spoke. "No wonder you are oblivious to the reasons behind my disdain for you. It seems you have heard nothing at all. However, it is of no consequence now, for I shall obliterate your very soul here and now." Frieza transformed into a beam of violet light, instantly piercing through the body of the old Kaioshin, thus bringing about his demise. The soul of the demon, now bereft of its corporeal vessel, quickly dimmed, becoming increasingly transparent, as if it were on the brink of vanishing entirely. However, Demigra was never one to resign himself to fate. He roared as he evaded Frieza's pursuit, charging directly towards the watching East Kaioshin, intent on seizing his body. Yet, how could Frieza allow such a scheme to succeed? "Divine language, O foul and malevolent soul. The chains of righteousness shall bind you, and the radiance of the divine will strip you of all your power, bringing you into my grasp to face judgment." Frieza extended his hands, emitting a blinding seal of divine light that drew Demigra's soul entirely back into his grasp, coalescing it into a swirling orb. In the past, Peter Toro's powers were limited, confining one's soul within their own corporeal form. However, this time was different. The cosmic emperor Frieza wielded boundless strength. "Perish, you pitiful creature who dares to call himself a demon god." With that, Frieza prepared to annihilate Demigra's soul with an unparalleled force of righteousness. Yet, in an instant, the orb containing Demigra seemed to sense something, his eyes flashing a menacing red. In Frieza's mind, the system's voice immediately echoed. "Target true demon lord Demigra detected, commencing input." Input successful. This time, there were no options presented. The process circumvented Frieza's choices and operated directly in the background. Frieza, filled with astonishment and rage, exclaimed, "This damned system is indeed your doing. Perish." Meanwhile, Demigra, ensnared in a spherical form, let out a maniacal laugh, saying, "Unfortunately, you are already too late." In that fleeting moment, malevolent thoughts surged within him. Once again, Frieza found himself enveloped by a malevolent aura. Countless tendrils of black smoke surged uncontrollably from his 7 orifices. Just as he teetered on the brink of losing control in this perilous moment, a radiant divine light suddenly materialized behind him. A golden halo spun ceaselessly behind Frieza's head. Akin to the sun, gentle yet powerful, this divine light instantaneously shattered the dark energy, dispelling the ominous mist and vanquishing all malevolence and illusion, allowing Frieza to reclaim his essence in the most critical of times. It was Chenrue. In Frieza's heart, a multitude of thoughts swirled. Yet they coalesced into a singular notion: vanish forever, foolish demon. The cosmic emperor, Frieza, would never allow you to manipulate him. With a fierce cry, a myriad of brilliant lights emanated from Frieza's hands, enveloping the orb that contained the demon's soul. This time, Demigra found himself utterly devoid of options. He could only plead with his twisted voice, "Do not kill me. I can assist you in becoming your most loyal servant. I possess the means to grant you absolute invincibility. Soon, you shall reign as the sovereign of all timelines, all universes, all past and future." Yet, with the love of Chi-Lai, Frieza was no longer susceptible to the demon's seduction. The energy output intensified, while Demigra's soul grew increasingly frail. At last, with a thunderous roar that seemed to echo through the heavens, the legendary time-manipulating demon, Demigra, met his ultimate demise at the hands of Frieza. Frieza panted softly, letting his somewhat weakened hands fall, and he plopped down onto the ground. The halo behind him dissipated, retreating once more into the depths of Frieza's heart. Turning to gaze at the old Supreme Kai, who lay on the ground with unclosed eyes, Frieza sighed wistfully and spoke in a somber tone, "I apologize, my old friend. Yet, if you were still alive, you would surely support my actions, wouldn't you? Indeed, you have done exceedingly well, Lord Frieza." A frail voice suddenly resonated from behind him, causing Frieza's lips to twitch involuntarily. He turned around, and lo and behold, the old Supreme Kai stood behind him, halo aglow, greeting Frieza with a cheerful smile. Frieza let out a sigh, weakly tapping his forehead, and lamented, "I should have anticipated this. You kings of the universe and the Supreme Kai are truly indistinguishable in death as in life. How foolish of me to have felt a twinge of guilt just moments ago. What a wretched folly. Yet, I must not express it so bluntly. While it is indeed true that there is little difference between the two states, one's emotional response is invariably distinct. The former Supreme Kai, hands clasped behind his back, approached Frieza, casting his gaze upon his own lifeless form, and mused, to behold one's own corpse lying there is indeed a most peculiar sensation. Rest assured, there is no need for concern. Frieza huffed in displeasure. The planet Namek possesses the wondrous Dragon Balls, of which you are all undoubtedly aware. In approximately a year's time, you may beseech the eternal dragon for rebirth, and once more you shall be lively and animated. Chapter 106, Creation. The old Supreme Kai waved his hand dismissively and remarked, the excessive utilization of the Dragon Balls may disrupt the delicate balance of nature. As you so astutely pointed out, Lord Frieza, if there is no distinction between my death and my existence, then what difference does it make whether I am resurrected or not? With that, the old Supreme Kai turned his gaze back to Frieza, inquiring further,